After transmigrating into this world of universal job transitions, I've always known that today was a pivotal moment of destiny. I am the protagonist stepping onto this grand stage as millions eagerly await. However, who would have thought that my grand entrance at this moment would instead become the butt of countless jokes? When the principal called my name, all eyes in the arena instantly focused on me. Murmurs filled the air, most of which carried excitement and admiration. Mu, with grades like his, he's bound to transition into an extraordinary profession. No doubt about it. He's the school's top scorer in combat simulations. At worst, it'll be an advanced rare class, but most likely an A class. I lowered my eyes and remained silent, though a fire burned within me. After 3 years of relentless effort, I feared nothing. Step by step, I ascended the ceremonial transition circle, ready to embrace the glory that was rightfully mine. Light enveloped me, its warmth spreading through every limb, reaching every corner of my being. I held my breath, waiting, heart pounding erratically. Then, on the screen, the final profession revealed itself. Archer, common. As those words projected from the crystal display into everyone's view, a deathly silence descended over the field. I stared at that screen, my expression frozen as if time itself had stopped. Countless incredulous gazes pierced through me. A genius? The prodigy everyone had pinned their hopes on had transitioned into the most ordinary archer class? No rarity, no splendor, not even the faintest trace of pride remained. I opened my mouth, inhaling softly, yet no words came out. Abruptly, a sharp, arrogant laugh broke through the stillness. Zhao Ziqing, that conceited and obnoxious figure, stepped out of the crowd. His eyes gleamed with schadenfreude, his sneer turning grotesque. Mu, so this is the so-called genius? Common archer? Is this the destiny you're so proud of? TCH. I pressed my lips together, fists clenching tightly. Soon enough, the light embraced him next. This time, the words on the crystal screen seemed to tailor themselves to his glory. Shadow Assassin, A-Class. Scorching waves of shadow energy erupted from his body, drawing gasps of admiration and awe from our peers. See that? Zhao Ziqing taunted, fixing me with a provoked stare, his arms spreading wide. His smugness reached its peak. This is the difference between us. Talent, background, a birthright carved into the stars. You, a mere worm crawling in the dirt, could never catch up to the heavens. The air grew heavier. I stood in silence, staring at my tightly clenched fists, allowing his self-satisfied laughter to echo across the arena. Yet deep within my heart, I sensed a peculiar stirring, a nascent power awakening, restless and impatient in its emergence. The instructor's voice pulled me abruptly back to the present. Mu, you still have one chance to draw a talent. His tone was cold, emotionless, but I had never been calmer in my life. I walked slowly toward the talent crystal, feeling the waves of disappointment and whispered doubts from the crowd around me. My breathing remained steady. Nothing is decided yet. Who's in such a rush to conclude? If fate hands me a chance to overturn the verdict, I'll grab it with all I've got. Taking a deep breath, I placed my hand on the talent crystal. The moment my fingertips made contact, the crystal burst into radiant brilliance, a cascade of 7-colored light. This glow didn't belong to any known talent category, its aura wholly unique, mysterious, and unfathomable. Talent draw complete. Talent name: roguelike template, unknown, special talent. Talent grade: special tier. An uproar swept through the arena. The surrounding buzz fractured the atmosphere like a rippling tide. An unknown special talent? What even is that? Roguelike template? Never even heard of it. A special talent. Unbelievable, it's a special one. A mentor's exclamation sliced through the chaos. A talent like this is rarer than an S-class. The crowd's chatter blurred into static in my ears as all my attention centered on the strange energy burgeoning within me. Like fiery streams of light surging into my mind, they transformed into crystal-clear text. Roguelike template. With each level up, select one of 3 random enhancements to strengthen yourself. Currently, you have one selection available. I tightened my grip into a fist, absorbing this peculiar, enigmatic force, for it was mine alone. Huh. Zhao Ziqing's derisive snort yanked my thoughts back to reality. His gaze brimmed with resentment and anger. A special talent? So what? Roguelike? Just from the name. It sounds like some kind of useless defensive build, a meat shield. That's completely unsuitable for an archer. A shooter needs damage output. For all we know, your talent might not even compare to an F-ranked one. He grew increasingly self-assured, raising his voice to challenge me. Sumu, do you dare face me one-on-one? Let's see exactly what this so-called special is worth. Before I could respond, a cold, crisp voice rang out from the crowd. A common profession paired with a special talent. Nothing remarkable. The voice was steady and calm, yet it suppressed all the clamor around. Everyone turned their heads to look. A girl in a white school uniform strode forward. Her tall figure was elegant and striking, and her icy, sharp eyes gleamed like cold stars. She was Song Yuer, the unanimously recognized school beauty of Jiangxing High. As always, she carried herself with pride, her gaze sweeping past me before finally settling on Zhao Ziqing. How about switching opponents? Zhao Ziqing, aren't you an A-rank profession? Want to try challenging someone stronger, like me? A subtle, meaningful smile curved at the corner of her lips. Zhao Ziqing's smile froze instantly. Half a second later, he waved his hands frantically. Yuer, don't joke around with me like that. Song Yuer ignored his timid reaction and turned her icy gaze back to me. Your common profession is indeed unimpressive. But since you claim to have a special talent, that at least warrants some curiosity. She paused, a faint trace of provocation flickering in her eyes. All right, then, 3 days from now, let's compare levels. Considering how low the base level of your profession is, I'll even let you start with a 1-level advantage. With that, she spun on her heel and walked away, leaving only her retreating figure and her final words carried away on the wind. See you in 3 days. I watched her fade into the distance and shook my head in exasperation. This girl had been trying to compete with me for as long as I could remember. Ever since I transferred to this school, after every time she lost to me during a results tally, she'd always initiate some pointless challenge. Not once had she prevailed. She won't win this time, either. I thought to myself, clenching my fists and feeling the mysterious, powerful flow of talent coursing within me. Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by a grating and aggressive voice. Zhao Ziqing practically spat through gritted teeth. Sumu, you coward. If you're afraid of going up against Yuer, surely you'll have the guts to face me? Just for today, let's see who levels up faster. I lifted my head and met his resentful gaze. What are we betting? How about a set of level 5 elite-grade equipment? He sneered and added, dare you? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A level 5 elite-grade set? That could easily go for tens of thousands. Talk about throwing money around to intimidate someone. But Sumu has a special talent. He might not lose. I didn't hesitate for long. Locking eyes with Zhao Ziqing, I replied calmly, all right, I accept. Even as his words of provocation lingered in the air, I watched him turn and leave. My eyes grew cold. Did he really think he could intimidate me into backing down? How naive. I chuckled lightly, my fists tightening just a bit. This duel was an arrow already knocked. There was no room to retreat. Shifting my focus inward, I centered my attention on the newly activated rogue template in my body. Mentally steadying myself, I saw 3 clear options manifest within my mind. Option 1, additional arrow released with each attack. Option 2, base strength increased by an additional 50%. Option 3, each attack deals an additional 8% true strength damage. After a brief consideration, I chose the first option. An additional arrow per attack essentially doubled my offensive capability, and combined with a bow user's high attack frequency, this was the most explosive boost I could gain in the moment. As I made my selection, a peculiar wave of power coursed through my body, aligning seamlessly with my profession. Clenching my fists, I felt this newfound strength surging within me, bringing me a profound sense of confidence. Rogue template, though officially classified as a common profession, its potential easily surpasses high-tier professions in the future. That's no exaggeration. I murmured to myself, my gaze drifting across the sprawling schoolyard to where a 3-meter-tall, ominous black oval rift hovered in midair. That was today's primary destination, the entrance to the novice dungeon that the school had opened for freshmen. Although there was no risk of real death in this special scenario, the challenge was still formidable. Each student only had 5 entry opportunities, and how to make use of them was entirely up to individual judgment. Wasting no time, I took a step toward the entrance. Around me, the crowd bustled with activity as newly transitioned students eagerly sought teammates. Shield Warrior here, spots are limited. High Damage Caster, looking for teammates. 3-man squad looking for one more. Calls and responses echoed everywhere. I halted momentarily, considering the possibility of forming a team. As an archer, solo grinding in the early stages was undoubtedly disadvantageous. Pairing up with a reliable shield warrior or healer could make things substantially easier and more efficient. But just as I was weighing my options amid the noisy commotion, a sharp, scornful voice suddenly rang out, piercing through the hubbub. Listen up. I'm making this clear right now. Anyone who dares team up with Su Mu is declaring themselves my enemy. Zhao Ziqing's enemy. Think carefully about the consequences. If you don't want to be cast out of Jiangcheng, keep your mouth shut and stay in line. The hall fell into sudden silence. Standing elevated above the crowd, Zhao Ziqing swept his cold gaze across the room. His threat was unmistakably clear, directly isolating me. Many of my classmates exhibited displeased expressions, but their eyes were mostly filled with fear. The Zhao family from Z City, with its extensive network, coupled with his newly obtained title as an A-rank shadow assassin, left no one willing to challenge his might. Even those classmates who had maintained a relatively good relationship with me displayed conflicted expressions. In the end, they chose silence. I took in all their expressions, let out a soft sigh, but refrained from any blame. I understood their predicaments and had no intention of forcing them. Facing the hesitation of a few, I broke the silence and spoke calmly. I don't need a team. The moment those words left my mouth, they were visibly relieved, though a trace of guilt lingered in their eyes. Back then, during our academic years, many had benefited from my guidance, but ultimately, everyone must take responsibility for themselves. Showing them understanding was my way of letting go. I smiled faintly and said no more. Without attachments, one moves faster. With this thought settling in my heart, I silently muttered to summon the attribute panel, and a light screen instantly appeared. Name: Su Mu. Class: Archer Ordinary. Level: 10%. Talent: Roguelike Template Special. Strength: 15. Affects physical attack. Agility: 17. Affects attack speed, movement speed, and evasion. Constitution: 13. Affects HP and defense. Mentality: 22. Affects mana and magic resistance. HP: 130/130. Mana: 120/120. Physical attack: 15. Attack speed: 0.5, approximate, 2 seconds per attack. Skill: Marksman Expertise, 5% chance to land a critical hit with each attack. Enhanced Talent Number 1. Fires an additional arrow per attack. No matter how much Zhao Ziqing tried to wield his vile influence to isolate me, he would eventually learn today that strength is the only rule that matters. I fixated on my panel. 3 years of grueling training had borne fruit in this moment. My base stats had already surpassed the limits of ordinary individuals. Now, with my enhanced talent in the mix, an initial physical attack stat of 30 was more than enough to dominate opponents of the same level. My formidable stats were the foundation of my confidence in facing anyone. After taking a deep breath, I straightened my posture slightly and stepped forward into the entrance of the beginner dungeon that was now open before me. The challenge of soloing dungeons was undeniable, but I knew there was no need to recklessly gamble with my life at this stage. A steady approach, methodically clearing ordinary monsters and accumulating experience, was the wisest way forward for now. Equipped with my roguelike template, every level up would bring a significant boost to my strength. This was my only advantage and the key to my survival. On the other side, Zhao Ziqing stood at a distance, the cold sneer lingering in his eyes, carrying a hint of inexplicable hostility. His expression resembled that of a malicious predator, utterly convinced of his victory, watching its lone prey. However, I had no interest in acknowledging his gaze. These people had already rallied all the strongest players across campus to their side. Only Song Yuer, unwilling to become another of their subordinates, remained independent of his faction. Yet now, his predatory gaze had fallen on me. As I stepped alone into the glowing, sealed entrance of the dungeon, my figure gradually faded from sight. I could sense his mocking attitude towards my choice of the ordinary difficulty level, but I couldn't afford to care. I needed a victory, a stepping stone towards creating an opportunity for myself. At this moment, my hand burned with determination, more tangible and pressing than the words of any idle onlooker. Zhao Ziqing, in contrast, opted for greater risks, or rather, higher rewards. With a sharp call to attention, he surveyed his extravagant elite squad and, with a wave of his hand, led his team into the higher difficulty dungeon. His confidence was palpable, convinced that after 5 dungeon runs, they would leave me in the dust. He could laugh all he wanted, mocking my solitary approach and their calculated probabilities. To them, I was doomed either way. Even if I survived, the possibility of eventual success was out of my reach. The moment I entered the dungeon, all external elements faded away, and my 4 senses began to take over from an initial disoriented confusion of the 5. The stench of rot mingled with a foul, fishy odor assaulted my nose, while shrill howls in the distance immediately put me on high alert. Dungeon entered, Goblin Forest, ordinary difficulty. Lowering my body into a crouched stance, I moved stealthily through the underbrush. A foreboding feeling permeated the surroundings, every sight hinting at danger lurking ahead. Before long, I reached a clearing where I spotted my targets. 3 goblin minions with dark green skin, stunted figures, and crude weapons were wandering aimlessly like mindless husks. Although they appeared weak, their attack and defense stats far surpassed those of an average level 1 player. Clearly, defeating them would not be easy, especially given their notorious tendency to travel in groups. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to recall the countless simulations and the lessons learned from them. Any mistake at this moment would be fatal, especially with my current combat abilities. Drawing the bowstring fully, the first arrow ripped through the air like a shadow, precisely striking the target's shoulder. A string of blood-red numbers ascended into the air, -14. Its piercing screech shattered the silence, and its 2 companions immediately turned and charged toward me. I swiftly widened the distance, retreating while maintaining my shooting rhythm. My gaze locked firmly on the remaining combat strength among the brothers, until at last, it fell. The notification sounded like a triumphant horn. Goblin minion slain, 10 experience points gained. I exhaled deeply and continued kiting the remaining 2, taking them down one by one. My focus was extraordinarily sharp, vision and muscle coordination in sync. My fingers gripped the bowstring so tightly that no trace of distraction could slip through. Kite, retreat, shoot. This loop repeated itself within the confined combat space. I moved through the narrow passages with precise steps, narrowly avoiding lethal traps while maintaining control. Current level, 2. A warm stream of energy surged through my body, rejuvenating even my nerves. For a brief moment, the exhaustion I hadn't realized had settled and threatened to blur my focus. But the promise of future strength wielded itself as motivation. Soon after, selections emerged in front of me. Attack-focused enhancement, speed upgrade, or perhaps gamble on raw potential for unknown growth. My heart raced as I scanned the options. The second choice, rare and immensely valuable in the long term, held an allure of its own. The third could result in boundless opportunities or utter disaster. However, the first one stood out as the immediate and efficient solution, perfectly addressing my current needs. Opt for option 1, attack speed plus 50%. As the words left my mouth, I felt the weight in my arms lighten. My movements became fluid, refined to perfection. I loosed a trial arrow, watching it slice effortlessly through the air, leaving an afterimage in its wake. The sharp whistle of the arrow cutting through space thundered in my ears. My initial attack speed of 0.5 surged directly to 1.0. My output frequency doubled. Combined with the dual arrow feature unlocked during my initial enhancement, my firepower had quadrupled since entering this instance. Judging by this metric, my performance was on par with a Tier S class at level 5, while most players at this stage had yet to master any core skills. With raw stats and talent augmentations alone, I was already at a clear advantage. Shifting my gaze, I finally looked at certain elite monsters that I had previously gone out of my way to avoid. Now, they were targets worthy of pursuit. Recalling the lone goblin thrower, a solitary, mid-sized foe with a short spear, its form stood out as an ideal opportunity for advancement. A clear objective quickly solidified in my mind. Monster, Goblin Thrower, Elite. Level 3. Health, 300/300. Physical attack, 25. Defense, 8. Skill, Spear Toss, ranged attack, deals 130% physical damage. Darting through the forest's natural cover, I launched a calculated attack. The arrow flew, chipping away at the target's finite health pool. Yet the battle was far from easy. The goblin's spear was as precise as a blade to the throat, forcing me to dodge and weave at maximum speed. Even so, the deadly spears hissed past with hair-raising accuracy. One eventually grazed my right arm, sending a wave of searing pain through my body as my health dropped by 30%. Gritting my teeth, I honed in on pure combat instincts. Finally, with my mana nearly depleted, the last arrow knocked to the bowstring flew true, piercing the goblin thrower's throat and delivering fatal closure. Goblin Thrower, Elite. Slain, 50 experience points gained. The generous experience reward from the elite monster caused my experience bar to surge upward. Beside the goblin's lifeless form, a faint glimmer appeared, revealing an item. Item acquired. Crude leather bracers, white. Strength +5. Equipping the bracers instantly bolstered my power, enhancing the lethality of my arrows even further. Taking a deep breath, I straightened up and surveyed the verdant depths of the instance. My efficiency thus far was gratifying, but I knew greater challenges lay hidden, ripe for discovery. Having taken down 3 goblin throwers, my experience bar had now reached 80% toward level 3. In the open woodland, my gaze drifted toward the ominous darkness at the forest's core, the very heart of the instance. According to the school-issued beginner dungeon manual, this was where the final boss resided, the level 5 Goblin Centurion. A being far stronger than elite monsters, the Goblin Centurion was flanked by 2 Goblin Thrower guards. The manual had explicitly highlighted its ability to summon reinforcements and coordinate attacks, making it a near-invincible fortress for solo players at this stage. Even with my enhanced attributes, my damage fell far short of the explosive burst needed to eliminate the guards instantly, not to mention the precise movements and cold-blooded control the battle would demand. A rash challenge would only conclude in certain failure. Calmness replaced the swelling ambition. I wouldn't defy routines for fleeting success. Efficiency comes first. Taking a deep breath, I resolutely abandoned delving deeper. Rather than squandering an opportunity, it was better to conserve my strength. With a flash of white light, I returned to the entrance of the instance. The outside world was as noisy as ever. Groups of students who had completed their first trials were exchanging insights in 2s and 3s. My early return immediately drew a few inquisitive gazes. Look, he's back. Not even 2 hours? He came out so quickly, but he's only level 2. Soloing a normal instance should have at least pushed him close to level 3. His expression doesn't look relaxed. Maybe he couldn't hold up halfway and was forced to leave early. Normal tier classes always have it tough in solo runs. Archers have poor early damage, and on top of that, his talent boost doesn't seem particularly notable. I paid no mind to these murmured remarks around me. Any criticisms of my talent right now were nothing more than shallow futility. I stepped away, a flame of unextinguished determination burning in my chest. Tom was on my side. This was just the prologue. I would prove that the real challenge had never ended. It was only beginning. The chatter buzzed like countless invisible needles pricking at me. Every gaze carried some mix of pity or ridicule. Meanwhile, those privileged with insider knowledge couldn't wait to loudly boast about Zhao Ziqing's glorious achievements. Don't compare me to young Master Zhao. They just cleared the hard difficulty instance. Everyone's at level 3 now. After resupplying, they're heading for the elite difficulty. Wow, now that's the strength of an A-tier class. A truly luxurious team. Sumu's completely been left behind. The gap is just getting bigger and bigger. And an entire elite gear set, gone. That's hundreds of thousands gone just like that. Caught in the tide of gossip, I remained as unmoving as a tranquil stone, devoid of any visible reaction. Inwardly, I calculated with precision. With my efficiency already leaping forward after 2 rounds of fortification, my next dungeon run would undoubtedly allow me to challenge the boss. I leaned against a resting zone near the instant's entrance, sipping on water to recover my stamina. Just then, a brilliant wave of blue light caught my attention. A figure stepped out from the elite difficulty instance's exit. It was Songyue. She was as frostily stunning as ever, but the faint magical aura she exuded was now several times stronger than before. Above her head, the striking level 5 label burned like a flame, illuminating the entire scene. Level 5. She really reached level 5? Gasps echoed all around, a veritable avalanche of exclamations. Talk of being the school's #1 erupted instantly, putting her on a pedestal as the legitimate chosen one of her SSS tier class. As for her, she seemed entirely accustomed to the attention, effortlessly composed, with a faint air of aloofness and even a hint of condescension. For some reason, her gaze eventually landed on me, atop the ridiculed level 2 displayed above my head. The corner of her mouth quirked slightly as she approached, tilting her chin upwards with a mix of pride and mischief as she said, "So you lost, didn't you? Admit that I'm better than you. I might consider carrying you through a run." I looked back at her, my eyes unwavering, my tone steady as I replied, "Thank you for the offer, but I don't need it. I can rely on myself." Leaving her with those words, I stood up and walked straight toward the normal difficulty entrance. The white light enveloped me, and my figure disappeared, leaving her standing there momentarily stunned. Behind me, I could almost hear the sound of her annoyed stomping and the faintly dissatisfied hum of her voice. "So stubborn. Let's see if you're still smiling later." Returning to the goblin forest, the damp scent of earth greeted me once more. This was no longer the daunting place it had initially been. My taut nerves now fueled a sharpened combat resolve as I murmured, "Let's begin." Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, my movements were swift as lightning. In an instant, 2 arrows whizzed through the air, striking distant goblin minions with precision. They didn't even have time to cry out. -16, -16, -16, -16. The goblin minions fell, their health bars drained completely. The kill notifications from the system flashed onto my interface, but I ignored them. My current speed was worlds apart from my first attempt. The added speed and double arrow bonus transformed, clearing these small mobs into child's play. I moved like a gale and struck like a storm. Darting through the forest, dodging, attacking, every movement was fluid and effortless. This place had become my hunting ground. One by one, goblins fell, and my experience points surged rapidly. Within just an hour, I had cleared the entire outer perimeter. As the final goblin crumpled to the ground, a familiar light enveloped me. Level up. Current level, 3. An instant surge of power coursed through every fiber of my being. My fists instinctively clenched tight. And then, the system notification appeared, declaring my next step. It was announcing my chance to challenge the limits once more. Level up. Please select one enhancement option from the following. Option 1. Attacks inflict burning, igniting enemies, and causing health loss per second. Option 2. Attacks release an additional arrow. Option 3. Hitting an enemy grants 5% strength, 3% agility, stackable up to 5 times. My gaze unwaveringly landed on the second option. 3 arrows. On the battlefield, this meant greater coverage and deadlier strikes. Without hesitation, I made my choice. Buzz. The moment I selected, power surged through my arms like a roaring tide. As I drew my bow, I could feel a newfound strength embedded in the string. Each shot, incredibly, now delivered 3 arrows simultaneously. My output had doubled. This change was far more impactful than any equipment upgrade could ever provide. It's time to settle the debts from earlier battles. My heart surged with confidence, an unprecedented wave of determination flooding me. I strode directly toward the goblin elite's lair. The battle instantly became simpler. Those hideous throwers couldn't withstand the eerie frequency and devastating spread of 3 arrows. Within mere seconds of each exchange, they transitioned from forest sentinels to lifeless remnants on the ground. On the battlefield, I moved like a farmer harvesting crops, cutting them down one by one, leaving no room for even the slightest struggle. Experience quickly accumulated, and I stood before the final obstacle. The goblin centurion's lair. Its sinewy muscles bulged beneath its leather armor, forming a stark contrast with the corroded, yet ominously potent, iron blade clutched in its hand. Flanking it were two goblin throwers, their cold green eyes locking onto me with a predatory sharpness, their stares oscillating between predator and prey awaiting its fate. My arrows moved first. The first volley exploded forth, and rather than focusing on the centurion, I targeted the thrower on the left. 3 arrows swooshed in a triangular formation, piercing its vital points. Before it could even grunt in its final moments, the goblin convulsed and collapsed to the earth. Then, an unexpected twist, another cluster of arrows accidentally struck the centurion, wounding both targets simultaneously. Doubt flickered within me as I observed this anomaly, but there was no time to dwell. The battle was reaching its apex. The centurion let out a furious roar and charged, the remaining thrower equally unwilling to retreat. This was their last desperate struggle, but I wasn't about to give them a chance. Swiftly retreating, I continued unleashing volleys of arrows like a torrential downpour. The second thrower tried to counterattack, raising a short spear, but before it could act, another wave of arrows punctured its body, sending it collapsing to the ground. With the guards eliminated, the centurion drew perilously close. This one-on-one encounter with a colossal and seemingly unyielding foe demanded my composure. The forest became my surprising ally. Its charges nearly forced me into disadvantageous positions several times. Yet each time the whirlwind-like iron blade neared my body, I managed to evade with precise judgment and nimble footwork, using the woodland's terrain to disrupt its movements and steadily chip away at its health. 3 arrows at a time. Each hit stripped nearly 50 points of its health. No matter how durable the centurion was, it couldn't endure this relentless attrition. 5 minutes later, the combat concluded. As its hoarse, final roar dissipated into the empty air, its massive body slowly toppled to the ground. Defeated Goblin Centurion, boss, gained 150 EXP. The experience meter surged, stopping just at the edge of level 3, falling slightly short, yet entirely within my expectations. Scanning the remains, I noticed a faint glimmer emanating from the ground. Acquired item, Goblin's resilient leather armor, white. +8 constitution. +5 defense. The benefits were purely foundational for survival. After a quick evaluation, I still decided to equip it. Gear from these early dungeons was, after all, just a stepping stone. The true battlegrounds and riches lay in those high-level zones far beyond reach. After adjusting my condition, I glanced quickly at the time. From the start of combat to exiting the dungeon, it had taken merely an hour and a half. Compared to my first run, my efficiency had multiplied exponentially. Next target, elite difficulty. I spoke softly to myself, a cold light flashing in my eyes as anticipation and resolve surged anew. With steady determination, I stepped through the dungeon's exit. The world outside inexorably ticked on, indifferent to my exploits. Only slightly over an hour had passed since my last dungeon entry. The flicker of white light accompanied my emergence from the dungeon entrance, and the heavy air greeted me alongside the piercing stares from the crowd. Their gazes pinned on me like needles, searching for answers. Level 3. Look, he made it to level 3. A hushed wave of murmurs quickly turned into a tide. This time he came out faster than before. His efficiency has improved. Could it be that his special talent is starting to show effect? But then, another voice blended into the crowd, still below level 4 though. You think he failed to beat the boss again? I gave no response, my gaze as calm as ever. Yet that familiar air of mockery thickened around me once more. Well, if it isn't our genius Sumu. Zhao Ziqing's crude and deliberate voice drilled into my ears. Striding over with an exaggerated swagger, he didn't even wait for me to turn around before speaking, his smugness almost tangible. Level 3, huh? What progress? Truly impressive. I cast a glance at the combat scars adorning his team's equipment, the number 5 levitating above their heads, showcasing their levels. He seemed quite proud of it, flaunting it with exaggerated provocations and taunts. Zhao Ziqing pressed on, his tone laced with sarcasm, making no effort to conceal his derision. Less than 4 hours left. What can you even do? Even if you managed to clear 2 more normal mode runs, you'd barely scrape into level 4, right? Unlike us, we'll breeze through not just elite mode, but probably even set our sights on nightmare mode. His teammates chimed in mockingly, their comments as sharp as they were rehearsed. 3 runs in normal mode, and still only level 3? Truly remarkable effort. Young Master Zhao, don't bother with him. After all, once we head into elite mode, he won't even get a whiff of what real challenges look like. Amid the coaxing laughter, one of them accidentally let something slip, hurriedly trying to smooth it over in embarrassment. I remained as composed as ever, letting their words drift past like wind brushing against my ears. None of that was what I cared about. Deep down, I was calculating, waiting. Only once I was sure my stamina and readiness had fully recovered did I silently turn toward the radiant portal of the dungeon. One step, then another. Finally, I walked through it. In that instant, the crowd sensed something was amiss. The usual white light of normal mode was gone. Even the green hue of hard mode didn't appear. Instead, a serene yet electrifying blue light illuminated the night sky. Elite mode. Gasps and exclamations rippled through the group. Has he lost his mind? He's only level 3 and he's attempting elite mode. Was it Zhao Ziqing's taunts just now that set him off? Skepticism followed on the heels of shock, and more than a few sighed with pity. This must be a desperate gamble. Triple the experience might be the only chance he has left. I understood that not a single person believed I could succeed. In their eyes, this was nothing but a reckless, last-ditch effort. But I didn't need their understanding, nor their approval. All I needed was the certainty of my own path. At the top floor of the school building, inside the principal's office, a group of senior staff silently observed the distant sports field. Their gazes were deeper, their insights more succinct. On the leaderboard displayed before them, Su Mu's name appeared unremarkable. Hanging high at the top of the ranking, however, was level 6, the name Song Yue'er standing proud. They refrained from commenting on Su Mu's level 3, but a subtle meaning flickered through their exchanged glances nonetheless. The air carried a sense of uneasy calm, foreboding, like the stillness before a storm. Incredible, that girl, remarked the dean as he adjusted his glasses, unable to suppress his genuine admiration for the Song family's pride and joy. His voice was steady but infused with a hint of appreciation. At this rate, if she uses up all 5 dungeon attempts today, hitting level 7 shouldn't be a problem. With a few more days of grinding in the wild, reaching level 13 or 14 before school starts isn't out of the question. Truly a candidate destined for Tsinghua or Peking University. A female instructor nodded in agreement, traces of envy in her gaze. An SSS-ranked class, well-deserved recognition. I also heard the Gu family prepared an exceptional set of beginner's equipment for her, but this girl insists on leveling up by herself, refusing any resources from home. The principal raised an eyebrow at that, tilting his head slightly. Why? A trace of amusement played at the corners of the female teacher's lips as she lowered her voice. Apparently, she wants to defeat Su Mu fair and square, for once. At the mention of that name, the air in the office seemed to freeze for a brief moment. A shadow of regret passed over the faces of every teacher present. Su Mu, murmured a teacher who'd once taught my combat tactics class. His sigh carried a hint of lament, his tone tinged with wistfulness. His stats in attribute tests and simulated battles were always so solid. We all thought he'd awaken at least a B rank, maybe even an A rank class. If he had, a guaranteed recommendation to Tsinghua or Peking would have been a sure thing. But alas, wasn't there talk about him having a special talent? Another teacher suddenly asked, their tone carrying the faintest glimmer of hope. The mentor in charge of monitoring dungeon data adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice, by regulation, we are not allowed to pry into the details of a student's talent, but I did review his dungeon records. The first time, he entered on normal difficulty and failed to clear it. The second time, again on normal difficulty, based on the settlement data, it seems he managed to defeat the boss and barely reached the edge of level 3's upper limit. He paused briefly before concluding. For someone with the abilities of a level 3 normal archer, soloing a normal dungeon is already commendable. This indicates that his special talent does have some utility. But the effect is likely only comparable to a D level, at most a C level talent. These words struck everyone like a muffled thunderclap. The principal ultimately shook his head and delivered the verdict. A common profession, coupled with a talent that's possibly D-level, combined potential at most a D+, at best a C-. This result would have been considered excellent in previous years, but compared to the expectations we had for him, it falls far short. What a shame. The room sank into a momentary silence. No one spoke again. To them, my future had already been defined, forever out of reach from the very top tier. The Goblin Forest on elite difficulty was far more oppressive than its normal counterpart. The trees here grew taller and denser, blocking out all light. The stench of decay was suffocating, and the air was filled with a nauseating, metallic tang that nearly made breathing unbearable. The roaming monsters were incomparable to those in the normal dungeon. They were no longer the scrawny, timid underlings, but robust, well-equipped goblin warriors. These monsters were all level 3, with attributes equivalent to elite monsters in the normal dungeon, and their numbers were even more concentrated. Monster, Goblin Warrior, Elite Dungeon, Normal Monster. Level 3. Health, 220/220. Physical Attack, 18. Defense, 5. I held my breath and observed, cautiously biding my time. Charging in recklessly would be a death sentence. Using the extreme pulling techniques I had honed in simulated battles over the past 3 years, I carefully utilized the terrain and blind spots in their line of sight to avoid every obvious patrol route, ensuring that I only attracted one monster at a time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows simultaneously sliced through the air, each one striking its target with precision. Dash 13, minus 13, dash 13, asterisk asterisk, dash 13, minus 13, dash 13, asterisk asterisk. 2 rounds of 6 arrows, and the monster collapsed with a wail. Thanks to my enhanced defense, the damage from each arrow was consistent, and I maintained an efficient rhythm through my triple shot ability. The monster's numbers steadily thinned out. Like a meticulous hunter, I advanced slowly and methodically under continuous pressure. After more than an hour, accompanied by the glow of a level up, I finally reached level 4. Level up. Please select one of the following 3 enhancement options, asterisk asterisk. Option 1. Increase max health by 100 points. Option 2. Arrows penetrate 1 additional target. Option 3. Reduce physical damage taken by 5 points. I studied the options displayed before me and furrowed my brow after pondering for a moment. My luck clearly wasn't great this time. None of the options I'd hoped for, like +1 arrow or increased attack speed, had appeared. Option 2, penetrating attack, would indeed improve my efficiency with clearing smaller mobs, but it felt slightly underwhelming. Options 1 and 3, which boosted survivability, wouldn't directly enhance combat effectiveness. In this dungeon, what I needed most was to resolve battles more quickly and decisively, not to prolong them. After some deliberation, I decided on Option 2. Arrows penetrate 1 additional target. While not the most striking upgrade, it would at least speed up the takedown of ordinary mobs, saving me precious time. The moment I made my selection, I felt a subtle change. The tension in my bowstring grew sharper, and the arrows seemed to carry a faint, ripping force. The improvement was minimal, but it was better than nothing. Gathering my focus once more, I pressed deeper into the forest. 2 hours of grueling battles later, I had cleared every normal monster in the elite level dungeon, leaving my experience bar at around 50% of level 4. Deep within the lair ahead awaited the elite monsters and the final boss. This was where my true challenge lay. I decided to start my trial with a lone Goblin Berserker, one of the elite monsters in this dungeon. Its level 5 rank and exceptional stats served as an undeniable warning of the danger ahead. I loosed my arrows, aiming to maintain distance while utilizing my piercing shot to hit it and the nearby smaller mobs at the same time. However, its speed and attack range far exceeded my expectations. My movement slipped by just half a step, and its sudden, frenzied charge grazed me on the edge. Dash 85. The glaring crimson number above my head signaled my health plummeting to less than half. Pain stabbed into my very bones, tightening my nerves in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, I quickly retreated, weaving around the trees, using every ounce of agility to distance myself from my pursuer. Finally, I escaped the berserker's relentless chase. Its figure roared ferociously in the distance, but those guttural growls did not shake my composure. The piercing effect underwhelms in single-target combat. I rapidly analyzed the battle in my mind. In this situation, there's no effective way to finish it off safely. Even against a single target, there's no room for error. After careful consideration, I resolutely abandoned my plan to challenge the elite monsters and bosses. The experience from the smaller mobs has already pushed me halfway to level 4. That's more than worthwhile. For the remaining progress, I'll reach level 5 next time I enter an elite dungeon. My thoughts aligned swiftly, and without delay, I opted to settle the dungeon and leave this perilous forest behind. The moment I stepped out of the blue barrier marking the elite dungeon's exit, my level remained locked firmly at level 4. The gazes of the people around me fixated on my presence, buzzing murmurs filling the air. He reached level 4 just by clearing the smaller mobs? His talent is undeniable. If it were us, even running back and forth in a normal dungeon wouldn't guarantee hitting level 4. Still, just 3 hours to clear some weaker mobs? That's barely better than the efficiency of lower-tier dungeons. The real issue is he missed out on the elite monster and boss experience bonuses. If he's only relying on mob kills, his progress won't stand a chance against the top players. And look, there's barely any time left. It's only 1 p.m., and young Master Zhao and his crew are already at level 5, rushing to tackle nightmare dungeons. The growing doubts and tones of regret pressed down like a tangible weight, but I remained unmoved. The cacophony from the onlookers was nothing but illusions to me. Victory or defeat, none of it was theirs to determine. At the edge of my sight, I noticed a glimmering figure radiating with light, Song Yuer. She had already reached level 6 and was striding decisively toward the entrance of a nightmare dungeon, exuding an eerie purple-black glow. This was her domain. The collective gasps of the crowd combined with her resolute movements formed a tableau that seemed to have left me behind. As her steps brought her closer to the entrance, she seemed to notice my presence, momentarily hesitating. Almost as if weighing her words, she paused briefly, then shook her head, murmuring softly to herself, "That proud fool. Maybe it'll do him some good to learn a lesson. If it really comes to it, I could always lend him some gold. Losing once isn't the end of the world." Her tone carried a blend of complexity before she decisively stepped into the nightmare dungeon. I paid no mind to any of it. At that moment, my heart was clear and unwavering. After restocking sufficient supplies, I felt the surge of power from my recent level up coursing through me, and a renewed sense of vigor was impossible to suppress. Once more, without hesitation, I stepped toward the dungeon's entrance and selected Elite difficulty once again. This time, with my progress at level 4.5, my movements were even more fluid. The synergy between my triple arrow skill and piercing ability allowed me to handle small groups of enemies with efficiency. I could confidently drag multiple mobs at once, the flow of combat fully under my control. An hour and a half later, as a resplendent glow enveloped me, I finally broke through to level 5. However, what left me holding my breath wasn't just the exhilaration of this breakthrough. It was the prompt that followed, a message that seemed to shake the entire trajectory of the future. Your level has increased to level 5. Roguelike template effect enhanced. Please select 2 out of the following 3 enhancement options. Option 1. Nature's Call. Skill 1% chance to summon a Treant ally when attacking. The Treant possesses 500% of your HP, 100% of your attack, and 100% of your defense, lasting 30 seconds. Option 2. Steadfast Reinforcements. Skill upon entering combat mode. Summon 1 Treant ally every 30 seconds by default. Attribute same as Option 1. Option 3. Life Drain. Passive permanently increase max health by 1 point for every kill on a monster at or above your level. Unique, non-upgradable. As I stared at the options on the screen, an irrepressible excitement surged within me. This wasn't just a reward for hitting level 5. It was a rare, potentially game-changing opportunity. The skill choices were unprecedentedly powerful, setting my blood aflame. The potential of Option 3, Life Drain, was undeniable. The seemingly small increments to max HP might not produce immediate noticeable results, but over time, the accumulated effect would be nothing short of extraordinary. This was a core ability that simply had to be locked in. As for options 1 and 2, I weighed them carefully. The reliability of option 2 was tempting, but it lacked adaptability. On the other hand, despite option 1's deceivingly low probability of activation, I instantly considered my high attack speed and the accompanying speed enhancements, as well as the 3 arrows fired per shot, each carrying piercing effects and triggering multiple procs per attack. The actual chance of activation would be far greater than 1%. In a flash of thought, I made my decision, option 1 and option 3. Immediately, a warm surge coursed through my entire body, filling me with a boundless vitality. Even the surrounding natural elements seemed to succumb to my presence. I could hardly wait to validate my choice. Before long, my hypothesis became reality. Roar! Just as the 30th arrow flew forth, a massive tramp burst out of the grassy earth nearby, swinging a heavy vine at the goblin warriors. This wasn't merely a 1% probability fulfilled, it was a triumph of strategic selection. Counting the arrows that hit their targets, I quickly calculated the actual trigger rate, far beyond the nominal figure. With each flurry of 3 consecutive arrows, the hit frequency was astonishingly high, eventually leading me to deduce a pattern, summoning a treant every 15 shots. What did this mean? Nearly endless support in battle. With treants holding the front lines, my output capability experienced a dramatic leap in effectiveness. I took it a step further, using the remaining low-health monsters, repeatedly firing empty shots to rapidly amass summoned treants. Under the protection of those towering vine-covered giants, my confidence soared as I gazed toward the depths of the area and its ultimate challenge. Asterisk Goblin Bloodthirsty Chieftain Star. Monster, Goblin Bloodthirsty Chieftain, Hard Mode Boss. Level, 7. HP, 1500/1500. Physical Attack, 65. Defense, 15. Skills, Frenzied Strike, War Roar, Goblin Guard Summon. Unlike ordinary goblins, this chieftain wore cracked scale armor and exuded a bloodthirsty madness from its eyes. I took a deep breath and checked my own status. Name, Sumu. Class, Archer Common. Level, 5, 70.3%. Talent, Roguelike Template Special. Strength, 25, base 15 plus equipment 10. Agility, 27, base 17 plus equipment 10. Constitution, 21, base 13 plus equipment 8. Spirit, 27, base 22. HP, 310/310, base 130 plus equipment bonus plus, life drain, accumulation plus level up increase. Mana, 170/170ths. Physical attack, 25. Attack speed, 1.0. Xinghao, Changwok. Buffs specialized bowmanship, Nature's Call, 1% chance to summon treant. Life drain, permanently plus 1 HP upon killing monsters equal or higher in level. Additional arrows plus 3, attack speed plus 50%. Enhanced talents, fire 2 extra arrows, increase attack speed by 50%, pierce through 1 additional target. The upcoming battle would be a grueling fight requiring clarity and precision. I positioned 2 treants in the front to absorb the chieftain's attacks while I stayed at a safe distance, locking onto my target and focusing all my firepower. Each of my arrows was calculated, piercing through nearby low-health monsters to refresh the treant count, further suppressing the boss's threat. The war of attrition began, and I could not allow myself to fail. This was not only about defeating the enemy ahead, but also pushing the boundaries of my own limits. The treants fell countless times, only to be reborn from the void repeatedly. Meanwhile, I maneuvered nimbly between them, evading the goblin bloodthirsty chieftain's frenzied strikes and suffocating war roars. Even in moments when my health plummeted, my breathing remained steady, relying on precise positioning and calm judgment to persevere. The prolonged tug-of-war stretched on for over 20 minutes. As the final treant dissolved amidst its anguished cries, I loosed the string of my bow. 3 arrows shot out simultaneously, and the cascading critical damage numbers rose dramatically. With one last earth-shaking roar of unwillingness, the chieftain's massive form crashed to the ground. Defeated Goblin Bloodthirsty Chieftain, boss. You gained 300 EXP. Life Drain activated, permanently plus 1 HP. The experience bar skyrocketed, taking me to level 5 with progress nearing 60% toward the next. From the chieftain's corpse, a bright light emerged, leaving behind a piece of loot. A staff, utterly useless to me. Clenching my fists, I reminded myself that the rewards were already substantial, though a trace of dissatisfaction lingered in my heart. Letting out a soft sigh, I turned and left the instance, my weary legs finally granted a moment's respite. Returning to the dungeon's entrance, I noticed the eyes of the crowd were no longer on me. All the chatter and attention had shifted towards someone else stepping out of the purple-tinted portal. It was Song Yuer, with an unmistakable, level 8, marker radiating from her. The silent wave of astonishment she caused was immeasurable. The title of the first ranker at Jiangxing No. 1 High School was effortlessly in her grasp. Amid her slight panting, her gaze swept across her surroundings and finally lingered briefly on the level 5 indicator above my head. A flicker of surprise and complexity flashed in her eyes. Level 5. She seemed to be weighing something in her mind, then shook her head as if lamenting for me. Su Mu's talent is strong, but with only one chance left, Zhao Ziqing has already surpassed him. No matter how hard he tries to catch up, he won't be able to change the situation. For some reason, I could feel a trace of blame in her gaze, along with an inexplicable undertone of emotion. Yet I paid no heed, merely standing quietly still. As the subtle tension in the air continued to flow, Zhao Ziqing and his team emerged with high spirits. Above each of their heads, level 6 was prominently displayed, with their experience bars even more than halfway filled. Zhao Ziqing wore a wildly arrogant expression, purposely flaunting his extravagant gear and confidence in front of me. Haha, Sumu. You see this? Level 6. Next time, we'll effortlessly crush the nightmare-level dungeon. Your gear? Just get ready to lose it all to me. Every word he spoke was dripping with malice and provocation, as if he intended to etch his composure of triumph into my very marrow. But I said nothing, standing firm as a rock, unmoved. Under the stunned and baffled gazes of all, I began to walk steadily forward, my eyes lifting to lock on the abyss-like, pulsating purple and black glow of the dungeon entrance. Each step I took was as unshakable as a mountain. Nightmare level. This was my choice. He's insane. A level 5 archer trying to solo a nightmare-level dungeon. That's pure self-destruction. Or is he gambling everything, hoping against hope for a miracle? The voices of doubt rose one after another, loud and deafening. Yet I turned a deaf ear to them, firmly striding toward that oppressive gateway. Song Yuer stopped in her tracks, her eyes unable to pull away from the increasingly distant figure of my back. Shock and confusion were written all over her face, mingled with a subconscious anxiety and worry she herself hadn't even noticed. She stared intently at the ripple of light from the portal, her lips slightly parting as if to speak, but no words came out. The other resting students, too, were gripped by my actions, their gazes now firmly fixed on me. In their eyes, a mixture of anticipation prevailed, curious to know the reason behind my seemingly mad decision. In truth, they were all wrong. I wasn't driven by outside mockery, nor had I lost my composure in the face of wagers. I had carefully calculated everything. Though level 5 was undeniably low in terms of experience, I still had a chance. If I could clear enough minor creatures and elites to advance to level 7 within the dungeon, I could exploit the capital from twice-enhanced stats to confront the ultimate boss. This final battle wouldn't be wasted. Despite staking everything on my last chance, it was for the sake of a greater hope and possibility. I would never allow myself to back down. As I stepped into the nightmare-level goblin forest, I was immediately engulfed by an oppressive aura, as if being pushed towards suffocating depths. The gnarled, shadowy canopy devoured almost all light, leaving the air tainted with a nauseating mix of blood and decaying sulfur. The overwhelming scent bombarded my senses without pause. Without even delving far, the outskirts already lurked with perilous enemies, those clad in crude bone armor, their crimson eyes blazing with frenetic bloodlust. The Goblin Ravagers. Formidable foes at level 6 whose stats far outstripped elite monsters from hard mode dungeons, to say nothing of their menacing packs. Asterisk asterisk Goblin Ravager. Nightmare Dungeon. Normal monster. Asterisk asterisk. Level 6. HP 350/350. Physical attack 35. Defense 12. Skill Bloodlust increases attack speed at low health. This outcome was well within my expectations. By nature, as an entry-level dungeon, the Nightmare difficulty primarily manifested its challenges through amplified monster strength and density. However, the true despair did not lie here, but in the final stage. Under normal circumstances, only a meticulously configured team maxed at level 10 could even dare hope for success. But for me, this lone challenger, although the odds of clearing were slim, the flame of hope still faintly burned. Everything would depend on my preparations and how I chose to enhance myself at each turn. During the clearing of the outskirts, I maintained utmost caution, making the most out of my triple shot and piercing arrow techniques, while summoning a treant as my frontline tank whenever necessary. Maximizing both crowd control and damage potential was a lifeline no solo player could afford to overlook. I wouldn't allow myself to act rashly with even a single misstep. As time passed, an hour later, a familiar glow enveloped me, marking my accomplishment in leveling up to level 6. Asterisk asterisk level up. Please select one enhancement asterisk asterisk. Option 1. Increase attack speed by 50%. Option 2. Increase critical hit rate by 10%. Option 3. Increase movement speed by 15%. I unhesitatingly let my finger hover over attack speed plus 50%. The moment it was selected, a surge of energy ripped through my arm like a thunderbolt, trembling through every vein. Drawing the bow, knocking an arrow, and releasing it now felt instinctual. As my attack speed leapt from 1.0 to 1.5, I realized this wasn't just a mere numbers game. It meant my damage output had multiplied exponentially. The increased efficiency made the subsequent progression far smoother. I even experimentally challenged 2 bloodthirsters at once. With the treant's aid and my elevated attack speed, I methodically took them down one by one. 2 hours later, after clearing all the standard mobs and the scattered level 7 elite monsters, Goblin Eviscerators, I finally crossed the threshold to level 7. Level up. Please choose one enhancement. Option 1. Plus 15 strength. Option 2. Passive skill. Thorn Armor. Reflects 10% melee damage. Option 3. Passive skill. Ricochet Arrow. Arrows bounce to hit another enemy for 50% damage. My gaze locked onto Ricochet Arrow, and my heart leapt with excitement. This was exactly the ability I needed. In the jungle's complex terrain and amidst the dense clustering of monsters, this skill would be my ultimate tool for amplified damage output. When I unleashed a tri-shot, every arrow would now ricochet once, vastly expanding my attack's effective range. Choose Ricochet Arrow. As the skill fused into me, I could distinctly feel an indescribable power seeping through the quiver and bowstring. A mystical, almost ethereal aura seemed to imbue the arrows. They felt alive. After completing my preparation, I lifted my gaze to the deeper recesses of the forest, where the corrupted aura was thickest. My target lay ahead, the ultimate gatekeeper of Nightmare difficulty, the Goblin Shadow Chieftain. Goblin Shadow Chieftain, Nightmare Dungeon Boss. Level 8. HP 2800/2800. Physical attack 95. Defense 25. Skills: Shadow Ambush, Frenzied Slash, Shadow Seed, Summons Shadow Goblins, Chieftain's Warcry, Area Fear Effect. This wasn't just any monster, it was a true beast. Its overwhelming attack power, coupled with its formidable defense, loomed imposingly, and its staggering vitality promised a grueling battle. But if all my preparations ended here, I'd never know if I could transcend my limits. I rolled my shoulders and took a deep breath, inhaling the murky air. A quick downward glance at the time told me there was 1 hour left until the promised 6 o'clock deadline. I'll give it a shot, I murmured, raising my head with a gaze sharp as a blade. Victory or defeat, it all depended on this moment. At the same time, outside of the dungeon, The atmosphere was growing increasingly lively. The crowd watching from afar had greatly exceeded expectations. No one left. Instead, more and more people gathered. They were eager to witness what kind of result the solo level 5 archer who ventured into the nightmare forest could possibly produce. It's been almost 3 hours, hasn't it? Why isn't he out yet? Murmurs and whispers rained down around me like a relentless drizzle. Their voices were filled with speculation, ridicule, and even a trace of malice. Could it be he's really grinding elite monsters? If he manages to clear the elites, the experience would be enough to push him to level 7, right? Wouldn't that make him overtake Zhao Ziqing? No way. Someone scoffed, their tone brimming with disdain. Do you even know how absurd elite monster stats are in nightmare mode? Zhao Ziqing's entire party is level 6 and clad in newly purchased equipment, yet they barely scraped through. What Sumu got? No gear, no teammates, a lone fragile archer? Clearing the normal mobs would already count as a miracle. Elite monsters? He's dreaming. Maybe he hasn't even seen the elite monsters yet. He's probably wasting time on normal mobs, another added. Or maybe he's just hiding somewhere on the map, too scared to fight, waiting for everyone to forget so he won't have to face the shame of losing his bet. The malicious speculation spread quickly among the crowd. In the distance, Zhao Ziqing sneered and curled his lips. Humph, what kind of tricks could he possibly be playing? I know exactly how tough nightmare dungeon mobs are to deal with. Without equipment or a team, a lone squishy archer like him would need a blessing from the heavens just to finish off the normal mobs. And elites? Might as well be a fairy tale. Though his tone bristled with contempt, there was the faintest flicker of unease in his eyes. Zhao was all too aware that Sumu had been in the dungeon far longer than the usual time needed to simply go through the motions. Could it be his talent was truly exceptional enough to let him take on nightmare elite monsters alone? Standing not far away, Song Yuer silently watched the dungeon entrance, her thoughts a storm of contradiction. As someone who had personally cleared a nightmare dungeon solo, she understood exactly how impossible the difficulty of solo challenge could be. Even she, with her SSS tier class and devastating damage plus control skills, had nearly fallen. For Sumu to have lasted this long inside, that certainly wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Maybe, could he actually clear the elite mob? A glimmer of faint hope surged in her heart, but she quickly crushed the thought. Impossible. Clearing nightmare difficulty for someone like him now is nothing short of a pipe dream. Without a high-tolerance class, relying solely on agility and archery to face the berserk attacks of the boss, just one hit would be fatal.
Deep within the nightmare jungle, the air felt as though it had been frozen into an invisible iron wall, and every breath came with a suffocating weight. I held my breath, my fingers lightly touching the bowstring, my gaze fixed unwaveringly on the colossal shadowy figure up ahead, Goblin Shadow Chieftain, a 3-meter-tall behemoth like a moving mountain. This battle left me no way out. Without a moment's hesitation, I launched my attack. 3 arrows pierced through the air, streaking like eagles across the night sky, striking their target with pinpoint accuracy. The chieftain's thick pelt quivered, but the arrows did not fall, they ricocheted toward a nearby wounded goblin bloodseeker, landing with a heavy thud. -21. -21. -21. -10. -10. -10. The damage numbers kept leaping as a shade of green rose from beneath the chieftain's feet. A massive treant broke through the earth, raising its hefty limbs to hammer down on the chieftain, forcing a furious roar from its throat. Roar! The chieftain abruptly raised its head, its crimson glare locking onto me. Its searing rage rushed forward like a rancid wind, and its massive form moved with unexpected agility, activating Shadow Rush, transforming into a whirlwind of razor-sharp speed charging directly towards me. At that moment, every nerve in my body screamed, but my movements outpaced my thoughts. I retreated swiftly, sidestepping while firing a rapid succession of shots. The bowstring thrummed almost without pause, each arrow carrying my very life as it sped towards its mark. The chieftain howled amidst the torrential rain of arrows, but the damage continued to bounce, each hit like a relentless needle forcing it off its trajectory. Not far away, treants continued to sprout, blocking the chieftain's path. The rhythm of the battle's first phase left no room for me to relax. The chieftain's shadow rush and ferocious slashes did not relent for a single moment, and I could only rely on agile preemption and precise movements to continuously prolong its aggression. Using trees as cover, I kite with extreme control, not letting up for even a second. 10 minutes passed, the roars and arrow volleys entangled like a chaotic dance, and the chieftain's health finally dropped to 70%. But then, it suddenly halted, raised its head, and let out an earth-shaking howl. Chieftain war cry erupted, a ripple of invisible energy that engulfed the entire battlefield. I felt a wave of fear crash into my chest, as cold as frost, suffocating my breath and disrupting my rhythm. My body hesitated for a brief instant. But my will fought against it with all its might. I gritted my teeth, forcing the oppressive mist-like fear away. Yet in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the chieftain moved like a shadow, striking with an even faster rush. Not good. A massive, rusty iron blade came slashing down, narrowly grazing my back. I rolled to the side in a desperate flip, barely dodging the blade's arc. The searing heat of its wild swing brushed against my skin, and the blade embedded itself into the ground with a thunderous crack, shattering the earth and raising a cloud of debris. Cloaked within the dust, I crouched low, fingers gripping my bowstring tightly, my teeth clenched to the point of aching. The battle was far from over, and every moment I hung precariously on the edge of a blade. Dodging yet another one of the chieftain's heavy strikes, I felt cold sweat trickle down my back, yet my movements showed no sign of stopping. I adjusted my position, no longer firing arrows recklessly but calculating every shot, aiming for the perfect angle between the chieftain, the nearby rocks, and the trees. Whoosh! An arrow struck the chieftain's shoulder before ricocheting eerily off a nearby rock, arcing back to strike the chieftain square in the back of its neck. -21. -10. -10. A 3-hit attack. Even though the power diminished with each ricochet, the cumulative damage was still significant. This was the true utility of ricochet arrows in complex terrain. The chieftain roared louder than ever before and began summoning shadow seeds. Black spheres of energy fell to the ground, transforming into shadow goblins that leaped towards me in droves. My chest tightened as if a mountain had been placed upon it, but I refused to falter. Piercing arrows became my salvation, with a single shot penetrating 2 or 3 goblins, further triggering ricochets to maintain efficiency. Yet this grueling battle seemed designed to test the limits of my every nerve. I had to focus on evading the chieftain's relentless strikes, fend off the surrounding mobs, and continuously reposition the treants to keep the front line in check. The battle had reached its peak. As the chieftain's health dropped to 30%, it let out an ear-piercing roar, entering a berserk state. Its attack speed and destructive power surged to terrifying heights, shredding the surrounding trees into fragments within the whirlwind of its blade. I gritted my teeth. The treant's lifespans were as fragile as thin paper. Once stabilized for just a few seconds, they were torn apart. I had no choice but to push my mobility to its limits, using the terrain and my speed to lure the chieftain into a relentless chase, causing its attacks to miss before counterattacking with relentless fury at every opening. In my mind, I calculated every trajectory of the chieftain's movements, as if time had slowed and my thoughts were forced to their extreme limits. Every arrow seemed to have a life of its own, weaving nimbly between the forest and cliffs, curving from improbable angles to strike the chieftain's fatal weaknesses. Time passed second by second, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. When the chieftain let out one final roar, hoarse and filled with despair, its massive body collapsed with a deafening crash and then disintegrated into a burst of black light. It vanished into nothingness. My strength seemed to drain from my body instantly, leaving me staggering unsteadily as I leaned against a charred tree trunk, my breathing as ragged as a bellows on the verge of collapse. Boss Goblin Shadow Chieftain defeated. You've gained 500 experience points. Life Drain activated, permanent life stat +1. Level up. Current level, 7, 31.5%. The warm energy surging through my body from the double level up revitalized me slightly. My gaze fell to the spot where the boss's body had disintegrated, where an ancient black ring caught my attention, along with a scattering of coins. Shadow's Breath Ring, green, excellent. Strength +8. Agility +5. Special effect, adds 3% life steal to attacks. I slid the ring onto my finger and immediately felt a powerful surge of strength and agility. A faint, indescribable devouring force seemed to stir within me, causing a fleeting ripple of unease. But I pushed those thoughts aside. It wasn't the time for investigation. After taking a deep breath, I opted to conclude the session and exited the nerve-wracking dungeon that had nearly consumed me. As a flash of purple-black light enveloped me, I reappeared at the teleportation point in the training field outside the dungeon. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if frozen in time. But this silence was the calm before the storm, because the moment it broke, an uproar of massive proportions followed. Level 7. Gasps of disbelief and exclamations of shock erupted from the crowd. He reached level 7. Soloed a nightmare dungeon. He actually pulled it off. Impossible. Clearing out all the elite mobs, sure, but, no way. A solo boss kill. Voices of doubt sprang up one after another, laced with a mix of awe and incredulity. They marveled at the outcome but refused to accept the process that led to it. I let my gaze wander briefly until it settled on Song Yuer amidst the crowd. Her brows were furrowed, but then slowly, they eased. On her cold, frosty face appeared the faintest hint of a smile curving at the corners of her lips. Though she didn't say a word, I saw her murmur softly under her breath, "This guy, he didn't disappoint me after all." Immediately after, she seemed to become aware of her own expression and quickly adjusted, letting out a faint hum before turning to leave. Her steps remained as aloof as ever, yet carried an almost imperceptible lightness. On the other side, Zhao Zicheng could no longer contain himself. His face darkened as he pointed at me, screeching, "This is absolutely impossible. You cheated. How could a mere archer achieve something like this?" His voice, distorted by anger and envy, made him both pitiable and laughable. I stared calmly at Zhao Zicheng, my tone cool but laced with sharpness. "If you can figure out how I cheated, feel free to prove it. Or is it that you just can't accept losing?" "Can't accept losing?" Zhao Zicheng's face turned as red as a beet, clearly struck by my words. The subtle weight of watching eyes fanned his rage even higher. Ultimately, he calmed his fury enough to sneer smugly, "All this over a set of trash elite-grade equipment? Do you think I care? Take it." He whipped out his phone, his fingers tapping furiously at the screen. Ding! 200,000 renminbi has been transferred to your account. The crisp electronic voice cut through the tense silence, leaving everyone speechless in its wake. Snapping his phone shut, Zhao Zicheng fixed me with a venomous glare. 200,000. Enough for you to buy 2 whole sets of gear. Consider the rest a reward for your dumb luck. Su Mu, you got away with it this time, but don't think we're finished. Before anyone could respond, he turned on his heels and stormed off in a fit of rage, brimming with humiliation and resentment. His posse appeared momentarily dazed before scrambling after him, their retreat resembling a hasty escape. I glanced briefly at the extra balance in my account, my expression unmoved. It was nothing noteworthy. His threats, even less so. Pocketing my phone, I ignored the hushed whispers and the curious, or malicious, gazes trailing me, letting it all fade into the background noise. Several classmates hesitantly edged closer, their expressions a mixture of caution and uncertainty. Su Mu, congratulations. About us before. Their stammering and tentative words left me calm and indifferent. These familiar faces now seemed veiled in a thin mist. I merely glanced at them without responding, without reproach, walking past them as if they were just passers-by. There was nothing to say, it's human nature, nothing to blame. But this tenuous relationship was marked with an ending today. I saw through it all, feeling unburdened and light. Those gazes, filled with envy, jealousy, or amazement, still hovered around me. Yet, I no longer lingered, walking alone toward the school gates. The clamor faded into the distance, and the scenes of Jiang City's old town became vivid in my mind. Walking through the worn alleyways, the dim streetlights cast mottled shadows. I pushed open the familiar small wooden door, greeted by the unmistakable blend of bitter ointment and the warmth of home-cooked meals. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," I murmured. "Little Moo, you're back." Mom lifted her head from the wooden bench, quickly standing up, her eyes filled with concern as she hurried toward me. "How was it? Did the job transfer ceremony go smoothly? What class did you awaken to?" Dad, lying on the old sofa, struggled to sit up. I helped support him. After hesitating briefly, I finally said slowly, "Archer, a regular class." For a moment, silence enveloped the dim little room. I caught the fleeting disappointment in their eyes, but I understood, they tried to hide it. Shortly after, Mom broke the silence, speaking gently yet earnestly, "A regular class is fine too. At least it's a combat class, much better than us with life-based professions." "That's right, even with a regular class, you can achieve great things. It's all about your effort," Dad added, his deep voice laden with comfort. He tried to muster a smile to make his words sound more sincere. Suddenly, Mom turned, rummaging through the cabinet, and took out a somewhat worn bank card, pressing it into my hand. "This is the 300,000 we've saved over the years. It's all yours. Now that you're pursuing a combat profession, you must equip yourself properly. Spend what you need, don't skimp, understand?" As I looked at the bank card in my hand, then at their unabashed worry and love in their eyes, my nose stung. I knew that refusing the money would only make them more uneasy. Taking a deep breath, I nodded earnestly. "Dad, Mom, I understand. I'll make sure this money is put to good use. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll heat up some food." Mom turned toward the kitchen, but I softly called out to her. "Mom, wait." I paused for a moment before speaking in a low tone. "After dinner, I want to head outside the city." "Outside the city?" At those words, their expressions changed drastically. Mom almost dropped the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, while Dad's face turned stern. "The wilderness is full of dangers. You just completed your job transfer today. Focus on the beginner dungeons, follow the proper steps to level up, why take such risks?" Looking at their worried faces, I didn't want to add to their unease. In a gentle voice, I explained, "The beginner dungeons are too inefficient. I don't want to waste time." "Don't worry, I have my plans." "What kind of plans? You don't even have basic gear ready." Mom's anxiety spiked, her voice rising. I lifted my head to meet their worried gazes and softly said, "I'm already level 7. A wave of silence swept through the room. My parents' lips parted slightly, their expressions frozen. "What, level 7? Mom stared at me as if doubting her ears, her gaze filled with astonishment. Did you meet someone influential? Did someone help you?" Her words bore no malice, only disbelief. I knew this was a height they never dared to hope for. Sitting at the dining table, I listened to their concerns, feeling warmth surge through me. Indeed, I didn't explain what it meant to solo grind, the intricate and perilous battles they likely wouldn't comprehend, perhaps it would only bring added fear. I simply gave a brief response, "Yes, something like that." Even so, their joy was evident, but it was soon overshadowed by deep concern. "Even at level 7, the wilderness isn't something to take lightly," Dad's voice was heavy with apprehension. I looked them in the eyes, my tone calm yet firm. "Dad, Mom, I have a plan. I've grown up and I know what I'm doing." Dad held my gaze for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Turning to Mom, he said, "The child has grown up. Let him walk his path. We have to trust him." Mom's eyes reddened, her voice trembling as she finally said, "Just be careful. Don't push yourself too hard, okay?" I nodded solemnly in reply. "I understand. Don't worry." The table was laden with delicious dishes, and even the simplest of meals seemed to carry a unique weight in such an atmosphere. My parents kept adding food to my plate, earnestly reminding me about every little detail. I listened patiently and nodded in agreement with everything they said. After dinner, I returned to my room, laid down on the familiar bed, and closed my eyes. For a moment, there was only darkness, with cool breezes brushing lightly and the sound of my own heartbeat filling my ears. My mind, however, churned like turbulent tides, meticulously planning every action for the next day. I had to seize every moment to improve my abilities. Beyond the city walls lay the true proving ground. And the potential of my roguelike template had only just begun to reveal itself. After what felt like a long time, I finally drifted into sleep. At that same time, in the brightly lit principal's office of Jiangqing First High School, a different kind of night was unfolding. The atmosphere was stifling yet efficient, with the principal, several grade directors, and a few senior instructors gathered around. They pored over data and analysis manuals, discussing at length the advancement records and job progressions for every senior year student that day. Only 7 days remained until the college entrance exams, and the imminent opening of the world battlefields, a trial ground where brutal combat and opportunity coexisted. This monumental arena symbolized a clash of a lifetime between humanity and various alien races. For rookies like us, the beginner's dungeons, there had been slightly moderated, but danger still lurked at every step. The college entrance exam results didn't merely determine personal futures, they also influenced the allocation of national resources for the human race. Identifying and nurturing the most promising students had become more critical than ever. And on that first day, one indicator stood as the most straightforward measure of potential: the level achieved. At that moment, all eyes in the room were fixated on a single name displayed on the screen: Sumu. Sumu. Is it really? Level 7, one of the grade directors, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, confirmed yet again, his tone steeped in incredulity. On the holodisplay, my name was distinctly marked alongside Level 7 tag, second only to the stellar mage prodigy Song Yuer, who was heralded as a supreme talent. However, it wasn't just my level that stunned the room, it was my dungeon record. First attempt, normal difficulty, failed. Second attempt, normal difficulty, cleared. Third attempt, elite difficulty, failed. Fourth attempt, elite difficulty, cleared. Fifth attempt, nightmare difficulty, cleared. Silence descended like a heavy fog. Each person stared at the stark data, their expressions growing heavier with each passing second. From failing a normal dungeon to clearing a nightmare dungeon. That kind of progress is just too astounding, one instructor remarked in awe, seemingly grappling with the implications behind such figures. There's no way a D-rank talent could achieve this, another combat instructor said in a low voice. His roguelike template ability might be far stronger than we initially imagined. This kid is undoubtedly a textbook case of slow and steady accumulation yielding explosive growth. The principal was silent for a few moments, drumming his fingers on the desk before asking quietly, "What's the likelihood of an S-rank talent? Especially with a growth trajectory as inhuman as this one?" No one responded immediately, but the weight in the room grew thicker. S-rank talent, someone murmured, their voice carrying a mix of reverence and fervor. For any professional, an S-rank signified breaking beyond the ordinary, a presence capable of truly altering the course of a battlefield. If it really is S-rank talent, then no matter his base profession, he's absolutely worth our full investment. A light clink of a teacup against the table broke the silence. Contact Sumu immediately and incorporate him into the special training squad, the principal ultimately ordered, his gaze deep and far-reaching, as though glimpsing the future. But as he pondered, he gave a slight shake of his head. It's already late at night, and it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb his rest. How about tomorrow morning? When he heads to the dungeon zone, we'll inform him in person. After all, the preliminary list won't be officially announced until then. Everyone silently nodded their agreement. The so-called Special Training Squad consisted of carefully selected students paired with highly experienced mentors. They'd venture into the wilds for efficient level grinding, receiving targeted skill guidance and forward-looking planning. Normally, this program was only initiated for students who reached level 10 after completing the beginner dungeon. Preparing it in advance now was clearly a strategic move, an effort to seize a golden opportunity and cultivate the next generation of top-tier elites. The next morning, the entrance to the dungeon zone was already crowded with students. With mere moments left before the dungeons refreshed at 8 a.m., no one was willing to waste the chance to gain experience. I weaved through the throngs of people, and from a distance, I could see a group surrounded by the principal and several directors, right at the center of attention. It was clear they were announcing the list. At the heart of the group stood Song Yuer and Zhao Zicheng, whose levels were all above 6. As expected, they'll definitely be the core members of the Special Training Squad, I thought to myself. But then I noticed murmurs rippling through the crowd. Song Yuer and the others made it in as expected. So envious. But it's weird. Where's Sumu? Isn't he the school's top leveler? Didn't he just hit level 7 yesterday? This doubt quickly spread among the school's upper echelons. I noticed the principal frowning slightly, clearly sensing something was amiss as well. Nearly everyone on the attendance list had shown up, but Sumu was nowhere to be seen. The time was nearing 8 o'clock, and such an unusual act of tardiness was utterly against his habits. Song Yuer and I exchanged glances, the same confusion shone in her eyes. Suddenly, the principal's communicator buzzed faintly. He glanced at the message, his expression shifting sharply, from his casual demeanor to one full of worry. He stared at us and said gravely, "I just received news. Sumu left the city early this morning." What? The surrounding teachers and students cried out in stunned disbelief. Why did he go outside the city? The wilderness beyond is fraught with danger. Going alone, isn't that courting disaster? The news chilled us to the bone, like a cold wind cutting to the core. The principal explained, the intel confirms he ventured alone into the wilderness beyond the city. His words were like a stone plunged into the heart of a tranquil lake, setting off waves of greater turmoil. Casting an eye toward the city outskirts, where monsters of level 10 and above roamed openly and the environment was little less than hostile, a level 7 individual heading out alone was akin to stepping unarmed into a lion's den. My mind churned in chaos, and my fists clenched instinctively. Song Yuer stood just ahead of me. She froze for a moment, her lips tightening into a thin line. Anger and frustration intertwined in her gaze, forming a tempest. Sumu, you're too arrogant. Do you think this will spare you from competition? I won't let you escape that easily, she muttered to herself. Then she made up her mind, her voice quieter but full of resolve, "Humph. After clearing the dungeon, I'm heading out beyond the city too. We'll settle this then." In contrast, Zhao Zicheng's expression was unsettlingly gleeful and smug. A faint smirk emerged from the shadows where he stood, and with a soft chuckle, he remarked, "Heading out alone? Foolish. Still, this isn't the time to deal with you. I only hope you don't die too easily." Sumu. His demeanor made me frown, sensing he was bound to be a source of trouble. While others speculated, lamented, or silently worried, Sumu had already ventured out of the city, alone. He had chosen an unorthodox path of advancement, stepping into the wild lands beyond Jiang City. Standing at the city gates, one could gaze upon the towering 100-meter-high walls lined with iron-like stone, cleanly dividing order and chaos. Although the area below the city walls appeared disorganized, it bristled with life. Blacksmiths worked their flaming forges, the pungent aroma of herbs wafted from apothecaries, and merchants bartered in hushed tones with adventurers, some of whom bore visible scars from their harrowing forays into the wild. A faint tinge of blood hung in the air. But Sumu wasted no time. He strode through the bustling trading street straight toward the city center, where the grandest building stood. This was the Grand Xia Exchange, reputedly the nexus linking civilization and the wilderness. His steps never faltered, his resolve fierce and unyielding. Entering the exchange, the vast, orderly space before me was mesmerizing. Light poured into the expansive hall, and though the crowds were dense, there was no trace of chaos. This place wasn't just for trading equipment, materials, and potions but also facilitated cross-city commerce, appraisals, and consignments. Its functions were vast, and its reputation beyond reproach. However, ordinary standardized gear barely fetched any attention here. I approached one of the self-service terminals and inserted my identification card. The information displayed on the screen gave me a clearer understanding of my current situation. Name, Su Mu. Class, Archer, Ordinary. Level, 7. Contribution rank, Level 1, 0.001. Permissions, Tier 1, can purchase basic supplies, access basic tasks. Contribution rank and permissions effectively determined one's status within the Grand Xia system and the resources they could access. Higher permissions granted access to controlled gear and skills and even certain privileges. Yet upgrading these relied entirely on undertaking tasks, donating rare materials, or achieving major accomplishments. I was still in the starting phase, where every resource had to be carefully utilized. After a quick browse, I spent over 10,000 star coins to purchase 100 bottles of generic recovery potions. While their effects were slow, they were sustained and had a favorable cost-to-performance ratio. Then, I listed the mage weapon I acquired yesterday on the consignment platform. Such low-tier gear wasn't worth holding onto, and while the 50,000 plus star coins I currently had seemed decent on the surface, they'd likely fall far short come the level 10 gear upgrades. Every move had to be meticulously planned. Another crucial aspect of the exchange was to monitor the buying prices for materials and official task listings. I noted a few collection tasks in steady demand: zombie finger bones, venom sacs from poisonous spiders, and tusks of hardened wild boars. These materials were relatively easy to obtain but in great demand, making them suitable for grinding levels while simultaneously earning funds. Just as I was about to leave, my gaze stopped on a particular task. Task: conquer the Abandoned Tomb Dungeon, Nightmare difficulty. Objective: obtain Tooth of the Zombie King 1. Reward: 300,000 star coins, contribution points plus 100. Recommended level: 15, full team. The Zombie King. That's the undead dungeon described in the textbooks. Its difficulty is no joke, and the nightmare mode raises the challenge significantly. The fangs of the Zombie King are highly valuable, serving as a critical material for certain special equipment. However, I'm fully aware of my capabilities. At my current pace, as long as there are no setbacks in my upcoming progress, I should be able to attempt it at level 11 or 12, and at most by 13 or 14, I'll definitely succeed. There's no rush, I can slot this task into my leveling route and handle it on the way. Once all the preparations were finished, I headed toward the city gate. When the gate guards saw me, a hint of doubt clearly flickered across their faces. Level 7. And just a regular archer, one of the guards asked cautiously. Classmate, I wouldn't recommend leaving the city alone at this level. The monsters outside are much more dangerous than those in the dungeons. There's no protective mechanism out there. It's better to form a team. I responded calmly, thanks for the warning. I'll just be active in the nearby areas and won't go too far. His gaze remained skeptical, but he seemed to realize I had some level of confidence, so he didn't continue persuading me. According to the regulations, he quickly recorded my departure information into the system and proceeded to upload it to the school's platform. As I passed through the energy veil of the city gate, a cool, fleeting sensation washed over my entire body, as though stepping through an intangible barrier. Beyond the veil, I suddenly found myself in a completely different world. The order and bustle within the city walls were sealed away entirely, replaced by an atmosphere of desolation and danger. The city wall was clearly more than just a physical barrier, it was evidently engraved with complex protective enchantments, though I had no time to study their intricacies. Following my planned route, I chose the southeast direction. This area was rich in dark creatures like zombies and venomous spiders. These monsters generally had relatively low health, moved sluggishly, and were largely offense-oriented, which made them perfectly suited for my agility and range advantage. The scattered dense forests in the area also served as the perfect environment to maximize the potential of my ricochet arrows talent. Gripping my bow tightly and with my eyes unwavering, I felt as though the path ahead was already laid out, waiting for my steps to move forward. Not far past the gates, upon entering the sparse forested area, I heard a low growl from the front. A shiver ran down my spine. Drawing my longbow, I fixed my eyes on the bushes ahead, and sure enough, the creature emerged, a spider the size of a millstone, its body covered in jet-black fur. 8 eerie green compound eyes locked onto me as venom dripped slowly from its menacing mandibles. Monster, venomous spider. Level, 10. HP, 580/580. Physical attack, 48. Defense, 18. Skills, Venom Spray, Web Bind. This was the first opponent I faced in the wild. Its stats were formidable, far exceeding the elite monsters in beginner-level dungeons. But based on experience, I knew full well that this wouldn't be more than a stepping stone for training. Taking a deep breath, I readied my bowstring. With a hum, the arrow shot forth. 6 arrows were fired like a relentless storm, consecutive swift shots so fluid that they left no openings. -25. -25. -25. -25. -25. -25. The arrows hit their mark, and green liquid splashed out as they pierced through its armor. I instinctively shifted to the side to avoid the liquid's trajectory. In a split second, 2 of the arrows bizarrely ricocheted off a nearby tree before bending their flight path back to deliver a final strike. The venomous spider barely had time to raise its front legs before it was overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of arrows. Its health bar emptied in an instant. Without so much as a dying screech, its body stiffened and collapsed heavily to the ground, descending into deathly silence. Defeated venomous spider. Gained 55 experience points. Life drain activated, max HP +1 permanently. Obtained item, venomous spider's venom sac X1. A clean, swift kill. I stepped forward and looked down at the malodorous green venom sac it had dropped, deftly picking it up with my fingertips. Not bad, I nodded, before turning my gaze toward the deeper parts of the forest. This spider was nothing more than an appetizer. The real feast awaited in the upcoming hunts. Killing a level 10 monster yielded 55 experience points. I calculated silently, from level 7 to 8, I'd need about 16,000 experience points. At this rate, I could meet my goal within 3 hours. This efficiency reminded me of yesterday's grueling ordeal in the Nightmare Dungeon, where it had taken 2 to 3 hours just to barely scrape up 1 level. Here, the experience gain rate was more than twice as fast. More importantly, the monsters here scaled naturally with the surrounding environment, unlike dungeons where levels were rigidly fixed. I understood well that in the early stages of growth, clinging to the familiar was a surefire way to stagnate. At higher levels, the rewards from dungeons would decline rapidly, but the wilderness would continue to present itself as a playground of escalating challenges. No wonder the top students and professionals all favor the wild. This is the path to breaking through to greater heights. The path ahead was clear. I would utilize this dense forest to push myself to level 15 within 7 days, aiming directly for the entrance threshold of the higher level exams. While my heart swelled with ambition, I was fully aware that every battle beyond level 10 would become increasingly grueling. The exponential growth in experience required would be an even greater challenge. For the next 3 hours, I immersed myself wholly in the hunt. Moving swiftly through the forest, the bowstring hummed incessantly, its rhythm fluid like a flowing stream. The heavy thud of arrows striking targets sharpened my focus further. Wave after wave of creatures fell under the relentless rain of speeding arrows, my silhouette darting ghost-like amidst the trees, the hunt never ceasing. During this time, I encountered many other leveling teams. When they saw me, just a lone level 7 hunter, their eyes inevitably revealed surprise or wariness. I understood well that in this place, it wasn't just the monsters that were fearsome, human intentions were far more inscrutable. At the slightest inkling of hostility in their stares, I would immediately rely on the forest's natural cover to evade, never recklessly stepping into others' sphere of activity. The dense forest itself was my ally. Ricochet arrows performed exceptionally well here, allowing me to use trees and rocks as guiding points to make surprise attacks with curving trajectories, doubling my efficiency. Finally, as 3 hours passed, a familiar light radiated from my body. Success. Level up to 8. In these grueling 3 hours, I had killed nearly 300 monsters, my backpack now filled with various quest items. But what startled me even more was the effect of life drain. It had permanently increased my health by nearly 300 points. Now, my health points had surpassed the 600 mark, an extraordinary feat far exceeding that of most professionals at the same level. Level up. Please select one of the following 3 enhancement options. Option 1, increase agility by 15 points. Option 2, attacks penetrate an additional target, stackable. Option 3, acquire the passive skill Eagle, slight increase in vision range and hit rate. Staring at these options, I didn't rush to decide. I was acutely aware that my choice would influence every subtle dynamic in future battles. Out in the wild, decisions were never to be made impulsively. Gazing at the options before me, my eyes lingered on the second choice. After a moment of deep thought, I made my decision. I choose option 2, attacks penetrate an additional target. Enhancement complete, current attacks can now penetrate 2 targets. Although this improvement seemed mundane at the moment, I understood its potential all too well. When faced with densely packed enemies or when luring large groups efficiently, the dual penetration combined with ricochet effects would greatly expand my attack coverage. This combination not only compensated for a bow user's usual disadvantage in crowd control but could even rival the clearing efficiency of magic-based classes at the same level. Quickly evaluating my current combat potential, I thought, given my current efficiency, I'm probably on par with some SS-ranked professions now. While magic-based classes leveled quickly in the early stages, they were highly mana-dependent, and their combat power took a nosedive once their mana was depleted. Meanwhile, I had been relying primarily on normal attacks, which required barely any resources. Although the cost was physical exhaustion, one single strike of mine with a 4-arrow volley, combined with ricochet and double penetration effects, could trigger damage numbers more than tenfold per attack. This kind of damage coverage made me unstoppable in my hunts. However, as efficiency increased, I inevitably encountered a new problem. The monster respawn rate in this region could no longer keep up with the speed of my clearing. I had anticipated this and didn't hesitate for a moment to venture deeper into the forest. As I advanced further, the level of enemies gradually rose, reaching levels 11 and even 12, with foes like rotting zombies and giant venomous spiders emerging in succession. Their sudden leap in levels brought with it significant increases in stats. Especially past level 11, attributes such as attack and defense often doubled, creating an intimidating challenge. However, their specialized berserker tendencies became my key to exploiting their weaknesses: high offense, low health, and weak defenses. As long as I maintained my advantage in range and speed, they were powerless against me. The bowstring thrummed continuously as sharp arrows carved through the air. The monsters ahead, like withered grass in the wind, fell one after another. All the while, I watched my experience bar steadily climb, my confidence and composure as precise as my arrows. Time trickled away in the hunt. Before I realized it, the sun began to set, golden rays filtering through the forest canopy, casting a fleeting yet brilliant glow over the day's battles. As I felt a familiar warmth surge within me, I knew another breakthrough was imminent. Level 9. Experience, 97%. I paused briefly, leaning against a massive boulder for a moment's rest. I tore into the prepared dried rations and sipped a few mouthfuls of cool water. As expected, leveling up faster still requires adventuring in the wilderness. Compared to the school's dungeons, nightmare difficulty might offer high rewards, but it's far too restrictive. If I had spent today grinding the school dungeons, even the full 5 runs wouldn't have pushed me to level 9. Right now, I was just shy of the experience needed, soon, would touch the threshold of level 10. Hopefully, I can reach level 10 before nightfall. Internally focused on the imminent goal, I opened my stats panel and quickly reviewed my current data. Name, Su Mu. Class, Archer, Common. Level, 9, 97.5%. Talent, Roguelike Template, Special. Strength, 38. Agility, 45. Constitution, 29. Spirit, 32. HP, 2135/2135. Mana, 190/190. Physical attack, 38. Attack speed, 1.5. Skills, marksmanship expertise, nature's call, life drain, ricochet arrows. Talent enhancements, shoot 4 extra arrows, attack speed increased by 100%, attacks pierce through 2 additional targets, ricochet once per arrow. All this efficient progress owed much to my luck. Upon strengthening at level 9, I once again obtained the enhancement fire 1 additional arrow per attack. Since then, each attack had become a volley of 4 arrows, catapulting my damage output to new heights. With my HP now exceeding 2000, on par with warriors of the same level specializing in defense, I might have gained more confidence, but I was well aware of the looming dangers of the wilderness at night. An archer might have the advantage of range and vision, but without a skill like night vision and having yet to complete my first-class advancement, I was highly vulnerable in poor visibility. If I were surrounded by monsters or ambushed by nocturnal predators with stealth capabilities, the consequences could be catastrophic. Despite the peril, though, I could feel the combat hunger boiling within me, a raw anticipation coiling in my chest, a bowstring drawn taut, ready to release at any moment. The matter of skills churned persistently in my thoughts as I chewed my rations. Every class gains a passive skill every 5 levels, while at level 10 an active skill unlocks. Passive skills often provide auxiliary benefits. Minor perception offers a slim chance of detecting invisible enemies, and precision slightly boosts accuracy. Though practical, abilities like range enhancement, a rare passive, offer limited utility early on and come at a steep cost, so I had not prioritized them. In contrast, active skills were critical to enhancing my current combat capacity. There were 3 ways to acquire skills: consuming skill scrolls to learn them, gaining permanent mastery from skill books, or receiving training from higher-ranked professionals, though the latter required specific talents and unique opportunities. As someone in a common class, the third method was my most optimal path, but it often meant waiting until university, where I could learn at low or no cost. Joining a corporate syndicate or powerful family was another option, but the loss of freedom and high cost made it unacceptable. Thus, I chose to strive on my own, hoping to obtain skill books or scroll drops. But reality was harsh. Despite clearing out thousands of monsters today, my gains had been frustratingly meager. Still, hope burned within me. Particularly when considering the level 15 Zombie King dungeon in the outer area, not only did it offer a lucrative bounty quest, but there was also the potential for low-tier skill books to drop. This was one of the reasons I was targeting that area. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, how could I resist? After a brief rest, I felt my energy fully replenished. Rising to my feet once more, my eyes locked onto the last narrow gap on my experience bar. As if cued by fate, the sound of creaking bones shattered the forest's stillness. A patrol of skeletal warriors emerged from the withered woods. Brandishing bone swords and shields, their empty sockets blazed with ghostly blue flames. They were a staggering level 13. Taking a deep breath, I dispelled all distractions and cleared my mind. The world slowed in my perception as I drew my bow. The arrows loosed in a rapid storm, 4 arrows per shot ripped through their front ranks, the ricochet effect dancing nimbly across targets to inflict chain damage. Though the skeletal warriors' defenses were formidable, they proved no match for my relentless volleys. Their formations crumbled like a field of wheat under the scythe, their forms collapsing into piles of shattered bones. The experience points climbed rapidly, electrifying every fiber of my being. After about 10 minutes, the last skeletal warrior fell, disintegrating into fragments. A radiant beam of light surged around me. Level up. Current level, 10. The notification resounded through my mind. On top of that, the effect of life drain triggered, permanently increasing my HP by 1 point. The visceral sense of this growth sped my heartbeat. Yet it was what followed that truly froze my breath. A new message appeared, level elevated to 10. Please select 2 from the following 3 special enhancement options. My gaze swiftly swept towards the options that appeared before me. Option 1, Nature Resonance, Enhancement, enhances my summon Treant, leveling it up by 1, granting additional damage reduction and health regeneration, greatly boosting its combat sustainability. Option 2, Starry Arrow Barrage, Active Skill, starry arrows orbit around me, automatically adjusting to offensive or defensive modes. Whether blocking melee attacks or seeking out distant targets automatically, its power is astounding. Option 3, Rend, Active Skill, each arrow that hits leaves behind an energy arrow within the enemy, causing true damage upon manual detonation and applying a slow effect. If the target is killed, the skill's cooldown instantly refreshes. Each of these 3 options surpassed previous enhancements in terms of both effect and mechanism. I even felt a shred of nervousness, as every option held immense allure, and this was the critical moment that concerned the future. My fists clenched slightly as a whirlwind of thoughts churned within me. I needed to think calmly and make the optimal choice. Option 2, Starry Arrow Barrage, was undeniably the pivotal choice, precisely addressing my weaknesses in close-quarters combat and auto-targeting. The power and sense of security radiating from the arrows orbiting around me were irreplaceable by any other skill. As for Option 3, Rend, it embodied the pinnacle of explosive power. The combination of true damage, the terrifying slow effect, and the potential cooldown refresh granted the skill unparalleled oppressive force. One focused on defense, the other on extreme offense. And so, I needed no hesitation. In a low voice, I said, I choose Option 2, Starry Arrow Barrage, and Option 3, Rend. Almost the moment my words fell, a vast torrent of information surged into my mind, every detail crisp and clear as if chiseled in stone. The potential and intricacies of both skills unfolded like a scroll before me. A thought commanded my mind, and I whispered, Starry Arrow Barrage. Buzz. For ethereal arrows, conjured from starlight, materialized and began orbiting around me. Their azure glow traced arcs like meteors streaking through the night sky, making me appear as though a celestial deity had descended. These arrows danced like phantoms and, when brushing against rocks or trees, passed through them without causing damage, preserving the surrounding terrain entirely. Calmly assessing, I realized the number of starry arrows depended on my base arrow attack count. This meant the number of arrows would multiply as I grew stronger. Just with these 4, a quadruple-layered offensive and defensive barrier was already formed. How much more could one imagine in the future? Clutching my longbow, I felt a surge of battle intent rise within me. With a mere 5-minute cooldown, I could practically keep this skill in reserve at all times. Who could withstand such suppression? Overcoming enemies far above my level? At this moment, I was filled with a vigorous sense of invincibility. Yet this swelling triumph was abruptly interrupted by the sudden aroma of roasted meat. Frowning, I turned my gaze in the direction of the scent. In a clearing within the distant forest, a campfire danced blatantly in the night. Illuminated by the firelight was a figure clad in the signature noble uniform of Jiangqing High School. Their tall, slightly lean frame carried an air of elegance and aloofness, starkly highlighted by the flickering flames. Someone from Jiangqing. My heart sank. Students hailing from aristocratic families harbored anything but simple methods. Building a campfire in the wilderness, disregarding the myriad lurking dangers, it could only stem from one of two things: immense power or deadly ignorance. Adjusting my footing slightly, alarm bells rang in my head. Such an individual should not be approached but avoided. Making a decisive choice, I suppressed my presence, turned around, and swiftly retreated, leaving the firelight far behind. Using the forest's cover, I selected a hidden corner on slightly elevated terrain, where the surroundings were open to view. Backing against a massive boulder and maintaining a secure position, I began to ponder my plans for the next day. Suddenly, an intense surge of magical radiance burst forth in the direction of the campfire, followed by the clashing of metal and the feral roars of monsters. As expected, I shook my head, turning my gaze away indifferently. Most often, meddling in such affairs was unwise, particularly in danger-laden wildlands. Should that individual place unwarranted confidence in their strength, the outcome would inevitably be a self-inflicted consequence. The stillness of the deep night gradually swallowed everything. Leaning against the boulder, I drifted into a light slumber, maintaining a state of alertness even as my consciousness wavered. The 4 starry arrows continued to orbit around me in silence, offering their silent vigil. Suddenly, a barely discernible sound of friction broke through the whispers of the wind. My instincts took over as my eyes snapped open, pupils narrowing. My grasp tightened around the longbow at my side as my gaze swept across my surroundings. Moonlight filtered through the sparse canopy, scattering fragmented patterns of light and shadow, painting an illusion of tranquil beauty. However, the faint noise that I had caught, so imperceptible, was anything but an illusion. Fixating on the shadows before me, I stood motionless, like a hawk poised to strike, awaiting the moment when the truth concealed in the breeze would finally unravel. Standing motionless within the darkness, I felt the slight chill of the night brushing against my skin. The still silence of the environment was broken by my voice, low and steady. "Who's there?" My gaze pierced into the dense shadows, searching to lock onto whatever was hiding within. Silence. After a brief moment, a lazy yet intriguingly neutral voice spoke from the front left. "Impressive perception. For an ordinary class to actually notice me, that's quite something." The voice was unhurried, as though appraising its prey. "You must have some special talent, right? Those arrows floating around you, they don't seem like something an ordinary class could master at level 10. I've never heard of such a thing before." The voice drew my gaze. I focused, and a tall, slender figure slowly emerged from the shadows of an ancient tree. This person was dressed in an impeccably tailored school uniform, completely devoid of any signs of battle, standing in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the night, like they had never encountered danger. But my heart grew heavier. To approach so silently and remain this composed in such an eerie setting, this person was no ordinary figure. Without betraying any emotion, I fixed my gaze on them, the starlight arrows orbiting me subtly quickening their pace, producing faint, high-pitched sounds as they cut through the air. "Relax." The figure casually raised their hands, their tone flat yet free of hostility, which, ironically, only heightened my wariness. "If I'm not mistaken, you're a level 10 rookie. Color me curious, how did an ordinary class manage to reach this level on just the second day?" They stepped forward slowly, their gait unhurried as though trying not to disturb the heavy silence of the night. "First Academy, Lu Shan," they introduced themselves matter-of-factly. "Stop." My voice was cold, sharp as a blade, tinged with vigilance as it struck directly at them. "Take another step and I'll consider it a provocation." They indeed came to a halt, leaning casually against the tree with arms crossed, a nonchalant air about them. Tilting their head, they seemed to study me, a flicker of scrutiny gleaming in their eyes. "You're very cautious, but don't worry, I don't mean any harm." Their tone was light, almost disarmingly so, which only deepened my distrust. I'm merely curious about your arrow controlling technique. If you're willing to talk, I'd be happy to pay for the information. I said nothing, my piercing eyes still locked onto them with unwavering focus. They gave a slight shrug. Fine, if you don't want to talk, that's your choice. Then their demeanor shifted subtly, though it still bore an air of composure. Actually, I came mainly to offer a trade. I need some mana potions. Ran through a lot of energy in the previous fights. I hesitated slightly upon hearing this, my mind flashing back to the skirmish at the foot of the mountain. A momentary thought raced through my head, but I refrained from speaking it aloud. I didn't want to entangle myself further in these complications. Silently retrieving 5 bottles of general recovery potions from my inventory, I placed them on the ground several meters away from where the observer stood. I'm running low on mana potions myself. No need for payment, take them and leave. My tone was steady as I spoke, simultaneously stepping back cautiously, maintaining a safe distance while keeping him in my sights. Lu Shan glanced briefly at the potions on the ground before shifting his gaze back to me. A faint smile played at his lips. Even after all that, you still won't tell me your name? Not necessary, I replied coldly, already concluding the conversation with my tone. We won't cross paths again. Heh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, he teased, a playful undertone in his voice that made my brow furrow. The next instant, I heard 2 words, spoken crisply and with veiled authority, Su Mu. Every muscle in my body tensed as those words hit me. My pupils dilated slightly, a tremor running through my gaze. How could it be? I hadn't detected him using any probing skills, how did he know my name? Almost out of reflex, I cast an appraisal spell in an attempt to analyze his information. Appraisal failed. Target is shielded by special forces. Of course, it was ineffective. My thoughts grew colder, this person was deeply shrouded in secrecy. Noticing my move, Lu Shan chuckled softly, his tone filled with amused certainty. Don't waste your energy. I've got an item that blocks detection. Unless you're at least 5 levels above me, there's no way you'll see through my defenses. His confident posture grew incrementally more oppressive as he leaned slightly forward, his voice dropping to a murmur, dripping with amusement. As for how I know your name, that's easy. The first time we crossed paths, when you got startled and stumbled away from that campfire, I used an advanced detection scroll to check you out. Completely undetected, of course, you'd never have noticed. The way he spoke was deliberately slow, with a hint of mocking humor that was as irritating as it was unsettling. So, he continued, his tone taking on a disarming but purposeful edge, how about a deal? Tell me the details of that arrow skill of yours, how to acquire it, perhaps. I'm willing to pay a high price for that information. My eyes narrowed sharply, my voice low and steeped in steel. You're concealing your true identity. Why should I trust your sincerity in any deal? For a moment, he blinked, seemingly startled. A flicker of surprise flitted across his eyes. Then, almost as if speaking to himself, he muttered curiously, so well hidden, how did you notice? My equipment is of such a high grade, it's impossible for you to detect anything. He instinctively touched his face and throat, seeming momentarily perplexed himself. Not long after, the other person's tone deepened, revealing a hint of seriousness. Forget it. Since self-reflection is futile, I'll give you some proof. With that, he, or she, produced an antiquated silver badge that shimmered faintly and placed it on the ground without hesitation. This concealment badge is a meeting gift. It can block detection abilities from those up to 5 levels higher than you. Lu Shan's voice was as calm as ever, but his tone carried subtle weight. He roughly estimated the distance and tossed the badge to the ground near my right foot with precise control, neither too aggressive nor leaving any room for hostility. After the action, he said no more. Instead, he bent down to pick up the 5 bottles of potions from the ground, stepping aside while observing me. His gaze held no pressure, yet carried a faint sense of exploration, as if waiting for me to act or attempting to discern the logic behind my previous judgments. I did not rush to pick up the badge. Instead, I stared directly at him and stated calmly, "You don't have an Adam's apple." This sentence landed like a silent bomb, instantly detonating the expression on Lu Shan's face. Reflexively, his hand touched the skin on his neck, his eyes flickering with a trace of astonishment. A brief moment of stiffness passed before he laughed, the laughter gradually transforming into a mix of surprise and delight. The resonant sound echoed clearly through the silent forest. Well done, Su Mu. I actually overlooked such an obvious flaw. So, that's how you deduced my gender and identified my disguise? Interesting, truly interesting. At that moment, he shed his facade. I finally confirmed she was indeed a she. Her gaze toward me changed, it became deeper, intertwining a sense of admiration with wariness. Su Mu, I've remembered you. Leaving behind this cryptic remark, her figure began to blur, almost merging with the air itself. A few quick movements later, her presence was entirely gone from my sight. The dark forest returned to its silence without a trace of sound. I waited for a moment to ensure the danger had truly passed before stepping forward to retrieve the silver badge she had left behind. Instantly, the badge's attributes became clear in my mind. Concealment badge, special equipment. Effect, passive, blocks detection abilities or tools from those up to 5 levels higher than the user's current level. For my current stage, its value was immense. Given my preference to act discreetly, this badge was exactly what I needed to ensure my identity and movements remained concealed from others. I fastened the badge to the inside of my collar, a soft wave of energy spreading outward, as if enveloping me within an invisible shield. Unconsciously, I glanced toward the direction where she had disappeared. The disparity in wealth and status made me sigh once again, but I quickly let it go. Whether it was a high-tier detection scroll or the special equipment she casually gifted, it all underscored the powerful background of this noble from the central region. As for me, I had only my own strength to rely on, to level every obstacle ahead of me. The sky was beginning to brighten, the eastern horizon was laced with pale light. I glanced at the time, it was 5 in the morning, making further rest impossible. I adjusted my gear and swiftly set off toward the Zombie King dungeon. The forest gradually returned to calm, and the daylight dispelled much of the lurking danger. But that did not mean I could afford to let my guard down. Judging by the monster respawn mechanics, the areas I had cleared before were still barren, showing that wild monsters had a longer respawn time. Left with no other choice, I had to venture deeper, risking entry into areas populated by higher-level monsters. As I approached the Zombie King dungeon, the forest's atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Among the dense and withering trees, a putrid stench permeated the air, and exposed white bones occasionally littered the ground, a chilling sight. The lurking monsters ranged from low-tier, decayed zombies, to shambling ghouls. Though their movements were slow, their high physical resistance and massive health pools still posed a threat. However, for my current offensive capabilities, such threats were nearly negligible. My level 10 skill, Stellar Arrow Formation, far exceeded my expectations. 8 arrows, 4 from the original cast, plus an additional 4, shot forth like meteors with pinpoint accuracy. More importantly, those arrows not only inherited the piercing and ricochet properties, but also possessed an auto-targeting capability, enabling them to preemptively lock onto hidden monsters, significantly reducing the risk of ambush. It was an act of absolute efficiency, slaughter, pure and cold. Arrows streaked through the chilling air while I advanced step by step, the wailing cries of undead fading into silence behind me. An indescribable sense of killing intent hung in the forest, and every fallen enemy dissolved into faint glimmers of light, gradually filling my experience bar. 4 hours later, when the familiar glow of a level up enveloped my body, I finally reached level 11. Feeling the surging power within me, I couldn't help but sigh. The experience required after level 10 is indeed terrifying. Looking back at the path I had just tread, it was littered with the remnants of nearly 300 undead. Even though most of them were high-level monsters around level 13 or 14, it had taken me hours of relentless effort to barely climb just one level. Judging by this, the journey from level 11 to 12 would likely demand twice the time and several times the effort. The level 15 threshold set by the 4 great academies is no joke, I muttered to myself. The level requirement alone was enough to crush countless people, not to mention the tests of combat ability, talent, and potential that seemed like insurmountable chasms. I had already set foot on this path, and there was no turning back. My gaze shifted forward, where the oppressive aura in the depths of the forest grew heavier. But I knew that despite the perils ahead, I had no other choice. Now, I was nearing my destination for this journey, the Zombie King instance. The surroundings were becoming increasingly desolate, the once dense forest now gave way to sparse, withered trees. A well-trodden path, carved out by countless footsteps, stretched ahead. The area was devoid of wandering monsters, clearly cleared out by the frequent activity of other adventurers. As I pressed forward, a small gathering point came into view, built around the entrance to the instance. The place was bustling with people, groups of adventurers talking in low voices, each adjusting their preparations. Though the place seemed loosely managed, there was little overt violence. After all, the density of people here deterred such behavior. Still, vigilance was essential. Before I was even close, I could hear the cacophony of voices. Level 15 white leather armor, defense plus 12, on sale. Come negotiate if interested. Buying, decayed core, at a discount. Bulk offers preferred. Need one more for a hard mode run, urgently seeking a reliable tank. High DPS preferred. Level 15 healer looking for nightmare party, healing numbers top notch, feel free to check stats. Standing to the side, I quietly dispelled the stellar arrow formation circling me with a single thought. Such an eye-catching maneuver would only invite unnecessary trouble in a place as lively as this. As a solo adventurer, I already drew enough attention, standing out too much would only bring disaster. As expected, my arrival caught the attention of a few people. In a gathering of career adventurers like this, someone who could reach the area surrounding a level 15 instance alone and unnoticed was never an ordinary figure. Yet no one approached me for idle chatter, likely taking my presence here as a matter of proven capability. A few brief invitations to join a party were sent my way, all of which I politely declined without much discussion. I made my way straight to the center of the gathering point, where a light portal radiating thick deathly energy and an eerie crimson aura stood solemnly. It warped and pulsed silently, resembling a gateway to the netherworld. The portal bore the name, Abandoned Crypt. Next to it stood a rune-inscribed stone tablet, which displayed detailed information about the instance. Instance, Abandoned Crypt. Recommended level, 15. Difficulty settings, normal, hard, nightmare. Entry-level restrictions, 10 to 20, players over level 20 cannot enter. The information clearly outlined the suggested requirements for each difficulty level. The demands for Nightmare Mode stood out in particular, requiring participants to possess an A-tier or higher profession talent. This instantly barred the majority of adventurers' entry and made forming a team extremely challenging. As for seeking aid from higher-level players, that was completely off the table, as the level cap strictly enforced the instance's entry limitations. Strict requirements, but not unexpected, I mused silently. My gaze swept over the last line of strategic advice on the stone tablet when a gentle, somewhat shy female voice broke the calm. Excuse me. Hello, are you by any chance a person? Our team is lacking damage output, you're an archer, right? Would you be willing to join us? I turned to see a party of 4 not far from me. The speaker was the only girl among them, her face delicate and clear as she gave me a small, slightly bashful smile. She appeared a bit flustered, waiting anxiously for my reply. However, my gaze briefly paused on one of her companions, a tall, burly young man whose face immediately darkened. His eyes emanated a mix of caution and disdain, with a hint of mockery in his expression. Before I could respond, the tall man rudely activated a detection spell. His attitude quickly turned condescending as he glanced at the results, and with a sneer, he remarked, "Shao Qin, why would you invite him? This guy's only at level 11. With that level, bringing him into the party is like inviting us all to our deaths." The sarcasm in his tone was blatant and piercing, like needles pressing into one's ears. The girl called Shao Qin seemed at a loss for words, astonishment flashing across her face as she realized I was indeed only level 11. Her expression turned puzzled, clearly struggling to understand why a level 11 adventurer would appear in such a dangerous area. Was I completely ignorant of the instance's mechanics, or simply unafraid to die? I couldn't help but frown. The detection skill used by that man just now clearly indicated that his level exceeded 16. My stealth badge was unable to effectively mask me. I had no intention of entangling with him. Seeing the disdain and arrogance overflowing on his face, I turned around and walked straight toward the cold, dim light gate. Facing the light gate, I made a decisive mental choice: normal difficulty. The next moment, the entire space trembled slightly as my body was drawn into the twisted portal as though sinking into a bottomless abyss, ultimately swallowed entirely by it. Behind me, the four-person squad evidently did not expect my resolute decision. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out. "Are you saying that guy just entered the instance alone?" Shao Qin's voice trembled with disbelief. "What kind of joke is this? An 11th level player soloing a 15th level normal instance. Is he out of his mind?" The short teammate finally couldn't hold back, his face full of criticism. The tall guy, however, remained standing in place, the corners of his mouth lifting in a mocking smile, letting out a cold snort. Overestimating himself. He's just seeking his own death. He didn't spare another glance at my figure disappearing into the gate of light, clearly having already deemed me as doomed. He's looking for death. He's completely looking for death. After a moment of hesitation, the tall teammate's tone was filled with unconcealed ridicule. "I got a perfect read on him. He's nothing but an ordinary archer without any standout features. This isn't some training exercise on the school field, it's a real wilderness instance. There's no safety mechanism, death here means total annihilation." The pleasure in his words was unmistakable, further embittered by the faint goodwill Shao Qin had shown me earlier. He sneered, "Just wait. It won't be long before his corpse gets thrown back here by the instance rules. Guys like him, book-smart fools, don't understand the harshness of reality." Shao Qin's gaze lingered on the dark red light gate, gradually returning to stillness. A trace of undeniable worry flickered in her eyes as she murmured softly, "But he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would act recklessly without thinking." The tall man simply snorted, crossing his arms as he stood by coldly, clearly waiting to witness my inevitable failure and humiliation. After stepping into the light gate, my vision shifted instantly. In a damp, chilling corridor, I lifted my eyes slightly. Behind me, the entrance to the instance was slowly closing, and in front of me stood a massive iron door, covered in rust. The door was half open, a sickly green glow seeping through the crack. Near the door, two bloated zombie figures dragged their tattered miners' uniforms as they shuffled forward. Their pallid, chilling skin exuded an aura of damp decay. Their mouths let out low, guttural growls, as if welcoming me from the depths of the abyss. I focused, swiftly activating my detection skill. Monster, Minor Zombie, Instance Enhanced. Level, 15. HP, 2400/2400. Physical Attack, 105. Defense, 35. Skill, Corpse Poison Infliction. The data clearly materialized before my eyes. The massive stats made me take a deep breath. Its health and defense were nearly triple those of monsters at the same level outside. No wonder even a normal difficulty instance required a fully equipped team of level 15 players. The seemingly ordinary minion before me actually rivaled elites in external combat capability. But I would not retreat. Amid the overwhelming pressure, the blood in my veins simmered with the thrill of battle. Staying calm and focused, I moved my fingers subtly. At my command, four radiant, star-like arrows materialized around me, orbiting in a stream of flickering light. I shoved my fear deep into the recesses of my mind and stepped forward resolutely, crossing the threshold of the iron door. Roar! In a burst of putrid stench, the two zombies instantly took notice of my presence. Their blood-red eyes glared as they lunged toward me with howling roars like a gust of malevolent wind. I was unshaken. Drawing my bow to full tension, the string hummed sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Four arrows launched in unison, accompanied by follow-up strikes from the celestial star arrows. 8 fatal projectiles streaked forward, directly targeting the zombie ahead. -58. -58. -58. -58. -58. -58. -58. -58. Each arrow struck precisely, biting into the target. A single volley stripped away an astonishing 500 health points. At the same time, the ground beneath quaked fiercely. A towering tree spirit burst forth from the earth, swinging its massive limbs to smash down upon the zombie. I advanced immediately after, finishing off the next round of attacks. Before the creature could even close a distance of 10 steps, it emitted a shrill wail before collapsing, dissolving into experience points and loot. Killed minor zombie, instance enhanced, gained 180 EXP. Life leech activated, health permanently +1. This kill made my eyes light up. The zombie's experience reward was almost triple that of monsters of the same level in the outside world, truly extraordinary. And the density of monsters within the instance was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for growth. I cast aside hesitation and methodically repeated my moves, swiftly and cleanly dispatching another zombie. Watching my experience points steadily increase, a fierce battle spirit burned within me. This place was the perfect training ground. I had to seize this opportunity to accumulate strength for every step ahead. For the next stretch of time, I became a cold, relentless reaper in the mine passages. By skillfully exploiting the terrain, and cleverly utilizing the auto-targeting and ricochet advantages of my Starfall arrow barrage, each of my strikes was precise and lethal. The Treant stayed by my side throughout the battles, acting as a steadfast shield that intercepted any incoming danger. Time passed silently. After 2 hours of relentless fighting, accompanied by a brilliant burst of light, I finally reached a new breakthrough. Level up, reached level 12. A surge of exhilaration bloomed in my chest, the rate at which my experience had climbed had exceeded even my wildest expectations. But as my gaze shifted to the massive amount of experience required for the next level, my joy tempered slightly. I inhaled sharply. Over 5 times the previous requirement. No wonder, the difficulty of leveling was escalating exponentially with each step forward. Stealing my emotions once again, I turned my attention to the enhancement options hovering before me. Level up, please choose one of the following 3 enhancement options. Option 1, gain 30 points of strength. Option 2, attacks penetrate 1 additional target, stackable. Option 3, gain passive skill, swiftness, movement speed increases by 20% after exiting combat. I took a deep breath, holding it as I carefully scrutinized the options. This decision would shape and optimize my combat strategy in the future. I couldn't afford to choose recklessly. Penetration. The word seemed to glow with promise in my mind. This was the breakthrough I desperately needed at this moment. I made my choice without hesitation, option 2. Enhancement complete, attacks now penetrate up to 3 targets. Clenching my bowstring tightly, I felt a ripple of excitement surge through me. My basic attacks could now pierce through 3 enemies in a single shot. Pair this with the ricochet effect of my arrows and, with precise angle manipulation, I could unleash a devastating storm of destruction when faced with densely packed enemies. I could feel the powerful evolution of my combat system more than ever. Opening my attribute panel, I took a careful look at my current status. Name, Su Mu. Class, Archer, Standard. Level, 12, 1.5%. Talent, Rogue Template, Special. Strength, 52. Agility, 61. Constitution, 37. Intelligence, 38. Health, 4288/4288. Mana, 220/220. Physical attack, 52. Attack speed, 1.5. Skills, Precision Shoot, Nature's Call, Lifesteal, Starfall Arrow Barrage, Rending Arrow, Ricochet Shot +1. Enhanced Talents, fires 4 additional arrows, plus 100% attack speed, attacks penetrate up to 3 targets. Though my attributes had improved slightly, the true transformation came from the layered enhancements to my talents. Calming my thoughts, I moved forward into the dungeon without hesitation. The mine beneath my feet unfurled like a massive gaping maw, revealing its vast and winding expanse. It spiraled downward, its rocky walls faintly aglow with scattered patches of phosphorescent ore, which barely pierced the engulfing darkness. Moving cautiously, I descended further, locking my focus on the roving hordes of zombies. Their overwhelming numbers might incite despair in others, but to me, they were the perfect prey. With steps as steady as stone and arrows that streaked like shooting stars, I employed the full extent of my newfound penetration ability. The shambling figures before me fell in swathes, like leaves cleaved by a scythe. Each volley tore through the undead ranks, their decrepit forms disintegrating in heaps. Time marched on, while my experience bar continued to rise, its pace clearly began to slow. After another 2 hours, I finally eked my progress to 12th level, reaching 21% of the way to the next. The massive experience demand for leveling up became more apparent, compounded by diminishing bonus efficiency from the dungeon's recommended level cap. Even so, such results were nothing short of enviable for any competitor on the outside. When I reached the deepest recess of the mine, I cleared the remaining zombies yet didn't find the anticipated boss. Instead, what loomed before me was an icy, chilling cavern radiating an aura of death. Moving closer with caution, I had barely approached the entrance when I heard a deep, guttural growl echo from within. In the next instant, a massive shadow lunged out. It was a towering monstrosity, like a living wall of flesh. 2 grotesque heads snarled viciously, their rotted, sinewy flesh curling back to reveal bleached bone. Its blood-red eyes locked onto me as though I were its hunted prey, emanating a palpable, predatory malice akin to death itself. Monster, 2-headed plague hound, boss. Level, 15. Health, 15,000/15,000. Physical attack, 280. Defense, 60. Skills, Frenzied Bite, Plague Breath, Berserk. At a single glance, cold sweat trickled down my back. These stats were enough to crush a standard team of level 15 professionals. However, I quickly adjusted my mentality, calmly analyzed the situation, and firmly gripped the bowstring in my hand. Beyond the discrepancy in attributes, I still had my talents, strategy, and unyielding will. With my extraordinary health pool and knockback capabilities, this fight was not an impossible feat. The behemoth lunged toward me with mind-numbing speed. My arrows erupted instantly, like a sudden downpour. The Starfall Arrow Barrage held off its frontal charge and even forced it to recoil. At the same time, the Rending Arrow, like a venomous sting buried within, slowly accumulated energy within its body, waiting to explode, unleashing horrifying true damage. A tense battle of wits had begun. The battle proved exceptionally arduous. When the corrosive poison sprayed out, even the residual splatter grazed me, and I watched as my health plummeted by a quarter. Nonetheless, I didn't waver an inch. My kiting tactics were executed with surgical precision, advancing methodically, maximizing damage while whittling away at its life reserves. This was not merely a clash of physical abilities, it was a duel of wills. 20 minutes felt like an eternity. By the time my health dropped to 2/3, the twin-headed monstrous hound let out a harrowing wail before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Its decayed body erupted in a dazzling light. You have slain twin-headed corrupt hound, boss, gaining 2,500 experience points. Life leech activated, permanently +1 to max health. As the dust settled, the aftertaste of victory lingered. I exhaled deeply, suppressing the fatigue in my body, though I knew well, this battle's end was far from the end of my journey. Phew, taking a deep breath, I wiped the sweat off my forehead with my sleeve. This zombie boss had taken more than 20 minutes to bring down, but if it had been a standard level 15 team instead of me, even with perfect coordination, they'd likely have needed an hour or two of grinding. The glaring efficiency gap left me somewhat shaken. My solo combat efficiency was actually 6 times that of a team of the same level. A faint, secret pride began to well up inside me, the unique advantages of my roguelike build were revealing themselves more vividly, it was steadily transforming overwhelming potential into absolute dominance over my peers. I turned my gaze toward the depths of the mine, where an even denser aura of danger brewed in the dark abyss. I was acutely aware that the real challenge lay hidden in those shadows. The moment I stepped into the cave, a wave of putrid stench overwhelmed my senses, far more rancid than outside, threatening to churn my stomach. Not far ahead, the faint glow of luminous ores illuminated disordered shapes. In the tight confines of the mine's tunnels, these mining zombies were predominantly level 15, though their attributes had noticeably shifted, both attack and defense were significantly higher compared to the zombies outside, while their health was slightly lower. Their sheer numbers and the confined space combined to create a nearly perfect death trap. For a normal team, one misstep here could spell annihilation. But this unforgiving environment happened to provide the perfect stage for me to showcase my brilliance. Entering the tunnel, I stationed myself in the open area at the entrance. With a snap of my bowstring, 4 arrows whistled out, accompanied by the supporting explosions of the starfall arrows. The arrows ricocheted off the jagged stone walls, piercing, bouncing, and striking with seemingly impossible trajectories that canvassed the entire tunnel. The rain of arrows wove a merciless net of death, and the zombies struck by it collapsed without even having the chance to wail. -55, -55, -55. A barrage of damage numbers inundated my vision, while the sharp crack of arrows shattering through undead bodies echoed through the tunnel, triggering a relentless cascade of system notifications. You killed mining zombie, plus 185 EXP. Life leech +1. No hesitation, no wavering, I pressed forward with composure. Every step I took was accompanied by the twang of my bow and the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. In the narrow tunnel, the confined space that bound the zombie horde only amplified the coverage of my skills, making my clearing efficiency several times greater than in the open pit. Within just over a dozen minutes, I had traversed the entire path. The surge in experience points was astounding, pushing me halfway through level 12. This speed is absolutely terrifying, I murmured, shaking my head with a wry smile. Despite clearing out so many mobs and even taking down the boss, I hadn't looted a single decent piece of equipment, the drop rate was pathetically low. I had amassed a pile of materials, yet I couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied, if only the tunnel were longer, with more mobs. Imagine how satisfying that would be. If those who dreaded this passage as a hellish gauntlet heard my complaints, they'd probably curse me on the spot. Many teams had narrowly escaped annihilation here, scraping through with blood-soaked struggles and relentless tactics, while I viewed it as nothing more than a lucrative opportunity for grinding. Exiting the tunnel, my vision opened up. A vast underground cavern unfolded before me. At its center, a throne built entirely of bones loomed imposingly above the ground. Seated upon the throne, a hulking figure clad in shattered iron armor stared back. It was none other than the Zombie King, the dungeon's ultimate boss. Monster, Zombie King, Dungeon Boss, ***. Level, 15 asterisk asterisk. HP, 30,000/30,000 asterisk asterisk. Physical attack, 380 asterisk asterisk. Defense, 80 asterisk asterisk. Skills, heavy hammer smash, war stomp, area stun, summon zombie guards, berserk asterisk asterisk. The oppressive force was overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down. Just the raw stats alone were enough to deter most from standing their ground. But I didn't back down. The zombie king let out a guttural roar, its heavy footsteps smashing against the ground like iron striking stone as it charged toward me. The battle erupted. Even though the cavern was spacious, the surrounding rocky walls provided excellent angles for ricochet shots. I drew my bowstring taut, unleashing arrows at intricate angles, striking the critical spots of its joints and eye sockets repeatedly. The Starfall arrow barrage effectively hampered the zombie king's advance, and the explosive impact of the Skullsplitter arrow drastically slowed its speed, while its wounds tore open more grotesquely with every hit. There was no breath to catch, no pause to take, only the interweaving of cold flashes of steel and the tangible presence of killing intent within the cavern. The battle reached a fever pitch. Compared to my initial encounter with the twin-headed rotten hound in the open quarry, this battle felt far lighter on my shoulders. Utilizing the terrain with refined precision, my efficiency and output had skyrocketed while the pressure on me remained minimal. While attacking, I rapidly analyzed the situation. With the addition of an earth element mage or a shield-bearing warrior, we could further optimize the terrain's advantages and create even more combat opportunities. The thought of cooperation surfaced in my mind, though my hands never faltered, moving seamlessly in attack. When the zombie king's health dropped to 50% and then to 20%, it triggered summon zombie guards and berserk. However, the countless small zombies were wiped out instantly by my area of effect arrow rain before they could even fully form. As for the rampaging zombie king, its increased agility and speed posed a threat, but it was unable to alter the outcome under the layers of suppression from my Starfall arrow barrage and my precise positioning. In the end, it let out a deafening roar as it collapsed, its massive body crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom. You have slain the zombie king, boss, gaining 5,000 experience points, asterisk asterisk. Life drain activated, permanent HP +1, asterisk asterisk. Experience increased. Current level, 12, 71.3%, asterisk asterisk. With the chime of notifications, a golden glow enveloped me. Beside the zombie king's body, two glimmers of light, representing loot, and a sinister, dark-fanged object materialized. It was the quest item, Fawn of the Zombie King. Joy surged through me. 30% experience. With this efficiency, hitting level 15, or even pushing to 17 or 18, is completely plausible. The prestigious Qingbei Academy might not be as unreachable as I once thought. Sorting through the spoils, I acquired two pieces of equipment, a pair of blue-tier leather gloves and green-tier mage leggings, mediocre in stats and not worth elaborating on. My true satisfaction came from the critical quest item, the fawn. After organizing everything, I resolutely stepped out of the dungeon. The light gate flickered, and my figure emerged into the gathering point. In an instant, the area erupted in chatter. He came out. He really cleared it. He was inside for over 5 hours alone and survived, as a non-combatant class. Look at his level. It's 12. He went in only at level 11. This leveling speed is insane. And he's supposed to be a normal class? Their exclamations and debates surged into a flood of noise, countless gazes filled with curiosity, awe, or jealousy locking onto me. I had no intention of acknowledging their reactions, though the edge of my vision caught the rogue group that had once tried to recruit me. The girl called Xiaoqin clutched her hands to her mouth, her face brimming with disbelief, while the man who had asserted I'd meet my doom turned crimson, unable to meet my gaze as his eyes darted around nervously, too ashamed to speak a word. Various detection spells were cast in succession, causing me to frown slightly. It seems the stealth badge isn't impervious to scrutiny, I thought to myself, mentally noting to prioritize upgrading this piece of equipment. However, that would require rare materials and a hefty cost. Mention of resources inevitably led my mind to recall Lu Shan's enigmatic face. Without lingering further, I bypassed the crowd and tried to re-enter the dungeon on hard mode. But a cold notification interrupted my plans. You have reached the maximum allowed dungeon entries for today. Please wait 12 hours before attempting again, ****. So the entry limit applied to the dungeon as a whole, not by difficulty level separately. I hesitated briefly, feeling a tinge of regret. Had I known, I would have gone straight for hard mode. Still, it wasn't the end of the world. Resting for 12 hours before continuing wasn't unreasonable, especially given the incredible returns from this dungeon thus far. The battle and traveling had drained me of energy. From dawn until now, exhaustion was creeping over me. I resolved to take a reprieve and rework my plans. From now on, I'll hunt wild monsters during the day and tackle dungeons at night. That way, I avoid the crowds while maintaining peak efficiency. My goals were clear, and time was pressing. I needed to grow stronger, and fast. The core of the college entrance exams is the novice secret realm in the battlefield of 10,000 races. That is the true testing ground and killing field. Losers often cannot even have their corpses retrieved, and I will not allow myself to become one of them. 2 slots in my skill bar remain unfilled, and I need to complete them as soon as possible. The process depends either on luck, obtaining skill books in battle, or on money, purchasing the abilities I need directly. No matter which path it takes, I will overcome all obstacles. After all, I carry not only the burden of personal growth but also a much larger mission waiting for me to undertake. Every move I make attracts the gaze of those around me, yet no one dares to truly approach. This evokes a certain oppressive thrill in me, though I understand the calculations in the minds of these professionals. With my performance, they will undoubtedly report back to their respective guilds, either to recruit me or to trade this information for benefits. I have long grown accustomed to such attention. Those fervent, calculating stares have become nothing more than a common occurrence in my eyes. Dungeons are no longer as pure as they once were, they have become an integral part of reality, woven into the bloodstream of human society. The world has long been unrecognizable after the "Gaming Invades Reality" event. The reshaping of rules and the rampage of monsters pushed humanity to the brink of extinction, and our ultimate struggle now culminates on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Countless sacrifices by our predecessors have afforded us these precarious conditions for survival. The presence of guilds stands as testament to these events. From organizations of the old era, they evolved into barriers protecting humanity, and now they've become irreplaceable behemoths of resources. After a brief rest, I cannot allow myself to waste time in meaningless waiting. The scattered monsters near the dungeon are nearly exhausted, and at the edge of time, my mind sharpens like a blade, forcing me to operate efficiently every second. Yet the meager experience points these few waning targets provide keep me relentlessly stuck at a frustratingly close step from the max level 12. When midnight arrived, I knew it was time to re-enter the abandoned crypt. However, as I approached, the scene before me put me on high alert. At the dungeon's entrance, flickering lights and noisy arguments pierced through the serene night. A group of people crowded the entrance, their clamor seemingly tearing apart the darkness. Uniform leather armor, wolf head emblems, their identities couldn't be clearer: the Wolf Fong Guild. Wolf Fong business, outsiders, clear out, barked the burly man in the lead, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain. The guild leader is coming to attempt the nightmare difficulty. This area must be cleared. Anyone who objects, leave. But the opposing party was clearly not to be trifled with, erupting into fierce rebuttals. Dungeons are public areas. How do you guild guys have the audacity to act so high-handed? Someone even drew their weapon, obviously protesting against the aggressive eviction. I stayed silent, standing at the edge of the crowd, frowning slightly. Such clearing operations by Wolf Fong were not unheard of. Large guilds occasionally operated with rough methods, but they usually followed some basic rules or offered symbolic compensations. What I saw before me, however, was sheer audacity, a direct challenge to the existing order. As I continued to observe the unfolding situation, a familiar voice floated into my ears, light and teasing. "Well, what a coincidence. We meet again." I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. When I did, my suspicions were confirmed. It was Lu Shan. Their disguise was impeccable, even erasing any trace of an Adam's apple this time. However, it was the tone, laced with mischievous amusement, that instantly pierced through the guise. Lu Shan's gaze swept toward me, and they asked with an intriguing hint in their voice, "Your level-up speed, is it jet-powered?" Moments later, they waved the high-grade detection scroll in their hand, which was fading away after use, revealing the answer. Worth 100,000 star coins, an amount that could almost buy a life for me. Lu Shan had used it as casually as tossing away spare change. "Your appearance here isn't just a coincidence," I said coolly, though my tone carried a faint edge of deliberation. Lu Shan laughed heartily, openly admitting, "Of course not. I heard during the day that some level 11 player was soloing a regular dungeon, an extraordinarily difficult feat other than you. Who else could it be?" After speaking, their gaze burned with a greater intensity than before. "So yeah, spending some time waiting here was worth it. And what do you want from me?" I asked, looking at them, my gaze unfathomable. "Just curious," Lu Shan replied half seriously, as if too indifferent to bother hiding their intentions. "But I know asking further is futile. Smart people don't waste unnecessary words." Their conversation shifted as their attention redirected toward the Wolf Fong blockade, a sly curve forming at the corner of their lips. "But those guys, they're blocking my path now. Seems like they're blocking yours too." He stepped forward, tilting his head slightly with a dazzling smile. "How about it? Want to team up? Clear out all these eyesores?" His words carried a coldness, like a bone-chilling wind striking my senses. I watched his glinting eyes and felt the faint pressure emanating from the ground beneath me. It was sharper than the darkness of the night. Our gazes locked, a brewing storm forming silently in the shadows. As I considered Su Mu's words, my brows knit slightly. My approach always leaned towards subtlety, quietly accumulating strength in secret while avoiding senseless conflicts. Engaging in public confrontation with a local guild would inevitably invite trouble, going against my principle of hiding my edge and advancing unnoticed. I cast a glance at their group, a squad of about 20, all hovering near level 20. While I felt reasonably confident in my attributes and skill composition and believed I wouldn't fare poorly in a direct clash, the aftermath was concerning. Offending a guild over a single dungeon could lead to endless obstacles in the future, derailing my leveling journey. Lu Shan, reading my hesitation, spoke softly, "This dungeon offers abundant experience, exactly what we've been aiming for, right? Isn't this part of your preparation for Qingbei Academy? I know the son of the Wolf Fong guild leader. He's an arrogant, overbearing guy. They're not here by chance, they're suppressing potential threats, especially strong lone wolves like you who lack connections." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Their real goal is to farm the nightmare level, Heart of the Zombie King. This material is the key component for crafting cooldown reduction gear, essential for his performance in the newbie secret realm of the multiracial battlefield. If he doesn't get it this time, knowing his personality, he'll monopolize this dungeon until he does. How will you peacefully level then?" "That's not convincing enough for me," I replied calmly. No matter how tempting the dungeon's rewards might be, catching the attention of a major guild wasn't a wise choice. Rather than taking the risk, I could explore the wilderness and find another leveling spot. Every reward needs to be weighed against its risk. Lu Shan smirked slightly. "Su Mu, you're almost too cautious. But honestly, do you think I'm reckless enough to charge straight at 20 nearly level 20 players? That's just handing the victory to the bystanders." Her gaze swept over the surrounding shadows, obviously aware of the hidden onlookers in the area. From her storage space, she produced several scrolls, faint beams of energy glimmering faintly from them. Her tone lightened, watch carefully. These are area of effect spell scrolls. When the time comes, I'll toss them into their group, causing confusion and friendly fire. Once chaos breaks out, solo players nearby will jump at the opportunity, and those 20 won't be able to maintain any cohesion. A flicker of doubt crossed my eyes as I deliberated before voicing my thoughts. If these scrolls alone can establish chaos, why do you even need my cooperation? Her smile turned more serious. That's simple, I want the heart of the Zombie King, too. I need your help because you have the capability to solo this dungeon. You might not know this, but soloing, especially when tackling high-difficulty dungeons at lower levels, significantly increases the drop rate for such rare items. If you manage to obtain it and you don't need it yourself, I hope you'll sell it to me first. Of course, I'll make sure the price is worth your while. If it's something you intend to use personally, I won't insist, just a promise of priority trade, that's all. How about it? Her honesty was evident. After weighing her words for a moment, I looked up and replied, if it's just priority trading rights, I can agree. But first, you need to tell me the detailed information and function of this item. Lu Shan seemed prepared for this. She spoke in a measured, low voice. The heart of the Zombie King is the core material for crafting cooldown reduction equipment. Do you understand? Reducing skill cooldown can be a massive upgrade for any class, especially for an S-tier prodigy. I understood its value, but right now, my immediate focus was the significant experience rewards from the dungeon. The hidden pathways in the mine were a breakthrough leveling opportunity for me. Alright. If I obtain it and don't need it, I'll prioritize trading it with you, I agreed. Satisfaction flickered in Lu Shan's eyes, but her tone shifted slightly. Since we're working together, I'll share some hidden intel about this dungeon. But, it's dangerous. Are you sure you want to know? I shook my head, my gaze steady. She looked slightly startled. Aren't you curious? Meeting her eyes, I replied evenly, you're unlikely to reveal truly valuable secrets right now. Hearing this, she suddenly laughed, a hint of admiration in her gaze. As always, cautious to a fault. You're right, this intel involves highly perilous trigger points. In your current state, telling you would be more harm than help. Her words took a deliberate turn, as if casually tossing out an even bigger wager, her tone laced with a certain confidence. However, if you keep your word and hand over the heart of the Zombie King to me, I can offer you a spot on a future team. Once we hit level 20 and our strength is adequate, we can team up to tackle this hidden instance. The loot inside will be distributed based on contribution. I remained silent, though my mind churned at high speed. A hidden instance, just the term itself was an irresistible magnet. Such secret realms always promised unparalleled rewards, perhaps special equipment capable of shifting the tide of battle, or elusive skill books and rare materials. This kind of intelligence was typically monopolized by large guilds with vast resources or top-tier elites, rarely leaking out. The fact that Lu Shan knew about it hinted at her mysterious and profound background, far beyond my initial assessment. I considered the potential future and the costs involved with a calm demeanor. It was undeniable that her proposal was incredibly tempting. All right. I nodded decisively, my answer straightforward. Lu Shan's smile grew satisfied, a flash of cunning showing briefly on her face. Pleasure doing business. She playfully waved the ancient scroll in her hand, its surface exuding faint energy ripples, her lips curving into a sly grin. Now then, let the show begin. Following her gaze, I looked into the distance where Wolf Fong Guild faced off against a group of unaffiliated players. Amid the clamor of their argument, Lu Shan activated the scroll. Her fingertips trembled slightly as with a precise flick of her wrist, the scroll transformed into a scorching stream of light, tearing through the air and striking the outermost defenses of Wolf Fong Guild's formation. Boom! The fireball exploded in an instant, its searing heat wave rolling out as sparks danced in the air. Though its power had been confined to a minimal range, the deafening blast was like a dagger tearing into a taut situation, stirring a calm surface into a storm of chaos. Enemy attack. Someone's making a move. The Wolf Fong Guild's leader barked an order, his voice like thunder. Suppressed for so long, the guild members erupted like unruly horses breaking free, their anger igniting instantly. A cascade of skill glows illuminated the scene as they charged toward the momentarily panicked unaffiliated players. The scene spiraled into uncontrollable chaos. Those unaffiliated players, who had only been posturing, never anticipated an actual eruption of violence in that instant. They scattered in all directions, like ants frenzied after losing their queen. And yet, amid this sudden pandemonium, a chilling killing intent quietly sliced through the air. Whoosh! A piercing ice-blue beam shot forth from the shadows in a different direction, precision sharp, like the claw of a ghost claiming its prey. The beam allowed almost no time to react before it struck one of the priests in the Wolf Fong Guild's formation. Critical hit. 1520. The beam passed through, and the priest didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated on the spot, turning into a burst of white light and leaving behind several scattered items. A one-shot kill. The Wolf Fong Guild froze instantly, rendered momentarily immobile. But the next moment tipped into complete chaos. There's a skilled player here. They really dared to kill someone. The unaffiliated players hesitated in stunned silence for a moment before a new wave of emotions surged within, suppressed anger and the opportunistic greed to exploit the chaos. Fear evaporated. Screw them. Does Wolf Fong Guild think we're made of clay? Charge. Let's show them who's boss. Someone shouted this rallying order first, and with that, the long frustrated crowd of players surged forward like a rising tide. Even groups that had been passively observing from the sidelines raised their weapons to join the fray. Skills exploded one after another as light and sound filled the battlefield. The pressure on the Wolf Fong Guild's formation escalated sharply. Despite having superior gear and refined coordination, the Wolf Fong Guild could not match the overwhelming numbers opposing them. Their missing healers only worsened the already tilted scales. Bombarded from all sides, their attempts at forming a defensive front were disrupted, and their formation unraveled into chaos resembling an uprooted beehive. Shouts, combat skill effects, and the tumult of battle swirled into a storm of noise and violence. In less than 15 minutes, the Wolf Fong Guild's lines broke completely. Some players vanished into pale white lights as they were forced to respawn, while others lay as the fallen, dead. The breach was wide open, and the remaining members fled in disarray into the shadowy forest, leaving behind a battlefield littered with the aftermath of their defeat. As for me, I watched the entire spectacle with cold detachment, not lifting a finger to intervene. Meanwhile, Lu Shan hadn't stopped moving. She held onto a faintly blue-glowing record crystal, silently capturing every moment of the chaos into its confines without missing a beat. Satisfied, Lu Shan tucked away her recording tool and retrieved a handheld, palm-sized device, connecting it to the crystal. I caught a faint glimpse of a subtle spatial ripple flickering across the device and furrowed my brows. How can there still be a communications network here? I probed cautiously. Of course, there's no network. She raised her head, the device in her hand flaunted as if it were some kind of treasure. But I have this, miniature information transfer array. With it, I can send the footage directly back to the city. Soon enough, someone will surely help us share these thrilling scenes. Her sly smile was like a fox who had just caught a chicken red-handed. As for me, I merely offered a cold smile in response, saying nothing. This game had only just begun. I stared at the top-tier device in her hand, worth at least 500,000 star coins, and my lips twitched hard. Luxuriously obscene, an excess that screamed of the unfathomable depths of Lu Shan's background. With such vast resources, it would have only taken a few words to resolve this issue. Yet, she insisted on using this fanning the flames approach. Her logic always left me mystified. I've already uploaded the Wolf Fong Guild footage. It clearly shows them dominating the scene, initiating combat before getting counter-killed. The enforcement squad won't stand by and do nothing. Those bastards will have to taste the bitter fruit of their own actions, won't they? Now, we can proceed into the dungeon without worries. Lu Shan spoke in a light tone, clapping her hands as if everything that had just occurred was merely a trivial episode. I remained silent. Everyone acts according to their own rules, and I had no intention of interfering. My steps, steady and firm, moved toward the dungeon entrance. My gaze skimmed over the corpses littering the ground and the abandoned equipment scattered about, my expression calm and unfazed. This was a battlefield, death was never late. Showing mercy to one's enemies equated to digging one's own grave. Standing at the glowing portal, Lu Shan turned and gave me a teasing wink, her face full of mischief. I'm heading in first. Good luck. I hope I'll hear tales of your victory later. With that, she stepped into the dark purple-black portal without hesitation. The sinister and glaring hue of the light declared her choice, nightmare difficulty. A tightness gripped my chest. Soloing nightmare difficulty, her strength must far surpass the surface-level numbers. S-class professional tier. Perhaps even more. If I pushed my roguelike template to its limits, I might risk my life for a chance. But the unknown mechanisms and dangers of nightmare mode were akin to walking a tightrope. Lu Shan's certainty, unless bolstered by her stash of invaluable life-saving scrolls and extreme output capabilities, was inexplicable. Gathering my scattered thoughts, I made up my mind and reached out to the glowing portal, choosing hard mode. How far I could go would depend on fate. The light consumed my vision, and the world collapsed in an instant. After the two of us disappeared, the onlookers who had been hesitating began to murmur quietly among themselves. Those two have some guts. They just killed people, and now they're running into a dungeon. Aren't they afraid the Wolf Fong Guild will retaliate afterward? The chaos earlier was forced, but now the main culprits are gone, and they so blatantly exposed themselves. Are they tired of living? Didn't you notice the difficulty that girl chose? Nightmare. And that guy, soloing hard mode. Ordinary people can't pull this off. Don't you think they've got some powerful backing? The Wolf Fong Guild is just second-rate. If they run into people like that, they might not dare to clash head-on. That's true. In the end, we're just cannon fodder. Let's get out of here before we get dragged into this mess. Many of them no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of the moment, they quickly departed. The battlefield grew quieter, scattered loot was picked up by wandering adventurers, while the corpses attracted roaming wild monsters, which dragged the mess away piece by piece. Soon, the dungeon's entrance returned to its usual lively activity, swarming with adventurers coming and going, a stark contrast to the earlier carnage. In this remote wilderness, news always spread slowly. 2 hours later, the dungeon portal flickered unexpectedly. Emerging first was a group of 5 adventurers clad in luxurious attire but with visibly weary expressions. Leading them was a man dressed in a meticulously crafted mage robe, his eyes dark with gloom. He kicked a rock by his feet, cursing under his breath, "The heart of the zombie king, drop rate must be a joke. Another empty run. Damn it." I recognized him, the vice leader of the Wolf Fong Guild, Lu Shan's so-called detestable guy. Infuriated, he instinctively glanced around the portal. His gaze froze, a gathering of wandering adventurers, but no sign of the forces he had stationed to keep the area locked down. Where are they? Where did those useless idiots disappear to? He frowned, his voice thick with both frustration and doubt. The captain of his guards, sensing an ominous change, whispered discreetly, "Young master, something might have happened. Let me try contacting them." A signal flare shot into the night sky and exploded brilliantly but was met with nothing but silence. "Looks like something's gone wrong," the captain's voice was heavy with unease. The Wolf Fong vice leader fell into a contemplative silence, narrowing his eyes as cold light flickered within them. Suddenly, His gaze shifted toward a nearby adventurer, whom he grabbed roughly, his tone sharp and domineering. "You! Tell me what happened here." The unfortunate adventurer, startled out of his wits, waved his hands frantically and stammered, "My lord. I wasn't here earlier. I didn't see anyone guarding the entrance." He fell silent for a few seconds, muttering coldly to himself, "Interesting." Clearly, the opponent was not only strong but also executed everything cleanly and efficiently, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the unknown loomed too large, too dangerous. "Move." His decision was succinct and resolute, his gaze freezing over again. "This is not a place to linger. We'll investigate further back at base." With quick, decisive orders, he turned and led the entire squad away at a hurried pace. He paid no attention to the scattered onlookers, it was as if the entire battle had never taken place here. The wind seemed to sweep away everything, and the desolate wilderness returned to its usual silence. Under the cool light of the moon, the tranquility carried an almost chilling touch. When I stood before that familiar narrow passage, my eyes grew heavy with resolve. The difficulty level of this dungeon was indeed different. The outer perimeters, minor zombies, had significantly boosted attributes, their numbers increased, and most perilous of all, a new type of monster appeared, the toxic zombies, capable of hurling venom sacs from afar, presenting a grave threat. Deeper in the mine, the Guardian had been replaced by a grotesque, three-headed skeletal hellhound, its three decaying heads emanating a stench of death. Its ranged skill, splitting fireball, was horrifying to behold. The pressure intensified, but this time, I was no longer the person I used to be. After careful deliberation, I utilized the terrain to my advantage, relying on my enhanced arrow storm to methodically clear out all the monsters in the outer zone. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the three-headed skeletal hellhound finally collapsed with a mournful cry and dissolved into experience points, a surge of energy coursed through me. Level up. Current level, 13. Life drain activated. Permanent life value +1. Level 13. I was thrilled beyond measure, and the subsequent system notifications brought me even greater joy. Level up. Please choose one of the following 3 enhancements. Option 1, increase critical hit rate by 15%. Option 2, each attack releases an additional arrow. Option 3, acquire the passive skill, Resilience, reduce the duration of control effects by 20%. Another arrow. Without hesitation, I chose the second option. Enhancement complete, each attack now releases 4 additional arrows, base 1 arrow plus talent 4 arrows equals 5 arrows total. A sense of overwhelming power surged through my body. When I drew my bow again, the destructive energy was so immense it sent shivers down my spine. The mighty power of 5 arrow volleys injected unparalleled ferocity into my future battles. I stepped into the dark mine tunnel, met by densely packed, stiff-moving but exceptionally dangerous, mine zombies. On this harder difficulty, their numbers were at least double those of the standard level. Within the tunnel, I skillfully utilized the piercing and ricochet effects of my 5 arrow volleys, transforming the space into a terrifying metallic storm in an instant. Zombies fell in droves, their withered bodies shredded as their screams were drowned out by the consecutive chime of experience notifications. Yet, even so, by the time I completely emptied the tunnel, my experience bar had only climbed to 20% of level 13. Soon after, I stood once again before the Zombie King. On this harder difficulty, the boss's health had increased by 1.5 times, and both its attack and defense stats had doubled. But under the relentless barrage of my 5 arrow volleys, even the enhanced Zombie King couldn't last long. The battle didn't stretch as much as I had anticipated. Killed the Zombie King, boss, gained 8,000 experience points. Life drain activated. Permanent life value +1. The Zombie King fell with a great crash, and the loot it dropped caught my eye, it was a bow shimmering with a green glow. Hurricane Strike, Bronze Grade. Equipment requirements, Level 13, Agility 40. Physical attack, plus 28. Agility, plus 10. Attack speed, plus 12%. Bonus attribute, attacks have a small chance to trigger a localized wind blade, dealing 50% of attack power as wind damage to enemies in its path. I repeatedly scrutinized its attributes. With its attack bonus, agility boost, and increased attack speed, this bow would push my damage output to the next level. Moreover, the wind blade effect was exceedingly rare and valuable. In this equipment system, a bronze-grade weapon like this was practically a treasure for someone at my current stage. Without hesitation, I equipped Hurricane Strike. The bow felt light yet sturdy in my hand, its exceptional craftsmanship amplifying the sensation of power coursing through my body. As I exited the dungeon, the glow of the teleportation spell enveloped me, returning me to the gathering point. The place was buzzing with activity, but my gaze didn't catch sight of Lu Shan. Clearly, he was tackling the even more formidable nightmare difficulty dungeon. For someone as strong as him, even he wouldn't be able to complete it rapidly. I didn't linger in the crowd but instead found a secluded spot to sit and reflect on this dungeon's experiences and gains. Amid the silence, I could feel my newfound power quietly surging. The path ahead, I would traverse it faster and further. According to my calculations, even if I attempt the nightmare difficulty next time, the experience from level 13 to 14 won't be enough, I'll need to clear at least 2 more runs. To reach level 15, starting from today, it will take a total of 5 dungeon runs. With the university entrance exams looming, I've estimated that there's time for, at most, 6 runs. Advancing from these opportunities will only bring me to level 15 at best. To go any further, I'll need to find a more efficient spot for farming monsters in the wild. Maybe Lu Mountain. The name flashed through my mind. His mystique and connections compelled me to consider reaching out to him. The next morning, I returned to the familiar dungeon gathering zone, only to find it unusually lively. Looking around, I spotted several groups of students led by their school teachers filing in, evidently preparing for the final push before the university entrance exams. Director Zhang, your school is really diligent this year, bringing students to grind dungeons so early, teased Teacher Lee from Second High, his tone edged with a hint of sarcasm. And I heard First High has nurtured quite a few promising students this year. Director Zhang responded, trying to maintain his composure, though a trace of pride slipped through. We do happen to have one student at SS rank. Teacher Lee smacked his lips, a subtle glint in his eyes suggesting he wasn't willing to be outdone. Well, the Noble Academy is the real showstopper this year. I heard they've cultivated 2 students at SSS rank. No matter how we compare, it's hard to beat that. Director Zhang's brow furrowed slightly, but he refrained from saying more. He understood all too well that the resources available to those students were overwhelmingly superior. Sure enough, not far away, a group exuding a distinctly different aura had appeared. At the forefront stood a middle-aged director in a sharp suit, his gaze cold and haughty, every detail of his demeanor radiating superiority. The Noble Academy had arrived. Director Lu swept his gaze around, quickly landing on Director Zhang. His words carried a veiled barb, congratulations. I heard First High produced an SS ranking student this year. His smile was faint, his tone dismissive. Though I also heard that Su Mu, the student you spent a fortune competing for, ended up awakening as a common class profession. That investment must have been a colossal loss. Director Zhang's face darkened instantly. The painful topic he had always avoided was now laid bare for all to hear. Su Mu's dazzling potential had been so promising that everyone had confidently predicted he would awaken with at least an A rank, if not something rarer. But in the end, it turned out to be an ordinary, unremarkable profession, turning First High's proud investment into a laughingstock. He opened his mouth to respond but ultimately said nothing. The tension hung thick. Teacher Lee from Second High couldn't resist stepping in to ease the moment. Director Lu, I heard that only one of your 2 SSS-ranked students is here today. The other has their own arrangements, Director Lu replied nonchalantly, his tone resolute, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. No one dared to press the matter. At that moment, his gaze suddenly swept across the distance and stopped. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his face as he murmured, "Huh. Sumu." Though his voice wasn't loud, it immediately drew wide-eyed reactions from every teacher present. They all quickly followed his gaze. In the distance, my figure emerged from the forest, moving with an unhurried ease. Hearing my name brought up, I felt the ripple of emotion in my heart subside even faster than the buzz of voices around me. Over the past 3 years, I had grown accustomed to such stares and whispers. But this time, there was something distinctly different about the atmosphere. "Why is he here?" Teacher Li questioned Director Zhang in surprise. "Isn't he one of your students?" Director Zhang appeared equally caught off guard, his astonishment unmasked. "He withdrew from school early to prepare and didn't register for the special training. Maybe he teamed up with someone else." There was a hint of confusion and an indistinct trace of worry in his tone. However, the teacher from Second High didn't hesitate for long. He immediately cast a detection spell on me. As the results materialized, his expression abruptly shifted, his voice breaking into a stunned exclamation, "Level 13? That's impossible." The surrounding teachers immediately froze, their expressions changing rapidly as murmurs erupted. "What? Level 13? He awakened just 2 days ago. A common class profession. How can he be level 13? This is completely unheard of." All attention was immediately drawn to me, filled with incredulity, doubt, and even an undercurrent of unease. The top students brought by these elite schools, even after being showered with resources, barely managed to reach level 10. The brightest among them had only just broken through to level 12. And yet here I was, surpassing them all despite starting with an apparent disadvantage. They stared at me like I was some kind of anomaly. Without saying a word, I walked forward, my stride steady, cutting through their scrutinizing gazes to head straight for the dungeon entrance. There was no point in explaining, I knew the truth would reveal itself, irrefutably, through my actions. I stood amidst the crowd, quietly listening to the teachers' discussions. From their tone, I could almost sense the complex emotions lurking beneath the surface. Director Wang was working hard to secure recognition for my performance. When he mentioned my exceptionally high-level talent, I could detect a slight excitement buried deep in his voice. Clearly, this wasn't merely a description of me, it was also a bargaining chip for Director Wang at No. 1 High School. "Talent aside, it's still just an ordinary career," Director Liu said, his voice firm but tinged with bitterness. This deliberate calmness and the rebuttal about disadvantages in later stages were things I had seen many times before. Whether it was just tough talk or sourness, none of it could change the facts. In their eyes, at least at the moment, I had already become some sort of anomaly. As I scanned the crowd, Song Yuer came into view. She was studying the level indicator above my head with a mix of resentment and unwillingness. I was familiar with her temperament. Her pouting expression silently declared her newfound determination. For an instant, her gaze met mine, but I chose not to respond and instead averted my eyes. In contrast, Zhao Zicheng's expression was far more conspicuous. His eyes were cold, and the jealousy within them seemed ready to overflow. His clenched fists radiated anger, plain as day. I understood the resentment and frustration that churned within him. We knew each other well, and in a way, his burning fury became my greatest motivation. At the moment, I was standing on the outskirts of the gathering point with Lu Shan, far away from their prying gazes. Her tone was leisurely as she asked, "Why don't you use cooldown reset equipment or scrolls? Wouldn't grinding multiple times a day be faster?" Her words sharply reminded me of the gap between reality and theory. Reset equipment? Practically a legendary item. Cooldown scrolls. One costs a whopping 2 million star coins, a symbol of absolute wealth. Her suggestion was even more absurd than, "Why not eat meat?" "That sounds simple enough," I replied curtly, dodging a response. Lu Shan chuckled, the realization slowly dawning on her. Her tone grew increasingly casual as she added, "Fine, if you want, I could lend you a few." I shook my head, refusing the offer. Avoiding personal debt was a matter of principle. Meanwhile, her mention of a certain location sparked a sudden thought: Gale Canyon. From its description, the area was teeming with level 20 monsters, an ideal place for leveling up. I quickly restructured my plan: reach level 14 here, then head directly to Gale Canyon. As we conversed, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, the school team, maintaining a not too distant but cautious range. I made no move to approach them. Instead, Lu Shan and I exchanged a glance. No words were needed as we stepped through the glowing portal leading to the dungeon. Radiant light surged, and darkness consumed us. One after another, Lu Shan and I entered the nightmarish trial. At that moment, the portal shifted into a swirling vortex of blackness, swallowing us whole. "That's nightmare difficulty." Startled exclamations erupted from behind us. Clearly, our actions had sent shockwaves through the crowd. Taking on a dungeon at such a difficulty level, especially as just two young individuals, was nothing short of audacious, perhaps even madness. Song Yuer's gaze lingered on me, her expression a mix of complexity. Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng seemed increasingly unhinged, his jealousy and hatred nearly suffocating the air around him. At the same time, in a guild headquarters located in Jiang City, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a valley under a storm's gusting winds. Zhao Lai stood at the head of the room, his voice booming like thunder. "Useless. Can't even handle a simple matter properly." The guild leader's wrath bore heavily on the room, forcing Zhao Kun to keep his head lowered, too afraid to even breathe loudly. "Father, I recognize my fault," Zhao Kun murmured, his voice low, barely above a whisper. "I shouldn't have tried to clear the area without permission." Carefully, he attempted to defuse the outburst, though Zhao Lai's icy glare suggested his rage was far from subsiding. "Mistake." Zhao Lai suddenly slammed the table, the sound echoing and sending a faint sting to my eardrums. "You think I'm angry because you tried to clear the area? No, your mistake was being indecisive and leaving room for people to grasp onto evidence. If you take action, do it thoroughly and cleanly. Don't give anyone the chance to speak against you. Your half-baked methods didn't just fail, they created more enemies for no gain. If it were me, I wouldn't have let a single rogue approach, nor would I have left any traces behind for others to exploit." Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Kun's forehead, dripping onto the floor below. "Yes, father, I understand. So, what should we do next?" His voice trembled, betraying his inner panic. Zhao Lai inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress his rising fury before speaking coldly. "The Association for Professional Adventurers has been unusually tight-lipped, not even a hint of information is leaking out. This suggests that whoever's interfering behind the scenes operates on a level much deeper than ours. We cannot act rashly. Let it go, and swallow the loss in silence." His gaze turned sharp, like icy daggers piercing Zhao Kun. "Your primary task now is to level up as quickly as possible. This family has poured vast resources into you. I expect you to reach at least the 5th layer in the rookie domain of the multiverse battlefield. Can you manage that?" "Yes, father." Zhao Kun responded solemnly, his back straightened, sweat pouring down like rain. Within the replica, I held my breath, deeply entrenched in the oppressive gloom of the nightmare level, abandoned tomb. The stifling atmosphere almost tricked me into believing I had stepped into a realm of the dead. The surrounding malice was so thick it felt like flowing black sludge, making it hard to breathe. Every monster had been immeasurably strengthened, from their speed and aggression to their intelligence, each detail screaming the peril of life and death at me. The outer monsters alone drained several times my usual effort, while the gatekeeper, the first obstacle, Hellhound Cerberus, nearly claimed my life on several occasions. The time spent here had already surpassed that of a hard-level dungeon by more than double. I could only approach every crisis with absolute caution. This difficulty, it's inhuman. How the hell did Lu Shan manage to clear this? I muttered under my breath, gritting my teeth and pressing forward. Finally, upon re-entering the familiar mine tunnel, the battle situation slightly shifted in my favor. The narrow corridors served as a paradise for my ricochet arrows. Though the monster's health and defenses were significantly boosted, the combination of quintuple arrows, triple penetration, and relentless ricochets proved deadly enough. The experience bar climbed steadily, albeit slowly, and my progress remained solid. Until the final, most vexing challenge, the Hell Revenant. This mutated zombie king redefined nightmare-level difficulty. Extraordinary stats, terrifyingly destructive berserk skills, unrelenting summoned minions, and periodically released all-encompassing poison clouds created a true game of hunter versus prey. I had scarcely any moments to catch my breath, my only chances hinged on precise footwork, perfect synchronization of my celestial arrow barrage, and the controlling power granted by my new talent. 50 minutes. Through this prolonged endurance battle, surviving near-death encounters multiple times, every move came dangerously close to the brink of my abilities. Finally, as the Hell Revenant let out one last roar full of unwilling defiance, its massive body disintegrated into fine powder and collapsed thunderously. I fell onto the ground, propping my body up with my longbow, my heavy breathing echoing through the entire tomb. Defeated Hell Revenant, Nightmare Boss, gained 15,000 experience points. Life Drain activated, permanent +1 life value. Level up. Current level, 14. As the light of the level up enveloped me, my exhaustion vanished in an instant. But my focus was immediately drawn to two glowing objects near the skeletal remains. One was pitch black like ink, pulsing with an ancient malevolent aura, the other radiated dazzling brilliance, a staff flowing with elemental light. Heart of the Zombie King, special material. Description: a crystalline core imbued with the essence of the Hell Revenant's power, a top-tier material for crafting equipment with cooldown reduction attributes. Staff of Elemental Resonance, bronze grade. Requirements: level 14, spirit 45. Spell attack, +35. Spirit, +15. Cooldown reduction, +5%. Additional trait, all skill levels +1. My eyes lit up at the Heart of the Zombie King. A long-coveted top-tier material, finally mine to claim. But the staff made my heart stir with even more excitement: high attack attributes, substantial spirit bonuses, paired with cooldown reduction, and a universal, all skill levels +1, trait, undoubtedly a divine weapon for magic-based players. Its value was no less than a small gold mine. Suppressing the surging joy within me, I redirected my focus toward the enhancement options. Level up. Please choose one of the following enhancement options. Option 1, increase strength by 20 points. Option 2, acquire passive skill, Frost Mark. Option 3, when out of combat, increase movement speed by 10%. I fixated on the description of the second option's skill. Frost Mark, passive: your attacks apply a 10% movement slow effect for 2 seconds. Attacking enemies under the slow effect has a 1% chance to freeze them for 1 second. My hand hovered over the virtual screen momentarily, my mind already made up. This step was one meant to be steady and far-reaching. A 1% freezing probability. I stared at the panel, my brain rapidly processing. Such a percentage might seem insignificant to an average player, but to me, it held immense potential. Each attack delivered 5 arrows, coupled with the 5-hit combo from the Celestial Arrow Barrage, and factoring in penetration and ricochet, the actual probability of triggering the effect multiplied exponentially. Especially with Hurricane Strike, my attack speed had already been boosted to 1.6 strikes per second, translating to up to 16 attack calculations per second. The theoretical likelihood approached 16%, who would underestimate such crowd control capabilities? Let alone the scaling improvement as the number of arrows I shoot continues to increase. Without hesitation, I selected Frost Mark. In that instant, a surge of icy energy infused my arrows, imbuing them with a chilling power that made it clear, every strike would now become a nightmare for my enemies. When I stepped out of the replica light gate, Director Wong was already standing outside, waiting for me. He approached me proactively, his face full of an approving smile. "Su Mu, congratulations. Reaching level 14 in such a short amount of time, truly impressive for someone your age." After some brief pleasantries, his tone shifted. "Our school is in the process of forming an elite training squad. Led by experienced instructors, with preferential access to resources, it's undoubtedly the best way to prepare for the university entrance exams. Are you interested in joining?" Without hesitation, I asked, "If I join, will my range of movement be restricted?" He nodded. "For safety reasons, the group will operate collectively within designated areas." I declined him outright. "Thank you for the offer, but I have my own well-defined plan for improving myself. I'm not suited for group activities." He sighed, seemingly disappointed, but did not press further. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Well, if that's the case, I won't force you. We'll be stationed near the replica. If you need any assistance, feel free to come to me. Thank you for your concern." I nodded, accepting the goodwill while catching sight of Zhao Ziqing in the distance from the corner of my eye. His expression made me slightly uncomfortable, his concealed resentment too poorly disguised. His hostility towards me seemed innate, but it didn't bother me in the least. Right now, he wasn't even worth a second glance. I found a quiet corner at the gathering point and began meditating alone. About an hour later, the light gate flickered, and Lu Shan finally emerged. She looked somewhat fatigued, but when she noticed me, surprise immediately crossed her face. "You." She seemed about to say something but was abruptly cut off as I raised my hand. "It's done," I said curtly, as always. She froze for half a second, and a wave of joy swiftly spread across her face. "Really? That's great." However, her smile quickly faded as a more complex look entered her eyes. "Wait a second. The conditions for triggering the Zombie King's Heart drop are extremely harsh. Boss HP increased by 50%, and you still have to complete the kill within the time limit." She didn't finish her sentence, but the astonishment and curiosity in her gaze were unmistakable. My efficiency had again exceeded her expectations. She quickly adjusted her expression, her smile returning. "Regardless, being able to obtain it is lucky enough. This item is very important to me." She paused momentarily before continuing. "The market price for it is about 10 million star coins, but the value might not be entirely fair to you. Do you have any specific equipment or skill books you need?" I thought for a moment and responded, "Anything that can improve attack speed or enhance attack effects, or passive skill books suited for archers." Without further questioning, she directly retrieved 3 skill books from her storage space. A faint glow shimmered over them, clearly valuable. This one, Precision Strike, passive, permanently increases hit rate and critical rate. Advanced Skill Book, Wind Step, passive, boosts movement speed and significantly improves out-of-combat movement while disengaged. Advanced Skill Book, Eagle's Vision, passive, extends vision range and grants a very low chance of detecting invisible units. I stared at the 3 advanced skill books on the table, waves of emotion surging within me. The rarity of such books spoke for itself. They were leagues beyond the low-level ones found on the market. Altogether, their value exceeded 5 million star coins. In that moment, my fingers almost moved involuntarily to grab them. But I suppressed the restlessness in my heart and silently looked at Lu Shan. "As for equipment," she broke the silence, "I don't have anything suitable for you at the moment. If you are not in a hurry, I can get someone to keep an eye out and gather a set for you." I thought for a moment and then nodded. "Equipment can wait. As for the remaining difference, could you convert it into dungeon refresh scrolls for me?" Improving my level was the most important priority right now. Nothing was more valuable than time. Lu Shan shook her head. "Refresh scrolls only work for low-level dungeons. It wouldn't be worth it for you at this stage. She paused briefly, then took out a plain-looking ring from her belongings. It was embedded with a vibrant blue gemstone. She held it out to me. Take this, Time Hourglass ring, instead. Time Hourglass ring, special equipment. Effect asterisk allows the reset of a specific dungeon's, level 30 and below, daily entry limit. Usage count asterisk 4/10, maximum, 10 uses. Automatically restores 1 use every 24 hours. I stared at the ring in front of me, my fingers instinctively tightening. The true value of such equipment was impossible to quantify in star coins. This is far too valuable. Lu Shan, however, waved her hand casually with an easygoing smile. It's nothing. Your Heart of the Zombie King is just as important to me. I specifically bought this ring for this dungeon instance, and now it's of no further use. I'll just get another one later. Her tone was calm, natural, as if she were merely giving away an ordinary trinket. Seeing her in such high spirits, I stopped being overly self-conscious and reached out to take it. Well then, thank you. You're welcome. Take what you need. She smiled slightly, but then her expression abruptly turned serious. Lowering her voice, she continued, by the way, there's another matter. About the hidden information regarding this dungeon, I promised to tell you, and now I will. I leaned forward slightly, fully focused. Have you noticed that very few players attempt the nightmare difficulty of this dungeon at night? Her sharp gaze locked onto mine. I nodded slowly. Now that she mentioned it, that did seem to be the case. In reality, nighttime is the key period when the dungeon's hidden mechanics truly come into play, Lu Shan explained. On nightmare difficulty, if you manage to lure the Zombie King to the deepest part of the mine, the chamber where moonlight shines through, and prior to that, defeat the three-headed skeletal hellhounds guarding the entrance, then collect their blood in a specialized container and pour it onto the Zombie King, the Zombie King will mutate and evolve into the Howling Moon Zombie King. So that's it. I instantly realized the special significance of those skeletal hellhounds. My heart couldn't help but marvel, the level of detail in this hidden requirement was downright terrifying. Seeing my reaction, Lu Shan continued, defeating the Howling Moon Zombie King has a chance to drop the Howling Moon set. It's a set of golden tier equipment. Golden tier equipment? My heart skipped a beat. Gear quality that ranges from the ordinary up to golden tier was utterly out of reach for most people. At this current stage, such equipment could practically be considered divine artifacts. The key point is, Liu Shan's eyes burned with a piercing intensity as she spoke, each word striking hard. One of the set bonuses of the Howling Moon set is increasing the attack range of all weapons. Increasing attack range? My breathing became erratic. As a ranged class, especially as an archer, the desire for such an attribute was indescribable. It meant a safer position for shooting and more efficient damage output. It was practically a god-tier ability tailor-made for me. However, the excitement only lasted a fleeting moment before Liu Shan's next words poured a bucket of cold water over my enthusiasm. Don't celebrate too early. The evolved, Howling Moon Zombie King, is at least 3 times stronger than the regular Nightmare Zombie King. It has multiple berserk phases and, during its final phase, will summon a horde of elite monsters to fight alongside it. Even a full team of maxed-out players at level 20, decked out in top-tier gear and equipped with S-rank talent specializations, could easily end up wiped out. She handed me an information scroll that detailed the Howling Moon Zombie King's various stats and skill mechanisms. As I skimmed through it rapidly, a heavy weight settled over my heart. The boss's design was absurdly terrifying, especially with its final phase summoning a swarm of elite monsters. While defeating them could yield a lot of experience, in my current state, attempting it solo was utterly impossible. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the impulse surging within me. Understood. This isn't something I can tackle right now. It looks like I'll have to wait until I'm strong enough to return. Seeing me regaining my composure, Lu Shan smiled approvingly. Good, you haven't let greed cloud your judgment. Remember, the hidden mechanics of this dungeon are only accessible to those who are truly prepared. Otherwise, it's nothing but self-destruction. She rose and dusted off her attire before speaking again with a smile. Well, my task here is complete. I'd better be off. She took a few steps before suddenly pausing and turning back to look at me. Her tone grew solemn. I hope to see you in the inner circle of the beginner's mystic realm on the battlefield of the myriad races. She emphasized the words, inner circle, heavily, as though they carried some hidden challenge. Her figure then faded into the depths of the ominous mineshaft. I stood silently in place, my gaze returning to the ring and skill book in my hands. A renewed, intense resolve flared to life within me. The inner circle. I would certainly go there someday. But not now, not until I became strong enough to conquer this battlefield on my own terms. Inner circle. I furrowed my brow. The term was unfamiliar, yet it felt immensely significant. I intended to ask Lu Shan for clarification, but he gave a vigorous wave of his hand and disappeared into the surrounding forest with a few flickers of movement, as if vanishing into thin air. His effortless coming and going seemed to carry a sense of enigmatic grace. Truly, a mysterious and wealthy individual, I sighed softly, unwilling to dwell further on questions without answers. Clutching the time hourglass ring tightly, I felt its peculiar power coursing through me. The sensation reminded me clearly of my next goal, using the reset window to push myself fully toward level 15. However, before proceeding, there was still one task that needed to be completed. At level 5, every class could learn a passive skill, while at level 10, an active skill slot would unlock. Now was the time to fill the blank spaces. I chose the skills most beneficial for survival. Advanced Skill Book, Wind Step, passive, increases movement speed by 5% and significantly boosts movement speed by 10% in out-of-combat states. Advanced Skill Book, Eagle Vision, passive, increases viewing distance by 30% and provides a very small chance to detect invisible units. As soon as the system notification faded, I stepped toward the glowing portal of the dungeon, diving headfirst into the daily grind of dungeon clearing. On the third day, as I stepped out of the nightmare difficulty dungeon for the 5th time, the ring's 2 reset charges had been completely consumed. A breathtaking surge of power erupted from within me. Level up. Current level, 15. It was done, I had finally reached level 15. But what thrilled me even more than this announcement was the transformative opportunity that accompanied it. The system's notification echoed in my ears. Level increased to 15. Please choose 2 out of the following 3 special enhancement options. Option 1, Nature's Resonance, Ascension, increases the probability of summoning Treants during attacks from 1% to 2%, raises their level by 1, and doubles their base attributes. Skill Base, Treants have 500% of your health, 100% of your attack, and 100% of your defense, lasting 30 seconds. Option 2, Shadow Mirror, active skill, grants a 1% chance of summoning your Shadow Mirror during attacks for 5 seconds. The Shadow Mirror fully inherits your attributes, skills, including talent enhancements, and combat traits, actively engaging enemies. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Option 3, Starfall Arrow Formation, Enhancement, provides comprehensive enhancement to your core skill, Starfall Arrow Formation. In defensive mode, it increases explosion damage to 100% of attack power and significantly enhances knockback effects. In offensive mode, each arrow's damage increases to 200% of attack power. My gaze swept quickly over these 3 options as my mind churned like a tempest. Option 1, the Treant Enhancement, was undeniably tempting. With doubled attributes and a higher activation probability, it would provide greater ease during sustained battles. Yet, adding strength to an already strong hand was less appealing than the potential for a groundbreaking reversal. Option 2 made my heart race. Shadow Mirror, despite its mere 1% activation chance, could completely shift the tide of battle given its capacity to inherit all my combat prowess, a hidden and lethal trump card. As for option 3, the enhancement to Starfall arrow formation was unquestionably essential. This was my foundation, the key to my balance of offense and defense. The thought of arrows with doubled attack efficiency made me envision countless enemies crumbling before me. After deep contemplation, my decision became crystal clear. My quiet declaration echoed in my ears: I choose Shadow Mirror and Starfall arrow formation enhancement. The instant the selection was finalized, I felt a surge of newfound power coursing through me. The stars encircling me in my arrow formation became heavier and deadlier, while a faint, shadowy energy subtly wove into my combat rhythm. Despite its minuscule 1% probability, Shadow Mirror's immense potential filled me with anticipation for all the unknown battles ahead. The ring's 4 reset charges had been fully expended, yet with the passage of time, one reset had already cooled down. In this peril-ridden world, the vitality afforded by such intervals might very well allow me to tip the scales of fate, and I was ready to push these chances to their absolute limits. Rather than using the last remaining chance immediately, I found a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, and devoted myself entirely to analyzing the data insights provided by Lu Shan regarding the hidden mechanics of the Howling Moon Zombie King. I needed to grasp every detail completely. These details would determine whether I lived or perished. Inside my mind, I began intense simulations and calculations. The mind's environment is optimal for maximizing ricochet and piercing effects. The boss's stats are 3 times that of ordinary nightmare monsters, with a health pool nearing 100,000. With current damage per second, under the combined effects of 5-fold arrows, enhanced Starfall arrow formation, and the possible activation of Shadow Mirror, theoretically. The most challenging part is its elite summon phase. Proper utilization of terrain and AoE attacks could turn the tide, potentially triggering life drain and the mirror. The enhancements to Starfall arrow formation ensure steadier knockback and pure energy damage, significantly reducing the risk of operational errors. The control impact of Frost Imprint on interrupting skill cast delays, especially freezing, holds immense value. Every skill, every piece of equipment, and even every single attribute value was carefully pitted in my mind against each intricate detail of the boss's mechanics. Those complex data and variables surged like a raging flood, colliding, splitting, and fusing within my consciousness. The intensity of this mental calculation caused beads of sweat to form on my forehead. But I knew, precision to the extreme was my only hope for success. Finally, the conclusion emerged clearly. In theory, it's feasible. My gaze sharp as a blade, I murmured to myself, although the risk is exceptionally high, with a margin of error close to 0, leveraging the cave terrain and those 2 critical enhancement abilities, there's over a 60% chance of defeating the Howling Moon Zombie King. Amidst the astonishment, a blazing battle intent surged through me. Lu Shan had once believed this challenge could only be undertaken by a full S-rank team at level 20. Yet here I was, alone, daring to entertain such hope. All of it was thanks to the perfectly matched terrain and my precise extraction of the roguelike template's potential. This was my battlefield. Hesitation was unnecessary. I stood up, taking a deep breath, and fixed my gaze on the ominous portal that resembled an abyss devouring all, nightmare difficulty. I began walking toward it, my steps resolute. At this moment, the surrounding clamor and gazes converged on me once more, but they were irrelevant. He's entering again. Is this guy insane? Nightmare difficulty, attempting it so many times. How could he possibly have so many dungeon refresh resources? No doubt about it. He must have spent a fortune on items. Maybe he's got deep connections that haven't been revealed yet. Isn't Su Mu from an ordinary background? Relying on Zhao Zicheng's 200,000? Don't kid yourself, it's far from enough. These comments drifted away, but a certain familiar name made me recall a face twisted in furious resentment: Zhao Zicheng. His face would undoubtedly be darkened, his anger barely contained, but I couldn't be bothered to waste a shred of mental energy on the petty jealousy of a small fry. Farther away, Song Yuer had just emerged from a difficult level dungeon. Exhausted, she stood amidst her team. Her breath was ragged, her steps unsteady, and when she caught wind of rumors about me, I didn't even need to turn my head to feel her gaze boring into my back. Was she anxious? Confused? Or perhaps imbued with some ineffable sense of defeat? Surely, she had believed that her career awakening would enable her to catch up to me, yet the brutal reality had slapped her in the face. Talent could never substitute for true victory. In this world, the strong carve their path with will and wisdom. What shortcut could there possibly be? And all those murmurs and glances were eventually swallowed by the abyssal glow of the cavern's portal. Beyond the portal, the familiar path of the mine unfolded before my eyes. Yet this time, the path was no longer ordinary, as I knew exactly what awaited me, the even more terrifying presence hidden beneath the moonlight, the unparalleled boss, and the coveted mythic treasure it guarded, the Howling Moon Set. I was ready to face the gamble of destiny. There was no retreat, nor any need to look back. The moment I stepped into the abandoned catacombs, every nerve in my body tensed, fully prepared for battle. The familiar paths and foes, surrounded by zombie miners and poison spewer zombies, were torn to shreds by the storm of my 5-arrow volleys, as fragile as scraps of paper. Without pausing for even a moment, I headed directly for the bottom of the mine, my goal set. The three-headed bone hellhound waited there menacingly. Yet this time, my purpose wasn't merely to achieve victory in battle, it was to hunt. Carefully creating distance, I precisely controlled my attacks, ensuring the hellhound did not fall too quickly. When it was on the verge of death, I pulled out the specially crafted container Lu Shan had provided and captured the deep, dark hellhound blood imbued with dark energy, handling it as cautiously as claiming a rare and precious trophy. Success achieved, I turned swiftly, the shadowed passage of the mine stretching ahead of me, imbued with an inexplicable sense of agitation lurking in the darkness. 2-piece set, strength plus 20, agility plus 20. 3-piece set, 5% chance to trigger Moonshadow Step during attacks, allowing for short-range teleportation. 4-piece set, critical hit rate plus 10%, critical damage plus 30%. 5-piece set, all attack ranges extended by 5 meters, with an additional 20% increase to total attack range. Golden Gear. At that moment, my gaze landed on the top of the set's attributes, and scenes of the 5-piece bonus automatically unfolded in my mind. For an archer, this was something that almost touched the realm of mythology. It would completely transform the way battles were fought, extreme kiting, ultimate damage-dealing environments. I could almost feel my breathing in the future becoming lighter and more swift. My original plan to head to Riftwind Canyon began to waver. After performing quick calculations, I concluded, although the experience gain in the canyon was slightly higher, the equipment upgrade from the hidden boss here was incomparable in value, it couldn't be measured by levels alone. Staying here was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Stay. I clenched my fist and made the decision on the spot. The moment I pushed open the dungeon doors, countless gazes immediately converged on me. I could clearly feel the mixture of shock, curiosity, and jealousy among them. He's cleared it again. The whispers around me were incessant, even with some faces reflecting sheer disbelief. This time it seems like it took him longer than before. Could it be that he's mastered some secret technique? A familiar voice broke through the muttering, it was Zhao Zicheng, and that trademark tone dripping with sarcasm instantly reignited my distaste for him. He must have used some underhanded trick. Otherwise, how could an ordinary professional possibly clear nightmare mode? Such a selfish guy, hiding all the good stuff, how petty. His mockery was an obvious attempt to rally more voices to his cause, but unfortunately for him, no one else was gullible enough to follow. The unspoken silence hung like a deliberate retort, rendering him increasingly humiliated under the heavy air of disregard. I flicked my gaze briefly at Zhao Zicheng, my expression calm and unaffected. A person like him wasn't worth wasting any more of my energy on. Should he dare to step out of line, I wouldn't hesitate to personally teach him some lessons on conduct. My eyes continued to scan the surroundings until they settled on a familiar figure, Song Yue. She was still seated not far away, her expression indifferent, yet subtly betraying an unmistakable weariness. A thought stirred within me, and I decided to abandon my original plan of waiting outside the doors for the cool-down period. Instead, I began walking toward her. Perhaps sensing my approach, she slightly raised her head. A flicker of alarm flashed in her eyes, but she quickly masked it, returning to her usual aloof composure. I stopped in front of her and, without pretense, got straight to the point. You have an item or gear that refreshes dungeon entry attempts, don't you? I'd observed before that she frequently entered dungeons, something I couldn't ignore. I do, she replied instinctively, but realizing her slip, her tone quickly rose. Why do you ask? The answer was already clear to me. I coolly offered a proposal. I can take you through the nightmare dungeon. In return, you provide the refresh attempts. I get priority on selecting items that drop. My blunt approach obviously caught her off guard. She bit her lip, seemingly struggling internally. No one had ever presented her with such direct terms. After all, regardless of the situation, she had always been the one admired, pursued, and in control. Yet now, my indifferent stance made that role irrelevant. I'm really tired right now and need to rest, she said, clearly straining to come up with an excuse, her tone carrying more stiffness than usual. But I didn't catch, or rather, chose not to acknowledge, her implied rejection. Instead, I repeated in a calm, unwavering manner, you don't need to exert yourself. Just sit on the sidelines and watch. Just don't cause any trouble, and I'll handle the rest. Her response fell silent as if a needle had pierced her pride, subtly jabbing at her dignity. The color in her face wavered between anger and reluctance, yet curiosity seemed to suppress her overall discomfort. Drawing a deep breath, she steadied herself and replied coldly, fine, I agree. Give me a moment to adjust. Internally, she consoled herself, this was just an opportunity to gauge his true strength. Only by understanding his level could she one day surpass him, and surpassing him would be all the more satisfying. With that thought, her expression slowly steadied, even as she decisively gave her grudging consent. Su Mu's gaze remained calm, carrying an inscrutable depth I couldn't decipher. He only spoke a single word, good. Quickly. Without further ado, he turned and walked toward the dark gateway of the nightmare dungeon. I took a measured breath and followed closely behind. The chatter around us rose once more, but I paid it no mind. My focus never left him. The commotion outside the gates had evidently drawn the attention of some bystanders. Principal Wang from First High School smiled with approval as he watched Su Mu's retreating figure. He turned meaningfully to the other school's instructors and remarked, those criticisms about Su Mu being unfriendly or lacking team spirit, don't they seem a bit misplaced now? Take a good look, he's not only challenging Nightmare Mode himself but also helping a fellow genius from the same school improve her capabilities. Such leadership potential, it's no wonder our first high students' results this year will be so promising. Without any dead weight, my efficiency skyrocketed. After several dungeon runs, I actually collected the full Howling Moon set, golden boots, greaves, chest armor, gloves, and a crown. I even ended up with an extra pair of gloves. When the 5-piece set bonus activated, the power flooding my body exploded like thunder, and I couldn't help tightening my grip on the longbow in my hands. At that moment, it seemed to extend into a will fused with my own, an arrow of the soul that could pierce the distant horizon. Song Yue had been standing there the whole time, silent, yet unable to hide her envy of the equipment. I glanced at her, handed over the extra, Howling Moon gauntlets, and said, this is for you. She clearly froze for a moment, her gaze flicking between the gear and me. In the end, she took it and softly let out a, thank you. Maybe she could guess this was a kind of compensation, but the stubbornness in her heart now seemed to have eased a little. When she and I filed out of the dungeon one after the other again, her level had already climbed to 15, while my experience bar had long since crossed the threshold of level 16. A system prompt popped up. I swept my eyes over the enhancement options. 1. Strength plus 30. 2. Obtain the passive skill Windrunner. Each time an attack hits, increases movement speed by 1% for 5 seconds, stacks. 3. Maximum HP increases by 500. There were no truly game-changing options before me, but Windrunner, which enhances battlefield mobility, suited my fighting style better. After a few seconds of weighing it up, I decisively chose it. At that moment, my outfit reflected a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight, and my whole person seemed wrapped in a layer of flowing moonlight. And Song Yuer stood beside me, bare-faced and aloof, her sharpness and my edge formed a strange harmony. The two of us stepping out of the dungeon together drew countless gazes from all around, envy laced with longing. However, not everyone can bear such beautiful moments. Zhao Ziqing had been standing there the whole time, staring at us. His gaze was locked firmly onto Song Yuer's golden bracers, and that indescribable, unspoken atmosphere between her and me. His jealousy was undisguised, his fists were clenched so tightly they turned white, yet he never said a word. It was nothing more than a weakling's anger. I ignored him and simply looked at Song Yuer. The set's all farmed. You should have used up your cooldown attempts too, right? I should head elsewhere. We probably won't see each other again for a while. To my surprise, she lifted her head and stubbornly shot back, I haven't used up my attempts yet. I don't need you to carry me, I can definitely solo clear the nightmare dungeon on my own. Her tone was sharp, but it couldn't suppress the surging fighting spirit in her heart. I didn't argue. I just looked at her, the corner of my mouth curling into a faint smile. That kind of passion and pride was exactly what set her apart. Nodding to her in reply, I turned and set off. The wind blew in from deep within the wilderness, carrying a wild chill. I headed toward Riftwind Gorge, which would be my next battlefield, and the stubbornly growing person behind me would catch up, or wouldn't. The answer, in the end, time itself would reveal. I didn't choose to stay in the instance area to keep farming gear and making small money. I knew clearly that, compared with money, what mattered more right now was raising my level and strength. As long as my level was high enough, future opportunities and wealth would come in an endless stream. And at present, my goal wasn't just to secure a spot at Qingbei Academy, I also wanted to win the provincial top scorer crown. Thinking of the satisfaction and pride that might appear in my parents' eyes, I subconsciously clenched my fist, my resolve rock solid. In the distance, Zhao Ziqing's gaze followed the sight of me leaving alone, a flash of viciousness crossing his eyes. He wanted revenge, but quickly suppressed the impulse. He knew that with the ability I'd shown, acting rashly would only bring trouble on himself. In the end, he still chose to throw himself into the leveling at hand, secretly grinding his teeth at me, just wait, there'll be a chance. I sprinted along the wilderness, clearing out scattered monsters along the way, and finally arrived at the Riftwind Gorge Lu Shan had mentioned. This wasn't an ordinary gorge, but a formation of countless interwoven rifts and canyons. Gale-force winds howled and swirled between jagged rocks, producing a piercing sound like the wailing of lost souls. The monsters wandering the gorge were mainly level 15 to 20 undead creatures, including thick-skinned, tough zombies and elusive, hidden ghosts, clearly far more ferocious than the enemies on the outskirts of the earlier instance. The only advantage of this area is that its monsters respawn extremely fast. Once you clear out a section, new monsters quickly surge up from the depths or from underground to fill the gaps. Although each individual monster isn't worth as much experience as the elite mobs in dungeons, the upside is that they come in an endless stream, letting you farm without interruption. Given my current urgent need to power level as quickly as possible, this is the ideal place. I plan to keep fighting here right up until the eve of the assessment, then head straight back to the city. At the canyon entrance, quite a few parties were already divvying up areas to grind. A 5-man team noticed I was alone, and one of them came over. "Bro, you're solo? The monsters here are pretty nasty, want to team up?" It'll be safer. I shook my head and refused. No need, thanks. One irritable warrior in the party deliberately lowered his voice and muttered unhappily, "Ungrateful bastard. Is this guy looking to get himself killed?" Their shield warrior captain's gaze hardened as he barked to stop his teammates. Shut up. If he can make it here alone, that means he's got skills. Don't run your mouths. He shot me a glance, as if sizing me up. I didn't pay them much mind, choosing a narrow rift with an extremely high monster density and started clearing it. 5-fold arrows, 4-fold penetration, ricochet effect, enhanced starlight arrow array. With the canyon's complex terrain amplifying it, the arrows in my hand seemed to truly become a storm. The shafts whistled out, carrying a rain of light, and clusters of undead fell like wheat cut down by a scythe. One experience notification after another surged in, so dense it almost made my eyes blur. The clearing efficiency was so high that even the monster's respawn rate was starting to struggle to keep up. Not far away, that party gradually noticed something was off. Weird, why did these mobs suddenly get fewer? The hot-tempered warrior scratched his head suspiciously. The captain furrowed his brows slightly and gave a low command, "Go over and take a look. Don't let anything go wrong." When they rounded a massive boulder and saw the scene ahead, everyone froze on the spot. There I stood alone in the middle of the rift, for dazzling star arrows hovering and circling around me. The bowstring in my hand was drawn and released with blinding speed. In a blur of afterimages, arrows shot out, piercing cleanly through 3 or 4 zombies before ricocheting onward to cut down monsters across an even wider area. Under the sweeping arrow storm, the ground was almost cleared into a vacuum. Heavens, the hot-tempered warrior murmured, his voice full of disbelief. "Don't make a sound." The captain took a deep breath and warned in a low voice, his eyes filled with awe. "Did you see that clearly? That's what a real master looks like." He paused, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Let's move somewhere else. Don't disturb him." They backed away, and even as they withdrew, their eyes couldn't help but look back, some in shock, some filled with emotion. As for me, with no distractions, I threw myself completely into the mad grind of farming monsters. By the time the sun sank in the west, I had wiped out every monster in this area. My experience bar climbed with difficulty, finally leaping to halfway through level 16. Early the next morning, I picked up my bow again. Today was my 7th day in the wilderness, and also my last. Time was short. I calculated to myself that if I pushed with everything I had, there was a strong chance I could sprint to level 17. If I succeeded, it would mean not only that no one in this city could match me, if I looked across the entire province, the provincial top scorer position would be mine for the taking. At that thought, my gaze grew sharper like a blade. With both hands gripping the bowstring, I sped into a new battlefield. Just as I finished clearing a wave of monsters and was about to make a brief adjustment, a low, thunder-like rumble came from the distance, rapidly closing in, mixed with piercing screams of terror. My heart tightened hard. I quickly leapt onto a high rock and looked out toward the canyon. Amid the choking smoke, countless figures were fleeing toward me in a panic. My pupils shrank sharply. Without the slightest hesitation, I spun around and sprinted, my speed instantly pushed to its peak, my body like an arrow loosed from the bow, the passive effect of windwalk rapidly stacking. Clambering up to a higher ridge, I finally saw the suffocating true face of the calamity. The entire barren gobi and canyon had already been drowned in a deep gray torrent. Skeletons, zombies, wraiths, skeletal beasts, countless undead had gathered into a raging, tsunami-like wave, roaring as it trampled through everything, sweeping all before it, leaving not a blade of grass behind. Undead tide, the memories in my mind surged with a stabbing pain. Every undead tide was a cataclysm. To encounter one out in the wild meant almost certain death, with barely anyone surviving. Only by fleeing back to a city with sturdy barriers could one hope to stay alive. Cold sweat soaked my whole body. I forced down my fear and ran for my life, scrambling toward the city. Not far behind me was the 5-man squad I'd run into yesterday. They too had been driven into desperation by the undead tide, hair disheveled, faces ashen, their steps ragged and hopeless. Where are the Adventurers Guild and the city garrison? The undead tide has clearly been forming for hours. Why are there no reinforcements? The impatient warrior shouted in fury, his voice brimming with barely suppressed resentment and despair. I heard every word, yet there was nothing I could do. As we fled, the mage, exhausted, stumbled. Just for that instant, several skeletal hounds pounced from the side and dragged him down in a flash. His torn, blood-curdling scream cut off abruptly, followed by a nauseating chorus of ripping and chewing. The squad leader roared and tried to turn back to save him, but even more surging undead completely cut him off. The mage's figure vanished into the endless black tide. I could only press on, teeth clenched, forcing down my trembling rage and uncontrollable shuddering. It was my only choice, stay alive, even if there was only the faintest glimmer of hope. As the tremors in the ground grew ever more violent, that roiling undead tide seemed to become a force that would devour everything. Beyond pursuing us, it swept up every wandering dead soul along the way, its size swelling exponentially. I realized keenly that even if we ran at full tilt, if this continued, we would inevitably be swallowed. My footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and I forced down the instinct to run. I drew my bow with both hands, roaring to myself, I can only gamble on this. The windstride passive I'd learned yesterday had become my only lifeline now. With its stacking speed boost, maybe I could carve out a chance to live. Before the words had even faded, an arrow shot out like a thunderclap, striking the nearest skeletal hound and sprinting zombie dead on. As the damage numbers popped up, a light, airy sensation surged into my legs, windstride triggered, and my speed began stacking like mad. But none of this came easy. I kept retreating while firing without pause, the situation perilous from start to finish. If they got too close, I'd be surrounded by a horde of abandoned corpses and die without a grave. If I pulled even a little too far away, windstride's 5 seconds would run out, and the stacked speed would reset to 0. In this hairbreadth moment, I keep searching for balance. Time and again, the knockback from the star arrow formation and my precise shots pull me back from the edge of the abyss at the last second, while my speed, like a blade-tipped dance step, gradually pulls far ahead of the pursuit. This battle is not only a contest of speed, but a life-or-death struggle at the limits of nerve and will. Amid the wild sudden upheaval, a lone figure yanks a fully drawn bow and keeps firing behind him at a towering, surging tide of undead, while the tide roars without end. Between them remains a razor-thin gap, one misstep, and it's eternal damnation. But I have no way back. With every pinpoint strike, I forcibly tear a living fissure through the apocalyptic flood. His face is terrifyingly pale, his mind stretched taut, mana and stamina burning away at an unimaginable rate. I know he's racing death in a way like drinking poison to quench thirst. One mistake, or the moment his mana runs out and he can no longer sustain the star arrow formation, and that sky-filling corpse tide will swallow him in an instant. Right on this knife edge between life and death, a whistling sound came from the horizon. I looked up, only to see a troop of knights riding massive griffins descending from the sky. Their appearance left me stunned. Out in the wild, the chaotic energy fields and interference from monsters have already rendered conventional aircraft completely useless. Such heaven-favored beings could only be either top-tier beast tamers who had domesticated flying mounts, or third advancement powerhouses who had mastered the ability to fly under their own power. Look down there. What is that person doing? Came a griffin rider's startled cry. I heard them talking. He's using the corpse tide to train his movement speed. The commander's voice was laced with disbelief, and from my current perspective, the way he retreated while fighting was indeed jaw-dropping. Yet how could they know that my being able to stand right now was entirely a last-ditch effort? Everything I did looked reckless, but in truth it was because I had nowhere left to retreat. Lower altitude and save him, the commander's order was decisive. With a screech, the griffin dove, nearly kicking up gravel and dust from the ground. A strong hand reached out toward me, quick. Grab on. My eyes lit up. With my last bit of strength, I leapt up and seized the outstretched hand with a death grip, and I was hauled onto the griffin's back. The moment I climbed up, my whole body went limp, I panted hard, my clothes soaked through with sweat as if I'd been fished out of water. In the brief lull, I noticed the rescuers watching me. Their eyes sized me up like I was a monster. "Brother, you were completely insane just now," a mage spoke up, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. I had no intention of explaining, I only shook my head wearily, took the water skin, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Right then, I was both thirsty and exhausted, my mouth so dry it felt as if grit were piled in my throat. A thought flashed through my mind, if only I had a spatial ring. There was simply no room in an ordinary class professional storage space for these non-combat necessities. The commander walked over, his voice steady. "Kid, how did you end up in that area? Running into a level 2 zombie tide isn't something you can handle under normal circumstances." I took a deep breath and briefly recounted everything, grinding levels in Riftwind Gorge, running into fleeing survivors, and discovering the zombie tide. As he listened, his brows knit tighter and tighter, his expression growing ever more grave. "A level 2 zombie tide," he murmured under his breath, seeming to sink into thought. "The assessment report just came in, those still stranded outside, I'm afraid." He shook his head in silence and didn't continue. Listening to his heavy words, my chest suddenly tightened. The cruelty of the zombie tide was even more cold-blooded and ruthless than I had imagined. A startled cry interrupted my thoughts. "Look! There's someone in the sky." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and surprise showed on the commander's face as well. In the distance, a figure hovered in midair, surrounded by a dazzling, oppressive radiance of magic. "A third-rank powerhouse," someone shouted in disbelief. I held my breath, staring at that mage in shock. He appeared out of nowhere, staff in hand, chanting an obscure yet majestic incantation. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the magic gathering in the air felt as if it could overturn the earth. A gigantic magic circle spanning the horizon manifested. Super-tier magic, Earth Rift. A deafening roar split the earthen curtain of the battlefield, and the charging tide of corpses below was torn in two. 100-meter wide, unfathomably deep chasm was forcibly cleaved through the sea of corpses, carving out a barrier. The frenzied undead at the front plunged into the abyss like mud pouring down a slope. Their advance, before such overpowering force, became futile. This is the power of the strong. My fists clenched involuntarily. Compared to it, how insignificant my existence was, and how humble my actions were. The Griffin squad carried us straight back toward Jiangcheng. This brush with death not only left me with vivid memories of peril, but also made me realize that the undead pursuers I had killed had quietly increased my experience points. My level had risen to midway through level 17. Though it was an extremely dangerous encounter, it unexpectedly brought some benefits as well. Only after returning to the safe zone did I get the chance to open the enhancement panel. Level up. Please choose one of the following 3 enhancement options. Option 1, Constitution plus 40. Option 2, attacks additionally fire 1 extra arrow. Option 3, gain the active skill, Escape, quickly roll backward a certain distance, 60-second cooldown. This time I got lucky. After a brief analysis, I decisively chose Option 2. Enhancement complete, each attack now additionally releases 6 arrows, base 1 arrow plus talent 6 arrows equals 7 arrows. 7 arrows at once. Watching my strength increase further, hope rekindled in my heart. The road ahead is perilous, but as long as I still have a chance to grow, I will never stop moving forward. No sooner had I returned to the city and gotten settled than the communicator rang urgently. I picked it up and saw it was my parents calling. Their anxious tone made my heart tighten. Xiao Mu. The news says a level 2 zombie tide has broken out in the wilderness. Are you okay? Where are you right now? Their worry came through the device and warmed my heart. I quickly reassured them, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I've been back in the city for a while now. I didn't run into the zombie tide. Everything's fine. I did my best to keep my voice steady, not wanting to add to their concern. Hearing my answer, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They repeated their reminders a few more times before hanging up. But the communicator hadn't even fallen silent before it rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. I picked up. Hello. Sumu. It's me, Lu Shan. The voice was familiar, with a hint of concern in his tone. I heard there was a level 2 zombie tide outside the city. Are you alright? I'm fine. Got lucky, was rescued by the Griffin unit, I replied, my tone still restrained. That's good. This zombie tide is making quite a commotion. I'm afraid the wilderness will be chaotic for a while. I was going to ask you to grind a hidden instance with me, but with things like this, it looks like there won't be a chance. Lu Shan said with a touch of regret. It's fine, I replied in a calm tone, not mentioning that I had long since achieved my goal. There'll always be another chance. Then focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Hope I'll see you in the inner circle by then, Lu Shan said simply, and then hung up. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when the communicator lit up again. This time it was a familiar name, Song Yuer. I shook my head helplessly, smiled, and answered. Su Mu. Are you okay? Her voice still carried that hint of pride, but the weight of her concern was hard to hide. It's fine, I'm heading back to the city. Humph. Guess you got lucky. There was a bit more smugness in her tone. Let me tell you, I'm already level 16 now. Well? What do you think? I chuckled softly and didn't follow her lead, instead saying flatly, I need to go home for a bit and let my parents know I'm safe. Song Yuer was clearly not very happy with my deliberate dodge, but she didn't press further, just snorted coldly. Fine. See you tomorrow. Then she hurriedly ended the call on the communicator. I stared at the screen that had already cooled down and murmured softly, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow was the day to return to the novice secret realm, the final assessment of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Everything was about to be unveiled. On the morning at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, the track field was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. Everyone had gathered here, busy with the final assembly before the decisive battle. The principal, the grade-level director, and the teachers leading the group had long since arrived, sweeping their stern gazes over the third-year battle class students. The teachers' detection spells flickered again and again, measuring each student's level. Most of the regular class students were stuck at level 10, the result of diligent hard work, while the elite class clearly had better resources, most had already reached level 12. But the commotion started with Zhao Zicheng. His level 14 drew a wave of hushed exclamations. That number was already outstanding in the eyes of ordinary people. Level 14. Zhao Zicheng's party leveling efficiency is really high. But the brief praise was, moments later, swallowed by an even greater shock. Everyone's gaze suddenly fixed on Song Yuer not far away. She said nothing, quiet and resolute, composed and unruffled, yet above her head hung that jaw-dropping number. Level 16. Level 16. As expected of an SSS-rank stellar mage. This leveling speed makes you wonder if she's from another world. Even the elite class students, despite having been mentally prepared, couldn't help but marvel when they saw it with their own eyes. As for the regular class students, who had long been used to deifying her, they were even more completely awed into submission by that level. Amid the roaring clamor of discussion, I walked unhurriedly onto the athletic field. My steps were calm, my expression unruffled. The probing light fell squarely on me. The entire place fell into dead silence. Level 17. That dazzling number was like a thunderous great bell pounding against my eardrums. Their expressions froze, shock or fear was written across every face. It was me, Su Mu. Sumu the archer of an ordinary class. Yet my level was a full 2 levels higher than that of an SSS rank star mage. Level 17. That's impossible. How did he do that? A monster. An absolute monster. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell in waves, a flood of doubts and disbelief almost pressed the air into suffocation. I remained calm, walking past those shocked stares. The grade dean, meanwhile, stood rooted to the spot, his mouth hanging open as if it could tip over a desk. He murmured, a few days ago he was still level 15, and now he's actually level 17, this kid. Before the dean could finish, I was already standing in the ranks, waiting for the challenge that was about to come. The principal stood on the stage, clapping his hands and laughing loudly. The relaxed smile on his face seemed like ancient ice that had finally melted. His gaze fell on Song Yuer and me, and his voice brimmed with excitement he couldn't suppress. Good. 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 Song Yuer at level 15, Sumu at level 17. This year, our Jiangqing No. 1 high school is destined to leave a vivid mark. 2 Tsinghua, Peking University prospects. No, perhaps we can even go for the provincial top scorer. The noise on the sports field gradually died down. The principal stepped onto the central platform and called everyone's attention back in a booming voice, "Students, quiet." The surrounding clamor vanished in an instant, and the air filled with an oppressive solemnity. He swept his gaze over the entire crowd and said, "Everyone is here. From this moment on, we will be teleported to Jiangnan City and enter the newbie secret realm of the battlefield of 10,000 races. This will be the last, and most important, challenge of your high school career." At this moment, his tone turned low and stern. Remember, the battlefield's secret realm changes every year. The terrain, monsters, and environment are completely unpredictable, the only constant is their danger. In all actions, life comes first. Results are important, of course, but I hope every one of you can return safely. The principal's words were like a taut string, binding every heart. He didn't delay any longer and swept his right hand, teleportation, begin. My gaze turned to the center of the athletic field, where the enormous teleportation array suddenly burst into dazzling light. In the next instant, a tearing sensation swept over my entire body. My vision was replaced by a blur. After a brief moment of weightlessness, my feet finally found solid ground. I opened my eyes, and the lively scene of the campus had already transformed into something grand. This was Jiangnan City's central plaza. The plaza was vast beyond measure. Beneath my feet stretched runic stone tiles that shimmered with a faint glow, and the towering, majestic complex of buildings all around inspired awe. The interwoven style of modern and classical elements gave the entire city a unique sense of solemnity and elegance. "City teleportation really is incredibly efficient," I murmured, lowering my head to study the runic formation I was standing in as I calculated to myself. If the wilderness had this kind of directional teleportation array too, the roads would be so much more open, and I wouldn't have been so pathetic when facing that tide of corpses before. Maybe after the assessment ends, I can consider getting a portable teleportation item, though the price will definitely be astronomical. As I was thinking, the teleportation arrays in various places lit up one after another, like a feast of light, and students in different school uniforms appeared in succession. They gathered in small groups of 3 to 5, some full of anticipation, others wearing tense expressions. Yet no matter how large the plaza was, it couldn't withstand the influx of 100,000 people. The clamor quickly filled the air. In an instant, discussions rose and fell all around. I stood in the crowd, feeling slightly uncomfortable, when I heard familiar footsteps. Immediately after, Song Yuer walked up to my side and said softly, "The novice battlefield is dangerous for most people, but for us, our goal shouldn't be limited to the outer ring." The inner ring? I mulled over what she meant, once again realizing I'd never learned about this. But I never hide my confusion, so I asked her directly, "What exactly do you mean?" Song Yuer tilted her head and glanced at me, lazy yet sly. When she spoke, that trace of smugness was barely concealed. I didn't expect there'd still be something you don't know. But it's normal. Information about the inner ring is considered confidential, only a few teachers or major clans will tell people in advance. Who told you didn't attend the elite class back then? Her tone sounded half complaining, half joking, but I could hear the concern mixed in. She then reined in her expression a little and began to explain seriously. The battlefield is divided into an outer ring and an inner ring. The monsters in the outer ring are usually below level 20, which is where most people operate. The inner ring, on the other hand, is the territory of level 20 plus elite monsters, and there are even boss monsters entrenched there. More importantly, she lowered her voice, as if revealing a world-shaking secret. At the center of the inner ring there's a race tower. Inside the tower, you can obtain the most precious battlefield equipment while accumulating race points. During the newbie secret realm, point gains are 10 times the usual. Most of that equipment deals extra damage to specific races. It's the foundation for securing a foothold in the 10,000 races battlefield in the future. I frowned slightly, and an outline image had already formed in my mind. This seemed to be an extremely targeted resource contest mechanism, precise, yet cruel. Song Yuer clearly noticed my thoughts and added, in short, if we enter the same battlefield zone, we can still team up. Before she could finish, a broadcast voice rang out over the square, all personnel, remain quiet. The clamorous atmosphere quickly settled, and the teachers from each school began organizing their lines. Half of Song Yuer's sentence hung in the air, then turned into a soft voice, no matter what, you'll definitely step into the inner circle as well. She nodded to me and quietly retreated back to her place. At this moment, a steady figure strode onto the high platform. He wore formal attire, an imposing aura about him, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The governor of Jiangnan province, no introduction needed, his appearance alone had already plunged the entire square into solemn silence. The governor stood on the high platform. My eyes followed his as they swept over the densely packed figures below, 100,000 young faces, taut with excitement. I felt a sense of collective force spear into my chest, the hot blood of those about to march to the battlefield, faintly burning in everyone's eyes. Students. That voice, carrying a deep, powerful inner force, struck my eardrums through the sound-amplifying formation as if a massive hammer had come crashing down. Li Zhenhua, this name was known by everyone in the province. I am the governor of Jiangnan province, Li Zhenhua. He paused for a beat, and the few seemingly simple sentences now carried a weight like spring water boring through stone. Today, you will represent Jiangnan province, represent the great Xia nation, represent our entire human race, and step onto the battlefield of 10,000 races, to undergo the baptism of the 401st newcomer dungeon. His words burned hot, striking straight at the soul. He enunciated each word with ringing force. This is a 7-day, ultra-large-scale trial. It will be the dungeon challenge with the lowest danger level in your lives, yet also the most meaningful one. Kill monsters, obtain resources. Remember, use wisdom and strength to fight for the glory that belongs to the human race. I listened quietly, feeling the blood in my body roil with his cadence. Yet the deepest warning lay in this line, but never forget. The lowest danger is still not a safe zone. The mortality rate far exceeds past training. Every action you take must have survival as the #1 priority. Only by living will there be a future. My heart clenched all at once. Live. Those two words weighed heavier than victory, but were also clearer. 7 days from now, I hope every one of you will return in triumph and become even more outstanding human warriors. His voice climbed to its peak, and at last he shouted, to you all, may martial fortune flourish. Manhwaecap, may the human race endure forever. The roar exploded between heaven and earth. 100,000 young students erupted into a deafening shout, may martial fortune flourish. May the human race endure forever. The sound seemed to tear the firmament apart, vibrating down to the marrow. Even I had no choice but to join the heart of this tide. At that very moment, strange phenomena suddenly flared across the sky. Gale winds howled as the azure vault split into countless mysterious patterns. Each line of those patterns wove into pillars of light that dropped from the ninth heavens, precisely projecting onto every student. My gaze swept over those around me. The pillars carried an irresistible force and, in an instant, swept my whole body up. As heaven and earth spun, everything familiar faded from my sight, and the blue light became an eternal mist. The clamor vanished. In the midst of endless wrenching, when I opened my eyes, a desolate wasteland of ruins lay before me. Welcome to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Current location, Human Territory, Earth Star Domain, Newbie Island number 100001, Jiangnan War Zone. Safe time, 9 minutes 47 seconds. During the safe period, you will not be actively attacked by monsters. A cold, mechanical system voice shattered the silence. I looked around. The surroundings were strange and oppressive. Broken stone pillars lay strewn across the ground, shattered buildings scattered all around, and from the depths came the faint rustle of trees stirred by the wind. The roots of ancient trees burst up from beneath the earth, coiling among the ruins like writhing giant pythons, forming an obscure kind of beauty. The air was thick with the stench of rot and desolation. Even the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy carried a chill. I frowned slightly. Ruins area, this environment was clearly no simple matter. According to thee, places with traces of a lingering civilization usually meant a higher monster density and threat level, definitely not an easy start. A faint unease rose in my chest, but I quickly steadied myself and took a deep breath. High risk meant high reward. My gaze shifted forward. Dozens of meters away, a massive monster was pacing through the ruins with heavy steps. I held my breath, trying to capture as much detail of its form as possible. A jackal's head, blood-red eyes brimming with a ruthless lust for slaughter, and sharp fangs gleaming with a cold sheen. In its hand was a wooden club wrapped in thorns, stained with dark red, dried grime. Its thick muscles bulged as if they might tear its skin apart in the next second. Monster, Houndkin Warrior, 10,000 Races Battlefield Enhancement. Level, 19. HP, 4500/4500. Physical Attack, 185. Defense, 55. Skills, Frenzied Heavy Strike, Bloodthirsty Howl. Affiliation, Houndkin, Low-Tier Combat Tribe. A Level 19 Enhanced Monster. My heart tightened. This thing's stats were clearly nearly half again as high as those of monsters at the same level, and I was only level 17 right now. Going toe-to-toe with a level 19 enhanced monster wouldn't be easy. In theory, the starting zone shouldn't exceed a plus or minus 2 level range, but to run into something this strong, my opening was probably ceiling tier, bad luck. By the safe time rules, I could simply choose to relocate to a lower level area, avoid its edge, and proceed steadily. But as I stared at that hound warrior, the fighting spirit in my chest refused to be suppressed. On the one hand, I was confident in my own strength, on the other, I knew exactly how important resource accumulation was at this stage, and the temptation of the level reward was worth a gamble. I didn't rashly engage head-on. Instead, I used the complex terrain of the ruins to conceal myself as much as possible, carefully observing the hound warrior's movements and working out the optimal battle plan. For this instance to be so tricky right from the start, I had to make every step solid and precise, because staying alive was the most important prerequisite. The threat of the battlefield of 10,000 races keeps me on high alert at all times. The danger here lies not only in the monster's formidable stats, but also in the fact that they often move in packs, sometimes even forming encampments or tribes. Acting rashly would almost certainly draw a swarm of tough enemies, and I absolutely cannot take such a stupid risk. I focus and scan my surroundings, gradually relaxing. Within my field of view, these Hound Clan warriors are scattered among the ruins, mostly roaming in groups of 3 to 5, with no sign of any larger assembly or camp. It's a blessing in disguise, at least for now, I still have room to breathe. Time waits for no one. I take a deep breath, just about to draw my bow and take down a target. At that moment, the standard issue communicator on my wrist gives a faint vibration, and a small holographic screen pops up. This is battlefield gear issued to the human race, simple in function, but absolutely efficient for communicating with allies inside the battlefield. I open the channel, and a familiar face immediately appears on the screen, a pair of slightly baby-fat cheeks, and bright eyes that carry a hint of pride. It's Song Yuer. She's holding a crystal-clear ice staff, and before she even speaks, a trace of smugness shows on her face. Sure enough, she spoke with a smile, "See? I told you, we'd definitely be assigned to the same zone." Her tone carried an unmistakable delight. I curved my lips into a smile, but didn't ride along with her excitement. Instead, I analyzed it rationally. The newbie battlefield zones are assigned randomly, but 90% of candidates from the same province are allocated to the province's main zone. Candidates from our Jiangnan province are enough to fill a 100,000 person instance zone, only a very small number get randomly assigned elsewhere. So the odds of us ending up in the same place were pretty high to begin with. The smile on her face dimmed instantly at my cool-headed analysis. Her little mouth puckered, clearly a bit disappointed. I noticed the shift in her mood, so I decided to ease the atmosphere a little, but still, out of over 100,000 people, the fact that we managed to get in touch, that's fate too. That line clearly worked. Song Yuer quickly regained her spark, even lifting the corners of her mouth slightly. "That's more like it." She quickly adjusted herself. "By the way, what are your coordinates? I'll send you mine so we can compare." I sent my coordinates over. After comparing them, she let out a slightly regretful sigh. "Ah, we're pretty far apart. Looks like we won't be able to meet anytime soon. We'll have to wait until we enter the inner circle and regroup." I nodded and replied flatly, "Yeah, that's the only way." My tone was the same as always, objective and distant. She didn't seem to mind and continued in high spirits. "Let me tell you an important piece of intel. The first person in this instance battlefield to reach level 20 will get an extra reward. Especially the reward for first place in the province, it's really generous. I probably don't have much of a chance, at best I can push for the top 100. But you've got a real shot. Go for it." I froze slightly, and a strange feeling rose in my heart. She had always been intensely competitive, yet now she could calmly admit her chances were slim and even take the initiative to encourage me. This was clearly different from the her I remembered. I vaguely sensed that something in her heart had quietly changed, but for the moment, I couldn't tell what it was. After ending the call, I shook my head, tossed the tangled emotions to the back of my mind, and refocused my attention on the houndfolk in front of me. However, just as I raised my longbow again, the communicator on my wrist actually vibrated once more. I frowned, feeling a bit helpless. Since when had my communicator become a lighthouse? Even though I felt displeased, I still opened this transmission. The projection on the screen was of a stunningly beautiful woman. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, and there was a hint of languor and inscrutability in her bearing, completely different from Song Yuer's youthful innocence. I was sure I didn't know her, yet her face faintly stirred a sense of familiarity in me. Not until my gaze fell on the name displayed on the communicator, Lu Shanshan. In an instant, I sucked in a sharp breath. Lu Shan. That Lu Shan beyond the city, unfathomable, with staggering financial power, she was actually here, and showing her real face. I immediately realized that the special shielding and disguise effects of this racial battlefield clearly couldn't conceal her features. On the other side of the screen, Lu Shanshan smiled sweetly, a trace of teasing in her eyes, and said, "Well, Sumu, you sure take your time answering a call. Don't tell me you were busy flirting with some little girl." Hearing Lu Shanshan's voice, my thoughts were instantly pulled back. An invisible sense of pressure rose from the bottom of my heart, mixed with a bit of helplessness and speechlessness. Her familiar teasing made me frown slightly, but I still forced myself to speak calmly. "Judging by the name, it's you, Lu Shanshan. Is this how you really look?" She shrugged, a hint of innocence in her eyes. yet a trace of undisguisable smugness seeped through. Under battlefield rules, ordinary disguises don't work, so I can only show people this real face. As she spoke, she even deliberately smoothed the hair at her temples toward the screen. That casual, slightly provocative gesture gave me a headache. "So, how is it, presentable enough?" she asked with a bright smile. I fell silent for a few seconds, barely managing to hide my emotions. Talking to her seemed to push my facial expression control to its limits every single time. Seeing this, Lu Shanshan probably felt she'd teased me enough, and her tone suddenly turned serious. "All right, down to business. I contacted you because I want to check your coordinates. If we're close, let's team up. I still owe you that hidden dungeon run, consider this making it up to you here. How about it?" Instinct told me to refuse. Going solo had long since become my habit, and it also made me more efficient, but just as I was about to speak, she sent her coordinates straight over. I checked them. Although we were in the same large zone, the straight-line distance was dozens of kilometers. At that distance, in this early-stage battlefield where you couldn't use teleport items and danger lurked everywhere, it simply wasn't realistic. "The distance is too far. We can't team up for now," I replied truthfully. Lu Shanshan shrugged, a hint of disappointment in her tone, though she masked it fairly naturally. "If we're temporarily not fated to team up, then so be it. Anyway, once we get into the inner ring, I'll come find you again. Don't you run off." She seemed to have no doubt about it, so confident that I had no way to argue. The call ended, and I stared at the screen. The atmosphere returned to quiet, but my mind still refused to settle. To distract myself, I opened the regional channel. In a place like this, it was both competition and a collusion of mixed interests. Knowing more intel was never a bad thing. Information surged through the channel. Every message showed the speaker's avatar and name, making this place feel more vivid, and more complicated. Messages flashed past my eyes one after another. Li Wei, coordinates, 117-84. Looking for teammates to farm the Gargoyle Colony. A rank DPS plus qualified gear preferred. If interested, send your stat screenshot, DM ASAP. Wang Hao, any brothers down south? Heard you've got a few real beasts over there. I've got 3 SSS tier powerhouses on my side. This year's battlefield is going to be lively. I casually flipped to the next page, but my gaze suddenly froze. A familiar avatar and name leapt into view, Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan, forming a fixed team, aiming straight for dominance of the core zone. Currently 2 members, seeking strong teammates. Requirements, level 15 plus, real combat power rated 10 stars. If you qualify, DM me with detailed info. Non-serious inquiries need not apply. 10 stars. I paused. In the class system, I'd never heard of a rating standard like that. Her demands weren't just absurdly high. What was that about? Currently 2 members. Did she have other companions besides herself? No, she couldn't possibly be counting me in, could she? I shook my head with a touch of sarcasm, yet a hint of doubt still surfaced in my mind. On the channel, plenty of people were clearly drawn in by this 10 stars, and it quickly blew up. Zhang Meng, hey, what do you mean by a 10-star rating? There's no such concept in the class system. Lu Qian, same question, on my knees begging a boss to enlighten me. Lu Shanshan's reply was cold and curt. If you don't even know about star ratings, that means you haven't stepped into this circle yet. No need to rack your brain trying to get involved. That attitude immediately caused ripples in the channel. Sun Hao, putting on such an air of inscrutability. What, you think you're that amazing? Possessed by a celestial dragon? Though there were provocateurs like this, far more people showed an unconcealed thirst for knowledge. Suddenly, an ID I was familiar with popped up and began a bit of popular science about star ratings. I listened quietly as Zhao Zicheng showed off his star rating knowledge in the channel, while quickly organizing the information in my head. The rules of the battlefield change in an instant, and these minor details might be the bargaining chips in a desperate situation. When he got to the inner circle, behind his affectedly profound tone there seemed to be a certain private delight at having gained a sense of superiority. As an A-rank professional, he clearly valued this bit of capital. However, when someone pressed him on what exactly 10-star strength meant, he deliberately blurred any concrete standard. I couldn't help but suspect that his explanation was more about showing off than any true attempt at interpretation. After that, he tossed out the line, top tier among Tsinghua and Peking University guaranteed admission students, and it immediately stirred up a commotion in the channel. Waves of astonished exclamations and hushed whispers came at me from all sides. But I couldn't be bothered to join in that pointless clamoring. Instead, I started calculating in my head what the so-called 10-star rating actually required. This wasn't some stage for showing off, it was a set of real rules that determined whether we could tear open a crack of survival on the racial battlefield. As I watched the uproar, Zhao Zicheng's attitude suddenly softened. He changed tack and began fawning over Lu Shanshan. His questions were phrased obliquely, but the meaning was already clear. He was trying to use the current situation as an opportunity to latch on. However, Lu Shanshan shot back without the slightest mercy. Level 15, 10 stars, right now, immediately, can be achieved. Her voice was icy, edged with frost. Along with her follow-up words bluntly refusing to befriend him, it was like a blade thrown out, severing Zhao Zicheng's self-satisfaction in an instant, and the entire channel fell abruptly silent. After a brief hush, Zhao Zicheng vanished without a sound. That unnatural silence felt laden with meaning. Was he choosing to endure, or did he have something else in mind? No one knew. I simply noted, quietly, that he had stopped pressing the issue. Just as I was about to close the channel, a new message broke into my view. Sender ID, Lin Haitao. The name wasn't unfamiliar to me. Rumor had it he was a genius student at Kyoto-affiliated high school, holding an SSS-ranked talent. In our circles, that symbolized potential far beyond the vast majority. And his message was simple, yet shocking: buying, challenge token, at a high price. Confirm the deal, 30 million star coins paid on the spot. The steadily rising tension on the battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment at this instant, and cries of astonishment erupted again from the crowd. I naturally understood the value of a challenge order. It was a scarce special item capable of initiating a warzone challenge and triggering an all-out competition lasting as long as 3 days. But the allure of battlefield gear was the real killer. Once victorious, not only would it boost one's battle merits, it could also grant special battlefield equipment as rare as a gold mine. The significance of equipment was beyond doubt. On this battlefield where resources and strength were intertwined, special battlefield equipment could not only raise one's personal power in a short time, but in a sense even decide the outcome of a life-and-death confrontation. However, this showed that the way to obtain a challenge order was equally harsh, so harsh it was practically defying the heavens. Its acquisition conditions were closely tied to cross-dire challenges, and clearly involved that high-difficulty judgment of a star rating. This information rapidly linked together in my mind into a single line. A price tag of 30 million star coins felt cold and real amid the stunned clamor of everyone. But my thoughts were not disturbed by the outside restlessness. I knew the key point wasn't who was making a high-profile move to buy up challenge orders, but how, in this gradually igniting battlefield, to find my own bargaining chip for survival, or perhaps a new rule that belonged to me, one I had yet to explore. I slowly gathered my thoughts and shut down the communication channel. No amount of overthinking had any meaning. Whether a challenge order would drop right now depended entirely on luck. Rather than letting my mind run wild, I might as well focus my attention on the fight in front of me. My gaze was locked on the lone Houndkin warrior not far away. The safe window had passed, it was time to move. Draw the bow, knock the arrows. 7 shafts shot out in an instant, and the enhanced star arrow formation erupted. The arrows turned into a wild gale and torrential rain, piercing the Houndkin warrior. -65, -65, -65, every base arrow hit its mark, -130, -130, -130, the enhanced arrow's quadruple damage took effect in an instant. More than 10 arrows, like a metallic downpour tearing through space, crushed the Hound Warrior in the blink of an eye. It didn't even get a chance to whimper, its HP bar was wiped clean, and its massive body crashed to the ground. The battle report flashed, successfully killed Houndkin Warrior, LV, 19, gained 2850 EXP. Gained 19 merit points. Life drain triggered, max HP permanently +1. I glanced at my record, a flicker of joy passing through my heart. This EXP was triple what I got from power leveling in the wild before. Looks like the battlefield's base EXP really is higher, and the kill process was still easy, almost an instant kill. If I keep grinding at this efficiency, reaching level 18 might even be possible today. However, just as I was secretly rejoicing over this generous reward, a faint glimmer flashed past the corner of my eye. That sheen, completely different from ordinary materials, was like a soundless whisper that drew all my attention. My steps unconsciously carried me toward the warrior's corpse. I bent down to pick it up, an item about the size of my palm, neither metal nor wood, warm and smooth to the touch. An embossed sword, blade, and battle overlapped on its surface, faintly giving off spatial fluctuations. This is a challenge token. Challenge token, special item. Effect, allows you to initiate a 72-hour Warzone challenge against any same-tier Warzone that is not currently in challenge cooldown. My hand couldn't help but tremble slightly, this thing actually dropped. A challenge token on the first kill. For a moment, I even began to suspect I'd accidentally triggered some mysterious luck mechanic. This kind of fortune was simply too unbelievable. The shock lasted only a moment before I quickly calmed down. Taking a deep breath, I shook off my astonishment and rationally considered this extraordinary incident. Perhaps it wasn't merely a coincidence. A possibility surfaced in my mind, this might be related to the battlefield system's comprehensive strength assessment. On the surface, I look like an ordinary archer. But because of the roguelike template, my combat power far exceeds conventional understanding, sevenfold arrows, extremely high attack speed, piercing ricochets, skill enhancements. These might be underestimated in the battlefield evaluation, yet the system witnessed me effortlessly a level 19 battlefield enhanced monster, treating it as an ultra-high difficulty, overlevel challenge. By that logic, a sharply increased drop rate for the challenge token may not be surprising. No matter the reason, this challenge token is mine. I clenched it tightly, my heart full of conflicting emotions. Sell it? Its market price is easily 30 million star coins. To the vast majority of ordinary people, that's a fortune capable of changing one's fate, enough to achieve financial freedom. If it were the me of the past, without the limitless possibilities behind the roguelike template, I might have chosen to trade it without hesitation. But now, I hesitated. Yes, this token isn't something ordinary money can measure. What it carries is the potential to obtain special battlefield gear, an opportunity to directly and permanently increase my strength. Money can buy many things, but it can't buy this kind of irreplaceable chance. I can't give it up lightly. Special battlefield equipment, I murmured, staring at the token. The churning thoughts in my mind gradually sharpened, finally condensing into a steadfast glint. I'd made up my mind, this thing, I was going to use it myself. Next, the key was how to make the most of it. I gripped the challenge token, not rushing to act. This sudden stroke of luck threw off my rhythm, meaning new choices and plans. The first option I could rule out was attacking my own nation's war zone. Such an act might be permitted by the rules, but from both a moral and practical standpoint, it would invite endless doubt and pressure, tantamount to turning on my own people. My future was destined to be broader. This step, I absolutely could not take it wrong. My gaze locked onto those foreign races that bore hostility toward Huaxia or had forged deep blood feuds with the human race. This land differed from the history of the past, yet forces like Sakura Country and Beautiful Country still kept provoking. I knew it well, ever since those memories from another world began, I'd never felt any goodwill toward those two countries. And the demon race and the insect race, who were irreconcilably at odds with humanity, were even more ideal targets. Those not of our kind are sure to have a different heart. On this battlefield of races, that truth was laid bare without disguise. But the decision before me concerned the fate of the entire 100,000 examinees of Jiangnan province. Though I consider myself decisive, I also understood the crushing pressure of this gamble. Every step had to be meticulously planned. I was confident I could lead the challenge to victory, but if I could choose a target that was more suitable and more secure, then our chances would be that much firmer. Weighing the pros and cons, I thought that if I could obtain detailed intelligence on other war zones, especially those belonging to the foreign races, things would become much simpler. The first person who came to mind was Lu Shanshan. Her background was complicated, her reach was vast, far beyond that of ordinary people. As for Song Yuer, though her family was well off, given her personality, it was unlikely she would get involved in collecting this kind of information. I didn't waste any time and contacted Lu Shanshan directly through the communicator. You there? Do you have any intel on foreign race rookie war zones? Preferably on the race that's been clashing with us the most recently, or a relatively weak target. Before long, Lu Shanshan's reply popped up, her words tinged with a bit of teasing. What do you want this stuff for? Don't tell me you've started a business buying up challenge tokens. So you're that rich? I typed succinctly, do you have a channel? I can pay for the intel. The screen fell silent for a moment. She sent a voice message with a hint of reproach. Su Mu, do we really need to be this polite with each other? Listening to her tone, I froze. Our relationship was nowhere near close enough for her to share such important intel for free, unless she was repaying that favor she owed from before. For people in their circle, favors often carried more weight than money. I gave a bitter smile and changed my wording. I overthought it. Then please help me ask around. Lu Shanshan's tone eased a lot. At least you know what's good for you. But this will take some time. Go grind monsters as usual for now. Thank you, I said solemnly. After ending the call, I forced myself to calm my thoughts and refocus on the fight. The monster density in the ruins was very high. I seized on that to clear the area quickly, but they didn't respawn endlessly. Each time I finished clearing a section, I had to push deeper. At the same time, the Warzone announcement kept reminding me of time slipping by. Current survivors, 96873/100000. Barely an hour after launch, 3,000 living lives had already been devoured, the battlefield's cruelty carving through hearts like a swift blade. I kept my head down and grinded for a full hour, raising my experience bar by 7 percentage points. The efficiency was far below the astonishing hundredfold gains during the zombie tide, but it was still faster than in Riftwind Gorge. However, luck seemed to have abandoned me for the moment. Aside from some experience and materials, there was no other loot. Battlefield gear and the second challenge token were still out of reach. It seemed that high-tier items could only be obtained by venturing into dangerous ground and facing a boss head-on. Just as I was weighing my next move, Lu Shanshan contacted me again. The materials are taken care of, she said, her tone not without pride. I pulled quite a few strings to get my hands on this. Immediately afterward came an encrypted data packet. Thank you so much, I said, making no effort to hide my gratitude. However, she seemed to realize something all of a sudden. Her tone turned hazy, with a hint of teasing. Wait, from what I know of you, you never act rashly. Asking for intel on the foreign tribe's war zone all of a sudden, could it be that? Her voice cut off abruptly. A moment later, she spoke again, shock seeping through. Don't tell me, you got the challenge token? I didn't rush to reply. She pressed with question after question. Her tone might have sounded like she was probing, but in reality she was almost certain. It's true, isn't it? Your luck, is it fate's favor or what? The server's only been up an hour. No, wait, last hour you asked me for intel, so you already had it then? In other words, you basically got a challenge token the moment you entered the instance. Her words were a weave of shock and helplessness, and I couldn't help but smile slightly. Since I already owed her a favor, there was no need to keep hiding it. I answered with a single word, yes. In the moments that followed, a long silence rolled in from the other end of the line like a tide. I could picture her chewing over this abrupt reality. At last, she spoke again, her tone like a sigh and yet also full of feeling. Su-mu, what kind of luck is this, exactly? It's downright defying the heavens. Lu Shanshan's voice was like a thunderclap, striking straight into my heart. Wait. Same as last time. The first time you entered a nightmare instance, you got the zombie king's heart. Su-mu, be honest, are you the illegitimate son of the goddess of luck? Her words made me freeze. Thinking back on those experiences, I really had to admit my luck did seem absurdly good. However, just as I was still mulling it over. Server-wide announcement, Human Race Zone, Earthstar Region, Human Race Zone, Earthstar Region, Newbie Island number 100027, Xingdun War Zone, is issuing a 72-hour War Zone challenge to Human Race Zone, Earthstar Region, Newbie Island number 100001, Jiangnan War Zone. The challenge begins now. The sudden announcement boomed like thunder in my ears. I jerked my head up, my gaze seeming to pierce the void, stabbing straight at the provocation from the Xingdun War Zone. Before I'd even chosen a course of action, they'd already struck first. A set of cold rule prompts suddenly flashed through my mind, engraving every detail with crystal clarity into my consciousness. Judgment method, at the end of 72 hours, compare the highest individual battle merit value on both sides. If the battle merit values are the same, a 3-hour overtime round begins. Victory reward, all members gain a 20% bonus to experience and battle merit lasting until the end of the beginner instance, and split 20% of the total accumulated experience and battle merit during the Xingdun War Zone challenge. The challenge initiator and the highest level player in the war zone will additionally receive special battlefield equipment and a 50% experience bonus, stacking with the war zone bonus. Defeat penalty, conversely, the opposing side splits 20% of the accumulated experience and battle merit during this war zone challenge. The opposing side's highest level player additionally enjoys a 50% bonus. Channel interconnection, during the challenge period, the chat channels of the two war zones will be merged. After reading the announcement, my heart grew heavier. We had only just been about to move when the enemy was already pressing in from the front, their target clearly aimed straight at our Jiangnan war zone. Lu Shanshan's voice came through the communicator, unable to conceal its gravity. It's actually the Washington war zone. That's the capital war zone of the United States, where their very best geniuses gather. In past years, they often liked to make an example of our Huaguo war zone. And this time, they've actually run into us. I didn't respond and immediately pulled up the Washington war zone data sheet sent. The information wasn't detailed, but the core was obvious at a glance. There were more than a dozen known SSS class professionals. Several of them were even special class professionals, exceptionally hard to deal with. Her assessment warning made the pressure on me double. Washington war zone, labeled unchallengeable, second only to the EU special war zone ranked number 1 in danger. Before I could sort out a countermeasure, Lu Shanshan unexpectedly shifted her tone again and said half-teasingly, "Well, now it's done, your challenge token just instantly turned into a worthless ticket. But, if you're willing, you can also treat it as a bomb and have some fun with it." A bomb? I frowned, clearly confused. She explained patiently, each war zone can only withstand one challenge at a time. But right now, the Xingdun war zone is challenging us. Even though it's in a being challenged state, it doesn't stop us from using a challenge token to challenge another war zone. If we launch a challenge against a third-party war zone at the same time, and we ultimately beat the Xingdun war zone, that third-party war zone still has to bear the defeat penalty, 10% loss of experience and battle merits. But conversely, if we lose to the Shingdun war zone, that's a 40% price. If you don't use it well, you'll end up killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of your own, or even have the entire situation collapse. Lu Shanshan's analysis was undoubtedly adding insult to injury, making the situation even more complicated. I knew the risks, but I couldn't help asking, what if we win? She replied calmly, winning against a third party would at most reduce the losses by 10%. But you'd be offending an entire warzone, and you might even make a deadly enemy because of it. Whether it's worth it, you know that in your heart. Not to mention, if you go after the EU Special Operations Warzone ranked number 1, the consequences are even harder to predict. Even though it's labeled the most dangerous warzone, that's partly just because we lack intel. And the Shingdun warzone is different. They may worship individual heroism and be disunited in peacetime, but once they taste that massive 50% gain, you'll be the one who personally pushes them into a united front of shared hatred. When that happens, the outcome probably won't be as simple as it is now. After hearing her analysis, I fell into thought for a moment. The situation was more perilous than I'd imagined. One wrong step and I could end up playing with fire. I clenched my fist, a chill slowly rising in my chest. This challenge, I absolutely couldn't take it lightly. If I lost, not only would 50% of my experience be wiped out, the Jiangnan warzone would also face a tidal wave of public outrage, and even I myself might be drowned in countless resentful curses. That kind of pressure turned the challenge order in my hand into a hot potato. But, I couldn't back down. Lu Shanshan's reminder left me a little regretful. Maybe I should have acted decisively earlier. But one thing was clear, since a warzone that's already in combat can no longer be challenged by other warzones, then as long as we win, it's winner takes all, the entire warzone will receive a 50% experience boost. What I asked her was, if we win both challenges, will there be an even greater reward, but she seemed to misunderstand what I meant. However, from her fragmented remarks, I confirmed my speculation. Once we win, individuals will receive a 50% experience boost, something of extraordinary significance to someone like me. Leveling up means stronger talents, faster adaptation, irreplaceable. Between equipment and level, I know perfectly well which matters more. Rapid growth is my foundation. As for the possible issue of making enemies that she mentioned, I had anticipated it long ago. Since the Shingdun war zone dares to provoke us, it won't be merely a counterattack, we must make them pay a heavy price. At the same time, I can't strike indiscriminately. Domestic war zones aren't suitable targets. My gaze fell on the foreign race intel she provided. The information was vague, listing only the basic traits of the hostile races. Clearly, our understanding of them is far inferior to the assured control we have over the human war zones. Yaogu war zone, physically formidable, profoundly skilled in magic, brimming with an unpredictable sense of threat. Insectoid war zone, a whole swarm army. Psychic control is their weapon of terror, and their fanatical fearlessness is even more chilling. Abyssal Demon War Zone, a distillation of chaos, individual differences are immense, and the eeriness of their abilities is impossible to fathom. Spirit Folk War Zone, masters of the elements. Their spells are peerless, but they pay for it with fragile flesh. This dossier, though superficial, is already enough for me to make a decision. Every option carries risk, but I ask myself, are they really so terrifying that they can outweigh the essence of my potential? Every step of my growth has been for this moment, to dare to contend head-on. Since the wager is already placed, why not tip heaven and earth completely? My fists clenched slightly, my eyes blazing with fighting intent. Since it's begun, I'll bet on the most earth-shaking match. As I fell into a calm, analytical search for a target, the War Zone's chat channel was already boiling over. Regional channel, Jiangnan War Zone. How did we end up being targeted by the Chengdu War Zone? Who did we ever offend? What a load of dogs hit luck. No, wait, he won the challenge token by betting with a lucky scroll. The main battle zone in beautiful country, it's packed with SSS rank geniuses. How are we supposed to compete? You're really underestimating our Jiangnan. Don't be so pessimistic, everyone, we've got top-tier experts too. Where's senior sister Song Yue? She's SSS rank as well, and there are other big shots. The key right now is unity. Unity. That's hard. The top players each have their own plans, they won't change their pace just because of a challenge. Just as discussions flared up and pessimism mixed with anger, an announcement broke the noisy rhythm: the Cross Warzone channel had been connected. Two options automatically appeared at the bottom of the screen: the original 100001, Jiangnan, channel and the newly added 100027, Xingtun, channel. The system prompt made my brow furrow slightly. Each cross-channel message would cost 1,000 merit points. Clearly, the other side had come fully prepared. Almost the instant the two zones linked up, the message stream from the Xingtun Warzone surged in like a flood. Their arrogant tone and cutting words stoked the fury of everyone watching the chat in silence. Regional channel, Xingtun Warzone. Yo, it connected that fast, they're finally online. According to our plan, this challenge order is as good as ours. Let's see how those East Asian chumps are shaking. One region is like a free gear pool. Guess our young master Pit got the strategy right. I just don't get it, Pit, why didn't you pick an even weaker one? What if the plan fails? Defeat? Don't make me laugh. Aside from those two super war zones, the rest of the Huaxia region is simply unwatchable. Insults and provocations flooded the screen one after another. The blazing words of anger even made the air around me feel stifling. Yet the most provocative message came from the central figure who was being mentioned again and again, the user with the ID John Pitt. With a cold smile tinged with pity, he sent the following. Friends in Jiangnan, don't rush to roar. My original target was your Kyoto Warzone. Choosing you is my mercy. Mercy? I sneered, boundless fighting intent already surging in my heart. I'll make them understand just how terrifying the price of mercy can be. Also, let me introduce myself. I, John Pitt, hold a hidden SSS tier class, Abyss Reaper. Everyone, rest assured, this challenge will be very fair. On the screen before them, his voice was clear and cold, carrying an unmistakably condescending air. The channel instantly exploded. A hidden SSS tier. It's Pit. To think it's a hidden class. The channel in the Xingdun War Zone was flooded with shocked messages, and John Pitt was clearly enjoying it. He continued unhurriedly, an hour has passed, and my personal battle merit has already broken 10,000 points. I hope your Jiangnan War Zone has what it takes to give me a little surprise, rather than being left with nothing but despair. 10,000 battle merit in an hour. Listening to the uproar on the other end of the channel, my heart sank slightly. My God! That's the equivalent of soloing over 100 same-level monsters. Too terrifying, we've won for sure. Thanks to Big Shot Pete, our Washington War Zone has this resource grab completely in the bag this time. Comment after excited comment flooded the Washington War Zone channel like crazy, and people screenshotted and reposted them, quickly spreading back to our Jiangnan War Zone. Regional channel, Jiangnan War Zone. This is going too far. Let's fight to the bitter end. What are we even competing for? How are we supposed to compete? That guy racks up 10,000 points an hour, our whole squad busting our asses only gets 400. Fuck, even my A-rank profession team has only just cleared a bit over 1,000, he alone is 20 times that. The atmosphere grew more and more oppressive. I could feel every new message that popped up adding weight to the bowstring. In the channel, pessimism and anger intertwined. Some cursed John's power, others fell quietly silent. In the furious words was frustration they couldn't bring themselves to say aloud, but more than anything there was helplessness. And our dejection, of all things, became fresh fodder for the other side. Look, they're admitting they chickened out. Go on and cry, sit tight and wait for us to come take the resources. You'd better hold tight and cherish even that 20%. In this stagnant mire of mockery and humiliation, I made that decision. All regions announcement, 10,000 races battlefield, human race zone, Earth Star region. Human race zone, Earth Star region, Newbie Island number 100001, Jiangnan War Zone, hereby officially launches a 72-hour race challenge against Demon Race, Name Star region, War Zone number 100007, Hyena Dog Tribe War Zone. The challenge begins immediately. Initiator, Su Mu. The announcement rang out like thunder. In that instant, I could clearly feel the deathly silence across the entire channel. It pierced through the battlefield's cutting edge and pressed down so hard that everyone's heartbeat seemed to miss a beat. Moments later, the channel finally erupted, whipping up an unstoppable wave. Regional Channel, Jiangnan War Zone. Initiating a challenge. Who did it? The rules allow the challenged side to initiate a challenge, but who would dare risk their life like this? Challenging the Demon Clan. The initiator must be out of their mind. Why not pick a weaker war zone? The desperate found a direction, and some angry voices gradually turned into roars. Demon Race. They've been our enemies for generations. What the hell is wrong with killing them on the battlefield? The problem is, we can't win. Every one of those demons has freakish talent, their species has us outclassed, especially early on. How could we possibly hold out? Better to take a gamble than to die like cowards. To the sound of the Xingdun people's laughter, someone shouted. No. If we lose, it's a 50% loss. Do you have any idea how hard it is for us to fight for academy slots with this one and only chance? Hard? When has it ever been easy for us humans to make it this far? The channel quickly split into two camps, each insisting on their own view. Some angrily denounced my recklessness and selfishness, others were grateful for the courage of this all-or-nothing gamble. Yet an even bigger question surfaced. Who is Su Mu? Who did it? Anyone who can get their hands on a challenge token can't be a nobody. Might be a hidden big shot. They would soon find the answer to that doubt. But at this moment, I had no time to explain. I waited between breaths for their choice. Perhaps they still didn't understand that this wasn't a simple challenge, but a chance to stiffen the backbone of the Jiangnan War Zone. One can live a lifetime in humiliation for the sake of security, or gamble everything on a slim chance and simply survive. This weight that presses down on the scales of fate, someone ought to bear it. Yeah. Maybe it's some major clan's secret weapon in training. Requesting info from the big shot. Just as everyone was making all kinds of guesses, a grating voice cut in. Stop guessing, everyone. What big shot my ass? This Su Mu is my classmate. I'll stake my life on it, what he awakened is just an ordinary archer class. Completely, utterly ordinary. Those words were like a bomb, instantly blowing up the channel. What? A common class? How could a common class possibly get a challenge token? I've heard of Zhao Zicheng, he's an A-rank genius at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. What he says shouldn't be false, but a common class actually managed to get this far. He must have gotten absurdly lucky. Otherwise, what right would he have to a challenge token? What a joke. How does a mere ordinary class dare speak for our entire war zone? This is completely outrageous. Did he realize he has no hope of getting into a good university, so his mind got twisted and he wants to drag all of us down with him? Disgusting. Zhao Zicheng seized the moment and kept fanning the flames. Everyone, think carefully, does this challenge order still have any value now? The Xingdun War Zone has had its eyes on it for a long time, we basically can't win. And going to challenge a weak nation? That's just asking for trouble and stirring up even greater hatred. None of the scions of the top great families will touch it, this thing is a hot potato now. Su Mu clearly understands that, so he might as well throw caution to the wind and deliberately drag us into dying with him. His analysis sparked even more anger. Su Mu. Come out. Stop hiding, you piece of trash. You don't deserve to live. Who's forming a party to snipe him? Killing in the wilderness is completely legal. Find his coordinates and make him cough up all that experience that was never his to begin with. Meanwhile, the channel in the Shingdun theater was lit with the same fury, voices surging in waves. F***K. That bastard called Su Mu. He dares challenge the hyena tribe of the demon race. Has he lost his mind? Those monsters run in packs and are vicious beyond compare. What a shameless traitor. If he wants to lose, does he have to drag everyone down with him? It's all John Pitt's fault. He just had to challenge the demon race, and now it's turned into this, he's brought it on himself. We absolutely can't let this go. If our profits drop because of this guy, I'll make him pay. At that moment, my name became the public enemy of tens of thousands across 2 war zones, cursed and shouted at. Yet I, at the heart of the storm, wasn't disturbed in the slightest by the clamor. I shut down communications permissions, keeping only the most essential contacts, and began to focus on what was right in front of me, the hunt. But the calm lasted only a few minutes before the communicator suddenly vibrated. It was Song Yue. I answered. Her voice was full of anxiety. Su Mu. Did you see what's happening on the channel? Everyone's going crazy. Do you have any idea that if this keeps up, you'll push yourself into a point of no return? The arrow in my hand steadily pierced the throat of a Hound Clan warrior. As calmly as if talking about the weather, I replied, the decision is set. It can't be changed. She fell silent for a moment, then replied in a firm tone, I understand. I'll do everything I can to level up. If anyone really dares to make a move against you, I absolutely won't stand by and do nothing. Thank you. I nodded in reply and immediately ended the call. However, before I could refocus, Lu Shanshan's call came through again. TSK, Su Mu, you're a public enemy now. Her tone was still teasing, but there was seriousness hidden between the lines. Rationally, I still think you're gambling way too big, but I can't deny you've got guts. Still, I'm curious, how are you planning to deal with what comes next? Right now, a lot of people would love nothing more than to tear you apart. I stared at the Hound Clan warriors lying in ambush in the distance, drew my bow and nocked an arrow, and asked calmly in return, you're that sure, we're going to lose? Lu Shanshan on the other end was clearly stunned for a moment, then laughed. Heh, so confident. Very good. If you need help, I'll do my best to cooperate. If you really win this challenge, then you truly will make waves across the world. Fame isn't my goal, I replied flatly, then ended the call. I raised my head, looking up at the dim, overcast sky and the battlefield like ruins, my gaze as sharp and cold as a blade. I had no intention of caring about the denunciations and curses, because their voices had nothing to do with my goal. An experience bonus of over 100%, that was the drive that kept me relentless. Waver? Compromise? Not my choice. Even if tens of thousands stood on the other side, so what? A true winner is never bound by fear. Shaking off all stray thoughts, my gaze locked onto the roaming Houndkin warrior once more. The safe window was over. Knocking the arrow to the bowstring, I took a deep breath and drew the bow to full. Let's begin, I said coolly, as the arrow had already shot through the air like a meteor. Just as I was fully focused, using a rapid volley of arrows to precisely clear out the hyena tribe warriors in the ruins, the communicator on my wrist suddenly sent out an eerie fluctuation. Next to the channel list that originally only had Jiangnan War Zone and Shingdan War Zone, a new icon radiating a savage, violent aura forcibly squeezed in, Hyena Tribe War Zone. The moment the 3 channels lined up side by side, a system prompt appeared, Myriad Races Battlefield Notice, due to racial challenge, taking effect, the regional channel for Hyena Tribe War Zone, Demon Race, Name Star Domain, 100007, has been forcibly connected, language has been automatically translated. Immediately after, a flood of messages mixed with bizarre symbols poured in, spilling down like a breached torrent. Regional channel, Hyena Tribe War Zone. Awoo. We've been challenged. Who's overestimating themselves? Humans. Newbie Island number 100001. What kind of backwater dump is that? Never even heard of it. Hahaha, the human race still has the nerve to challenge us. Aren't they the ones we've always used to farm experience off of? Did the sun rise in the west? Isn't it always us picking on them every year? Where'd they get the guts? Their mockery carried over, but a cautious note cut in. Could it be that the human race has suddenly produced some kind of genius? I've heard, now and then, that they have a few freaks too. Genius? Ha! What do humans rely on before level 20? Without high-tier gear and skills, how are they supposed to fight us? The hyena with the ID-rending claw roared disdainfully. We're born with claws as good as fine weapons, our fur is armor, and we've got the bloodthirsty frenzied howl talent. What do you have that can compare with me? Exactly. I still remember the last time we hunted across realms. I tore a human mage to pieces with one swipe, and that flimsy outfit of his was like starter gear. At this moment, a hyena member named Stinky Nose returned to the channel with barely concealed delight. No need to guess, everyone. I took a lap through the human's internal channel, nearly laughed my tail off. This isn't some united decision of theirs at all. It was done by someone named Sumu. He felt uncomfortable after being challenged by people from the Shingdun war zone, so he went full scorched earth. Out of anger he wanted to drag us down with him. This is purely shifting the blame. What a joke. Even his own people despise him, calling him a black sheep. That line was like lighting up the hyena channel, and a frenzy of mocking laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. So it was infighting. Who knew you could even pull something like that? How did the human race suddenly grow a spine? Turns out there's a madman in there stirring things up. Handing out XP and military merit, this guy called Sumu really is a great philanthropist. Their unity is a joke, they're having the time of their lives fighting among themselves. The hyena channel's arrogance and contempt, laced with a sense of racial superiority, were displayed brazenly and bluntly. Through automatic translation, every single word was delivered to the Jiangnan War Zone and Shingdun War Zone channels, crashing down like a sledgehammer. I could feel the atmosphere around us change noticeably. Within the Jiangnan War Zone, voices of disgust quickly boiled over. See that? We've become a laughingstock to the outsiders. Sumu has completely disgraced us humans. Being cursed as a black sheep, he deserves to be condemned by everyone. He lost the battle, so he's a sinner. He's shamed the entire Jiangnan War Zone. Even those who had originally supported me or remained neutral, after seeing this, either bowed their heads in silence or revealed disdain in their eyes. Humiliation and anger, like heavy storm clouds, pressed down on everyone. In the end, all the negative emotions coalesced into hatred toward me. The channels in the Shengdun War Zone were just as filled with complaints. Quite a few people grumbled that Pitt had made the wrong choice and been forced into this pointless, reckless gamble. All of this, perhaps I didn't know, perhaps I understood it completely, but it had nothing to do with me. I knew that what the mayflies were shouting didn't matter. What truly needed to answer was a blade sharp enough, and a calm heart. At this moment, I stared intently at the holographic map emerging on the communicator. During the period when the challenge order was in effect, the map's function was temporarily enhanced. The distribution areas of ordinary monsters were clearly displayed, and even more eye-catching were those markers glowing with different lights, the strongholds of elite monsters and boss monsters. They were like lighthouses in the night, pointing me toward an alternative way to break through on the battlefield. The temptation of these monsters spoke for itself. Elite monsters provided 5 to 10 times the experience and battle merits of ordinary ones, while boss monsters could reach several dozen times. I couldn't help but calculate quickly, this was the key to widening the gap. And I understood even more clearly that humanity's early difficulties were not limited to a lack of equipment and skills, but also included the time-consuming inefficiency of facing these powerful enemies. By comparison, other races were naturally gifted, with especially outstanding physical attributes, enough to hunt elite monsters single-handedly. This disparity was one of the root causes of early battlefield contradictions. But those limitations meant nothing to me. I swept my eyes across the map, and a clear, efficient route quickly took shape in my mind. My plan started from the outskirts of the ruins, passed through 3 elite monster strongholds, cut across what seemed to be a boss monster lair, and headed straight for the core zone where level 20 monsters were active. Here, every step was tightly linked, each one pushing closer to higher difficulty challenges. Begin the operation. My hand tightened slightly as my figure vanished amid the shattered ruins, swiftly weaving toward the target. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. My arrows fell like rain. 7-fold arrow shots mercilessly pierced through the monster horde, and with the boosted effect of the star arrow array, they quickly whipped up a blood-red storm among the enemies. The arrows ricocheted again and again, dealing repeated damage. The monsters collapsed one after another, and the corpses on the ground gradually piled up. After one volley, an entire area was already cleared. I watched coldly as the experience bar climbed and the merit tally ticked upward, my heart still calm, as if observing the workings of a mathematical equation. After clearing a small monster camp, I was about to move to the first elite marked point when a prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Myriad Races Battlefield Notice: due to a special challenge status, the personal combat power, star rating evaluation, has been enabled for a limited time. I opened the attributes panel, and new data rushed at me. Name: Su-Mu. Class: Archer, Common. Level: 17, 63.2%. Power Star Rating: 11 stars. Merit Points: 29989. 11 stars. I stared silently at the data, my eyes as still as an ancient well. I had no idea what this rating meant on today's battlefield among people my age, so I casually opened the regional chat channel, hoping to pick up some clues from their fragmented remarks. Regional channel: Jiangnan War Zone. 1.5 stars. I'm a level 12 berserker and I only get 1.5 stars. Is this star rating system cursed or what? I'm already level 15, and my rating is only 2 stars. This is way too ridiculous. The clamorous complaints made me realize that opening up the star ratings had completely shattered the channel's original order. These people shifted from all kinds of criticism of me to self-assessment. Their anxiety, anger, and resentment had now become the new main theme. I tightened my grip on the weapon in my hand, left the screen with a resolute gaze, and once again hurried toward the map marker. For me, this battle had always been nothing but reality and the objective. Be satisfied, will you? I'm a D-rank shield guard, and I only got 1 star at level 11. Isn't this rating standard way too harsh? The complaints in the channel couldn't help but make one smile. I quietly watched as message after message flowed past. Now I finally know just how unattainable those so-called 10 stars really are. Lu Shanshan standards are simply unbelievable. Immediately after, someone else tossed out a streamlined attribute screenshot, an anonymous one, of course, level 13, A-rank elemental mage, full set of excellent tier gear, intelligence as the main stat over 100, just barely enough to make 4 stars. How on earth is this rating calculated? Confusion spread, and some even complained out loud. I stared at the numbers, calmly analyzing. My own attributes were etched in my mind with perfect clarity, nearly 8,000 HP, agility over 100. Those seemingly outstanding stats gave me a faint answer in my heart. Star rating assessment: it sounds comprehensive, but maybe it puts more weight on straightforward values like base attributes and HP. I muttered to myself. Multi-shot, attack speed bonuses, shadow mirror image, perhaps the combat power boosts these skills provided weren't being properly counted in the system at all. If that's the case, then it's inevitable that naturally gifted players and professionals will be underestimated from birth. Soon, someone else noticed it too: brothers. Star ratings seem to be calculated mainly from base attributes, the skill bonuses are pitifully small. Another chimed in, no wonder I felt like I'm way stronger than my star rating when I'm fighting monsters. I watched the clamor that had finally come to its senses, let out a cold laugh, and shut off communications. Whether the outside world condemns me or engages in pointless chatter makes no difference to my stride. What I need is to move forward, to keep sprinting toward higher ground. So, I set off once more. The icy wind cut across my cheeks, yet my speed did not slow, the clamor and rubble around me all blurred into smeared afterimages. Level 17 monsters. Level 18. Level 19. It made no difference. Amid the shriek of sevenfold arrows, the shadow had yet to appear when the monsters were already down, their bodies not even cold before they dissolved into jumping numbers of battle merit. The efficiency of this rapid cleanup sent an urgent plan surging in my chest. If I went all out and didn't pause for even a moment, 30,000 battle merit an hour was no idle boast. At that pace, it would be something to brag about even in the Shingdun war zone. However, not enough. I murmured to myself. More than 10 minutes had been wasted on meaningless communications, leaving me with less than 50 minutes of actual grinding. Even so, my battle merit still exceeded 30,000. But this was only a preliminary attempt. If I went all out, there were still limitless possibilities. More importantly, I would never be the only one in the Shingdun war zone sprinting toward the peak. Among my rivals, I still hadn't seen any sign of those so-called hidden powerhouses, and I knew perfectly well, my goal wasn't merely the top of the Shingdun war zone leaderboard. My gaze locked onto one corner of the map, where those dangerous symbols marked as elites and bosses were flashing and glowing. Big targets are the shortcut. My fingers involuntarily tightened around my weapon, and my calculations became ever more precise. I need to find them, hunt them down. If I can quickly stack up battle merits and experience, then in a cycle of rising momentum, my efficiency will surge to heights never seen before. Once the thought took hold, I had no intention of lingering, my steps turned into a storm as I raced toward the first elite marker. ####. In a stretch of ruins shrouded by level 16 monsters, another small squad was fighting hard. Their high-quality gear stood out clearly. A shield warrior wielding a rune-etched shield held the front line, an assassin darted nimbly through the fray to finish targets off, and an elementalist mage in neat casual wear stayed in the middle, carrying himself like a refined gentleman. Brother Haidao, we're really unlucky this time. The skinny assassin deftly dodged a monster's bite, then precisely ended its life with his blade. It'd be one thing if we were just being watched by Shingdun's people, but then we ran into that madman Su Mu challenging the hyena tribe. That fixed-point teleport scroll of ours was completely wasted. His tone was full of complaints, clearly harboring deep resentment. We originally wanted to pull ahead by teleporting to the resource zone. As the assassin's grumbling echoed, the shield warrior rumbled in agreement, exactly. A 50% loss of resources. Even if it's only 3 days, once you fall behind, you keep falling behind. If I run into that Su Mu, I'm going to teach him a proper lesson. Rage and regret spread between them, and all of this was merely a microcosm of a far greater game. Lin Haitao stood at the very front of the team. His staff had just swung out, and a fireball struck the dying monster head-on, precise and clean. Everything seemed to proceed by the book. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his expression. He spoke, his tone unusually calm, since it's already happened, complaining is meaningless. In the face of a crisis, rationality is the only proper path. That Su Mu popped a challenge token in just an hour, no idea whether that's lucky or unlucky. Pity Pete still beat him to it. If he'd had even a little patience and waited until this challenge was over, when the instance had 4 days left, he could have turned the tide or even overtaken them. But now he's thrown everyone into chaos, all because of a moment's impulse. He changed tack, his gaze falling on the scrawny assassin. The invitation I told you to send, have they replied? The scrawny assassin's expression darkened, at the mention of it, his face was full of indignation. Rejected. What a slap in the face. That guy's just a special type SSS rank, what's so great about him? Yet he puts on quite the airs. Lin Haitao merely frowned slightly, then returned to calm, as if he had expected it long ago. If he refuses, so be it. Keep reaching out to other SSS ranks who meet the requirements. If we still can't find anyone, then we'll have to think of another way. This crisis, maybe it's an opportunity. An opportunity? The shield warrior and the assassin almost simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes full of confusion. Lin Haitao smiled faintly, but his gaze carried a hint of depth. That's right. If we can, in this kind of predicament, outpace the other war zones in battle merits, even surpass the Xingdun war zone, our evaluation score will only be higher. When that time comes, getting into the War God preparatory class will be a matter of course. Those words gradually set the other two's eyes alight, but a trace of hesitation still crept in. But Brother Haitao, this is. Where there's a will, there's a way. Lin Haitao's voice suddenly turned cold and sharp, cutting off their doubts. The ordinary monsters we're dealing with right now can no longer meet our needs. Get ready to move out, we're going to challenge the level 17 zone ahead of our level, and we'll also try taking on elite monsters. The two exchanged a glance, then nodded solemnly. Understood. At the same time, in another garden that had been abandoned for a long time, Mu Shaoqin and I walked side by side. The ground beneath our feet was riddled with cracks, and tufts of withered grass occasionally sprouted from the fissures. I wore silver light armor, a slender sword in hand. With a swing, I cut down a monster that had closed in. Mu Shaoqin, meanwhile, used her staff to summon an ice wall, temporarily halting the monster's advance. Seizing a brief moment to catch her breath, she looked at me with those eyes that were always full of curiosity. Sister Shanshan, that Sumu you mentioned before, he really seems pretty bold. But the way he talks, he also sounds quite confident. That kind of confidence, is it real certainty, or blind optimism? I raised my sword and blocked another monster again, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly as my tone carried a bit of my judgment about him. Even if he's just an ordinary archer, from our earlier encounters, this guy is definitely not simple. His talent and nerve are far beyond his peers. And I believe that with his personality, he'd never charge in mindlessly. He must have something to rely on. Mu Shaoqin blinked and softly retorted, even if he does have something to rely on, the early game gap in classes and stats is right there. Can he really surpass those guys who are naturally overpowered? And besides, he's an archer. I turned to look at her and couldn't help laughing. What? Our slaughtering through the foreign tribes goddess Shaoqin is losing confidence now. Weren't you swearing up and down earlier that you'd show off our human race's might? Her pretty face flushed slightly, her tone tinged with a bit of urgency. Who says I'm not confident? But confidence has to be built on plans and strength, not just empty bravado. But speaking of which, Sister Shanshan, are you especially interested in that Sumu? I'm warning you, the first step to a girl falling for someone is curiosity running wild. I snorted coldly. To hide the slight redness at the tips of my ears, I turned and cut down another monster, then shot her a glare. Cut it out with the teasing, you brat. Don't let your imagination run wild. She chuckled, but soon her expression turned serious. Still, Sis Shanshan, since the situation is so complicated, why did you turn down Lin Haitao's invitation? Their team's strength is pretty impressive, and Lin Haitao also comes across as quite steady. Hearing that, I paused for a moment, then shook my head. My tone was calm but firm. This guy, on the surface he's a perfect gentleman, but what he's really like, who can see through that? I don't want to get too close to him. That's the best choice. She nodded, clearly not too bothered. All right, I'll listen to you. So where do we go now? After swinging my sword and clearing out the last monster, I fixed my gaze on the road ahead, half hidden by ruins in the distance. According to the plan, we continue pushing toward the inner ring. Even as I said that, my hand unconsciously reached for the communicator, my eyes settling on the coordinates on the rectangular screen, the direction Sumu had provided. Though far away, the location where he was felt like a silent guide, pointing toward the depths of the inner ring. That girl, does she really plan to charge all the way through by herself? The thought surfaced unbidden, but I immediately shook my head and tossed the irrelevant idea aside. Suppressing the faint unease in my chest, I double-checked the map and the next objective, my feet seeming to catch the wind as I sped toward the inner ring. Since we were headed the same way, if I ran into her and she needed help then, I'd see when the time came. Deep within the ruins, their figures were soon swallowed up, and I, like an arrow loosed from the bowstring, had already hurled myself toward the first crimson elite marker on the map. The real contest was only now beginning. Speed was the key, I knew that. So in my eyes, any ordinary monsters blocking the way were nothing more than fleeting dust. 7 streaks of arrow light, plus a star arrow array, and the tide-like enemies on the path ahead were cut down at will, dropping before they could even get close. Even when I ran into slightly denser groups, I never slowed down, every attack was precise and efficient. At last, I reached the target. It was an ancient temple that had collapsed halfway, and in the center of the ruined hall lay a gigantic monster in wait. Its entire body was covered in rust-mottled iron armor, and it held aloft a massive axe wreathed in black miasma, in its eyes flickered a crimson savagery. The air reeked of blood and rage. Monster, Houndkin Ripper, Elite. Level, 19. Combat Power Rating, 13 stars. Health, 18,000/18,000. Physical Attack, 350. Defense, 120. Skills, Frenzied Cleave, War Stomp, Bloodlust, C-Rank Talent, Increased Lifesteal and Attack Speed at low HP. Affiliation, Hound Clan, Lower Combat Clan. Terrifying stats for a 13-star. Ordinary monsters can't compare at all. But in my eyes, this behemoth is not unbeatable. Without the slightest hesitation, I drew the string and fired. 7 streaks of arrow light tore through the darkness, but the next instant, when the arrows struck its heavy iron armor, the clanging, clang, clang made my brows knit slightly. Numbers appeared. -48. -48. -48. Extremely high defense, not as easy as I expected. A battlefield elite truly is extraordinary. Yet its footsteps did not make me retreat. I quickly adjusted my assault and drew the bow again. As the next volley flew, I noticed a subtle detail: this monster's movement seemed to deliberately shift its angle, keeping its vital spots out of harm's way. That evasiveness let me catch a sliver of information in an instant. Was it instinct? Or the glimmer of some kind of intelligence? With that question in mind, I kept up the assault, a barrage of arrows falling like rain. What gave me a bit of comfort was that, although the damage per hit was capped, the high attack frequency and stacking effect still made its HP steadily tick down. Its berserk cleave couldn't break through my barrier, and its clumsy war stomp was easily avoided. After a little over a minute, this 13-star monster finally let out a dying howl and collapsed before me. Successfully killed Hound Clan Ripper, level 19 elite, gained 5,800 EXP. Gained 120 merit points. Life drain triggered, max HP permanently +1. Looking at the prompt, my eyes lit up. 120 merit points, its experience was several times higher than that of ordinary monsters. In the same amount of time, I could at most clear 5 or 6 normal mobs, yet the gains would be nowhere near this elite's, not to mention the other extra benefits. And I had barely taken any damage at all. Dealing with elite monsters was obviously far more efficient. The discovery stirred waves in my heart. If I could find enough elite monsters, my level and strength would increase geometrically. What's more, this was only a level 19 elite. What if I faced a higher level target? Or even a boss? At that thought, my gaze grew unwavering and ablaze. I adjusted my strategy and surged toward the next target. From then on, I gave up needless entanglements, dealing only with low-level monsters that blocked my path or came in groups, focusing all my attention on the crimson marks on the map. I swept through everything in my way, leaving behind the footsteps of my frenzied reaping everywhere. Successfully killed Hound Clan Infiltrator, level 19 elite, gained 6000 EXP. Gained 125 military merit points. Successfully killed Bone Thrower, level 18 elite, gained 5400 EXP. Gained 110 military merit points. Kill. The numbers for experience and battle merits leapt like raindrops, pouring into my life. I could feel that at this pace, I would transform at a completely different speed. Never had effort made me feel so exhilarated. 4 hours later, my arrows not only cleared out the last small outpost, but a familiar glow rose from my body. Level up, brace. Level up. Current level, 18. Life drain activated, max HP permanently +1. Current merit points, 204,142. In 4 hours, I raised my merit points from 30,000 to 200,000. Everything was thanks to the generous returns from elite monsters. Ordinary monsters give at most 30,000 merit points per hour, but the results from elite monsters make that number look dull in an instant. Although they're scattered and the routes are complicated, each kill is enough to make up for the time spent on the road. Lowering my head to look at the map, the next elite monster area is already in sight. Level up. Please choose one of the following 3 enhancement options. Option 1, Strength increased by 35 points. Option 2, Attack speed increased by 50%. Option 3, Gain the passive skill, Lifesteal, 3% of damage dealt is converted into health recovery. Attack speed. I decisively chose to enhance the second option. Enhancement complete, attack speed increased by 50%. Current attack speed, 2.52, approximates 0.4 seconds per shot. The increase spread through my limbs in an instant. The speed of my arms far exceeded my expectations, draw, aim, shoot, all in one smooth flow, so fast even my own eyes couldn't accurately track it. This leap didn't just transform my damage output, it would completely change the efficiency of my upcoming monster farming as well. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly, but I quickly suppressed the fleeting delight, choosing steadiness over impatience. I couldn't help murmuring under my breath, over on the Hyena clan's side, their battle merits should be set by now, right? I needed a clear picture of the gap between us, only by knowing both the enemy and myself could I race against the clock to catch up, or even surpass them. Finding a hidden corner, I sat down, took out rations and water to replenish my stamina, and at the same time opened the chat channel for the Jiangnan War Zone. Sure enough, all discussions in the channel had already converged on the battle merit numbers of the 2 major rivals. The top players in the Washington War Zone all have over 70,000 merit points, John Pitt is probably close to 90,000. 90,000? He must have taken breaks, at this intensity, 80,000 is the baseline. Still terrifying. Washington's situation is mild. The Hyena clan's channel is even more exaggerated, average merit points are 50 or 60,000. That ridiculous? They've got overwhelming racial advantages, innately superior bodies. Mobs of the same level are easy to crush, and fighting above their level is basically mowing the lawn. Channel 123 just updated. The Hyena clan has an SSS rank class, and their battle merits are closing in on 140,000. 140,000 in under 6 hours. Their early game pace is just unbeatable. It's hopeless. The best on our side is only 70 or 80,000, right? Despair spread through the channel. I watched quietly without interjecting. Those figures were indeed astonishing, but they also revealed an important signal. The strong would take the initiative to show off, while mid-tier players would always keep a low profile and watch. There were even absolute threats hiding in the shadows. In my mind, I quickly sketched the general situation and worked through the possibilities. Maybe it's just a smokescreen, or maybe it's special data from a tiny handful at the very top. I muttered to myself, swallowing the last piece of rations. My fingers clenched hard, and my mindset turned utterly cold and hard. No matter what, I can't afford the slightest slack. I got to my feet, my gaze blazing. The current battle tempo hadn't hit a bottleneck, every second meant better odds. Shaking off the daze, I threw myself back into the flood of the beast tide, my figure becoming an arrow tearing through the air as I charged straight toward the elite point marked on the map ahead. 5 hours. The teleportation plaza of the Jiangnan provincial capital still maintained a solemnity as if time itself had stopped. The teleportation zone at the center of the plaza, once reflecting 100,000 pillars of light, was encircled by a massive ring-shaped viewing stand, where principals and department heads from each academy were arranged by section, quietly waiting behind the fierce battle situation. All of a sudden, the giant screen at the very front of the plaza, dark for a long time, lit up without any warning. Soft, clear white light spilled across the assembly grounds, the entire venue fell silent in an instant, everyone's gaze locked in place. The tension was like a steel string drawn to the limit, every second pure and intense. It's connected. I heard the sound of someone behind me letting out a breath of relief. It was a teacher from out of town, his tone mixed with a hint of complaint. But why is it an hour later than in previous years? Before, we'd get data feedback in 4 hours. The signal on the racial battlefield is unstable to begin with, an experienced mentor explained beside him, his tone calm. With all kinds of environmental interference, information delays are very common. Indeed. An older director adjusted his glasses and picked up the thread. Especially on the battlefield, obtaining timely intelligence often comes at an extremely high price. For a rookie instance like this, the scale and duration are what they are. It's reasonable for the officials to choose the lowest cost method of transmission. A delay of a few hours is nothing unusual. There have been times in the past when it took 5 or 6 hours to get connected. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. I could only suppress the anxiety in my chest, doing my best to convince myself everything was normal, and kept staring at the large screen that had finally lit up. On it, the simple label Jiangnan Main War Zone came into view, followed by the students' names and their corresponding merit values scrolling past like a stream. Though we couldn't see the scene in real time, merit accumulation alone still offered a glimpse of the students' strength, efficiency, and luck. However, because of the signal delay, what we were seeing now was only the data from when the students had just entered the war zone. My mood felt like it was floating on the surface of a sea with hidden undercurrents, expectant, yet uneasy. The faculty gathered in front of the screen, their voices breaking the silence from time to time. 2 students from the aristocratic school have already pushed into the top 50. And this Lin Feng, he's actually up to 9th. A teacher not far away pointed at the screen, his tone tinged with envy. An SSS tier class. He added, that really is the kind of capital that leaves everyone else in the dust. Song Yuer from number 1 high is pretty good too, I heard the deputy director beside me report softly, his tone mixed with a hint of relief. She's currently holding steady in the top 50. The performance of number 1 high's top students is normal, he continued. Besides Song Yuer, we expect a few others might make it into the top 1,000. These results couldn't compare with those of the aristocratic schools, but under the current conditions, it was already an exceptional performance. Yet before that sense of comfort could grow any further, Director Liu from the aristocratic school, brimming with confidence, strolled over with a teacup in hand. Unhurried, his voice carried a faintly smug, mocking edge. Director Wang, number 1 high's goal is to fight for the top 1,000. Isn't that a bit low? Look over here, several of ours are locked into the top 100, and there's even a chance to push into the top 3. I clenched my fist, feeling blood rush to my face. The tilt of educational resources and the bargaining chip of a school's reputation mostly hinge on how students perform in assessments like this. Elite schools already far surpass ordinary schools in resources. Now they ride on superior scores and act arrogantly, and I have no way to refute reality. On the other side, the director from number 2 high tried to ease the awkwardness. Director Liu, what time is it now? Only 5 hours have passed, this ranking won't be very stable. It's still hard to say who will come out on top in the end. No rush, Director Liu smiled faintly, as if not affected at all. There may be changes, but some patterns aren't so easy to overturn. Even the preliminary ranking shows the signs. Then his gaze swept quickly across the screen, suddenly stopping, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Oh, right, Director Wang, what about that Su Mu from your school who's been talked up so much? What, not on the list? I haven't seen the name from top to bottom. Forget the top 1,000, there isn't even a trace, is there? He deliberately lowered his voice, then naturally raised it to just the right volume for everyone present to hear. I faintly sensed the provocation in his tone, yet I forced my anger down. Several colleagues hurriedly scanned the screen as well, scrolling from the top of the leaderboard all the way to the 1,000th place, but still couldn't find Su Mu. Strange, wasn't Su Mu the highest level student in Jiangqing when he went in? A mentor frowned. Level 17, his class may be ordinary, but with his talent, how could he not even make the top 1,000? Could it be? Director Liu put on a show of thinking, the schadenfreude in his tone impossible to hide. His performance in the Zombie King dungeon was just some clever little trick. On an unfamiliar battlefield like this, I'm afraid, those shortcuts won't be of any use. Director Liu's sneer made irritation surge in my chest, but I took a deep breath and held my emotions in check. I knew that no amount of explaining would help, results would speak for themselves. I stood there quietly, my gaze fixed on the screen, waiting for my moment to arrive. A subtle scent of gunpowder hung in the air, and the giant screen overhead continued to coldly flicker with the rankings, unbearably real and cruel. I could feel the pressure from the teachers at number 1 high, their silence only made me more resolute, I could only rely on myself to break through all of this. Time passed unusually slowly, 10 minutes, then another 10. The shifting changes on the screen were like a soundless torment, stabbing at everyone's nerves. I knew they had already started lumping me in with the losers. From the eager discussions among those in the top few spots on the leaderboard, I vaguely heard my name had been completely forgotten. Just then, a shocked cry came from the distance, wait. Su Mu's ranking, look, quick. Before the words even fell, my name, with a green upward arrow, like a meteor breaking through its shackles, suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, 385. All eyes snapped toward me, and under those stares, the number behind the arrow began to jump and surge. 400, 300, 200, into the top 100 even. The screen seemed to ignite, my name cut through thorns and brambles, rocketing toward the top of the leaderboard. When I broke into the top 50, I could even hear the onlookers' breath catch. This, what's going on? Someone said, unable to believe their own eyes. He probably snagged the last hits on some mob pack, an indignant voice drifted through the crowd. But they didn't know that, beyond the screen, behind those few short numbers, I was bearing far more than those voices could ever describe. I clenched my teeth and charged at every opponent, fighting to the death by inches to win a few fleeting seconds. Every sword swing was a wager of blood and life. I was using speed to salvage my dignity, using madness to overturn everything. 50, 30, top 20, the numbers on the list shrank sharply, and the atmosphere was like the hush before a storm. And when my name shot straight into the top 10, the viewing stands in Zone 1 erupted. I felt countless blazing gazes converge, like sparks catching fire, tearing open that dull, doubtful cloud layer. Su Mu, third, someone shouted themselves hoarse. Director Liu's expression all but twisted into a knot. He muttered a feeble defense to himself, nothing more than excuses about luck and the like. But at that moment, the final shock hit, my name surged past second place with unstoppable force, crushing the once much-admired Lin Haidao, and settled firmly at the very top of the rankings. The screen lit up, one name drawing all eyes, no, one, Su Mu, Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Battle Merit, 28741. My lead over second place was more than 7,000 battle merit points. Su Mu is first. The crowd erupted completely, and I simply took a deep breath, letting the searing heat and icy cold entwine within me. This hard-won halo hid, beneath it, a surer battleground no one could see. The entire spectator stands fell into an uproar. The teachers and principal from No. 1 High in the central section were beaming with excitement, as if they had won the whole battle. The cheers around me were deafening. I knew none of this would end easily. But at this moment, I understood, I wasn't reaching the top just for myself, I was also redefining the Su Mu in the memories of those who looked down on me. Victory was only just beginning. Congratulations. Principal Wang, your No. 1 High has truly produced a real dragon this year. Exclamations of praise rose and fell around me. Standing in the crowd, I felt a kind of attention I had never experienced before. With this momentum, the provincial top scorer is a sure thing. Not just provincial valedictorian, given Su Mu's performance, when Qingbei's God of War Reserve Camp comes to pick people, they'll probably call him out by name. The smile the principal couldn't hide kept being waved off amid all the flattery, but when his gaze fell on me, it was full of excitement and expectation. He'd only hoped I could rely on my own strength to place in the province's top 10 and bring a bit of glory to the school, he never imagined I'd leap straight to the top of the rankings. Amid the chorus of cheers, my heart was quiet, yet I still couldn't quite conceal the faint, rising pride. But just as that joy lasted for a fleeting moment, a clap of thunder shattered everything. On the giant screen, a bright red banner suddenly appeared, its words like blood-stained arrows, cleaving apart every laugh and every bit of glory. War Zone Challenge Notice, Human Zone, Birth Star Domain, No. 100027 Novice Island, Xingtun War Zone, has issued a 72-hour War Zone Challenge to Human Zone, Birth Star Domain, No. 100001 Novice Island, Jiangnan War Zone. The challenge is now in effect. That single sentence shattered the atmosphere of the entire venue. The onlooking crowd went from cries of surprise to a deathly silence. The air seemed to congeal, making it hard to breathe. On the viewing platform, the teachers' faces turned abruptly pale, even Principal Wang, usually so composed, froze as the smile vanished from his face. Xingdun War Zone, someone murmured the name, their voice filled with dread. The beautiful country's core war zone, home to countless extraordinarily gifted opponents. For Great Xia, aside from the Kyoto and Modu war zones that could barely hold their own against it, any other main war zone, once chosen by them, could only accept defeat, after which the 20% loss of experience and battle merit would be a crushing blow to every examinee. We're finished, that low, heavy sigh slowly spread, and the mood on the viewing platform collapsed completely. Because of Xingdun, how many children's futures are going to be dragged down, Director Wang muttered bitterly, his gaze shifting to me. Su Mu, it wasn't easy to produce a sprout like you, but with these blood-soaked rules, every battle merit tally running into suppression, fighting for the provincial top scorer might still be possible, but Tsinghua Peking University's God of War preparatory camp. I'm afraid that dream is going to shatter. My fists clenched slightly, cold sweat seeping from my palms. The regretful, pessimistic talk in my ears pricked at my nerves. The challenge had not yet arrived, yet the shadow of this war zone had already completely swallowed us. Is there really nothing we can do at all? A young teacher couldn't hold back his suppressed anger, his tone carrying a faint trace of hope. But a seasoned provincial department official only shook his head lightly, his voice subdued. Luck is part of the rules too. All we can do is accept it. The rules were merciless. They never questioned injustice, only crushing those who cry, "Why?" with a cold, indifferent posture. Far away at the provincial government, Governor Liu Fan set down the documents. A moment of silence, his tightly knit brows revealed the weight on his heart. As a former top-tier warrior, he understood better than anyone that everything was controlled under the rules, from the battlefield to the selection of opponents. Xingdun wasn't choosing merely the weak, but the key positions that could deal a single, decisive blow to the other side's overall competitiveness. Report the situation truthfully, Lu Fan sighed. Also, give me the list of this year's top prospects, especially Su Mu, the one who surged into first place. We can't let the rules ruin a top-tier genius. Even if it's a stretch, we have to fight for a few exceptional slots in the War God Reserve camp and try to protect this generation's future. His gaze fell out the window, his tone heavy yet resolute. Luck is part of strength, but a genius's blaze shouldn't be dictated by sheer chance. The distant horizon looked even more oppressive, dark clouds roiling as if foretelling the next storm like 72 hours. The faint glow of pride in my chest, too, wavered under the unseen pressure. The fate of 100,000 examinees in Jiangnan hung together in midair, and I couldn't avoid the contest within it. What the rules shattered was both glory and shackles. But this time, I will never bow my head. Yes. I nodded in agreement with the Secretary-General's arrangements, preparing to continue sorting out the measures that would follow. Just then, the communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated, its rapid pulses striking with unmistakable urgency. He lowered his head and flicked his eyes over the screen, his formerly composed face froze in an instant, turning deathly pale, looking even more flustered than when he had just mentioned the Xingdun war zone. What is it? I immediately caught the change in him and demanded coldly. The Secretary-General's throat bobbed as he swallowed, his voice coming out a little hoarse and dry. Our war zone, someone's also initiated a challenge. Someone's also initiated a challenge. My guard loosened slightly. We can still fight for a 10% loss reduction, better than taking a straight 20% hit. Say it. Who issued the challenge, and which side is the target? However, his expression grew even heavier, as if about to shatter my expectations. The opponent's challenge target is the Hyena clan. The Hyena clan. My body tensed, and I sprang up from the chair in an instant, staring at him in disbelief. In my mind, an extreme scenario flashed by at high speed. Who could be so reckless as to try to drag the entire war zone into a dead end? This kind of act is simply irrational. Is it hot-bloodedness, or anger? Such a move would push hundreds of thousands of examinees across the whole zone to the edge of a cliff. If it fails, that person will become the target of universal condemnation. No, I can't jump to conclusions. With reason still intact, I asked cautiously, which tribe of the Hyena clan? The level of threat differs, and the gap in combat power between tribes is obvious. I struggled to grasp the tail end of hope, even if it was only the faintest chance of survival. Blazing Gale tribe. The Secretary-General's echo was incomparably low, yet it exploded by my ear like a thunderclap. The Blazing Gale tribe. The most threatening and most ferociously battle-capable branch of the hyena kin along the border. Their clashes alone had, more than once, forced us to cede strategic key ground. Hope shattered in an instant, leaving only an almost suffocating pressure. Bastards! Anger erupted in an instant. I raised my fist and slammed it onto the desk, and the atmosphere in the entire office turned icy in a flash. This is practically a provocation against the future of the entire war zone. Utterly stupid. Taking a deep breath and forcing down my rage, I issued a dead serious order: investigate. Find out the challenger's complete information at once. The information was critical. Only by figuring out who was behind it could we begin to salvage the situation. The Secretary-General meticulously pulled up the data and, a moment later, reported in a low voice, the challenger is named Su Mu, a student at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. His class is an ordinary archer, but his talent evaluation is close to S rank. He was level 17 when he entered the battlefield. According to the latest data, his battle merit points rank first in the entire province, more than 10,000 ahead of second place. Su Mu. I froze. That was the name that had just surged to the top of the rankings. Neither a reckless ruffian nor a mediocre nobody. The anger in my heart gradually cooled, and a surge of tangled thoughts flooded in like a tide. Geniuses are often bold, but isn't that kind of boldness, in itself, a kind of madness? Geniuses, really are all lunatics. I murmured, my emotions still unsettled. Maybe he truly has a 1 in 10,000 chance. But reason told me that the hope was still slim. Lock down the news strictly. I steadied myself and instructed the Secretary General calmly. Before the result is out, no one is to leak a single word, to avoid any backlash falling on him. The Secretary General briskly left in response, but I found myself unable to remain seated for the moment. My gaze fixed on the distant horizon, my thoughts heavy. The fate of the entire Jiangnan war zone was actually resting on an ordinary archer who dared to challenge the Gale tribe. Such a situation really left me with mixed feelings. No. I can't just sit here and wait for death. I sprang to my feet. From all the signs, the newbie instance would become an information blind spot. Conventional delayed channels couldn't support real-time updates on the battle, and time was the most precious scarce resource at this moment. I'm going to the racial battlefield. I decided without hesitation. The Secretary General was clearly panicking. Governor, you can't enter the newbie instance, and you can't intervene directly. That's far too dangerous. His warning still rang in my ears, but my steps could no longer stop. Reason told me that this trip to the racial battlefield would be of extraordinary significance. If this move by Su Mu could push our odds of victory forward, I had to take control of every variable. Cut off inertia and panic, and ultimately guide the entire war zone to fight until the very last moment. I know. Before he could continue, I cut him off directly. The newbie instance is a passage opened under special rules. Only newcomers who meet the conditions are qualified to enter, so naturally I can't get in. But at the racial battlefield forward base, the human race has an observation station that can, through unique means, monitor, almost in real time, the macro data fluctuations of each war zone and the state of keynode battles. Staying here, we can only receive delayed news, and it might even be cut off entirely, whereas there, I can grasp the situation several hours ahead of time. With that, I turned and left, brooking no argument. My stride was steady as I strode out of the office, my heart fixed only on the goal, no hesitation allowed. I headed straight for the depths beneath the provincial government building, where the energy glow of the dedicated teleportation array flickered around me. The instant the light swallowed me, I had no time to think further. In the blink of an eye, Jiangnan province vanished from sight, and the massive national-level teleportation hub at the heart of the capital appeared before me. I passed identity verification without the slightest pause and stepped straight into the violently rippling interworld teleportation array, all distracting thoughts cast behind me like wind. On the viewing platform of the provincial teleport plaza, a blood-red announcement, like a blade slicing through silence, ignited the entire venue. Race Challenge Announcement, Human Zone, Birth Star Domain, Newbie Island number 100001, Jiangnan War Zone, has launched a 72-hour race challenge against Demon Zone, Name Star Domain, War Zone number 100007, Hyena Dog Clan, Gale Tribe. The challenge is now in effect. Initiator, Su Mu. Dead silence, an asphyxiating sensation that left no voice to shout enveloped the space. Immediately after, an eruption of uproar like a volcano burst forth without warning, furious roars exploding in the air. Su Mu. He's gone mad. Provoke the Hyena clan. The Gale tribe. Does he even know what that means? He's dragging all of us into hell. It's a lose-lose outcome, we'll lose half our resources. Bastard. If he wants to die, why drag us down with him? What's going on with Jiangqing No. 1 High School? A student like this is actually the top scorer on the college entrance exam. Wave after wave of voices surged, denunciations and accusations rising one after another like a flood crashing toward the area where No. 1 High School's representatives stood. The principal, directors, and teachers of No. 1 High School were ashen-faced, with nowhere to hide, sitting on pins and needles under the heart-piercing stares. At this moment, even they couldn't understand why Su Mu was being so outrageous. Director Liu, who had previously been secretly annoyed by Su Mu's glory, now mocked loudly, his ridicule even more grating to the ear. He laughed sharply, the schadenfreude on his face undisguised. Ha 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 ha. Principal Wang, is this what you call number 1 high school's pride? The provincial top scorer's audacity, it's truly breathtaking. Daring to drag all the province's examinees into leaving your name in history, what greatness. His sarcasm was almost aggressive, as if he meant to vent every bit of long-suppressed resentment. His tone was contemptuous, utterly merciless. What consideration? I call it arrogant self-importance. Nothing but the stupidity of acting willfully. Just wait, when the challenge ends, let's see how you explain yourselves. Jiangqing No. 1 High School's area sank into an oppressively stifling silence. A heavy shackle woven of responsibility and confusion bore down on everyone until they could hardly breathe. The radiance Su Mu had brought earlier was wiped away in an instant, replaced by a scorching, untouchable boulder, and No. 1 High School, too, was swept into the eye of the public opinion storm. On the giant screen in the school's central square, that blood-red notice was like cold iron heated to glowing red, stabbing straight into the heart. The surrounding clamor was gradually crushed by a heavy despair, replaced by a suffocating silence. The ranking data still fluctuated on the screen, yet few paid it any attention anymore, it had already lost any real meaning. An elderly principal sighed, breaking the stillness, enough. For Shingdun to be targeted is already a doomed fate, the Gale division is an even greater calamity. Watching any longer will only add pointless torment. He slumped back down, his gaze sinking like a stone into a deep abyss. As for me, I had already left all this behind, casting my eyes toward a battlefield deeper and farther away. My resolve remained rock solid. The numbers on the screen went dark, and the surrounding noise cooled with them. Watching the other side's expression grow ever more grave, I couldn't help wondering what they were actually hoping to see. No matter how great the expectations, in the face of information delays and interference they all seemed so pale and powerless. Someone mentioned going to the human observation base, but that stretch of frontline territory was not a place these agitated desk-bound officials could set foot in at will. Wait. This was the final decision. A director stood up and waved his hand, his voice tinged with desolation. In 7 days, we'll see the outcome. This simple conclusion, however, was like dark clouds pressing down overhead, crushing the last remaining hope. Before long, the sound of footsteps around us gradually thinned out. I watched as they left one after another, and the temperature on the viewing stand dropped to nearly freezing. It was still too early to speak of complete calm, the stagnant air was shattered by a burst of footsteps. I turned to look. A middle-aged man, his imposing figure wrapped in a crisp, tailored suit that radiated authority without anger. He walked straight to the center, followed by several staff members with solemn expressions. His gaze was like a blade as it swept over the crowd, and at last he spoke in a low voice, "Colleagues in education, please stay." That unquestionable authority made those who had been leaving stop short. Today's racial challenge in the Jiangnan war zone is of paramount importance. His tone was low, yet it carried an invisible pressure. Before the final results are announced, everyone in the know is forbidden to leak even the slightest detail, especially anything about Su Mu. Anyone who violates this will bear the consequences. At that moment, the way his gaze swept over the crowd seemed to pierce into my heart, forcing the weight of responsibility to surface in my mind. Responses of reflexive nods rose all around, but as we filed out, whispers spread like vines growing in the dark, creeping through the crowd. Paper can't wrap up fire. Su Mu, just a candidate. Trying to stop a carriage with a mantis's arms. Trying to stop a chariot with a mantis's arms. I'd like to see whether he really has a miracle to back him up. Those voices faded into the distance, yet the fragmented aftertaste of their chatter still drifted through the air. My feelings were unbelievably complicated, and I didn't know how to put into words the vague, indistinct anticipation I held for Su Mu. The dead wind of the ruins brushed my face as I stared ahead, my footsteps soundless as I crossed the borderlands of the foreign race's territory. The map in my palm trembled faintly, a path marked optimal route stretching into the distance. The journey required passing through the region of decayed corpse puppets. Across the barren, withered ground, low-level monsters were scattered here and there, moving sluggishly. Silence was suited to action, but the sudden roar shattered the area's accustomed rhythm. Following the sound, I looked over to see a small squad not far away fighting desperately against corpse puppets. The five worked in tight coordination, the shield warrior held the front line, the swordsman and rogue teamed up to deal damage, while the mage and priest provided support from the rear. It was a textbook party, their execution and teamwork both above the merely passable. However, weighing the risks, I decided to skirt their line of sight and sprint along the edge of the area. I was confident they couldn't detect a position this far from them. Within the reach of my eagle-eye vision, every movement and pause of theirs was under my control. But just then, the lean rogue's ear twitched. He leveled his dagger toward my direction and barked, "Who's there? Show yourself." His gaze stabbed like a steel needle, striking true and forcing my steps to halt. Seems I'd underestimated this world's vigilance and complexity. I lowered my head with a faint smile, fingers pressing down slightly as my grip tightened around the weapon in my hand. I felt the rhythm of my heartbeat, steady and calm, like the opening beats of a war drum. A clash was imminent. I stopped in my tracks, a flicker of surprise rising in my heart. I was sure I had hidden well and kept far enough away, yet I'd still been spotted. I glanced toward that thief. He truly was different, so sharp that it startled me. Sure enough, it was exactly as I'd expected. This thief possessed a talent called keen hearing, greatly enhancing his sense of hearing, enough to catch the faintest sounds from afar. It seemed this was the real reliance that let this party, averaging level 14, dare to challenge the edge of a level 15 zone. With it, they could detect danger in advance and deftly avoid it. Such caution and intelligence was hard not to respect. With the thief calling out my position outright, the remaining 4 members of the party immediately went on alert, quickly taking up defensive stances, their eyes warily fixed in my direction. A battlefield's unique, chilling air of menace spread, and though I meant no harm, their tension was hardly unnecessary. On a racial battlefield, killing and looting was nothing rare. I let out a soft sigh. Since I'd already been exposed, there was no reason to keep hiding. I simply stepped out from behind the broken wall, my expression calm, making no effort to conceal my purpose. In any case, we were headed the same way, and following behind others would only invite misunderstandings. As I drew closer, I noticed the girl in the party wearing a pale green priest's robe. She paused for a few seconds, her pupils tightening slightly, and recognized me. It's you." Her reaction made the air around us suddenly seize up. The shield warrior captain beside her frowned slightly and glanced at her. "Xiao Yao, you know him?" The girl's cheeks flushed faintly, but she quickly steadied herself. Her voice was a little low, yet she explained clearly, "He's Su Mu." The words were simple, but utterly certain. My heart sank. Sure enough, this name of mine was destined to be a burden. As expected, the expressions of the others changed at once. The name, Su Mu, was like a boulder dropped into a still lake, sending hidden ripples spreading outward. That Su Mu. The Su Mu who initiated the challenge. Doubts burst forth from the ground up. In an instant, everyone's gaze on me turned complex and mixed, carrying scrutiny and wariness, even tinged with a bit of resentment. The swordsman was the first to act. His eyes turned several degrees colder in an instant, and with a lift of his finger, detection, struck without warning. The light fell on me, yet dissipated to no effect. A prompt came through, detection failed, the target is shielded by a special power. The swordsman's expression sank of its own accord, and a flicker of frustration crossed his eyes. I sensed that probing ripple, a chill gathering in my heart. My gaze swept over him, but my tone stayed calm, "Just passing through, let me through." Only a few simple words, yet they faintly carried an unmistakable finality. For some reason, the five-man squad unconsciously made a path, as if they themselves hadn't even realized it. I gave a slight nod and stepped forward, heading straight through the gap in the squad. However, at the moment we brushed past each other, the shield warrior captain, steady as a king among them, finally spoke, "Friend, wait a moment." I stopped and turned to look at him. He was powerfully built, with resolute features. There was no hostility in his words, more like the calm of someone facing danger head-on. He sized me up and spoke solemnly, "You're alone. Up ahead is an active area for level 16 monsters, and based on the information we've found, there are elite mobs roaming that zone. Going over there alone is very risky." As he spoke, he paused for a moment, then tossed out a proposal that surprised me, a temporary party. "Let's go together and watch each other's backs." His proposal made me pause briefly, but it also triggered more covert exchanges. It was clear the party channel was blowing up. The swordsman and the rogue obviously didn't agree with the idea. "Swordsman, Ahu, Captain, what are you thinking? Bring him along. He's public enemy number one. If we get involved with him, do you still expect other players to let us off?" "Rogue, Xiaoying, yeah. No matter how strong he is, he's still an archer, he won't be able to make much of a difference. Why take that kind of risk?" Shifeng was much calmer. "Captain, Shifeng, calm down. This isn't impulsive. The fact that he made it into the top ranks for individual battle merit and even obtained a challenge token shows he's definitely not simple. Given the current situation, we need to bolster our ranged physical damage output, and he can fill that gap. The risk is high, but we have no other choice." What surprised me a little was Xiao Yao's calm analysis. "Priest, Xiao Yao, the captain's idea makes sense. Our ranking and battle merit have already been dragged down badly. If we can't produce results in the rankings, we won't be able to count on many out-of-town universities. Right now, having one more powerful helper is the only chance to turn things around." The mage also gave up his initial resistance. "Mage, Shaolin, in that case, let him show a bit of his strength, otherwise it's just empty talk, and we can't fully trust him." The brief silence in the channel was broken. The shield warrior captain, Shifeng, turned his gaze to me instead, his eyes probing yet carrying a trace of sincerity. "Party play requires trust. If you're willing to show your strength and prove yourself, we'd welcome you to join us and challenge higher-level monsters." I noticed his eyes trying to sweep over the deeper intentions I hadn't revealed, and his words seemed to influence the others in the party channel. A faint hint of delight surfaced on Xiao Yao the priest's face. Her gaze lingered on me, as if imagining a future she herself was unwilling to admit out loud. "Our team's average level is 13, and the boss is a level 14 B-rank shield warrior. Our strength is definitely not bad," the swordsman Ahu chimed in from the side, his tone tinged with bragging. His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with a confidence that was trying to prove his own superiority. I knew they thought I was already at a dead end. A shattered reputation, the reality of being isolated by the group, such a burden would be a heavy shackle for many people. But me? This kind of dependence was never my choice. I looked at them, my calm gaze sweeping over every single one of them, including Xiao Yao, who was full of hope. "Thank you for the invitation." I began to speak, my tone calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. "But I'm used to being alone." Without pausing, I added, "And besides, my path is different from yours." As my words fell, all of them froze. Astonishment, confusion, and shock were written all over their faces, even Shifeng's composure cracked a little at that moment. Rejected so frankly and coldly, his jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. "In that case, I wish you good luck." I quietly nodded to him, said not another word, turned and left, my steps steady, not the slightest hesitation. Amid the broken walls and ruins, my figure receded farther and farther until it vanished completely. And behind me, their channel exploded. "Swordsman, Ahu, damn. What an ungrateful bastard. Who does he think he is? Was giving him that much face even worth it? Thief, Xiaoying, daring to run into a level 16 zone alone. I have no idea where he gets that confidence. When the monsters chew him down to nothing but bones, I'd like to see how long he can keep acting so high and mighty. Mage, Xiaolin, forget it, everyone has their own aspirations. You never know what kind of hidden tricks he might have. Priest, Xiaoyao, uploaded a stretch of silence, her emotions too complicated for words. I know they talk behind my back, but I don't care. Words can't change actions, the truth ultimately lies in the outcome. After venting their emotional issues, the squad gradually calmed down. They continued clearing out the corpse puppets wandering nearby, and the monsters around them steadily thinned out. But as more than 10 minutes passed, the scornful assumption that I would come back soon began to be replaced by a faint, creeping unease. This is weird, did he actually make it through? The rogue Xiaoying finally couldn't hold back the confusion in his heart. After some thought, Shifeng nodded. We need to push in that direction too. Let's go over and take a look. The suggestion won unanimous approval from the team. With a hint of wariness and a barely concealed disdain, they stepped into the level 15 area. They hadn't gone far when the shocking sight on the ground left them dumbfounded. Amid the ruins, swathes of corpses lay strewn about in an almost exaggerated fashion, the feral hound's tough hides were mangled beyond recognition, and the decayed shield guard's heavy, rotten shields were shattered, littering the ground. The deeper they pushed in, the more densely packed these grisly scenes became. One area even held the bodies of 5 or 6 monsters sprawled together. All of this was killed by him. Mage Xiaolin couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Who had lost his usual swagger, the disbelief in his widened eyes was almost impossible to hide, his voice dropping low. Wasn't he supposed to be just an ordinary class? At this pace, he's basically treating the level 16 zone like his backyard, isn't he? Xiaoying squatted beside the corpse of a hunting hound, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His palm traced over the monster's wound, and after examining the cleanly severed cross-section, he concluded in a low voice, the intel may be wrong, or we misjudged it from the start. He can't possibly be an ordinary class, who has this kind of utterly crushing combat ability. If the few of us went up against this, we'd probably pay a terrible price, maybe even end up wounded and down a member. And Xiaoyao, the priest who had remained silent all along, now swept away her initial disappointment. Pointing at the arrow marks on one of the bodies, her lips trembling slightly, she said, "It's all the same, the wounds are consistent. These are traces left by the same person. His attacks are terrifyingly precise, every arrow has a tearing effect. An ordinary person could never do this." Silence spread between them once more. The corpses on the ground had already given them the answer, the road ahead was no longer one that a single squad like theirs could keep up with. And my shadow had long since vanished into a distance beyond their reach, traveling alone through an unfrequented high-risk zone. Captain Shifeng crouched beside the corpse of that berserk hunting hound whose eye socket had been pierced clean through by a single arrow, frowning tightly as he analyzed the situation for his teammates. I couldn't help imagining the familiar look he wore when thinking, every detail revealing his caution and ability to plan. It made it impossible for me to ignore the topic they had brought up, my archery. The monsters here are level 15, and the real difficulty is already right at the limit. Earlier, in the level 14 area, we'd take a full minute even for a single target. But now, look at these corpses. His tone carried a hint of gravity as he pointed at the monsters sprawled in disarray. A lot of them were taken down with direct lethal strikes, or finished off in a very short time. Whoever did this has extraordinary burst damage and precision, something no ordinary archer can pull off. They soon turned their attention to me. Even though I was no longer here, I could guess 90% of what they were saying. They were speculating how much strength I'd been hiding, and whether I'd already surpassed the level of an ordinary S-rank talent. Ahu lowered his head awkwardly and murmured in relief, "Good thing the captain chose to cooperate earlier instead of outright offending him." Xiao Ying's face was still slick with cold sweat as she quietly echoed the captain. If we'd really gone with our plan back then and leaked his coordinates on the public channel to have others mess with him. I'm afraid what'd be lying on the ground now wouldn't just be these hounds. The priest, Xiaoyao, gripped her staff and seemed to speak to herself. The reason he refused to join us was actually that simple all along, we're just not on the same level. I anticipated all of their shock and tangled emotions. But that was long a story left behind, to the present me, it meant nothing. Asterisk. Passing through the old ground strewn with blood and the carcasses of hunting dogs, I steadily entered a new area. A dense aura of darkness hung in the air, and the new targets were clearly more threatening, level 18, shadow demon wolves. Their deep red markers warned that deeper within this area there might be even greater danger, which meant a considerable boost in combat experience, and that was to my advantage. Unhurriedly, I scouted out alone, Shadow Demon Wolf Elite. Monster name, Shadow Demon Wolf Elite. Level, 18. HP, 22,000/22,000. Skills, Shadow Bite, Wolf Howl Summon, Swift Pounce. In a place like this, I had to stay on guard. I drew my bow and nocked an arrow, just about to make a move, when an unusual shadow suddenly slid across my field of view. It was a gigantic demonic wolf nearly twice the size of an ordinary one, its fur like steel needles, and a pure white mark stretching across its forehead. At a glance I could tell, this was at least a boss-tier creature, and it might even be the chief of this area. Just as I was about to use Scout to lock onto the target, the giant wolf paused for a moment, and then, bang, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust scattered everywhere. My hand paused slightly, my gaze fixed on it. Could it be? The notification in my mind flashed past so quickly that I froze for a brief moment. Successfully killed Shadow Wolf King, Chief, gained 18,500 EXP. Gained 1,500 merit points. Life drain triggered, max HP permanently +1. Everything happened as suddenly as a dream, just a few arrows I hadn't even meant much by, and I'd actually killed the leader of this area. I saw clearly that my experience bar jumped nearly 5% from this one fight, not to mention the value of those 1,500 merit points, gains ordinary elite mobs could never match, no matter what. What caught my eye even more was the faintly glowing piece of equipment not far from the Wolf King's corpse. I stepped forward and picked it up. Equipment name, Shadow Wolf Hide Cloak, Battlefield Equipment. Equipment requirement, level 15. Attributes, Agility +15, Constitution +15. Special ability, Shadow Stalk, after leaving combat, can be actively activated to enter a 15-minute stealth state. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Note, battlefield gear can be equipped in a separate slot and does not take up a standard equipment slot. An involuntary smile crept onto my face. This was a pleasantly surprising windfall. The stat bonuses the cloak provided weren't exactly top tier, but its invisibility skill undoubtedly multiplied my flexibility and survivability in combat many times over. Yet even in my delight, my mind stayed clear. Killing a boss, getting reasonable loot was one thing, but the crux of the matter was how it went down. From loosing the arrow to landing the kill, I hadn't aimed, nor had I gone all out. Forcing my way through with brute strength was nowhere near enough to deal with a Wolf King at full health. Luck like that? No way it was a coincidence. I swept my gaze around, a thread of vigilance rising in my chest. Who was watching my every move? Half crouched beside the Shadow Wolf King's corpse, my gaze swept over its thick pelt, the crisscrossing claw marks and charred burn scars were clearly visible. This guy had obviously been through a brutal fight earlier. Before my arrow pierced its body, its HP was probably already down to almost nothing. So I just picked up the leftovers. In that moment, I understood. Someone must have nearly killed it, but for some reason failed to land the finishing blow. Maybe the Wolf King broke free, maybe something else went wrong. Either way, the final victory ended up in my hands. Just as I stood up, ready to continue clearing out the monsters around me, a faint sound came from behind the ruins. Immediately after, there was a deliberately hushed yet unmistakably angry exchange. "Hurry up. The Wolf King's aura is right here, how did it suddenly disappear? Damn it. We worked so hard to beat it down like this, don't let it get away. That gear, it has to drop." My nerves instantly tightened. I quickly activated the concealment of the shadow wolfhide cloak, a calm ripple spread over me, and then my whole body melted into the surrounding shadows. Every trace of my presence was cut off, I became a void within this darkness. Within a few breaths, 4 figures hurried into view. The man in front had a familiar face, it was Lin Haitao. I recognized him, I still remembered his high-profile shouting in the channel and the inborn arrogance in his avatar. Strange, a ranger in leather armor frowned, the spell glow in his hand dimming. "The tracking mark is right here, but it's completely gone now." He snapped his head up, his voice low and grave. "Two possibilities, either the target has extremely high-tier purification or concealment abilities, but the Wolf King doesn't have that kind of skill, or, it's already dead." Lin Haitao's expression changed abruptly, a blade-like chill flashing in his eyes. He forced his anger down and, in a low voice that was calm yet carried a faint pressure, ordered, "Search. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find it." In the blink of an eye, a shocked, furious shout came from not far away, shattering the dead silence, "Brother Tao. Over here, we found the Wolf King's body." Lin Haitao hurried over. His gaze fell on the Wolf King's cold remains, especially the traces beside the corpse where the spoils had been cleared out. His fists clenched until they turned white, the muscles in his face twitching slightly, his anger like a suppressed living volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. I held my breath in silence, watching it all, yet I faintly understood their plan. Surround, crush, let it go, solo kill. After the squad disbanded, Lin Haitao would personally reap the spoils. Such a meticulously calculated setup should have been flawless. Unfortunately for them, no matter how many calculations they made, they never expected to run into me halfway. All their painstaking effort, without them realizing it, paved a convenient road for me. "Search." Lin Haitao's low roar carried a hint of madness. "Turn this place upside down, I want to see who did it." The ranger crouched down to inspect, his fingers probing the scars on the Wolf King's body. He analyzed calmly, "It's an archer's handiwork, and those shadow demon wolf elites around here, their wounds are identical, fast and clean. Looks like he did it all by himself." Alone?" Someone couldn't help voicing doubt. "How could one person break through all the elite mobs on the perimeter? That's simply unbelievable." "It may not necessarily be just one person." The ranger calmly shook his head. "Maybe it's a small squad built around an archer, but either way, it's obvious they used dirty tactics to take advantage of an opening and stole our prey by any means necessary." Lin Haitao didn't speak for a long time, but the rise and fall of his chest and his tightly clenched fists gave everything away. The fury in his eyes was almost tangible, burning like mad. Lin Haitao, when had he ever suffered a loss in this sort of matter? Victory had been within reach, only to be snatched away, and the rage nearly drowned him. But that was their rage. As for me, hidden in the shadows, my heartbeat was as calm as ever. His family background let me see through his feigned composure at a glance. Lin Haitao forced himself to calm down, a glint of cunning flashed through the cold light in his eyes. His voice was low but cutting, "To break into an area like this, whether alone or as a team, their strength can't be underestimated. An archer, that narrows it down. Keep a close eye first on the archers high up on the rankings, or those who might be hiding their true strength." Before he had even finished speaking, he was already issuing orders to his companions, "Immediately post a message in the area channel. Spread our coordinates and information about that archer, claim someone is stealing mobs, and add a bounty condition. I want everyone to know what it means to touch something that belongs to me, Lin Haitao." "Yes, Brother Tao," the people beside him replied angrily and moved fast. A bounty message laced with accusation and temptation instantly cut through the Jiangnan War Zone channel. Lin Haitao, with coordinates and photos attached, the level 18 boss monster Shadow Wolf King, which my squad worked hard to whittle down to low HP, was shamelessly snatched by a vile archer, or their team, taking advantage of the situation. Anyone with information is requested to provide this person's ID or clues. Once verified, there will be a generous reward. If this person sees this message, contact me proactively, otherwise, bear the consequences. The moment the message was sent, the channel erupted, every line brimming with shock and morbid curiosity. What? Lin Haitao's boss got stolen? An level 18 boss monster. Someone actually dared to steal that kind of monster. Are they insane? An archer. There are only so many of those top-ranked guys, who's so fearless? What about the bounty? Lin Haitao's got deep pockets, and a hefty reward is the real deal. The clamor was non-stop, spreading like ripples. And in the level 15 zone, within a squad that had just finished a round of clearing mobs and was taking a breather, Xiaoying was the first to notice the news and blurted it out. These coordinates, aren't they the direction Sumu headed off alone? Squad leader Shifeng furrowed his brow slightly, comparing the map with the information as his expression grew heavier. Time, location, class, that's right. There's an 80 or 90% chance this has something to do with Sumu. The swordsman who swallowed, his face full of astonishment, he really crossed the level 15 zone alone, ran to the level 18 elite area, and casually took Lin Haitao's boss monster. The priest Xiao Yao spoke with a hint of barbed confrontation. How is that stealing a mob? Lin Haitao makes it sound nice, his monster was already on low health and about to get away. Sumu just happened to pass by and helped put it out of its misery, perfectly justified. If they couldn't hold the monster, who's to blame? Mage Xiao Lin shook his head. Stop arguing about right and wrong. The urgent question is, should we provide a lead? I looked at Shifeng. He shook his head decisively, his tone icy. Absolutely not, we can't afford to stir up trouble. Lin Haitao's family is deeply entrenched, we can't avoid them. But have you thought about Sumu's strength as he cleared monsters all the way? Even if he killed the boss, it was like a breeze through the grass, leaving no trace at all. An opponent like that, can we afford to offend him so casually? After a pause, his voice dropped. The Lin family can protect their young master, but if we earn Sumu's grudge, what are small fry like us, who have to fight our own way up, supposed to do on the battlefield? Is it worth trading a negligible bounty for a hidden danger like that? The teammates, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking of the monster remains that had been wiped out as if it were nothing, and those eyes, cold as snow, no one could help but feel lingering fear. The captain's right. We can't afford to offend them, forget it. Let's just farm our own mobs and not get dragged into this muddy mess. In the end, we chose to stay silent and not take part in this undercurrent churning turmoil. On a battlefield full of killing intent, sometimes the wisest choice is to steer clear of the vortex. At this moment, I'm hidden among the shadows, watching the channel's uproar through my communicator. Bow in hand, its seemingly calm curve carries a lingering chill. Lin Haitao's bounty and that feeble chatter can't stir even a ripple. The Shadow Wolf King has long since fallen, and its ownership is now a foregone conclusion. I lift my gaze into the distance, the corner of my mouth curling up soundlessly. Opportunity never waits for anyone, what I can seize will, in the end, be mine. Lin Haitao's anger and bounty? To me, it's nothing but a speck of dust on the road ahead, wiped away with a casual brush, leaving no trace. There's no need for me to look back. Under the cover of shadow stealth, I quietly slip past Lin Haitao's squad's dense search. They've lost their reason in their rage, while I move steadily toward another deep red marker on the map. Efficiently and alone, I cut down targets. My goal is unshakable: accumulate enough battle merit to win those two challenges that will decide life, death, and the future. As for Lin Haidao's personal grudge, as long as it doesn't block my path, I can't be bothered to waste even a second on him. Meanwhile, in a low-level monster zone elsewhere, Zhao Zicheng's figure appeared at the back of a 5-man squad. Made up of A-rank and B-rank professionals, they trudged forward through the battlefield with difficulty. Their objective was to wipe out the stronghold of a level 14 elite monster up ahead. And I knew very well that for this squad, it was a dance that barely maintained its balance. One slight mistake and the entire team would be wiped out. Even after learning that the double challenge had suppressed experience gains in the war zone to a suffocating level, these people still chose to press on. They chased their last hope, to level up to 20 as quickly as possible, enter the inner circle, and face the trial of the race tower. Even if they ended up ranked near the bottom, as long as they could pass the trial and enter the university's field of view, there would still be a future. This became the final straw they clung to in their desperate straits. Zhao Zicheng mechanically swung his dagger while irritably scrolling through the regional channel. He did indeed long to break through his current limitations, but this squad's efficiency was far from up to standard, and the members' potential was plain to see. He needed to jump ship and look for real powerhouses. As he aimlessly skimmed through message after message, a bounty caught his attention. Lin Haidao's bounty notice, along with the attached photo of a monster corpse, seemed like a high-level zone battle that had nothing to do with him. But when Zhao Zicheng zoomed in on the details of the photo, the arrow marks on the monster's corpse, he froze in an instant. The arrows were standard issue, yet the wounds were clean and decisive, their penetration carrying a murky killing intent. Staring at that familiar style, a certain figure flashed through his mind. Su Mu. In his memory, that damned aberration resurfaced. He had long been jealous of Su Mu's very existence. An archer who, with the most ordinary arrows, had produced the most horrifying record of feats, someone who had always left him trailing behind. Zhao Zicheng's gaze darkened in an instant, and years of obsession made him almost reflexively conclude, it's him, no doubt. Only he could cut through high-level zones so quickly, even snatching the first kill on an elite boss. A cold thought took shape. In that moment, what Zhao Zicheng thought of was not only Su Mu's formidable strength, but how to make use of Lin Haidao's anger, killing with a borrowed knife. Without hesitation, he activated the communicator and started a private chat with Lin Haidao. The light screen lit up, and Lin Haidao's face appeared on the display, a faint, barely suppressed anger between his brows. Zhao Zicheng immediately put on a humble smile, his voice low yet resounding, "Young Master Lin, I saw your bounty. I may have some leads about that archer who stole the mobs." Lin Haidao froze slightly, the anger eased for the moment, and his tone softened a little. "Oh. As long as your information is worthwhile, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded." Zhao Zicheng sneered inwardly, that wasn't untrue. He didn't rush to lay his cards on the table, instead probing, "Young Master Lin, I'm not actually that concerned about the reward. What I want more is a chance to join your team. I'm an assassin, scouting, pathfinding, early warning, I excel at all of it. I can definitely be the icing on the cake for your team." Before he could finish, he caught a flash of disdain in Lin Haidao's eyes. Rather than an expression born of contempt, it was more that Lin Haidao didn't regard this so-called A-rank assassin as a potential companion at all. Still, Lin Haidao kept it well hidden, his words remained gentle, "We're too far apart, cooperation isn't really on the table for now. If we truly do run into each other later, I'll naturally consider it." Zhao Zicheng gave a hypocritical smile and quickly steered the conversation to the point. Lowering his voice, he delivered the answer he'd long been brewing, "Young Master Lin, based on the clues, I suspect the one who's been stealing your monsters is very likely Su Mu from our Jiangcheng." Su Mu. Lin Haidao's brows knit as he murmured the name again. It sounded familiar, yet he couldn't immediately place it. Zhao Zicheng didn't pause for a second, eager to fill in the missing details. "It's that Su Mu, the one who previously launched a racial challenge and went head-to-head with the Hyena clan." This time, Lin Haidao's expression changed abruptly. He finally remembered that audacious name. Su Mu, the madman who once stirred up chaos in Jiangcheng. Yet in his mind, that person's image simply didn't match up with a top-tier expert who farmed monsters efficiently. With a hint of doubt, he shot back, "But, you said in the channel earlier that he's just an ordinary class." Zhao Zicheng sneered inwardly. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for, Lin Haitao's distrust and hesitation. The awkward look on Zhao Zicheng's face flashed through my mind. He enunciated each word and explained vaguely, "Well, his class really is a regular archer, I can confirm that. But his talent is very special, extremely strong. And he really has solo cleared a nightmare difficulty dungeon." However, his words were cut off mercilessly by Lin Haitao. "Are you sure his base class is normal tier? Not a hidden class, or a rare class in disguise?" "Absolutely. The entire class change ceremony was public, how could it be fake? He's the most ordinary archer there is." Zhao Zicheng replied with utmost certainty. "Alright, understood." Lin Haitao ended the conversation crisply, without any unnecessary pleasantries, and hung up the call. I listened to all of it without the slightest ripple, continuing to keep quiet. At this moment, Lin Haitao turned to his teammates and spoke coldly, "Zhao Zicheng just said the one who stole the mob was Su Mu." The ranger beside him laughed mockingly, forcing out a snort from his nose. "Brother Tao, Zhao Zicheng probably has something to hide, right? He trashed Su Mu before, maybe he's deliberately trying to get us to deal with that guy for him." Another teammate analyzed calmly, "And it doesn't make sense at all. A regular class, even with an exceptional talent, how could he possibly clear a level 15 elite zone solo, and then steal a low HP boss right in front of us? Normally, you'd at least need an SS tier core DPS class, and you'd still need team coordination. At that level, could he really pull it off?" The ranger picked up the thread. "As for some nightmare dungeon, 9 times out of 10 it's just newbie difficulty, right? Either they steamroll it with levels or get carried by a team, yet they brag as if it were something out of this world." Lin Haitao listened, seemingly thoughtful. He nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. "So it really is only A rank level. From some backwater, horizons narrow as hell. Got fooled and still took it for real." At this moment, a mage in the party said in a low voice, "But Brother Tao, now that you mention it, I just thought of something. The way they snatched our mobs doesn't really seem like an organized team at work, more like..." "Enough." Lin Haitao's icy tone sliced through the air like a blade. "However you spin it, those mobs were mine. Getting them stolen is a fact. If I really run into him on the battlefield, then, he'd better pray for himself." As he spoke, a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes, and everything he left unsaid felt even more oppressive than an explicit threat. Zhao Zicheng stared at the dimmed light screen, a complicated expression briefly crossing his face. He let out a cold laugh and muttered to himself, "Lin Haitao may not trust it for now, but as long as I plant a thorn in his heart." His gaze turned gloomy as he clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Su Mu, let's see how you're going to get away this time. Just wait, there's plenty of trouble coming." Grievance replaced reason. Unwillingly, he followed the group and continued to loiter in the low-efficiency zone. As for me, I quietly stayed hidden in the shadows. The conversation I'd overheard couldn't help but make me laugh. This kind of clumsy scheming was downright naive. They probably didn't realize at all that their prey had actually scattered long ago, and only then did a few of my arrowheads get to reap the benefits. By the rules of the racial battlefield, loot ownership doesn't depend solely on the final blow, but is allocated based on each party's share of total damage to the target. When I joined in, my arrow damage was only about 2% to 3%, so the gear should have had only a small chance of going to me, yet luck happened to be on my side. As for the merit and experience from killing the Shadow Wolf King itself, that was solid proof of its status. It had long since broken free from Lin Haitao's squad's control and become an unclaimed, wild target. A beast gets hunted by whoever comes later, that's the rule. Who is there to blame? The law of the jungle has always been the fundamental rule on the racial battlefield. I have never been a rule-bound, good person. I'm not at fault, and I have no reason to feel ashamed of it. However, Lin Haidao didn't seem inclined to let it go. His bounty notice was already plastered everywhere, but it was nothing more than a joke, tracking me down just by an arrow wound. Pure fantasy. As I confirmed the situation around me and was about to withdraw quietly, the communicator on my wrist began to chime softly. At a glance, it was an unfamiliar code, yet vaguely familiar. After I connected, the familiar face on the screen dispelled my last shred of doubt, Lu Shanshan. She was smiling as brightly as ever, but there was an extra hint of mischievous, teasing mockery, as if everything were under her control. The way she stared made my blood run cold. Something? I asked coolly, with no intention of playing along with her amusing expression. Lu Shanshan let out a soft laugh, but went straight to the point. That mess that blew up on Lin Haidao's side, was it the result of your little sticky fingers routine? Her offhand tone put me on instinctive alert. My heart tightened sharply, but my face remained calm. How did you know? Her instincts, or rather, her intelligence gathering, were even keener than I'd expected. Since she'd called it out, there was no denying it. In any case, I wasn't afraid of Lin Haidao's retaliation. Lu Shanshan let out a soft laugh and spoke slowly. I saw that photo. The wound was clearly left by a standard-issue arrow. Combined with the coordinate analysis you shared earlier, you weren't far from the scene. And I know your way of doing things. Your route planning is always efficient, so you definitely passed through a few elite mob hotspots. She paused for a moment, her gaze calm and crystal clear. Given your personality, you most likely just happened to finish off a low HP wolf king you ran into on the way, rather than deliberately stealing the kill. But that Lin Haidao, he likes to scheme and take everything for himself. It's nothing surprising for him to use a trick like reset aggro and then solo the kill. What I didn't expect was that your luck is downright absurd, you just had to run into it. She continued her analysis. The fact that they used that kind of method means they'd already scouted the area and believed there couldn't possibly be any unexpected intruders. But to slip through the elite zone without a sound and without them noticing in the slightest, there's probably only you who could do that. Her pinpoint deduction left me momentarily speechless, and I could only respond with silence. Lu Shanshan saw this and her smile grew even brighter. Looks like I guessed right. A moment later, her tone suddenly turned serious. Don't worry, I have no ties with Lin Haidao, so I naturally won't sell you out. But the other guy is the kind who never lets a grudge go. Don't let him trace this back to you, or you'll just be asking for trouble. Thanks for the heads up. I nodded in reply. The favor might not be a big one, but it was worth remembering. Then, I deliberately moved to end the conversation and continue on my way. Wait, Lu Shanshan's voice cut off my movement. I checked the map. With your route and speed, you won't reach the border of the level 20 zone until tomorrow. But we're already at the edge now, and we're entering the inner ring at exactly 8 p.m. tonight. Since we're in contact anyway, we might as well team up. Team up? I frowned slightly. She seemed speechless at my reaction. You're not planning to go into the inner ring by yourself, are you? What's wrong with going in alone? I shot back, that was the plan. She rubbed her forehead helplessly, sounding like she had a headache. I know you're confident, but you're probably underestimating how dangerous the inner ring is. The random teleport matching system there works in time-based batches, and it's no longer clearly divided into distinct areas like the outer perimeter. Those entering the inner ring will be the top examinees from across the country, and even from other human war zones on Blue Star, possibly including allied alien races as well. It's complex and chaotic, with dangers cropping up one after another. What's more, killing and looting are commonplace in the inner ring. Even among humans, not everyone is trustworthy. I pondered for a moment and had to admit that these hidden dangers in the inner ring really exceeded my expectations. Not a word was mentioned in the textbooks or reference materials, and now it seemed I truly couldn't afford to be careless. In an environment like that, even something as simple as resting and regrouping could come with risks. Understood. I nodded lightly. But you're going in ahead, and I. Don't worry. She cut me off and explained, once the team is formed in advance, no matter who enters first, everyone gets teleported to the same area. So we agreed to enter at 8 o'clock in order to coordinate with a few reliable friends and move in sync, making sure we have enough strength at the start. So that was it. Everything suddenly became clear, and I didn't hesitate any longer. Then I'll be in your care. As I spoke, I quickly sent a party request. The screen showed that she quickly clicked agree. Notice, you have joined the party, Starfire. Current party members, Lu Shanshan, leader, Mu Xiaoqin, Su Mu. 8 p.m. tonight. See you on time. Keep communications open, I'll contact you again before we go in. After giving a few brief instructions, she cut the call. On the other end of the call, on that chaotic, ferocious slope of jagged rocks, the air was especially grim and tense. I had just ended my call with Lu Shanshan and opened the map, only to notice two new green dots on the screen, clearly marking the positions of Lu Shanshan and Mu Xiaoqin. They were about 40 to 50 kilometers away from me, and their path of travel looked like they were heading my way. Obviously, they had originally planned to take a straight line and meet up with me at the edge of the level 20 area, but they hadn't expected that a route I'd mapped out for farming elite mobs would end up making our paths diverge. Taking a closer look at the party information, I suddenly realized I'd left Lu Shanshan an all too easy trail to follow. Thinking back to that fight, perhaps the real issue was that I used ordinary arrows. Those arrows would dissipate within a few minutes, but the window of exposure was long enough. With her meticulous powers of observation, it wouldn't be hard to piece together the clues. In comparison, a mage's elemental attack traces on the battlefield could be called a signature, while an archer's flaw is often hidden in those seemingly inconspicuous arrows. Looks like the next time I run into a similar situation, I'll have to change my strategy. Maybe Rend would be a better choice. Its explosive effect is not only powerful enough, it can also erase combat traces to the greatest extent. But there's no point thinking about that now. My judgment at the time was based on the Wolf King seeming to be just an ordinary elite monster, and the sudden interference from Lin Haitao and his group. I really didn't have the bandwidth to set things up carefully. Still, being recognized isn't a big deal, that's a small problem. Strength is the key to dealing with bigger trouble in the future. Just as I was about to continue on my way, the communicator rang again. This time it was Song Yuer calling. I pressed the answer button, and she immediately asked, Su Mu, that archer Lin Haidao mentioned on the public channel, the one who snatched his leader monster, was that you? The question made my forehead twitch a few times in an instant. She could even guess that. I couldn't help rubbing the bridge of my nose. But clearly, that little flicker of emotion didn't escape Song Yuer. She actually laughed out loud. Don't be so nervous. I just saw the public channel say that person was using ordinary arrows, and thinking of your combat efficiency, I naturally inferred it. After all, in that area, I've thought it over and over, and the only one who could pull that off is you. I sighed helplessly. Things always turned out more complicated than I planned. Although this was one of my weaknesses, once I had a weapon of gold tier or above in the future, arrow special effects and skills like Rend would greatly reduce this kind of trouble. There was really nothing unsolvable about the issue of being too identifiable. But Song Yuer clearly hadn't called to play guessing games. She changed tack. If it really was you, then it looks like we're pretty close, doesn't it? There was a hint of surprise and probing in her tone. For a moment, I was also a bit puzzled, because when I first checked the coordinates, the distance between us had clearly been very far. Before I could speak, Song Yuer suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. Huh? You're already in a party? At the same time, a message popped up in my party channel from Lu Shanshan. At Su Mu, someone named Song Yuer applied to join the party. Is she your friend? Should I let her in? This sudden situation made my thoughts stall. With two girls who knew me coming into contact with each other, for a moment I had to weigh the pros and cons and decide how to respond next. I paused slightly in thought, then said, "Let her in." Thinking back to how we'd worked together when farming the Zombie King dungeon, Song Yuer's skills were outstanding, and she had a good character too. In this perilous inner ring, we really did need a reliable teammate to watch each other's backs. Even though I didn't want to rely on others too easily, I also knew I wasn't some invincible Iron Man. I'd get tired sometimes. Soon, Song Yuer joined the party. I glanced at the map. Her green dot was only 10 kilometers away, indeed not far. Just then, her voice came through the party channel, "I'm teaming up with you, but we're not in the same area." I answered simply, "They're on the other side." She gave a distracted then asked, "When are you planning to enter the inner ring?" "We'll just keep farming along our current route, we should reach it tomorrow," I replied. "Then let's go together." Her tone lifted, and then she seemed to realize something and added by way of explanation, "You're already level 18, you've leveled up pretty fast. But don't worry, I won't hold you back. In Battlefield Party mode, experience distribution is based on contribution value. I'm not the kind of support who leeches XP." Her sudden remarks left me a little stunned. I'd never really thought she was trying to mooch experience, but hearing her go out of her way to explain it, I didn't know how to respond for a moment. There was a brief pause in the team channel. Song Yuer seemed to feel her words were unnecessary, and her voice dropped, "Don't get the wrong idea, it's just, lately, I haven't run into the right person to team up with." She hurriedly ended the call, not giving me a chance to respond. Atop the ruins of an ancient building more than 10 kilometers away, Song Yuer stood in a corner. Her gorgeous starlight mage robe shimmered and flowed in the dim light. She pursed her lips slightly, staring at the darkened interface, and a faint blush had even risen on her cheeks. In fact, I knew she told a small lie. With her status as an SSS-class star mage, countless people would stop at nothing to get close to her, whether it was her family background or her cool, noble aura. She was someone both intimidating and deeply admired. But her meaning was hidden in those unspoken details. It didn't seem that she truly had no one she could trust, but rather, she had chosen to trust me, a man who often wasn't good with words and looked on coldly from the sidelines. She stared blankly at the two names of the party members on the list, Lu Shanshan, Mu Shaoqin. Her gaze swept over their avatars, one lively and nimble, the other gentle and soft. To Song Yuer, both had their own charm, so much so that it was almost glaring. I vaguely guessed what she was thinking, but didn't call it out. A flicker of familiarity crossed Song Yuer's mind. The name Lu Shanshan seemed to connect with that mysterious Lu Shan from before. A friend's younger sister? Or some kind of overlap in identity? Countless guesses drifted across her brow, yet she knitted her delicate eyebrows tightly, her irritation only growing. Let's see who they really are," she muttered to herself, quietly straightening the collar of her robe, her expression subtle, like she was preparing to meet a silent showdown. At this very moment, I had no idea what Song Yuer was thinking. To me, this team-up was nothing more than an efficiency-driven partnership. Using the natural cover of the scattered ruins, I closed my eyes to rest, easing the fatigue that had built up from recent high-intensity fighting. My plan was crystal clear. Tonight, I'd grind monsters while edging closer to the inner ring's perimeter, aiming to raise my level from 18 at 15% to level 19. Since the inner ring is so dangerous, the only thing I can do is make myself stronger in advance. After a brief rest, I opened my eyes and looked up into the depths of the ruins. Those dangerous shadows gradually came into focus, powerful enemies, cunning hunters, and each one meant richer opportunities. Clenching the weapon in my hand, I strode forward, my whole body like a drawn blade, resolute and without hesitation, fighting shoulder to shoulder on this barren yet opportunity-filled battlefield. While Su Mu and Song Yuer's emotions churned beneath the surface, my gaze pierced through that tangled space and fell upon another conversation and another battlefield, as if the threads of fate were quietly intertwining. Lu Shanshan and Mu Shaoqin, within the defensive front tens of kilometers away, a private conversation was taking place. I had once seen Lu Shanshan from afar, her cold gaze and the short blade in her hand, surely sharp, were her hallmarks. At this moment, the short blade in her hand was being lightly wiped, taking on a sheen of icy light. I had also heard Mu Xiaoqin's quiet teasing, "Sister Shanshan, Song Yuer has joined the team, her face and brows are pretty. Looks like Su Mu really is quite popular. Tell me, could she be his girlfriend?" Lu Shanshan's tone was steady, she didn't even look up, answering with the same focus she had on the blade, "No. Their relationship hasn't reached that point." The sentence was concise and certain. Mu Xiaoqin wouldn't accept it. She leaned in closer, a prying gleam in her eyes. "That's sure. This is boyfriend and girlfriend privacy, how can you be so certain?" Lu Shanshan's hand hesitated for a moment, then quickly steadied again. That slight movement was like an unseen boundary in her heart being accidentally scraped. She replied flatly, "Understanding the team members is a basic duty of the captain." But Mu Xiaoqin had no intention of letting it go. Her laugh was low, yet provocative, pressing further, "A captain's duty? Or, your own heart? Sister Shanshan, do you have a thing for Su Mu?" Lu Shanshan looked up, her gaze stern, but the tips of her ears were faintly red, and I could guess the tail end of the emotion she was hiding. She said firmly, "Nonsense. I just appreciate talent, he's a good teammate. All you do is think about this pointless crap." Her tone was sharp, yet it couldn't conceal the slight weakness within. Mu Xiaoqin raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, yet couldn't help adding another jab. Yes, it's because you cherish talent. But, Sister Shanshan, the more you explain, the more it sounds like you've got a guilty conscience." In the air, a soft laugh and a surge of anger spread. "Mu Xiaoqin." Lu Shanshan fainted a slash, shattering all the teasing and banter. At least in this space, this conversation ended here, leaving behind a seemingly pleasant ease, yet mixed with a certain sharpness of reality. And in another world, within a forward observation base broader than an ordinary war zone, when a beam of light descended, every camera froze on Lu Fan. He stepped out from the teleport point, carrying that same calm confidence as always. The sky here is dark red, like congealed blood. Amid the boundless desolation, a gigantic city lies sprawled over the earth like a slumbering ferocious beast. An energy barrier encircles the outer walls, faintly radiating an immense oppressive force. Every class professional in the city is steeped in murderous aura, hardened by slaughter, eyes cold and pitiless, and the gleam of their equipment also attests to their formidable strength. Even Lu Fan, who can be respectfully called a third advancement professional, is still only one of the countless strong in this great city gathered with iron-blooded, ruthless figures. Lu Fan did not stop. He strode straight across the street, his objective clear. Amid layers of tight security, his figure looked all the more resolute. Ahead, the entire building rose in a megalithic style, over 100 meters tall, with hard-edged lines forming an unquestionable authority that surged toward him. Before the massive gates, the guards faithfully held their posts. Clad in psionic armor with perfectly honed, top-tier auras, the moment Lu Fan took a step forward, they instantly snapped to attention and saluted. "War God Lu." I caught Lu Fan's cool nod in that instant. He didn't need many words, without even having to bear any edge, his very presence carried its own might. He entered the building, passing beneath the towering dome of the lobby and the vast, rolling battlefield ruins. Every screen displayed the clash dynamics of different war zones or races, yet Lu Fan paid them no mind, his path heading straight for the second floor. At the end of the second floor, before a door labeled Intelligence Analysis Room 7, he stopped and pushed it open. Inside, several high-end devices swept with streams of light, the bright white illumination casting busy figures in sharp relief. Yet the unquestioned focus of the room was at its center, the woman seated behind the desk. She wore a starlit gauze dress, I couldn't ignore the youthful look of her face, yet the presence she carried outstripped that of any young person. I caught a glimpse of her lifting her head and appraising Lu Fan with a scrutinizing gaze, those eyes were so calm it was suffocating. Her words carried innate authority. Lu Fan, what business do you have leaving the provincial domain unguarded and coming here instead? Lu Fan didn't bother with pleasantries and stated his purpose outright. I need to access the detailed data for Rookie Warzone number 100001 in Jiangnan Province. For immediate authorization, I'm requesting that Director Luo grant it. I could follow the cadence of Lu Fan's voice at my ear, yet that request sounded more like an order, and every undercurrent of information hidden within the room seemed to herald the beginning of a storm. Director Luo's gaze was sharp, but after Lu Fan's words fell, her surprise slipped out in a way she couldn't quite hide. She fixed her eyes on me and asked tentatively, accessing real-time data from the Rookie Warzone? That price isn't low. Even if your warzone is being challenged by the Xingdun Warzone, there's no need for you, the governor, to make the trip in person, is there? Or is it, that there's something else going on? I met her gaze directly, with no intention of concealing anything, and said in a low voice, being challenged by Xingdun is only one part of it. More crucially, someone inside our warzone has proactively challenged the Hyena clan. The target is the Gale tribe. Gale tribe? Her brow lifted slightly, and a rare flicker of surprise flashed across her eyes. She knew all too well what that name signified. Even in a high position and having weathered countless storms, news like this could still make her emotions surge in an instant. Because a rookie war zone, while being challenged by others, had actually taken the initiative to provoke the fiercest Gale tribe among the Hyena clans, this could practically be called a suicidal act of mutual destruction. But she quickly regained her composure, clearly filing it under the kind of pointless fight to the death brought on by hot-blooded impulse case. Yet my appearance obviously made everything less straightforward. Her sharp gaze locked onto me again, waiting for me to give an answer. My assessment, I began slowly, each word heavy, is that the one who issued this challenge might, actually have a chance of defeating the Gale tribe. What? Her expression finally changed, undisguisable shock in her eyes. You're saying he can beat the Gale tribe? I knew her reaction was entirely expected. It wasn't as if the human race had never beaten the hyena race before, but such victories mostly happened in the later stages, when their strength had fully developed. In the newbie phase, the hyena race, relying on their naturally formidable physical advantages, utterly outclassed humans in both strength and innate skills. Especially the Gale tribe, one of the hyena race's strongest fighting groups. A victory in the newbie war zone. It sounded no different from a fairy tale. She pressed on, what's his class? A hidden class? An SSS tier ability user? Or a special racial inheritance? I shook my head and threw out a fact that was almost impossible to accept. His base class is, normal tier, an archer. She froze, then showed a half smile that wasn't quite a smile. Lu Fan, did you come all this way just to mess with me? A regular archer, and you're saying he can challenge the Gale tribe and actually stand a chance? My expression didn't waver in the slightest, my gaze steady. Director Luo, do you think I'm joking? Based on the latest data from less than 6 hours after the server opened, his personal battle merit has already surpassed 280,000, firmly taking first place on the Jiangnan province leaderboard. And his lead over second place is more than 10,000 points, and all of that is delayed upload data. She was stunned by the astonishing number, all the contempt on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by deep doubt and contemplation. Anyone with even a passing understanding of racial battlefield data knew that this kind of battle merit accumulation speed was absolutely beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Yet his choice was unexpected. When everyone else would choose to build an advantage safely, he went all in and faced an almost unbeatable opponent head-on. Either this man is an overconfident brute with zero self-awareness, or, Director Luo's eyes flashed with gravity, he's that exceedingly rare genius. He knows his advantages very well, and he has a confidence in victory far beyond ordinary people. I nodded. From his every move, I read an unmistakably clear intent. He wasn't being reckless, he was gambling. He was betting on his own potential, on the synergy of boldness and intellect, not blind hot-bloodedness. Director Luo's tone suddenly softened by a few degrees, as if carrying an extra hint of understated appreciation. Win or lose, decision-making and resolve like this are rare qualities. Compared with racial talent and strength, what is more precious in a true genius is the courage to carve out a glimmer of light in the deepest darkness. But her thoughts paused only briefly, and then that seriousness returned to her expression. However, Commander Lu, rules cannot be thrown into disarray. If you want to access real-time data, you can't be missing a single resource point. I had long been prepared and immediately replied, naturally. Everything according to the rules. She gave a slight nod, then instructed the staff member beside her, take him to observation hall number 6. I authorize him to temporarily review the real-time data for war zone number 100001. Yes, Director, the staff member replied at once, turned, and led me away. I was taken into a silent observation room. There was only an enormous screen and a single standalone chair. The atmosphere was bleak and solemn. As the screen slowly lit up, the live feed from the Jiangnan war zone sprang into view, and the truths hidden behind delayed data were laid bare. I sat down alone, the screen's glow falling across my face like a wordless proclamation of a brutal battlefield. This was the calm before the storm, and the moment when the answer was about to be revealed. When my gaze fell on the name at the top of the rankings and the long string of numbers behind it leapt into view, even as the head of a province, with the insight of a third transformation powerhouse, I still couldn't help but be shaken by the sight. Su Mu, merit, 623,415. And in second place was only Lin Haitao, with military merits, 289,102. The gap between the two was a staggering 330,000. I had thought Su Mu was merely somewhat capable, worth paying some attention to. Yet this extraordinary record completely shattered my expectations. 620,000 military merits. It had been only 10 hours since the mission began, meaning an average of over 60,000 military merits gained per hour. This efficiency was chilling. Judging by this momentum, even the Galehound tribe's Galewind clan, with its huge early advantage, might not be unshakable after all. An opportunity seemed to be faintly taking shape. Meanwhile, Director Luo in Intelligence Analysis Section 7 was also using her clearance to view the footage from Observation Hall number 6 in real time. She was well informed and widely experienced, yet faced with the same data at this moment, she could not hide her disbelief. Over 60,000 per hour, is this really something an ordinary class user can reach? She murmured under her breath, riddled with confusion. Although her clearance was not sufficient to access Su Mu's detailed class or talent information, since Lu Fan had confirmed he was an ordinary class user, there was no room to doubt it. If it isn't a special class, then there's only one explanation, talent, she murmured. To forcibly elevate an ordinary class to this level, just how extraordinary must the talent he possesses be? A trace of regret seeped into her voice. Pity. He chose the wrong opponent. In a year like this. Her gaze slid to the screen as she pulled up files related to the Gale tribe. One piece of intelligence caught her eye. This year, the Gale tribe had produced a prodigy with ancestral bloodline reversion, unprecedentedly powerful. Even with Su Mu's terrifying performance, against such an existence, his odds of winning seemed slim. But she quickly reined in her emotions, and her gaze revealed a deeper appreciation. No matter how it ended, Su Mu's performance at this moment was already awe-inspiring and deeply shocking. He was worth paying closer attention to in the future, and she quietly noted down that name. And I knew clearly that an undercurrent of a dual challenge had already spread silently, and this dark tide was stirred by one person. About half an hour later, at the agreed meeting point, Song Yuer arrived as promised. I noticed she had tidied herself up a bit, even after a long journey and the earlier wind and rain. Her distinctive cold, elegant demeanor remained completely undiminished. After a brief, quiet exchange of pleasantries, I stood up and set off with her along the monster farming route we had planned earlier. At first, I worried her joining would slow our efficiency, but the facts proved that not only was she not a burden, she actually increased our overall pace of progress. She was an SSS tier star mage, and her ice spells, Frost Nova, and Icy Path, quickly proved indispensable. Her ice skills precisely sealed off area after area, and this invisibly created my ultimate trump card, Frost Zones and Ice Walls, allowing my ricochet arrows to offer more opportunities for execution combo chains. Each volley of arrow rain was devastatingly efficient. Our seamless coordination gradually became clear. One near and one far, we advanced step by step. In just half an hour, we had cleared a vast area. Watching my experience bar rise at a steady pace, I felt a long mist thrill spreading through my chest. Just as I was about to press on, the weather suddenly changed. The already overcast sky instantly seemed to lose control, pelting down bean-sized raindrops. In the blink of an eye, it became a torrential downpour. The rain was icy to the bone, my vision quickly blurred, and alarm bells rang in my head. Fighting in this kind of weather would be far more dangerous. The rain's too heavy. Song Yue raised her hand and used a mana shield to block the rain, but it still lashed at her hair and the hem of her clothes. I looked up at the sky, listening to the rain hammering the ground, and said decisively, "Withdraw now. Let's find somewhere to take shelter from the rain, wait for it to ease, and rest up while we're at it." Song Yue had no objections. I recalled the place we'd passed earlier. A hidden cave was the best refuge for us at the moment. So we quickly made our way there. Before long, beneath the cliff face, the cave entrance, half hidden by vines, came into view. The cave wasn't large, but it was dry and safe, more than enough to hold 2 people. I let out a long breath. This sudden bout of severe weather was clearly leaving us with a vivid reminder: the road ahead would never be smooth sailing all the way. The true test of the battlefield had only just begun. Stepping into the cave, I deftly gathered a few dry twigs and lit a campfire with flint. The warm firelight quickly drove away the chill inside, and I felt the stiffness and cold gradually leave my body. Pulling out our rations, I prepared to make do with a simple meal. However, Song Yue once again revealed her composure. A streak of silvery light rose from the unremarkable ring on her hand, and in the next instant, a folding table, 2 chairs, and a complete set of cookware along with fresh ingredients all appeared at once. The stark contrast made my hands pause involuntarily, my gaze falling on that silver ring with undisguised complexity, a spatial ring, a luxury item that would make anyone who'd ever seen one suck in a sharp breath. Whoa, the corner of my mouth twitched slightly, and a hint of helplessness and a wry smile rose in my heart. The gap, this really wasn't something a few extra meals of dried rations could make up for. She didn't pay any attention to my reaction. With a focused expression, she prepared the ingredients, her movements calm and methodical. Before long, a fragrant meat broth came bubbling out, steaming hot. She handed me a bowl and said flatly, "Better than your rations." I took it and said softly, "Thanks." The first sip of hot soup slid down my throat, and the damp chill in my body completely dispersed. Those taut nerves loosened a little as well. By the campfire, the atmosphere began to quiet down. The crackling flames cast their light on the cave walls, while outside the rain kept pouring down without pause. Song Yue sat with her knees drawn up, her gaze resting calmly on the fire. Her damp long hair clung to the side of her cool, delicate face, yet at this moment it carried an unusual softness. I kept my head down in silence, using the time to recover my strength. "Lu Shanshan and the others, are they friends you met outside the city?" Her voice was a little cautious, as if trying to dispel the silence. I lifted my eyes and glanced at her. "More or less. We've worked together a few times." She nodded, then shifted her gaze back to the firelight, as though sinking into ripples of thought. The topic came to an abrupt halt. At that very moment, my nose suddenly caught a wisp of an unusual fragrance, irresistibly enticing, as it quietly spread. I said offhand, "Smells so good." The words had barely left my mouth when my gaze reflexively swept toward the depths of the cave. Song Yue froze mid-motion. She seemed to have misunderstood something, and a faint blush rose on her face, barely noticeable. But she quickly snapped back to herself, took a careful sniff, and only then noticed that the air was filled with a sweet scent that didn't belong to our food. This smell, she hesitated. Strange. It's not the soup. I glanced toward the depths of the cave, my expression grave. And did you notice? When we first entered, we didn't smell anything like this. She immediately became alert, a hint of excitement creeping into her voice. Maybe some heavenly treasure has ripened. It could also be a trap, I pointed out calmly. Some monsters secrete special scents to lure prey. Even if it really is some heaven-sent treasure, what truly guards it is often even deadlier. Then are we going or not? She asked, seeking my decision. We're going. I stood up without hesitation, my gaze turning cold and sharp. Even if it's dangerous, we'll confirm it with our own eyes before making a judgment. Although I understood there might be hidden danger, once an opportunity was missed, there would be no second chance, especially in the brutal survival environment we were in. With that in mind, I summoned 4 starfall arrows. They hovered around me, their faint glow carrying a hidden killing intent, lighting up the surroundings. Song Yuer couldn't help but murmur in admiration, so cool. I could watch you use that skill 100 times. I'll scout ahead, you cover us and provide light. This wasn't an order, just the simplest division of labor. With her Ice Mage's long-range crowd control abilities, she could handle any unknown sudden crisis, and I would protect the 2 of us with the fastest reactions. Song Yuer answered softly. She activated a soft light scroll, and a brilliant orb of light, bright as day, slowly emerged in front of her and slightly to the side, enough to sweep away the cave's profound darkness. Once again, I couldn't help but marvel at her gear. While others were desperately scraping together resources, she could use such an expensive consumable without hesitation. But since it could easily solve the lighting problem, it was one more convenience for me as well. We moved forward carefully along the cave. The deeper we went, the stronger that strange fragrance became, so potent it was almost enough to make one lose control. It wasn't only Song Yuer whose steps began to falter slightly. I clenched my teeth and warned myself in silence that I must not let the scent sway me. At the 100-step mark, I crouched and halted my advance. A skeleton, bleached to bare bone, appeared at the edge of the rock wall at the end of the passage. With a slight lift of my hand, 2 strands of concealed detection dropped down. Phylin Tribe Skeleton. Level 20. The result appeared before my eyes, and my heart suddenly tightened. This really wasn't as simple as I'd expected. What kind of race is this? I stared at the ferocious-looking skeleton, my brow tightly furrowed. Song Yuer also leaned in to examine it carefully, and in the end shook her head. Never seen it before. But that's normal. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, the number of races it connects to is countless, and there are new discoveries every year. I stood up, my mood growing heavier. Looks like this place really isn't simple. We need to be extra careful. This skeleton silently declared that deeper within lurked a threat capable of killing above level 20. Song Yuer's gaze never left the skeleton. In the dim light, it looked especially terrifying. She unconsciously moved a little closer to me, but her face remained composed, only there was a bit more undisguised coldness in her eyes. We pressed on. The road ahead was unnervingly quiet, and we didn't find any more skeletons. Yet that strange fragrance had grown so thick it was almost tangible, as if silently urging us to quicken our pace. At last, past a narrow bend, the view suddenly opened up. Before us lay a magnificent underground cavern, the deep pool at its center shimmered faintly, and in the middle of the water stood a small tree about 3 meters tall, motionless like a guardian. Its trunk was a dark gold, its branches translucent like jade, laden with more than a dozen fruits, so red they looked ready to drip. That mouth-watering, otherworldly scent was spilling from those fruits. Countless yellow motes of light, like fireflies, floated through the cavern, casting a gentle glow over everything, as if in a dream. I stared at the tree, rifling through every scrap of knowledge I'd ever come across, and came up empty. This tree, what on earth is it? Song Yuer was equally baffled. She said in a low voice, I've never seen this kind of plant in any text. I cautiously used detection, a faint glow swept over the fruit tree, but the result was still unsettling. Target information unknown. Interference from a special force, unable to detect. Sure enough, as expected, none of this was that simple. Want to go over and take a look? Song Yuer asked hesitantly, staring at the fruit tree. I shook my head, my gaze drifting over the calm pool, coldly zeroing in on the danger it might be hiding. The bowstring twanged, and 7 icy arrows shot off the string and into the water in an instant. As the arrows pierced the surface, the ricochet skill triggered. Underwater, among they rebounded wildly, instantly weaving a deathly arrow net with nowhere to run, blanketing the entire stretch of water. Cuckoo. A burst of shrill, eerie laughter shattered the cave's stillness. The next moment, the calm surface of the water exploded, sending huge sprays flying everywhere. My pupils tightened as countless ghastly pale bones surged up from the depths. These bones bore traits of various races, some I could barely make out the origin of, but now, under the control of an ominous force, they rapidly fitted together and converged, forming a gigantic skeletal serpent in only a few breaths. That snake was enormous, its body entirely cobbled together from bones. Deep within its hollow eye sockets, eerie ghostly green flames flickered, locking onto us with vicious intent. The battle was about to erupt. What the hell is that? Song Yuer's voice trembled slightly with fear. My guess was right. As I moved quickly to widen the distance and look for a good shooting angle, I replied calmly. With such a bizarre tree, there had to be some kind of guardian down there. How could we be sure without testing it? In fact, this wasn't a baseless guess. I knew that for such a strange fruit tree to be growing so perfectly intact, it had to be hiding a huge threat. Even if there'd been no reaction just now, I already had a plan, either launch an area attack at another part of the cave, and if there was still no movement, I was even prepared to destroy the fruit tree outright to see if I could force the guardian out. I would never step into the pool and become prey with no way out. The standoff lasted only an instant. Song Yuer and I, without a word, cast appraisal on the giant snake at the same time. Identification failed. The target's level is too high or it is shielded by a special power. As expected, I still couldn't view it. Song Yuer's expression changed as she almost simultaneously pulled out a silver scroll, on which profound, mysterious patterns flickered. This was an advanced detection scroll. A beam of light shot out from the scroll and sank into the giant skeletal serpent. At last, the blurred enemy data became somewhat clearer, and the information appeared before my eyes. Monster, skeletal aggregation entity, ferocious beast. Level, 22. Combat power star rating. HP, 648, 5124. Attack. Defense. Skills, bone manipulation, death coil, soul screech. Traits. Affiliation. Note, formed from the fused bones of countless drowned victims, bound by an unknown force, it has mutated, developed rudimentary intelligence, and is extremely dangerous. This was going to be a hard fight, and our way out had already been swallowed up the moment we stepped into the cave. Level 22. A ferocious beast. I stared at the panel before me, my pupils involuntarily tightening. The words, ferocious beast, weren't an ordinary warning, they were an omen of death. Song Yuer, standing nearby, went deathly pale all at once. Her voice trembled so much it made me freeze. A ferocious beast. How could it be a ferocious beast? The elders of my clan warned me again and again, if you run into a monster with the ferocious beast suffix, you can only run. Their stats aren't just far beyond same-tier bosses, they also have intelligence and powerful innate abilities, with no weaknesses. Once it locks onto you, the outcome is almost always a total wipe. A heaviness sank in my chest as I scanned the pitch-black, oppressive cavern around us. The massive skeletal water serpent seemed as if it had been condensed from countless remains of those who died here, and in the depths of the pool, who knew how many dead bones lay buried. That string of question marks on the panel had already proclaimed the enemy's horror. More terrifying still, it could think, this was a mortal threat to intelligent life. As if to confirm what Song Yuer had said, a crisp chorus of crack, crack, came from the way we'd come. Those scattered bones seemed to be given life, surging toward the exit at breakneck speed, sealing off our retreat in a dense, airtight mass. It set us up. I realized in a flash, those earlier anomalies really hadn't been accidental. The intact skeleton by the cave mouth had actually been bait, perhaps its power couldn't reach that far, which was why it left that life-devouring marker there. But such deductions were no help in our current dead end. If we can't run, we fight for our lives. As I said it, I fixed my gaze on the skeletal water serpent, forcing down the churning unease in my heart. Song Yuer clenched her teeth and nodded in reply. The staff in her hand began to glow, surging waves of magic rising as the cold starlight in the air gradually gathered. I drew my bow taut a moment earlier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows tore through the air like a metallic storm, stabbing straight into the skeletal water serpent's body. Then, pouring all her strength into her chant, Song Yuer turned starlight magic into icy spears that howled toward the serpent's crucial joints. -215. -198. -221, critical. -380. -355. The damage numbers floated up, but I felt even more desperate. This monster's health bar before us was like an abyss, our attacks only stirred the faintest ripples. Even more chilling was how its joints rapidly healed, like an endless torrent of bones that would never run dry. Cackle, cackle. The water serpent let out a shrill laugh, its enormous bony tail sweeping straight toward me with annihilating force. Its target was me. I didn't retreat. The star arrow array quickly closed in, and one of the 6 rotating light arrows suddenly broke formation, striking the bony tail head-on like a life-taking meteor. Bang! With a tremendous boom, the bony tail and the light arrow collided head-on. The burst of energy swept through the entire cave, and the tremor even made the ground beneath my feet sway slightly. The arrows shattered one after another in the blast, yet I stood firm like a mountain, not taking a single step back. But despite successfully defending, a line of red -300 text still appeared above my head. The star arrow formation blocked the physical impact, but it couldn't neutralize soul attribute attacks. I quickly checked the status panel. A dim skull icon flickered, soul shriek mark, magic resistance reduced by 15. So that's it, it was mixing a soul type debuff into every attack. However, that bit of damage was nothing more than a scratch against my 8,700 HP. More importantly, I had the lifesteal effect from the Shadow Wolf hide cloak. As long as my attacks didn't stop, my vitality would keep flowing endlessly. Seeing that a single strike hadn't worked, an unmistakable flicker of doubt showed in the bone water serpent's ghostfire eye sockets. The next second, it decisively turned its head and locked onto another source of combat power, Song Yuer, who was still channeling ice magic. Suddenly, a sinister, chilling ripple burst forth from it. The green soul shriek was like an invisible blade, shooting straight at Song Yuer. "Yuer, watch out!" I shouted in a low voice as I lunged toward her. Almost without thinking, I threw my body in front of her while speeding up the rotation of the star arrow formation. -300. The damage landed on me again, but in that moment, I knew I'd done the right thing. Song Yuer had avoided the fatal attack, and the hope of continuing the fight still remained with us. I clenched my teeth, forced down the pain, and stared at the skeletal water serpent before me, with only one thought in my heart: we must not lose. Su Mu. Song Yuer's startled cry echoed across the battlefield. The moment her gaze landed on my beyond normal HP and my fearless stance, her shock was plain to see. But I had no time to respond to her emotions. Right now, the fight was as cold and real as iron. The ferocity of the skeletal water serpent was entirely within expectations, yet I still forced myself to push on, firing arrows at full tilt and, with the ricochet effect, pouring out firepower like mad. Song Yuer, meanwhile, used ice walls and ice paths to bring endless changes to the battlefield. She not only hindered the serpent's onslaught, but also cleverly opened up more ricochet routes for my arrows, maximizing the damage. However, the enemy's frenzied attacks were like the end of the world. Every strike was lethally precise. Time and again, I used footwork and the star arrow formation to block fatal threats. For what remained, I could only rely on that faint life leech and my heavy HP pool to tank it head-on. Every collision was a life-or-death gamble with no guarantees. Half an hour passed. Though my damage output kept up the pressure, it had only shaved off about a third of its HP. As fatigue crept in, I also caught the slight tremble in Song Yuer. Her voice broke the deadlock over the private channel, Su Mu. There's no point dragging this out. The water serpent is too strong. I'm going to use a forbidden technique to hold it back. You take the chance to run. Don't worry about me. Her words pierced my heart like a needle. Her tone was resolute, and I had long since seen through that sliver of determination in her. Sacrifice her so I could live? Impossible. Taking a quiet breath, I replied in a low voice, no need for you to sacrifice yourself. Get ready, the exit is about to open. As the words fell, the sealed bone wall at the cave entrance burst apart amid a series of explosions, collapsing into shards and revealing the dark passage beyond. Song Yuer spun around abruptly, staring at me in shock. She finally understood that those ricocheting, scattering arrows were not the result of an attack gone out of control, but my precise arrangement. It was true, in the strictest sense, hidden accumulation, wearing down the bone wall's durability. From the very start, I had been calculating both my chance of victory and my way out. The skeletal water serpent is steady and well balanced, with no fatal weak point, which means it isn't invincible either. With my ability alone, it's not unkillable. It's just, I looked at her, my voice sinking, firm and resolute. Your presence distracts me and limits what I can do. I need you to leave first and wait outside to provide support. I can't abandon you. Song Yuer's protest was filled with fierce refusal. She simply wouldn't leave me to get tangled up with this monster to the death. But there was no time for more nonsense. My tone turned cold, even leaving no room for doubt. Staying here will only make me your burden. Trust me once, go, now. If things can't be done, I have my own way to get out. I deliberately tempered my words with both softness and firmness, yet I still didn't tell her everything. How confident was I that I could get out? Hard to say. But at least for now, I couldn't let her gamble her life alongside mine. In the end, she gritted her teeth, her voice tight with suppressed sobbing, you have to come out alive. Then she turned and sprinted toward the exit. After confirming she was gone, I turned to stare at the skeletal water serpent. The fight ahead would have no more ties holding me back. Now, it's just the two of us. The words were light, yet they rang like a blade leaving its sheath. I switched tactics, making full use of the cave's complex terrain to run circles around the monster. My arrows became a raging storm, slicing uninterruptedly through the serpent's massive body. Its counterattacks were still ferocious, but with my heightened agility and the protection of the star arrow formation, most of its assaults dissolved into nothing. The steady recovery granted by life drain let me dance on the edge of danger, yet I never crossed the line between life and death. This struggle was a trial of will, and an endurance test pushed to its limit. Time bled away second by second. My stamina was nearly spent, sweat soaking through my clothes. Facing the monster's frequent rampages, I kept whittling down its life, forcing it to the brink of just 20% health. Yet just as the dawn of victory seemed within reach, the situation suddenly flipped. The skeletal water serpent let out a piercing hiss, its massive body suddenly coiled, then sprang into the blue-dark abyss of the lake. It fled so fast there wasn't the slightest moment to catch my breath. Trying to run? I sneered, having anticipated this. The trap I'd laid amid the fight became, at this moment, the final setup to strangle the beast. Rend, detonate. With an inaudible command, the energy planted within the serpent erupted all at once. A chain of explosions burst forth on the lakebed. The cave trembled faintly, and the water churned, wave after wave slapping against the shore. Amid the blasts and shattering, countless bone fragments floated up to the surface. Yet I stood frozen, my gaze locked on that boiling stretch of water, still waiting for the kill notification, but it never came. The mist dispersed, and the lake returned to its shadowy depths, like a tight-lipped abyss. My brow furrowed, a layer of unease settling over my heart. I couldn't tell whether this was the beginning of victory, or the overture to something far more perilous. I stared at the water's surface, fists clenched tight, the crease between my brows like a blade of thorns stabbed into my heart. The murky lake gradually calmed, revealing most of the skeletal behemoth's body still intact, though in ruins, it was still struggling to maintain its form. Above its head, the health bar that signified life was down to a hair-thin line of roughly 2%, yet it was creeping upward bit by bit at a slow but unmistakable pace. It's still not dead. Does being underwater reduce damage? Or is its core hidden deeper down? A chill surged straight through me. I quickly nocked an arrow and shot directly at the shadow in the water to test it. But once the arrow entered the lake, it was as if some invisible force swallowed its momentum. Its penetration couldn't even keep up with the creature's recovery speed. Useless, no different from hitting cotton. Normal attacks won't work anymore. Either go into the water for close combat, or find its core. The thought flashed through my mind, and I immediately rejected it. The lake was deep, dark as a monstrous maw that could swallow everything, and I wasn't a strong swimmer. With my vision blocked and my movements slowed, going in would only give it an opening. If that beast still had some hidden killing move, I'd become its prey. Take the risk and try? Absolutely not. I'm not that stupid, staking my life on odds. The water by the shore churned more and more violently, but the behemoth's silhouette gradually sank from sight. I tried to see through the murk, yet could only vaguely make out that eerie valley of piled bones on the lakebed. My heart felt seized by a damp, icy hand, and above, that slowly rising health bar, along with the splintered bones on the surface drawing back toward the center, stabbed at my eyes. Underwater regeneration, so the recovery mechanic really exists. I gritted my teeth. My body and mind were both utterly exhausted, the side effects of sustained, high-intensity fighting weighed down on my nerves like an unbearable load. To rush into the water now would be nothing but a path to death. And that behemoth, relying on this repair afforded by the lake water and the bones, clearly meant to turn wearing its opponent down into its strategy. If this drags on, I'm the one who loses. I took a deep breath, a surge of frustrated unwillingness flared in my chest, then I forced it down just as quickly. My gaze swept over the center of the lake, and the red fruit tree radiating an enticing glow came into view. I can't go back empty-handed. Without a moment's hesitation, I stepped onto the stones in the lake, my figure darting like an eagle to the base of the tree. Faced with the beguiling hue of the red fruit, I stopped wasting time on judgment and simply seized this one and only prize. My fingers plucked the fruit in rapid succession, stuffing every last unexpectedly abundant gain into my pocket. The instant the final fruit left the branch, a muffled roar, so deep it made my eardrums tremble, suddenly detonated from the depths beneath the lake. The entire cavern shook as if it had been set off, and the water churned so violently it was nearly boiling. That thing was clearly completely insane. I swept a cold glance across the lake's surface. Despite its raging fury, the beast still hid in the water, perhaps wary of being unable to leave it, perhaps because its bodily reformation wasn't complete, and it didn't attack at once. I let out a soft breath, turned away, and left it with a chilling sentence, "Let's end it here for today." I rapidly memorized the cave's location and every trait of that skeletal behemoth. I knew that today's battle could only end here. As I am now, no matter how unwilling I feel, I don't have the strength to deal with it. But one day, when I set foot in this place again, I will surely take the initiative and claim victory. Savage beast, we're not finished. My resolve was solid as bedrock as I calmly left with the spoils of war, my steps decisive and swift. The rain outside the cave had long since stopped. Night hung low, and the air carried the fresh, sweet scent of new rain. The moment I stepped out of the entrance, my gaze locked onto Song Yuer's anxious pacing. Watching her freeze for an instant when she noticed me, the way her expression shifted from tension to relief and then to eyes tinged red, brought me an inexplicable sense of ease. You're really okay." Her voice carried a choked sob and lingering fear as her steps quickened almost imperceptibly. The earlier rain had soaked the strands of hair on her shoulders, and an untimely warmth rose in my chest. I nodded, deliberately keeping my tone cool and steady. "I'm fine." That thing retreated back underwater. I wasn't confident I could finish it, so I pulled back. Hearing that, she finally relaxed and let out a long breath, raising a hand to pat her chest as if setting down a crushing burden. We left the cave and found a dry clearing in the woods to settle temporarily. I took out the fruits and poured them onto the ground, vivid as fire. All spoils of war. I separated a third and gently pushed it in front of her. As expected, Song Yuer waved her hands repeatedly, her speech a little hurried. "No, these are far too precious." And I didn't help at all. If anything, I almost became a burden several times. "I can't." "Don't overthink it." My tone left no room for argument. "Protecting teammates is my duty. I didn't bring you into the team to contribute combat power. Take them and put your mind at ease." She froze, as if startled, yet also moved. After a moment, she didn't refuse again. I tilted my head up and glanced at the post-rain afterglow that hadn't fully faded yet, silently vowing, if danger comes again, I won't take a single step back, for myself, and for those who trust me and rely on me. I stuffed the fruit into Song Yuer's hand, my tone firm and brooking no refusal. "Take it. You were willing to stay behind at the critical moment, I won't forget that. Since we're teammates, the spoils should naturally be split evenly. Besides, with treasures like this, under normal circumstances, the more you eat, the more the effect diminishes. Any more for me alone would be useless." Before I'd even finished speaking, I picked up a fruit and, without hesitation, put it into my mouth. Its coolness slid down my throat and quickly turned into a warm current that coursed through my whole body. I closed my eyes and felt it. My body seemed a bit lighter, my spirits lifted slightly, and some of the exhausted pressure from battle eased, but the attribute panel didn't change at all. Song Yuer's concern rang out, "How do you feel?" "Just relieving fatigue. No movement on the attributes." Even so, I swallowed 2 more in a row, only to find the effect gradually weakening. I refused to believe it, and raised a 4th and swallowed it down. The mutation struck without warning. In that instant, my entire body felt as if it had been hit by lightning, as though a power that had been sealed away for years suddenly burst free. I widened my eyes, staring in shock at my status panel, holding my breath in anticipation. Notice, special energy absorbed, the origin of life has been slightly restored. Detected, class barrier loosening. Notice, your class has evolved. Current class, Elite Archer, rank E. From a regular archer to an elite archer, I clearly understood what this advancement meant. The class upgrade not only brought a significant increase to my overall attributes, more importantly, in the future, each time I leveled up, the growth points I could obtain would far exceed what I had before. That was the fundamental advantage of the vast gulf between class ranks, the leap in potential. A dark tide surged in my heart. I had already set my expectations high for what we'd gain from the cave, yet I never imagined it would be this astonishing. The change this fruit brought undeniably overturned everything I thought I knew. I forced myself to calm down, suppressing the urge, and tried swallowing 2 more. However, That power that shattered the boundaries of my class did not appear again, only a cool sensation as my stamina recovered. The effect was clearly limited, each person's growth has a definite boundary. Seeing my unwavering attitude, Song Yuer didn't refuse. She likewise carefully placed the fruit into her mouth. The first showed no unusual change, so she tried a second. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with delight. My crit rate, crit damage, and mana regeneration speed have permanently increased, probably by about 1% to 2%. I nodded slightly, understanding at once, her class was already exceptionally noble, and she had reached the current stage's limit, so the fruit couldn't directly trigger a qualitative transformation. For top-tier geniuses, even small increases in attributes were still immensely precious. As expected, the effect varies from person to person. I sighed, yet felt even more grateful for my class breakthrough. Whether I kept the remaining fruits, used them myself, or treated them as future bargaining chips, their value was beyond measure. Thinking back on this cave expedition, I couldn't help but marvel that though danger lurked at every turn, the gains far surpassed expectations. I carefully gathered the remaining 20-odd fruits from the ground, then looked at Song Yuer. We need to pick up the pace. My goal is to reach level 20 as soon as possible, then find a way back. The monster trees, the pool, and that ferocious beast in this cave definitely aren't hiding just the surface-level secrets. But the newbie dungeon in the racial battlefield is only open for 7 days, we have to push into the inner ring as early as possible. Just as we were about to set off, I suddenly noticed something off about Song Yuer. Her small face was flushed, her eyes unfocused, her breathing rapid, and her voice carried an indescribable softness. Su Mu. I feel so hot. As she spoke, she unconsciously tugged at her collar. My heart clenched hard, alarm bells blaring. Could these fruits be poisonous? Yet I had just swallowed several in a row with no reaction, so it probably wasn't that simple. As Song Yuer's cheeks slowly took on that unusual flush, my brows drew together slightly. In that moment, my mind couldn't help but conjure up those absurd plots from trashy novels. Could this fruit really have some kind of aphrodisiac effect? If so, the situation would be not only mortifying, but could also push us into even greater danger. I don't claim to be some sanctimonious saint, but I'm certainly not the sort of scoundrel who takes advantage of someone in distress. Just as I was thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of me, Song Yuer's expression seemed to change. I saw her clamp her teeth together, and a trace of lucid struggle flashed in her eyes. She deftly took out a blue scroll that gave off a cool chill from her spatial ring and activated it without hesitation. The cold instantly spread. An ice-blue halo wrapped around her, and the dazed look was quickly driven away, though the red tide on her face still hadn't completely faded. She kept her eyes shut, breathing fast, her chest rising and falling sharply. Standing to the side, I could feel how hard she was forcing herself to hold back, as if I could see her desperately fighting some kind of inner turmoil. After a moment, she calmed down a little, but the tips of her ears were still burning red. It should be because of the fruit. Her voice was so low it was like a mosquito's buzz, her gaze drifting, not daring to meet my eyes. Maybe because I ate it slowly, the effect hit me harder. Her awkwardness made me sense a softness I didn't often see, but even more than that, it was embarrassing. I didn't respond, only nodding silently as my gaze tightened slightly. To be honest, the rare air of vulnerability she'd shown just now was indeed striking, but not enough to stir any strange thoughts in me. I'm no hypocrite, I saw what happened and didn't pretend I hadn't, but that was all. I kept two things firmly in mind: she was my comrade in arms, and the danger before us was far from over. After that brief interlude, a subtle awkwardness lingered in the air, and neither of us spoke again. Throughout the long night, we fought monsters in silence like mad, as if only through this monotonous yet efficient slaughter could we dispel the unspoken ambiguity between us. Perhaps it was the experience of fighting side by side last night, or perhaps some subtle change brought by that fruit, but I could clearly feel Song Yuer's reliance on me grow by a few degrees. In battle, she would naturally drift a little closer to me, as though my presence had become a kind of unspoken shelter. Time flew by amid the monotonous yet efficient killing. Even so, we barely stopped. The combination of my strength and her agility made our experience accumulate rapidly. Not until the first ray of morning sunlight fell across the battlefield did I finally feel that familiar warm current surging within me. In an instant, a dazzling aura of leveling up shot straight into the sky. Life Drain activated, maximum HP permanently +1. Level up. Current level, 19. Level 19, at last, I've crossed this threshold. Before the warmth of leveling up has even faded, my consciousness has already sunk deep into my mind. In that tranquil mental space, 3 enhancement options, each wreathed in a shifting halo of light, float before my eyes. Level increased to 19. Please choose one of the following 3 enhancement options. Option 1, Agility increased by 30. Option 2, gain the passive skill, Power Strike. Each attack has a 10% chance to increase the damage of this hit by 50%. Option 3, Double Shot, Special. I stared at the 3 options, my mind analyzing at top speed. Agility increased by 30 points. I pondered to myself. Agility was crucial to me, attack speed, movement speed, physical attack power, these were my core combat capabilities. But this was only linear enhancement. My base agility was already high enough, and with the bonuses from the Howling Moon set, the improvement those 30 points brought was actually quite limited. Then my gaze shifted to Power Shot. A 10% chance to increase damage by 50%, I mulled it over for a moment, it was a probabilistic burst skill. In terms of combat, especially when facing stronger enemies, it meant gambling on luck, too risky, hard for me to fully rely on. Besides, I didn't like leaving life and death to chance. Finally, my eyes fixed on Double Shot. From the name to the special label, I faintly sensed this was the option with the greatest potential for mutation. My mind quickly analyzed, Double Shot isn't a superficial increase in the number of arrows per shot, it's that after a single shooting action, it directly adds a second shot, independent and powerful. The thought sent a jolt up my spine, and my heartbeat quietly quickened. 6 arrows become 12, I murmured. And more than that, if the second shot can also trigger all attack effects. My thinking grew clearer. What did it mean? The effect of ricocheting arrows doubles. The clearing efficiency increases exponentially, and from a returns perspective, the overall boost this option brings far surpasses any other enhancement. My heart pounded like a drum. In the end, I made up my mind. Double Shot was bound to be the only choice. It meant my pierce ability would tear through the enemy ranks across an even wider range. It means that every slowing and freezing check from Frost Mark becomes within easy reach, doubling its ability to control enemies. It means that Life Drain will trigger more frequently, providing stronger survivability and sustain. Even that 1% shadow mirror image now feels more like a chip held in my hand. Thanks to the doubled attack speed, it becomes closer to a controllable weapon. And the most lethal impact lies in Star Arrow Formation, my cornerstone skill. The base number of summoned arrows comes from the base arrows per attack. If Double Shot is recognized as a boost to the base mechanism, then the firepower of Star Arrow Formation will jump from 6 arrows straight to 12. I closed my eyes and imagined 12 star arrows slicing across the battlefield, a spectacle so grand it set my blood surging. On defense, it could neutralize 12 potentially lethal close-quarters impacts. On offense, it became 12 precise enemy-seeking fire platforms, silently harvesting foes. This wasn't a simple increase in numbers, it was a leap, a transformative innovation. From attack frequency to tactical value, everything was overturned from the inside out. No mere 30-point boost to attributes, nor any intermittently triggered passive skill, could come close to the gains brought by this qualitative change. My thoughts, like layered bowstrings, were taut yet clear, until at last they drove a decisive arrowhead into my mind. I choose option 3, double shot. The instant my intent locked on, a strange, unfamiliar rhythm suddenly surged between my arms, power running straight through my fingers and bowstring, piercing mind and spirit. As if the cadence of chain shots had already blended into my blood, I was filled with anticipation for this moment. Draw the bow, take aim, the target is a rotting corpse puppet trudging forward amid the wreckage. Whoosh! 6 arrows were released normally, sharp as ever. Yet a second crisp twang sounded quietly half a second after the shot left. Before I could draw again, a new force flowed onto the string like a brand. Whoosh! This time, the effect of double shot manifested with lightning speed. The second volley of 6 arrows followed trajectories that almost overlapped the first wave, whistling as they swiftly engulfed the corpse puppet, 12 deadly arrows forming a dense barrier of death, leaving it not even a chance to struggle. The crisp crack of shattering bones was accompanied by a flurry of rapidly rolling damage numbers, -78. -78. -78. First volley, -78. -78. -78. Second volley. The corpse puppet turned into dispersing white light, yet when the system prompt announcing the experience reward sounded, I had no mind to pay it any attention. I quietly took in everything that had just happened, my emotions impossible to keep from surging. Sure enough, double shot not only fully follows all of my special effects, it's also tied to the base number of arrows, just as I guessed. Every support skill, every passive effect, all trigger twice. This isn't merely a matter of doubling damage, it's an advancement in the very essence of the ability, a breakthrough on the tactical level. With this, why would I still wait until level 20? There's no reason to drag this out. I murmured, my gaze locking onto the direction of the distant inner ring, my intent unmistakable, bone serpent. Song Yuer's eyes had been on me the whole time. After witnessing the radiance of the level up and the power of the double arrow rain, her expression was filled with complicated realization. At that moment, she spoke, Su Mu, congratulations. Your arrows really are, but she trailed off, at a loss for words. Thanks. I nodded, not bothering to elaborate. I'm going to kill the bone serpent right now. Now. Song Yuer was stunned, her hands tightening slightly. That's too risky. It's a vicious beast, extremely dangerous. I know what I'm doing. I looked her straight in the eye, my tone was calm but unwavering. Charging in to die has never been my style. And at this moment, I'm fully confident. I knew that every decision I made led to the path of maximum benefit. With no time to seize back the initiative, there was no reason for me to stop and linger. Seeing the complicated look in Song Yuer's eyes, I knew her attempt to dissuade me had become meaningless. The way she lightly bit her lower lip reminded me of when we used to fight side by side, her helplessness and sense of disparity. Even so, she ultimately only said softly, then, you have to be careful. I'll be nearby, tell me if you need anything. Okay. I replied tersely, wasting not a second as I turned and sprinted away. Along the way, I kept an eye on those tiny yet hidden markers, they were still just as before, untouched, which finally let me relax a little. Stepping into the familiar cave once more, cold, damp air rushed at me. Without the slightest hesitation, I passed through the passageway and went straight to the underground cavern. The pool was deep and still, the monstrous tree, now without its fruit, still stood alone at the center like a silent sentinel. I planted my feet by the water's edge, drew my bow and nocked an arrow. The instant the arrow left the string, a sound like air tearing exploded in the silence. Whoosh! Whoosh! In double-shot mode, the arrows became 2 fierce storms sweeping toward the bottom of the pool. Each strike was like a wordless provocation, ripping apart the calm it had kept hidden. Jia jia jia. That terrifying howl surged up from the depths. The pool water boiled in an instant, and countless bones shot skyward like frenzied demons. The familiar skeletal water serpent coalesced once more, fixing me with towering venom and malice. In the hollow of its eyes, ghostly green soul fire flickered as if it had recognized me, this invader, who had stolen what it guarded. What followed was fury bursting forth like flame. Without the slightest pause, the battle resumed, reaching a white-hot pitch in an instant. The skeletal water serpent roared like thunder, its bony tail tearing through the air as it swept in with even greater speed. Faced with its raging assault, I remained as calm as ever. My footwork was light and agile, effortlessly turning danger aside. And the longbow in my hand seemed alive, my double shot, like a perfectly timed war anthem, poured forth in a mad torrent. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows were like a torrential downpour, piercing straight through the massive body of the skeletal water serpent with uncanny precision. They punched through every segment of bone, and the ricocheting impacts were deafening in the sealed cavern. Each time the eerie glow of the frost mark flashed, its movement slowed even further. I could see clearly that every volley of arrow rain brought strings of damage numbers. Life Siphon replenished a bit of what I'd spent, and at a critical moment it even triggered Shadow Mirror Image. An identical clone of me appeared. 5 seconds of coordinated fighting brutally compressed the skeletal water serpent's HP bar. In less than 20 minutes, this opponent that had left me utterly exhausted last time had been forced to the 20% HP threshold. And then, it resorted to the same escape trick as before, retreating to the bottom of the pool with an unwilling shriek, like a wounded beast trying to bide its time and heal. However, this time, I was prepared. As it burrowed into the dark pool, my gaze turned icy cold, detonate. Several strands of rend energy buried inside its body erupted in an instant. The thunderous blast ripped through the pool, mixed with splintered bits of bone bursting out. Yet as the murky surface gradually calmed, what I saw was still that shattered but stubborn skeletal body, its health bar slowly recovering at the 2% mark. I stopped shooting and calmly watched the skeletal water serpent's ghostly green soul flame. Through the pool's dim surface, it seemed to convey a hint of mockery. In the face of it all, I instead wore a confident, winning smile. Sure enough, you still won't show yourself. No matter, your doom is already sealed. Without the slightest hesitation, I activated the communicator and called out to Song Yuer, come help. I need your ice magic. Outside the cave, the instant she received the message, she froze slightly, but that icy face immediately blossomed into a bright, early spring smile, unforgettable at a glance. He needs my help. The thought flashed through my mind, and I didn't hesitate for even a moment. I turned at once and sprinted toward the cave entrance. When I hurried back to the depths of the cave, panting, and saw Sumu, he was standing by the pool with a calm expression and steady breathing, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, I froze in place. This didn't look like someone who had just been through a hard fight. It left me puzzled. Could it be that the real battle hadn't even started? Then why had he summoned me? My steps drifted uncontrollably closer to the pool, and my gaze inadvertently fell into that shadowy stretch of water. In an instant, my pupils constricted sharply, and my breath nearly stopped. Though the pool was somewhat murky, the massive water serpent's remains were still clearly visible. And above its head, that impossible to ignore health bar had already slid down to a perilous low, only 20%. Impossible. I couldn't help whispering. Then I looked up at Sumu, my voice nearly spiraling out of control with shock. In such a short time, you did this all by yourself? There was no need to think too hard. Going by last night, from when he left until now had been only 40 minutes at most, and that even included my travel time. In other words, the time he'd spent facing this ferocious beast was probably less than half an hour. And in that brief span, he had brought that terrifying existence, one that could make even the elders of our clan give it a wide berth, to the brink of collapse. Last night, we fought side by side for nearly an hour before he could barely escape with his life, utterly exhausted. And yet the him I'm facing now is inexplicably calm and composed. A thought that stung my heart surfaced. Yesterday, was my presence holding him back? Was I, without realizing it, interfering with him from truly bringing out his strength? Sumu turned a deaf ear, not looking at my shock and bewilderment, and spoke calmly. When its HP drops below a certain point, it will hide underwater and recover in the pool. If we keep dragging this out, it'll be hard to win. I quickly reined in my emotions, forcing my voice to stay steady, and added, yes, it's extremely dangerous underwater. Without a water element talent or a special ability, acting rashly in a place like this is almost suicide. Sumu replied indifferently, of course I won't go into the water. I need you to build an ice wall on the bottom. In an instant, I understood his intention. Recalling last night's sharp, decisive arrows, I immediately realized, you want to use an ice wall to create a reflection angle, so your arrows can still hit the target underwater. He gave a slight nod, his gaze resolute. Correct. Given our current talents and skills, this is the best solution. I originally planned to use it before breaking through level 20. But it seems that double shot has given me enough confidence sooner. Without another word, I swung my staff swiftly. Starlit mana surged forth and, under my control, condensed into a sheet. In the depths of the pool, in the area near the skeletal water serpent, a thick ice wall gradually took shape, its surface radiating bone-chilling cold. The skeletal water serpent's soul flame swept across the ice wall, as if sensing something. That ghostly green light was initially full of disdain, seemingly sneering at this feeble human trick. Yet in the next moment, the soul flame embedded in its bones throbbed violently, showing surprise and panic. Whoosh, whoosh. Sumu moved in an instant. Standing on the bank, the double-shot skill appeared like a phantom at this moment. 12 arrows split into 2 waves and tore through the air. The arrows plunged into the water and then shot straight toward the ice wall, stirring faint ripples. PFF PFF PFF. The moment the arrows struck the ice wall, the ricochet effect triggered immediately. The arrows' trajectories, slowed upon first entering the water, were able to accelerate again thanks to the reflection angle formed by the ice wall, blasting off in an unimaginable direction, straight at the skeletal water serpent less than a few feet from the ice wall. -26. -24. -28, critical hit. A string of numbers rose above the ghost serpent's head. Though the values weren't high, every hit struck true. However, I heard Sumu mutter under his breath, the underwater damage reduction is too severe. Output's been cut by over 70%, so the damage is nowhere near its recovery speed. The water serpent's soul flame thrashed violently. Clearly, it hadn't expected such a tricky, exquisite tactic. But at the same time, it quickly came to terms with it, feeble damage couldn't truly threaten its survival. The soul flame rekindled with a trace of cold mockery, as if concluding this was nothing more than a trivial human struggle. But Sumu didn't grow impatient. He focused on fine-tuning the angle and force of every arrow, as if performing a symphony of longbow and ice wall. In the still depths, he used a rain of arrows to tear open a battlefield of time and endurance. Whether he succeeded or not, there was no retreat for him. Song Yuer spoke anxiously, at this rate, the efficiency is way too low. Sumu, we probably won't be able to kill it even after a whole day. We can't hold up under this kind of high-intensity casting and attacking. I replied calmly, keep going. Adjust the ice wall's position and angle. Although she didn't understand, she didn't question it. She began continuously changing the ice wall's placement and tilt. The path formed by the ice wall could occasionally amplify the refraction effect of the arrows, and the number of hits gradually increased. The skeletal water serpent's HP finally dropped a little. But this progress was still suffocatingly slow. Time slipped by. Nearly an hour later, I observed that the skeletal water serpent was covered in a dense mass of arrows, each one firmly embedded in its bony body as if solid and real, like a gigantic bone porcupine. The skeletal water serpent beneath the surface had long since let down its guard. It lay lazily sprawled on the bottom of the pool, clearly scoffing at the paltry damage we had dealt, if not sneering to itself. Foolish humans, it's all in vain, it fantasized freely, picturing us being easily counterattacked and devoured once our stamina was spent. Me in particular, the archer, it had even begun to imagine the taste of my flesh and blood. Watching all this, the patience building in my heart finally reached its breaking point. A sharp glint flashed in my eyes as I murmured to myself, "It's time." Boom! The shout burst from the depths of my soul. Guided by my will, the arrow buried within the skeletal water serpent detonated the stored rend energy. In an instant, a chain of thunderous blasts erupted from the bottom of the pool, like countless miniature bombs igniting in sequence inside the bone serpent. Boom! Boom boom boom! The ear-splitting explosions instantly swallowed the entire body of water, whipping up raging waves several meters high. The tremendous shockwave made the cave quake violently as well. Rubble collapsed, and the pool turned completely murky. The sole flame of the skeletal water serpent dimmed in an instant. It didn't even let out a scream before being utterly annihilated in the blast. Its massive skeleton disintegrated, bone fragments scattering and whirling amid the destruction, shredded into even finer pieces by the impact. The successive notification sounds popping up in his mind confirmed the victory. Successfully killed skeletal amalgamation, ferocious beast, level 22, gained 2,850,000 EXP. Gained 1,720,000 merit points. Life drain activated, max HP permanently +1. Level up. Current level, 19, 58.7%. The annoying skeletal water serpent was gone, and the generous reward almost left me in disbelief. My level 19 experience bar jumped up by more than half. The merit I'd only earned after nearly 2 days of grinding mobs was effortlessly surpassed in this single battle. But the rewards didn't stop there. A new notification sounded. Congratulations on independently planning and completing your first kill of a ferocious beast. Title obtained, Ferocious Beast Hunter, Beginner. Ferocious Beast Hunter, Beginner. Final damage dealt to ferocious beast-type monsters increased by 3%, final damage dealt to normal monsters increased by 5%. A title, an unparalleled honor and buff. My breathing stalled for a brief moment as I weighed in my mind the potential value this title could bring. Su Mu. Song Yuer cried out beside me, her face unable to hide her delight. Thank you, I got a title too. The gratitude in her eyes was sincere and burning. She understood that without my planning, there was no way she could have obtained such a rare reward at this stage. I shook my head, my tone calm yet earnest. No need to thank me. The ice wall you created was crucial. Without it, we couldn't have completed the ricochet of the arrows or the buildup of energy. This is the result of our teamwork. Relief-colored Song Yuer's smile. I said no more, shifting my gaze to the pond bottom, which was gradually settling but still had bone fragments drifting through it. A profound halo of light drew my attention. 2 pieces of loot, each emitting a distinct glow, lay there in silence. The equipment, without a doubt, was trapped at the bottom of the pool. I frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice, if we want to retrieve it, it looks like we'll have to go into the water. Song Yuer suddenly smiled and said, I have a way. Then she took off an ancient-looking blue ring from her hand and aimed it straight at the surface of the pool. In the next instant, the ring flashed with blue light, the lake water rose as if tugged by an invisible force, transforming into a water tornado that surged directly into the ring. In just a short moment, the deep, dark pool was drained dry, revealing a bottom covered in silt and scattered fragments of bones. The 2 clusters of light, gleaming faintly in the gloom, appeared in full view. I watched the whole process, and the corner of my eye couldn't help twitching slightly as I silently marveled at the astonishing value of the equipment in her hand. Noticing my silence, Song Yuer tilted her head and smiled. Don't overthink it. This ring isn't nearly as miraculous as you imagine. It can only absorb pure water that's ownerless and contains no living creatures or powerful energy imprints. In waters where monsters have been entrenched for years, or in liquids that contain special energy, it's powerless. Her words were casual, yet they hit my doubts with pinpoint accuracy. I nodded, feeling much more at ease. If there truly were a divine artifact that could collect any liquid without discrimination, then every adventuring problem would be solved at once, clearly beyond what the rules would allow. We both turned our gaze to the bottom of the pool, where the two pieces of equipment that had fallen after the ferocious beast's death were waiting to be examined. Just as I was about to step forward to pick them up, Song Yuer let out a soft, "huh," beside me. Her eyes didn't linger on the gear, but instead fixed on the newly drained pool bottom and the damp traces left behind. "Something's off, Su-mu, this doesn't seem like ordinary water." She crouched down, lightly dipped a fingertip into a bit of the liquid, and felt it carefully. At once, a look of confusion mingled with surprise surfaced on her face. Without hesitation, she immediately took out an appraisal scroll radiating a pale blue glow from her spatial ring. After activating it, the scroll scattered into specks of light, enveloping the remaining area in their glow. A moment later, she raised her head, undisguised delight shining in her eyes, and said to me, "Su-mu, we've struck gold. This isn't lake water, this is living being coupling agent." Coupling agent? I frowned instinctively. I'd heard of the stuff. It was usually an indispensable bonding solvent for smiths and alchemists when processing equipment, able to strengthen energy conduction and the joining of components. But ordinary coupling agents were thick and had a pungent smell, nothing like the clear, odorless pool water before us. Song Yuer seemed to see through my doubts and immediately shared with me the information returned by the appraisal scroll. "Look carefully. This is no ordinary thing." I stared at the information on the panel and even held my breath. Item, living entity coupling agent, rare. Type, special material/alchemical solvent. Effect. 1. Equipment crafting, an excellent medium for energy conduction and fusion. It can be used to craft high-tier equipment, significantly increasing success rates and attributes. 2. Biological healing. Contains strange life energy that can accelerate wound healing and reattach severed limbs, the effect depends on the severity of the injury. 3. Advanced reagents. As a core auxiliary material, it can be used to refine top-tier recovery and enhancement potions. Description: miracle water born of a special environment, possessing the dual properties of fusing inanimate matter and healing living beings, exceedingly rare. Reading these lines of description clearly, I was shaken to the core. This was actually a kind of miracle water that could serve both equipment crafting and life healing at the same time. Its value was simply beyond measure. At that moment, I recalled the eerie ability of the skeletal water serpent. After its bones were shattered, it could always use the lake water to recover quickly. Even after it fled back to the bottom of the pool on the verge of death, it could slowly regenerate. So it turned out this water was not only its nest, but also the source that let it repeatedly reverse the boundary between life and death. An entire pool, every bit of it, was this rare biocoupling agent. I took a deep breath, but I still couldn't calm my thoughts. A pool of solvent at this level was enough to change the landscape and drive countless factions into a frenzy of competition. A discovery like this had gone far beyond the original purpose of the adventure. Song Yuer worked the ring cleanly and efficiently, carefully collecting every last remaining drop of coupling agent from the bottom of the pool. After finishing, she turned around and handed the blue ring to me, her tone solemn. "You were the one who dealt with the bone serpent with your own hands, I hardly did anything. Picking up experience and battle merit is enough, no matter what, this coupling agent should belong to you." I looked into her resolute, clear eyes, and a faint ripple stirred in my heart. Her words weren't polite perfunctoriness, they were sincere to the point that I couldn't refuse. I pondered for a moment, then finally reached out and took the ring, saying earnestly, "Then I won't decline." Seeing me accept it, she broke into a smile, as if a weight had been lifted, and added, "Since you're holding onto the coupling agent inside the ring, I might as well give you the Haina ring along with it. You're out here training, stuffing rations and odds and ends into your backpack. Seems you don't even have a proper spatial item yet. It's not top tier, but it has plenty of space, so it should come in handy." I looked at her, fell silent for a moment, then nodded deeply. "Thanks. This, I froze for a moment, staring at the Haina ring in my hand. It could hold that much coupling agent and still easily store ordinary items mixed in. Its value was surely no less than 10 million star coins. This gift was too heavy. Just as I was about to refuse, Song Yuer seemed to have guessed what I was thinking and beat me to it, pointing at two patches of light at the bottom of the pool and exclaiming, "Look! Special battlefield gear! And there are two of them." My gaze was drawn over. At the bottom of the pool lay two items in stillness, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a hairpin adorned with an ice-blue butterfly ornament. What surprised me was that the collection glow on the glasses was clearly visible, while the hairpin was labeled Designated Ownership, Song Yuer, Pickup Available. Designated Ownership Equipment. I murmured to myself, this was evidently a special allocation under battlefield rules for combat contributions. Song Yuer and I each picked up our respective equipment. She lifted the ice butterfly hairpin, her movements careful, and then excitedly shared the item's stats with me. Ice Crystal Butterfly Dance, Special Battlefield Equipment. Equipment Requirement, Spirit Attribute greater than 100. Attributes, Spirit plus 20, Maximum Mana plus 300. Special Ability, Butterfly Dance Casting, reduces casting time for all skills by 70% and reduces cooldown time for all skills by 10%. Description, Ice butterflies flit and dance, spells follow your will. When I saw its stats, I was shaken to the core. For a mage, this piece of gear was nothing short of an absolute divine artifact, especially the special effect, reduces casting time by 70%, which could practically turn spellcasting into instant casts. Song Yuer's magical prowess would rise in ways that were simply unimaginable. Her face flushed bright red, her voice brimming with excitement and unease. "Su Mu, this time I really owe you a huge favor. This equipment is just, far too precious." I smiled and replied offhandedly, "You helped a lot too, this is the reward you deserve. Without your ice wall, there's no way I could have killed it so smoothly." "No, no, no," she shook her head repeatedly, a rare seriousness in her expression. "My contribution is nowhere near proportional to the value of this equipment. I cut her off, lifting the Haina ring in my hand, my tone even. "See, haven't you already settled it? Besides, we're friends, between friends, there's no need to keep such a precise tally." I'd only meant to stop her from feeling guilty, but I hadn't expected those words to make Song Yuer freeze for a moment. Then, as if she'd made up her mind about something, she nodded heavily and said softly, yet with unusual certainty, "Friends." I smiled faintly and shifted my attention to the gold-rimmed glasses in my hand. The temples were delicate as if carved, the lenses crystal clear and bright, warm and smooth to the touch. I put the glasses on, and my vision immediately gained an extra layer of fine, sharp clarity. At the same time, the equipment information appeared. Weakness Insight Seer, Special Battlefield Equipment. Equipment Requirement, Level 15. Attributes, Agility plus 15, Perception plus 10. Special Ability, Weakness Mark, the wearer can perceive weak points in the enemy's energy flow, visually appearing as highlighted markers. When attacking a marked weak point, deals an additional 10% true damage. Description, truth often lies hidden in the details. An extra 10% true damage. A thrill surged through me. True damage ignores all defenses, simple and direct, yet utterly lethal. For me, this ability couldn't be more fitting. Without hesitation, I put on the glasses, and it felt as if the whole world had become a touch clearer. The frame's design added a refined, bookish air to my features, yet it formed a strangely striking contrast with my cold, sharp profile. Not far away, Song Yuer's gaze lingered on me for a moment, a little dazed. Feeling her eyes on me, I turned and asked offhandedly, "What is it?" She seemed to snap awake and hurriedly shook her head. No, nothing." I didn't think much of it, assuming she was just watching to see how the gear worked, and lowered my head again to check the glasses' functions. In the cave, she let out a soft sigh. I took it for the afterglow of battle, never noticing the deeper emotions stirring beneath it. Huh. No. Her tone was flustered, as if she'd been struck all of a sudden. I caught Song Yuer's gaze flicking away for an instant, a faint blush quietly spreading across her cheeks. Not understanding what was off about her, I simply nodded and focused on adjusting the newly acquired tactical goggles to a suitable position. After a moment, I heard her say in a low voice, "It's just, these goggles suit you pretty well." "Thanks," I replied offhandedly, not paying much attention to the unnatural note in her voice. I figured she might still be basking in the joy of getting new equipment. Shifting the topic, I quickly reminded her, "Hurry up and get familiar with the gear's functions. We could run into a tougher situation at any time." Okay. Her voice was very soft, so low it was almost inaudible. I noticed her hand lightly brushing the ice crystal butterfly accessory in her hair, as if she were still a little dazed. But at this moment, we had no spare mind to read into emotions. Time was tight. I kept my breathing steady and returned my attention entirely to the mission itself. One by one, we adjusted our condition, ensuring every piece of equipment and every ability was at its best, and then walked out of the cave side by side. Deep within the cave, the faint chill still lingered. But now, my senses had fully narrowed to a sharp focus, only what lay ahead, no time for extra thoughts. Meanwhile, far away at the observation base on the racial battlefield, another story was quietly unfolding. Director Luo's gaze was blade-sharp as it fell on the luminous screen in the command center. The scratch of a needle split the silence, her face was resolute, without the slightest slackness. In the lulls between military affairs, she often spared a portion of her attention to observe from afar the standout performers on the battlefield. Today, she noticed a familiar name on the screen lit up by the battle merit figures. It was me. Su Mu, abnormal increase in battle merit. Having been stationed on the racial battlefield for many years, I dared to think she had seen all manner of storms, but in this moment, for the first time, a flicker of shock and suspicion flashed deep within her calm eyes. "The growth rate is astonishing, and the jumps are far too large," Director Luo murmured as she thought. Her straight, steady back did not move, yet her gaze roamed across the screen, clearly working out, at speed, the truth hidden behind the numbers. If her earlier assessment of me had only remained at the level of a promising talent, then at this moment, that string of numbers rising in a straight line abruptly added a heavy layer of inference to all her conjectures. Battle merit, +1, 720, 000. When that string of refreshed data came to a halt, Director Luo's phoenix eyes, deep as the sea, finally trembled violently. Numbers don't lie. That is the iron law of the tracking system. There was no underestimation or falsification of combat power. The moment the numbers crossed that threshold, she suddenly understood that there might be possibilities behind me that she had never anticipated. Ferocious beast. Solo kill with 0 collateral damage, she read quickly, repeatedly ruling out variables of possibility. Under the species battle record evaluation mechanism, only by defeating that kind of ferocious beast restricted to a brand new Easter egg mechanism could such a numerical jump occur. Such a ferocious beast was equivalent to an environment of several times the pressure at the same tier. After the sudden realization, an odd starlight flickered in the cold stillness of Director Luo's eyes. This was the capture of a thought directed at an off-plan target. Even though her face remained composed and gave nothing away, this data still made her personally break precedent to initiate a top-secret secure line, entering the 37 independent access authorization that connected directly to the Alliance High Command Special Channel Review. On the other end, the light screen pulsed like fire, and the receiving system's information synchronously generated a port. Soon, the old man's image appeared in the projected display. His face was grim as he glared, fist and staff held still between his brows. Director Luo reporting at speed. The anomaly's cause, discuss in detail, a current on-site investigation of the external line and beyond the bounds of what's under control, or even beyond that. Director Luo raised his head steadily and replied, it's not a simple deviation monitoring issue. Clear and succinct. It involves sensitive information, whether to mobilize. Sir, a special situation has arisen. I pressed the encrypted comms key, eyes locked on the light screen, and without hesitation transmitted Su Mu's surging merit record along with the rapid inference I'd made. Target individual Su Mu's merit spiked by 1.72 million 3 minutes ago. Back calculating from battlefield rules, it's highly likely he single-handedly hunted and killed a ferocious beast. On the other side of the screen, the seasoned commander's gaze was like a blade. Taking the data handed over by the Secretary General, his tone was calm yet authoritative. Single-handedly killed a ferocious beast. Are you absolutely certain? I took a deep breath, my tone sharp as a blade. Sir, the data is airtight. As unbelievable as it seems, the only explanation is that he did it by his own strength. The chief fell silent for several breaths, the tapping of his knuckles on the tabletop clearly audible. A hint of chill and contemplation showed in his gaze. If the data is accurate, a rookie solo killing a ferocious beast, this is the ultimate manifestation of talent, temperament, and combat instinct combined. His appraisal hit like a landslide, proof of the highest potential. I listened, my back inexplicably tightening. Immediately upgrade all materials related to Su Mu's combat to top secret. He finally spoke, his tone steadier than before yet carrying a grim, killing edge. Anyone without the highest clearance is forbidden to access detailed information. He is indeed a rare genius, but we must avoid exposing him too early, lest it invite disaster and trouble. Yes. I answered swiftly, carrying out the record-keeping almost mechanically, yet the turmoil in my heart was not so easily calmed. As soon as the call ended, the commander suddenly turned to the Secretary General, his tone noticeably more measured. A monster-level youth like this, I need to meet him face to face. For now, make proper arrangements for the relevant trip to the capital, and, as appropriate, find a suitable opportunity to make contact. If this person grows to his peak, he may be able to open up new ground in realms above Third Ascension. The Secretary General paused slightly, clearly shaken by his conclusion, yet he did not dare to hesitate. Understood. I will follow up immediately. Back at the transmission terminal, I still couldn't hide my complicated feelings towards Su Mu. This should have been a moment of ecstatic triumph for an observer, but the words, top secret, brutally suppressed my plans. No matter how much I respected the higher-ups' arrangements, a thought quietly began to take root: if I couldn't recruit him directly, I would have to find another way. On a sudden inspiration, I dialed the private channel of another elder I deeply respected. The person on the other end of the screen was my mentor and close friend, the Vice Dean of the Dragon Nation National Defense Vocational Academy. A true academic titan. She looked at me with gentle eyes, her laughter clear and warm with familiarity. Little Luo, what big deal is it that's worth you calling me in person? Teacher, don't tease me. This time I really am asking you to help with something. My tone was light, but my sincerity unmistakable. I've run into a genuinely promising talent, and I want to fight to get him into the academy. Her smile faded a little, curiosity sharpening. A little one worth you going to such lengths for. What's his connection to you? I couldn't help but laugh as well. Teacher, do you really think I'm the kind of person who'd smuggle in personal motives? He has nothing to do with me, he's simply so extraordinarily gifted that he can't be ignored. She nodded, quite solemn. If so, what exactly is special about him? Mindful of the confidentiality rules, I could only choose my words carefully, but my trust in my mentor made me spare no effort in recommending him. It's not convenient to go into details, but he truly overturns conventional understanding. Teacher, I stake my responsibility on this. If you miss him, you and the academy will regret it. Her gaze grew heavier as she studied my expression. Her thin lips pressed together, though she didn't state her position immediately, there were traces of trust in her demeanor. Fine. I'll do my best to keep an eye on him. But I must remind you, the academy's special admissions have strict criteria. If he doesn't meet them, there can be no exception. Please rest assured, you won't be disappointed. I nodded with a smile, planting a hint in my words, and ended the call with a rare sense of confidence. After hanging up, I steadied my emotions and took a deep breath. Director Luo's final reminder still echoed clearly in my ears, "Kid, this is as far as I can go. Whether you can get into the National Defense Academy depends on how you perform next." I'm not arrogant, but with encouragement like that, I knew the burden on my shoulders allowed no room for mistakes. My total battle merit was clearly visible on the screen, and the number had already surpassed the norm. Director Luo only needed a brief glance before she spoke with palpable emotion, "So that's how it is. With strength like this, with nerve like this, no wonder you dared to challenge the Gale tribe of the Hyena clan head-on. Not reckless conceit, but genuine confidence to contend with that atavistic prodigy." There was deeper meaning in her words, yet I heard both expectation and unease in them. At the same time, far away at the observation base of the Jiangnan Theater, Lu Fan seemed to sense something amiss. As usual, he checked on my recent progress, but when he entered his high-level authorization, he received an unprecedented prompt, "Insufficient clearance. Information has been encrypted." Lu Fan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Was his identity really as simple as governor of Jiangnan province? No, he was a third-rank war god, holding the power of life and death over the region, with authority nearly at the very peak. And yet now, he couldn't view the detailed information of an ordinary examinee like me? With doubts and a faint, simmering displeasure, he turned and stepped into Director Luo's office. "Director Luo, what exactly happened? Why can't even I access Su Mu's information?" Director Luo set aside what she was working on and met Lu Fan's sharp gaze. Her tone was as calm as ever, betraying little emotion. "Governor Lu, this is an arrangement from above. Su Mu's battle merit records have been raised to the highest encryption level. Even you no longer have clearance to view them. Top-level encryption." Lu Fan's expression froze abruptly, his face filled with disbelief. A regional provincial governor, a war god, between them and ordinary people, even top-tier professionals, there seemed to be a chasm-like gap in privileges, yet he was stopped by the information on rookie Su Mu. Could it be that the relevant heads of other provinces have clearance? He probed cautiously. Director Luo's reply carried deeper meaning, just 2 words, "They can." Lu Fan was completely stunned. This asymmetrical allocation of clearance levels made him feel an unprecedented sense of distance and astonishment. This isn't an ordinary confidentiality measure. Lu Fan instinctively sensed that the significance hidden behind this ran far deeper than what he could currently see. Afterward, he turned and left thoughtfully. A breeze slipped through the window, yet in his eyes complex ripples flickered. "Su Mu, why have you suddenly been elevated to such a position? Is it your personal battle record? Or have the things you've done already set off a massive upheaval that even we decision-makers failed to foresee?" He licked his lips, deep in his mind, that vague yet heart-stopping conjecture kept surfacing, and the final outcome of the Hyena clan's challenge left him all the more unable to make sense of it. "But no matter what, this name of yours. I'm afraid from now on, it won't just be a simple rookie designation anymore." His voice was low, carrying a hint of anticipation. "The battle in the cave left me with a full hull, but it also made me even more aware of how pressing time was. Song Yuer left with me, and we moved closer to the inner circle boundary. This place was clearly different from the outer ring. The air seemed to faintly churn with a kind of restlessness, the energy density was extremely high, and the monsters' levels rose accordingly, generally reaching level 19, and every so often you could even spot a formidable level 20 presence. Fortunately, when planning the route, I had excluded several elite monster strongholds along the way. That made our journey relatively smooth. But that didn't mean I let my guard down completely. With double shot, the 7-fold arrow combination formed a 14-arrow storm of death, and paired with multi-penetration and ricochet effects, it often cleared an area in an instant. My movements were as efficient as if they'd been precisely calculated, leaving those ordinary monsters no time to struggle. However, such efficient slaughter inevitably grows tedious. I split off a sliver of attention and activated the local chat channel projected by the communicator. This channel was, as always, bustling, discussions, complaints, speculation, all kinds of information interweaving and scrolling, like an invisible clamor. Local channel, Jiangnan War Zone. Brothers, does anyone know what the current number 1 on the war merit leaderboard is at? Anyone got inside info? Probably broke 6 or 700,000. It's been 2 days, no way it's not higher. 6 or 700,000. That's a fairy tale. Our team's lineup isn't weak, mostly C-ranks charging the battlefield, and even running 24/7 we only hit 50 or 60,000. +1. Same here. We've got B-rank classes holding the fort, and even added together the best we can do is just over 100,000 per person. Don't tell me an A-rank ceiling can outpace us by that much. At that moment, an especially arrogant-looking ID spoke up. Our captain, Lin Haitao, is an SSS genius. His battle merit is close to 1 million right now. As soon as the message appeared, shock swept through the chat room. What? 1 million? How is that possible? An SSS rank is way too outrageous. Yeah, at this speed, he might be even more insane than John Pitt from the Xingdun War Zone. Xingdun Pitt? Don't talk nonsense, he's a legend across war zones worldwide. Who would dare compare anyone to him? But the conversation inevitably slid toward a more complicated issue. In the air, there seemed to be an extra layer of uneasy metaphor, an indistinct fear and anticipation born of the unknown, spreading toward the distance. It's all because of that Su Mu. He just had to challenge the Hyena clan, and now all of us have been dragged into it. The channel was filled with complaints. Yeah. If it were only against the Xingdun War Zone, with big shot Haitao around, we might not lose. But now it's a two-front fight, the defeat is basically a foregone conclusion. Someone chimed in, their voice full of helplessness. Stop saying his name. It's nothing but bad luck. That selfish bastard. Anger spread like wildfire. Similar accusations came one after another. Perhaps it was driven by a sense of rallying against a common enemy, or perhaps it was simply an attempt to do everything possible to salvage the situation in the war zone. Before long, some people began proactively posting intel. Found a level 20 rock giant boss, coordinates, 187, 43. Its defense is way too high, our squad can't make a dent. Calling on big shot Haitao to help clear it out and rack up merit points. We've got a pack of level 19 elite shadow bat swarm over here, coordinates, 201, 89. Offering this up to the big shot too. And us, messages like these quickly flooded the channel. Soon, Li Ming spoke again, thank you all for your support. But our team has already pushed deep into the inner ring and can't come back to clear the monsters on the outer perimeter. We appreciate the thought. The inner ring? Already deep in the level 20 monster zone. Truly worthy of a top-tier team. The channel immediately filled with exclamations of amazement and praise. I looked at their words and let out a cold laugh. Lin Haitao cared immensely about saving face and treated the image of a leading figure as his lifeline. Normally, personal battle merits are private, yet his teammates kept revealing the inner ring progress to outsiders. Without a doubt, it was on his instruction. All of it was meant to cement his unassailable status. Coldly, I switched the channel to Xingdun War Zone. The atmosphere here was completely different from ours, arrogance and swagger everywhere. After just one glance, I noticed a familiar ID, one of John Pitt's friends was speaking. Emily, Pete. Have you made it into the inner circle yet? I heard there's a Lin Haitao in the Jiangnan War Zone, his war merits are almost at 1 million. John Pitt just got into the inner circle. Got held up with something earlier. 1 million? Humph, that's nothing. I passed that number long ago. They don't stand a chance. Emily, as expected, you're still the best. Heart emoji. Buyer Tong, Boss Pit is awesome, crush those Huaxia mongrels. Jiyu Xiao Fu, haha, let them fight among themselves. Challenging the hyena clan. That's stupidity at its finest. Waquan Yao, exactly. If he can even sell out his own people, that Su Mu is nothing but a traitor. Mockery and insults came in a tidal wave, and the flattery over John Pitt's 1 million battle merits was boiling over as well. But suddenly, a voice made the lively atmosphere stall slightly. Jack, don't celebrate too soon. I just got intel from the hyena clan, they've already got someone with the highest battle merits at over 1.4 million. And that's not the scariest part. Word is they've produced a genius with an atavistic bloodline. Every clansman is wholeheartedly convinced and doesn't dare compare themselves to him at all. Ancestral bloodline. Oh my god, how could a monster like that show up on the newbie battlefield? If it's true, then wouldn't that mean? God, we're definitely going to lose. We still have to blame that damn Su Mu. After the news of the ancestral bloodline spread, the accusations against me in the entire Xingdun War Zone channel grew even more intense. But I completely ignored the abuse, my gaze locked tightly on those 4 words, brows furrowed, ancestral bloodline. For a race like the hyena folk, atavism means their bloodline is purified, their ancestors' gifts and combat instincts are awakened, and their physical power surges across the board. At this stage, an atavistic individual's strength is not even inferior to that of the formidable god races ranked in the top dozen or so of the 10,000 races database. I couldn't afford to relax. I continued flipping through the intelligence, switching the channel to the hyena folk war zone. The exchanges in the war zone were crude and bloody. They mostly discussed how many so-called two-legged sheep they had killed, how many resources they had plundered, and didn't take my challenge seriously at all. When it was mentioned occasionally, it was only with a condescending sneer, as if the human race were nothing more than a bunch of laughable fleas that killed each other. Even though I was looked down on, I pieced together a crucial clue from the fragmented messages. That atavistic prodigy was called Bloodclaw, with an atavism level as terrifying as 20%. The air seemed to congeal because of it. I clenched my fist. If that was accurate, Bloodclaw's strength was already comparable to a monster-class existence on the battlefield. The enemy is reveling, while I can only face the challenge head-on. 20%, my heart tightened. Don't be fooled by the fact that this ratio doesn't seem particularly high. According to historical records of the human race, among the hyena hound clan, those whose atavism exceeds 10% are all geniuses so extraordinary they shake the world. History has proven that every one of these beings, once grown, becomes a merciless killing machine on the battlefield, posing a devastating threat to humanity's borders. And now this Bloodclaw standing before me has actually reached 20%. This number represents immeasurable potential, and it also faintly foreshadows a massive hidden danger. If he's allowed to grow, the consequences are unthinkable. Of course, that's already beyond the scope of my current abilities and responsibilities. The more immediate, practical question is how to win this challenge. And, Bloodclaw is the greatest obstacle standing in my way. Just how far has his battle merit accumulated, I had no certainty, but by instinct, he was definitely no ordinary opponent. I had to pick up the pace. The inner circle is the key to widening the gap. With a shift of thought, I cast aside distractions and focused on the fight at hand. The longbow in my hands grew even busier, arrow after arrow flew, frequency and accuracy pushed to their limit, efficiency more than doubling. Song Yuer was still beside me, using spells to help me clear out monsters, while her gaze swept toward the battlefield channel from time to time. Clearly, the criticism aimed at me and the talk about atavistic bloodline had her quite concerned. She mistakenly thought I was feeling down because of it, so she softly comforted me, Su Mu, don't mind what those people say. The fact that you dared challenge the hyena clan is already amazing. Your battle merits must be really high too, maybe even higher than John Pitt's. I could feel the warmth and admiration in her words. Perhaps, in her eyes, my extraordinary monster-grinding speed surely came with an impressive accumulation of battle merits. She paused slightly, then asked tentatively, "Sumu, how many battle merits do you have now?" I was planning the steps to enter the inner circle. Hearing that, I glanced at the battle merit stats and replied casually, "A bit over 2 million. A bit over 2 million is indeed pretty good." She seemed to respond normally out of habit, but in less than a second, she abruptly stopped. Her voice shot up, sharp with disbelief. What? Over 2 million? Her reaction was somewhat unexpected, but I didn't offer much explanation. The accumulation of battle merits was, to me, merely an unremarkable small step toward completing my objective. In the end, Song Yuer and I cleared the obstacles along the way with remarkable speed and efficiency, and soon arrived at the boundary of the inner ring. On the surface, the inner ring didn't look much different from the outer ring, still that desolate, ruined wasteland. Isolated monsters, shattered buildings, a cold, silent atmosphere, everything seemed the same as before. However, the boundary marked on the map and the system notification made it unmistakably clear that we were standing at the entrance to a level 20 monster area. As we crossed that invisible dividing line, a strange sensation surged over me like a tide. It was as if we'd passed through a faintly cool film of water, and unseen ripples spread through the air around us. Then I felt space twist ever so slightly, and even the scenery seemed to shift a little with it. The ground underfoot was still wasteland, but everything here, the density felt more solid, the atmosphere more oppressive, and there was even a dangerous, restless agitation lurking in the air. Unable to resist looking back, I tentatively reached out to touch the boundary line, and my fingertips instantly felt a cold, hard, invisible barrier. The scenery of the outer ring became blurry through this barrier, like looking through fogged glass. Once you enter the inner ring, you can't go back to the outer ring, Song Yuer chimed in to explain, her tone very certain. That's a battlefield setting, to prevent high-level players from returning to low-level areas to monopolize resources, while also ensuring the fairness and purity of competition. I nodded, treating it as something to note down. Along the way, she continued sharing with me what she knew about the inner ring. The monsters in the inner ring are at least level 20, and the highest probably won't exceed level 30. This is still the newbie dungeon stage. However, the experience and battle merits in the inner ring are doubled, so the risk and reward are relatively proportional. Her tone shifted, growing even more solemn, but what's truly most enticing isn't any of that, it's the 5 unique special instances here. Sensing the deeper meaning behind her words, I immediately pulled up the map to take a look. Sure enough, on the inner ring of the map, the 4 corners blazed with the totemic radiance of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, dazzling in their brilliance. And in the map's core area, a pitch-black, unfathomable vortex icon slowly spun, emanating a chilling aura that set one's heart racing. This might be the abyssal land. The longer I stared, the heavier my breathing seemed to become. Song Yuer pointed at the map, her voice clear and stern. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise in the 4 corners are the 4 symbols instances. These instances are extremely difficult, even a team made up entirely of S-rank classes runs a huge risk of being wiped out. They don't drop conventional equipment, instead, the rewards are massive amounts of experience and battle merit. She paused, meeting my gaze, her tone sharpening. More importantly, killing monsters inside the instance has a chance to drop attribute crystals. The azure dragon corresponds to magic attack, the white tiger to physical attack, the black tortoise boosts defense, and the vermilion bird increases HP. These crystals can permanently increase the corresponding base attributes. A permanent boost to base attributes. The news sent a sharp glint through my eyes. The value of this kind of enhancement was beyond doubt, on par with the mysterious red fruit I'd obtained in the cave before, perhaps even more straightforward. Following her gesture, I looked toward the vortex-shaped marker at the center of the map. What about this one in the middle? That is the Chaos Core. Song Yuer's voice dropped a few notches, as if even speaking the name carried an invisible pressure. If you kill the monsters inside, there's a chance you'll obtain crystals for all 4 attributes at once. But the competition there is even more perilous. I frowned. Song Yuer's next words slammed a sense of danger down on me. These 5 major instances all have a limit on total entries, she said in a low voice. And it's not a per-person limit, it's the total number of entries for the entire instance. Each of the 4 symbols instances is capped at 100 entries, and each run can accommodate at most 3 teams at the same time. That means when 5 teams show up, the extra ones can only end in failure. And once an instance reaches its entry cap, it will disappear forever. Chaos Core is even harsher, her tone heavy as stone. Its total number of entries is only 3. I quickly did the math. Although the inner ring had fewer people than the outer ring, it still numbered close to 10,000. A standard squad is 5 people, 400 entry opportunities for the 4 symbols instances corresponds to exactly 2,000 people. Even under the most optimistic fair distribution, only 20% would get a chance to try, and that doesn't even account for repeat entries. As for Chaos Core, each run is a large 50-person team, and there are only 3 runs, which means only 150 people can participate. With odds that low, it's almost negligible. My heart tightened, and I said in a low voice, so the vast majority of people who enter the inner ring won't even get to see the 4 symbols instances? Song Yuer nodded. That's right. This is not only a contest of strength, but a comprehensive competition of timing, luck, and strategy. Her gaze swept over the map as she added in a low voice, attribute crystal stones are far too valuable. Even teams that have already entered and used their attempts will spare no cost to fight for a second, or even a third, qualification. My eyes fell on 2 points of light on the map, marked respectively as the Azure Dragon instance and the Vermilion Bird instance. According to the display, the Azure Dragon instance had been used 56/100 times, and the Vermilion Bird 62/100, and it had been open for about 10 hours so far. Clearly, the difficulty of clearing them was extremely high, even top-tier teams took a long time. Song Yuer continued explaining, Azure Dragon and White Tiger, because they can directly increase damage output, face the fiercest competition. Black Tortoise and Vermilion Bird are a bit less popular, but the pressure of fighting over resources still can't be overlooked. The earlier you enter an instance, the higher the chance of obtaining crystal stones, and that advantage will gradually be amplified in the conflicts to come. And the Chaos Core, she pointed to the center of the map, her eyes layered with a faint mix of excitement and apprehension. A single successful clear could yield more than sweeping all 4 symbols instances combined. That's a true battle of dragons and tigers. I didn't respond. In my mind, I was already rapidly calculating the trade-off between risk and reward. But the data she added right after that jolted me. As long as you successfully enter the 4 symbols dungeon once and bring out an attribute crystal, whether you use it or not, that's enough to get special admission from a top-tier university. If you can clear it, even the War God Preparatory Camp at Qingbei Academy will take the initiative to extend an olive branch to you. She lowered her voice to an extremely quiet level, as if conveying some historical taboo, and those who have cleared the Chaos Core, throughout the entire history of the human race, fewer than 100 have succeeded during the newbie stage. Fewer than 100. My brows knitted tightly. This wasn't just a demand for technique and coordination, it was an incomparably brutal selection process. Every top-tier powerhouse would fight to the death for these 3 slots, and to win on this blood-soaked stage would require more than sheer, absolute strength. My fists unconsciously clenched. This wasn't a broad road, but a single-plank bridge spanning tens of thousands of geniuses. Once you stepped onto it, if you didn't move forward, you died. Su Mu, Song Yuer's voice pulled my thoughts back to the present. Are we going to keep grinding monsters, or challenge a dungeon right away? Her gaze was clear and resolute, as if waiting for my decision. I stared at the map. My breathing steadied, my eyes sharp as blades. The chance to enter a dungeon was fleeting, and my choice would determine every step of the battle ahead. I had to make a call quickly. Grinding monsters was steady, but the returns still seemed mediocre compared with dungeons, especially those that could drop rare attribute crystal stones. The most crucial question right now was which dungeon to choose. Both the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird dungeons are now open. The Azure Dragon dungeon's magic attack bonus doesn't have much to do with me, a physical type archer, unless, later on, I can learn skills that deal magic damage. By contrast, the Vermilion Bird dungeon increases maximum HP, which is a solid boost for any class. Especially with my life drain talent, I can convert that HP increase into powerful sustain. Weighing the two against each other, my target gradually became clear. Seeming to see where my thoughts were headed, Song Yuer said in response, "The Vermilion Bird dungeon's HP boost helps me too. Especially after the Bone Serpent fight, I've come to understand even more deeply how important survival is. Still, for a mage, magic attack does have a higher priority. In that case, the Azure Dragon dungeon really doesn't mean much for you." She paused, and there was a bit more resolve in her tone, "So I'm planning to go try the Azure Dragon dungeon." Hearing her choice, I immediately frowned. Song Yuer's strength was beyond doubt, but challenging any of the four symbols dungeons alone was extremely risky. I was just about to persuade her to consider teaming up with Lu Shanshan or Mu Shaoqin. They might be eyeing the Azure Dragon dungeon as well, and joining forces would at least reduce the risk. Just as I was about to speak, the communicator on my wrist vibrated. A familiar name flashed across the screen, Lu Shanshan. What a coincidence, I'd only just started talking, and she'd already reached out on her own. Thank goodness, I finally got through to you. Why did it take you so long to get in? The moment the call connected, Lu Shanshan spoke with a hint of complaint. I put on a relaxed tone, trying to ease her tension. We got held up outside for a bit. What, did something go wrong on your end? Her voice quickened, and her attitude turned grim. Yeah, it's a bit of trouble. There are quite a lot of hyena folk in the inner ring this time, and they're very strong. They've also joined forces with a few vassal races and have started deliberately hunting rival races. Our human race is currently on their hit list too. I furrowed my brow, didn't interject, and quietly listened as she continued. At present, according to our statistics, the distribution of these clans in the inner ring is roughly as follows. The hyena clan and its allies make up 30%, we humans, together with some races we're on good terms with, account for about 40%, the remaining 30% are some neutral or wait-and-see drifters. But the biggest problem right now is that they've already seized the Azure Dragon instance by force. We have no way to contest it, so we can only concentrate our strength on securing the resources of the Vermilion Bird instance. This situation wasn't unexpected. On the way, Song Yuer mentioned that the inner ring's admission rules were more like a deliberate faction matching, placing the groups with the deepest conflicts and grudges into the same space. The feud between the human race and the hyena clan had been tangled for a long time. It was nothing strange for that kind of situation to spark in the inner ring space. On the surface, the human alliance had the advantage in numbers, but I knew that this apparent advantage was far too fragile. The hyena clan's explosive racial talents, and their absolute control over physical attributes in the early stage, made that numerical edge utterly meaningless. And most of the races allied with humans were relatively weaker, whether they could withstand the impact was still hard to say. Lu Shanshan took a deep breath and cut off my reverie. The situation on the Vermilion Bird instance side has stabilized for now. However, more unaffiliated races have seen that the Azure Dragon instance is too tough to crack, and they're also gathering over here. As for the specifics, you'll know when you get here. I glanced at the map, quickly confirmed our bearing and distance to the target, and replied, "Understood. We'll get there as soon as possible, ETA 1 hour." The connection cut off. Song Yuer and I didn't waste a second, immediately speeding up toward the Vermilion Bird instance. Along the way, the violent energy fluctuations of the inner ring and the shattered ancient ruins constantly reminded us that this place was far from as safe as the outer ring. What we were facing were dangers and challenges even harder to predict. I hadn't gone far when a gust of cold, bloody wind wafted from behind the ruined, crumbling walls. Then a monster lunged out, its entire body covered in dark red scales. It looked like a lizard, yet held 3 long tails high, its crimson eyes like 2 clusters of burning flames. My instincts told me this thing was anything but simple. 3-tailed flame lizard, inner ring enhanced, level 20, 9-star combat power, with a full 8,800 HP. Its stats far surpassed those of the outer ring elites. My heart sank slightly. Facing an enemy like this, I didn't dare relax for a second and swiftly raised my longbow. 14 arrows fired in rapid succession in dual-shot mode, like 2 waves of fast-sweeping metal storms, slamming into the target with ferocious speed. The arrows struck its scales with a dull thud, while sparks scattered with each ricochet. -101, -98, -103, critical. The numbers kept floating up, and the monster's health bar dropped noticeably in just a few breaths. A hoarse roar tore through the air. I watched it spread its giant maw lined with fangs as flames burst forth in an instant. I slid to the side to evade, residual heat brushing my skin. I quickly drew and fired again, keeping up the pressure. The quadruple penetration arrows hit dead on, steadily dealing multiple ticks of damage. The rain of arrows shattered the rhythm of its counterattack. In less than 10 seconds, the 3-tailed flame lizard struggled a few times and then collapsed heavily, blood staining the scorched earth beneath its feet. Successfully killed the 3-tailed flame lizard, gained 18,500 EXP. Gained 120 merit points. Life drain activated, max HP permanently +1. I stared at the experience bar, delighted. From this battle alone, my EXP bar had suddenly jumped up by a huge chunk. Thinking back to how I'd ground inefficiently for 2 exhausting hours before, the difference was obvious. Killing monsters here was 4 times as efficient as outside. I made a decision quickly. Level 20 was a crucial milestone. Not only could I learn new skills, but more importantly, the enhancement options available right now might directly decide life or death in the dangerous zones ahead. I absolutely could not let this chance to level up slip by. I immediately contacted Lu Shanshan through the communicator. Shanshan, my plan has changed. I'll need to delay for about 3 hours. I'll meet up with everyone after I reach level 20. In the blink of an eye, my view shifted to the entrance of the Vermilion Bird instance. A scorching wasteland spread out before us, wisps of sulfurous vapor surging up from cracks in the crimson ground. In the distance, a colossal gateway stood tall, built from red crystal. Above it, the phantom silhouette of a blazing vermilion bird circled gracefully, casting a dazzling, flowing radiance. This was the entrance to the Vermilion Bird instance. Around the entrance, crowds of all kinds had gathered. The human race was the most numerous, occupying the very front, yet looking fragmented due to internal strife. Other non-human factions were scattered along the outskirts, their eyes full of wariness and hostility. The atmosphere here was drawn taut like a bowstring, as if the slightest disturbance could spark a clash. Lu Shanshan and Mu Shaoqin stood at the front of the human camp. After receiving my reply, Shanshan helplessly ended the call. Sister Shanshan, why didn't you tell him you've already given up several chances to enter the instance just to wait for him? Mu Shaoqin asked in a low voice. Lu Shanshan smoothed the strands of hair mussed by the hot wind, her tone calm. Since I said we'd team up, I'll wait. Mu Shaoqin widened her eyes and lowered her voice, but he's clearly almost 3 hours late. If anyone had ever dared treat you like that before, you'd have blown up long ago. This time is different, Lu Shanshan replied, her voice gentle, yet faintly carrying an unquestionable force. You've changed, Sister Shanshan. Mu Shaoqin muttered under her breath, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Just as the two were speaking in hushed tones, a sudden flash of light flared at the entrance to the Vermilion Bird instance, and several figures were teleported out in a sorry state. Every one of them was injured, their expressions ugly. At this sight, the surrounding crowd immediately stirred, countless gazes fixing on those wounded, and the tense, gunpowder-like atmosphere in the air abruptly thickened. Even so, neither side made the first move, both seemed to be holding back, waiting for a more important signal. The appearance of another five-man squad shattered the brief calm. I watched their footsteps, each of them carried an eerie air. That bluish-gray skin, the single horn on their foreheads, there was no need for more words, they were clearly non-human. At the same time, of the five who had just come out of the instance, three began to walk slowly toward where Lu Shanshan was, while the remaining two quickly melted into the crowd and left without a word. I cautiously pressed closer into the shadows of the woods, observing the three newcomers. Leading them was a woman in silver light armor. Her movements were crisp and efficient, her brows filled with a keen, cutting aura, the knight's sword at her waist swayed slightly with her steps, showing the confidence of someone ready to draw and fight at any moment. Behind her, a burly man carried an exaggerated double-bladed battle axe, like a moving mountain, his oppressive presence nearly suffocating. And the one I was most wary of was the last, a young man with an unusually fawning smile. His short stature seemed easy to overlook, but the cunning and restlessness in his eyes put me on guard. Shanshan, the people you're waiting for still haven't arrived. The female knight's voice broke my meditation, her tone carrying a habitual concern. That, Shanshan, reminded me that they were obviously quite close. Lu Shanshan's reply was calm, with a trace of helplessness, they're already here, but they may still need a bit of time to get over. The female knight nodded, a concealed tension in her gaze. The situation is a bit urgent. I just heard that over on Qinglong's side, the hyena clan has already organized a core team. If we stall here, and more people from other regions flow in, things may completely spiral out of control. Lu Shanshan's expression grew a shade more solemn, but she offered no further explanation. Just then, the young man who had been wearing a fawning smile all along suddenly cut in, his voice soft and syrupy yet laced with barbs. Shanshan, I know those two might be your friends, but you can't deny that early on they contributed nothing to maintaining order, right? Trying to jump the line and get dungeon runs directly, doesn't that seem unfair? He enunciated Shanshan with an especially intimate relish, but when the lingering sound reached Lu Shanshan's ears, her face darkened. Huang Lu, you and I aren't close. Please call me Lu Shanshan, or just use my full name. Her voice was as cold as an icy blade pressed to my ear, even from a distance, I could feel that unanswerable authority. Huang Lu's smile froze on his face, the shadow in his eyes writhing like snakes. Clearly, his thoughts had been struck and he refused to yield, yet he had to conceal that layer of resentment, forcing an awkward smile and falling silent as if nothing had happened. Lu Shanshan immediately turned her attention back to the female knight. Sister Shui, those two are far from ordinary, especially Su Mu. He may bring us unexpected strength in the crucial battles ahead when we fight for the Chaos Core. This investment is worth the risk. That made the axe-wielding brute let out a low chuckle, his rough voice vibrating through the air. With you saying that, I'm truly looking forward to seeing what kind of person this Su Mu really is. The female knight focused in thought, then finally nodded and chose to trust Lu Shanshan's judgment. However, Huang Lu at the side revealed an extremely cold sneer and said, not without mockery, how strong you are, we'll only know after we've seen it, won't we? Don't end up dragging the whole team down. His affected, sarcastic tone made me feel a faint sense of unease and hostility. Sister Shui promptly stopped any further argument with a firm gesture. Now isn't the time to argue. Her gaze swept over the surroundings. Hurry up and get ready for the next dungeon run. I've noticed those outsiders are getting more and more dissatisfied with how we're distributing the entrances we've taken over. A conflict could break out at any moment. The air moving around us practically reeked of danger. Those teams from other races and other countries were covertly watching one another, sizing up the balance here. I steadied my breath and etched the movements of these fractured forces into my mind, because the calm before my eyes was nothing but the unease before the storm. Meanwhile, I kept my head down amid the ruins and jungle, using the bowstring in my hands to swiftly take countless monsters' lives. The chaos around me was meaningless. I knew one thing, true power comes from oneself, not from the wasteful act of relying on the strife of the outside world. I quickly cleared 2 elite monster strongholds, my experience surged. In less than 3 hours, I pushed the EXP bar to the critical point, on the verge of stepping into level 20. This wasn't just a number, it was an elevation of ability, and my roguelike template was about to undergo a qualitative change. When the last monster let out a wail beneath my rain of arrows, a surging pillar of light shot skyward from my body. I tightened my grip on the bow and stared at my hand. Starting from this moment, the right to contend was truly held at my fingertips. Level up. Current level, 20. Life drain has taken effect, max HP permanently +1. A fierce, warming surge of energy flooded into my body in an instant, more overwhelming and purer than any level up before, like it set fire to every inch of my tired tendons, veins, and bones. In that moment, the exhaustion from continuous fighting was scrubbed away without a trace. Finally, level 20. I took a deep breath, doing my best to steady my heartbeat, yet excitement still crept onto my face. At this moment, I understood, this wasn't just a change in a number, but a leap that would decide my fate. I forced down the urge to check my stats and stared straight at the crucial prompt that arrived right on cue. Level increased to 20. Roguelike template effects enhanced. Please choose 2 from the following 3 special enhancement options. Option 1, Rending Ascension, enhances the Rend skill. True damage is increased to 20% of attack, the slow effect is raised to 99% for 1.5 seconds. If this skill executes a target, its cooldown is immediately refreshed and half the mana cost is refunded. Option 2, Enhancement +1, increases the effect level of any already owned non-unique enhancement talent by 1, e.g., additional arrows, doubled attack speed bonus, increased number of targets pierced, etc. Option 3, Sprite Pact, unique, summons a battle sprite that inherits 100% attack and all on-hit effects, pierce, lifesteal, freeze, etc. Each attack deals magic damage. Every 10 seconds, the sprite randomly gains buffs such as plus 20% damage, critical chance, etc., lasting 10 seconds. It also releases Nature's Gift on a 30-second cycle, instantly restoring 10% HP and mana, as well as 1% stamina and energy. This is a unique talent and cannot be upgraded. My gaze quickly swept over the options. The boost from Rending Ascension is so powerful it sends a chill down your spine. Massive true damage, an almost suffocating slow, plus a perfect skill refresh mechanic. This means Rend can sweep through enemy ranks, control the battlefield, and form a terrifying loop of slaughter. But when I read the descriptions of Enhancement +1 and Elf Pact, the blood in my whole body practically started to burn. Enhancement +1 is undoubtedly a precise refinement of my current build. Whether it's increasing the number of arrows, speeding up my output tempo, or strengthening penetration, any single choice would be enough to push me to an even higher combat peak. As for Elf Pact, its effect is downright alarming. An attacking entity that inherits all special effects is practically a copy of my damage output, and it can also grant random buffs, providing sustained recovery for prolonged battles. I think back to the despair of fleeing for my life, exhausted, amid the corpse tide, and the moments during the grueling fight with the bone serpent when I nearly collapsed from running out of stamina. If I'd had the elf's gift of nature, then, perhaps everything would have been different. The further I go, the more I can feel it, sustained combat capability will become the true dividing line between survival and defeat, and Elf Pact would clearly let me stand invincible on that line. Without any further hesitation, my decision was already clear in my heart. I choose Option 2, Enhancement +1, and Option 3, Spirit Contract, unique. The instant the selection was made, an arcane power surged into my body. Without hesitation, I used Enhancement +1 on Starfall Arrow Array, Enhanced. This is the core of my offense and defense. No matter how the environment changes, it must achieve even stronger suppression and counteraction. Starfall Arrow Array, Sublimated, Ultimate Upgrade unlocked. In defensive form, each arrow can deal 150% attack damage after exploding, with knockback effect and range significantly enhanced. In offensive form, each arrow's damage skyrockets to 250% attack power, with target-seeking effect and accuracy significantly improved. At the same time, the cooldown is reduced to 4 minutes. The time has come. My Starfall arrow array will once again unleash its unrivaled might, and the Spirit Contract opens another door for sustained combat. From this moment on, my combat rhythm and survival strategy will rise to a new level. The future will be even more perilous, but I am fully prepared. A soft green glow gathered beside me, rapidly coalescing into a petite sprite. About the size of a palm, with transparent butterfly wings on her back and specks of elemental light drifting around her, she looked as though she'd been born from nature itself. After appearing, the sprite affectionately fluttered around me for a moment. With a light wave of her tiny hand, an emerald radiance instantly merged into my body. Battle Sprite summoned. Random buff obtained, attack speed increased by 20%. Nature's gift effect is ready. At that moment, I felt a wondrous force tugging at something within me, as if this sprite had become an extension of my life. The continuous recovery she brought was faint, yet unwavering, like a spring of clear water, nourishing my body and will. So this is the power of a unique talent. I murmured under my breath, my fingertips sensing the surge of this brand new ability. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly, this kind of power struck straight at the deepest longing in my heart. My thoughts drifted back, the last time I triggered this unique talent was at level 5. That boost in ability had been enough to change the course of the battle. A talent of this tier truly deserved to be called broken. Not far away, Song Yuer watched everything that had just happened, especially the pillar of light that shot into the sky when he leveled up, and the mysterious sprite that came with it, and she froze, her eyes momentarily blank. Suddenly, her voice rang out with surprise she couldn't suppress, level 20. Su Mu, you're already level 20. How long has it even been since you entered the battlefield? Based on past experience, those who can reach this level before the dungeon ends are already extremely rare, most only barely break through at the very last moment. And your speed, even looking across the whole world, there are few who can match it. Her eyes were filled with shock, though her tone also carried a hint of worry. But, she lowered her gaze, thoughtful. Relying on their innate advantages, the Hyena clan will most likely have taken over the large dungeons at the core of the map. These dungeons offer extremely generous experience and military merit. If they truly control these resources, the situation is still full of variables. I nodded, my face still calm. My body slowly loosened as I felt every cell renewed after a comprehensive boost to my attributes, a brand new power surging through my limbs and bones. The chance to strengthen myself was already in my grasp, and the choice was crucial. At first, I considered using Strengthen +1 on multi-shot. That would undoubtedly push my damage output even higher, leaving enemies with no way to fight back. But I quickly discarded the thought. Multi-shot is strong, yet it doesn't come from the core skill gained at level 5, and its strengthening mainly depends on triggering extra arrows, an element of randomness that is bound to leave room to be mined in later growth. But Starlight Arrow Formation, a skill that comes from the very pinnacle of the complete set, is what truly deserves investment. More importantly, right now I don't lack damage, I lack sufficient means to stay alive. In meditation, I understood one thing clearly: this is a real battlefield, and death is the absolute end. Only by staying alive is there any possibility of continuing to output. I reaffirmed this belief in my heart. So I didn't hesitate for a second and bestowed Enhancement +1 upon Star Arrow Array. In the blink of an eye, an arcane power far beyond an ordinary level up descended without warning, as if from the deepest depths of the world's very rules. It pierced through my body and struck straight at the core of my soul. And in my sea of consciousness, the rune representing Star Arrow Array, enhanced, suddenly flared to life, erupting in a fierce resonance. Bzzz. A violent buzzing echoed deep within my consciousness. I saw the rune undergo a transformation and renewal within searing radiance, countless star-like filaments rapidly interwove, intricate and profound. The phantom outlines of the arrows gradually blurred, then sharply multiplied into clarity, the keen aura they gave off making my soul tremble. What followed was a colossal torrent of information, like a stream pouring into a great river, surging of its own accord into my mind. In an instant, I understood this sublimated power, and skill information flashed through my head. Stellar Arrow Array 2, Stellar Arrow Array Level 3. Effect: actively summon stellar arrows several times your base attack, spinning at high speed around you, indestructible. In that moment, I understood, it was not only a leap in power, but a complete reshaping of my entire combat paradigm. In this new battlefield, I must not only seize control of the rhythm, but also find the true meaning of survival amid slaughter and balance. In defensive form, the stellar arrow array in my hands can now withstand all attacks, including special effects that disrupt the mind. The shockwave from each arrow's explosion after blocking is enough to knock enemies back, and 200% reflected damage strikes straight at the enemy's weakness. Its offensive form was even more astonishing. When there was no close-range threat within 1 meter, these arrows became the hunter's blades. They automatically locked onto distant targets, launching attacks with precision and cold ruthlessness. Synced with my attack speed, each arrow descended with a devastating force equal to 250% of my attack power, and the added on-hit effects of basic attacks made them even more dangerous. The arrow's persistence made them feel like an extension of my own arm, and that brief 4 minutes and 30 seconds of cooldown was merely the omen of an even fiercer storm after a moment's respite. All of a sudden, an invisible force erupted within me, as if some shackle had been shattered, its presence spreading outward like a sharp blade. Song Yuer instinctively took a step back, a flash of alarm crossing her eyes. She couldn't perceive the changes deep within my sea of consciousness, yet she could feel the earth-shaking aura coming off me. I opened my eyes, and it was as if starlight flowed within them. That power coursed through my body. I gently clenched my fist, knowing full well this wasn't merely an increase in ability, but a reforging. Twice the base number of arrows, I murmured as I calculated, the phantom images of those 14 arrows appearing one by one in my mind. Combined with double shot, 28 stellar arrows would fire in unison in an instant, an onslaught like a raging flood. With a 250% attack power bonus on each arrow, I found myself doubting whether any elite monster of the same level could survive such a barrage. In defense mode, the arrow layer around me was like an impregnable barrier, and the 14 arrows circling me also greatly increased tactical flexibility and my margin of safety. This is not merely an enhancement of a skill, but a qualitative transformation. Breakthroughs in both attack and defense have completely elevated my current role on the battlefield, from an individual going with the flow to the outright master of the situation. The cooldown shortened to just half a minute, the range adjustment, and the refinement of its weak points all let me face the Vermilion Bird dungeon with effortless ease. This choice was undoubtedly the right one. I drew a deep breath, sensing the freshly renewed starry arrow formation within my sea of consciousness. At level 20, paired with my spirit contract, the tacit coordination with my battle spirit is simply like adding wings to a tiger. The improvements in both breakthrough capability and endurance make it hard to suppress the excitement in my heart, and they also make me understand that the current me can no longer be taken lightly by anyone. I turned and looked toward the entrance to the Vermilion Bird dungeon. My gaze was sharp, filled with calm and chill detachment. Song Yuer froze slightly, seemingly noticing the change in my eyes, but she didn't say a word. It was time, I had to move forward. Is Lu Shanshan's side still stuck in that ongoing melee? I murmured under my breath, stepping ahead. Chaos was erupting across the crimson wasteland in full. I looked toward the distance, flames surged into the sky, and screams and explosions wove together into a bloody symphony. The brief pacts between the various races were as fragile as grains of sand, and the winds of profit stirred up waves that tore battle apart. Some squads had already fallen to pieces. For that crucial step closer to the entrance, each person would betray others or turn blade against blade without hesitation. Cracks within the racial alliance had already surfaced, and those scattered hyena folk and vassal races prowled through the shadows like jackals catching the scent of prey, waiting for their chance to strike. I slowly exhaled again, and in my heart I understood more clearly, only strength can break through this wasteland paved with fog and slaughter. Crushing every obstacle underfoot, this is my inescapable fate. From atop the high ground, I watched everything. The frenzied sounds of battle were like a low roar from the abyss, circling in my ears. The chaos and killing below were gradually spreading, and we were like cold-eyed observers standing in the wake of a storm. Every companion around me was fully equipped, their breathing steady, only I was tightly furrowed, my heart tangled and unsettled. This place is completely out of control. I murmured in a deep voice, fixing my gaze on the chaotic battlefield and feeling the weight of every wail. As I spoke, I tried my best to suppress a trace of helplessness and a faint, hidden hatred. This ongoing war of attrition will only benefit the hyena clan. They're waiting for us to bleed to the very last drop. Just then, Lin Haitao stepped forward. His voice, always carrying a chill, cut into my thoughts like a blade. Qin Shui, you're right. Given the situation, it's clearly not suitable for us to keep fighting to the death. Our goal is the Chaos Core, not to be buried for these people's fate. This chaos might not be unusable for our purposes. He paused for a moment, his gaze turning to the battlefield. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sharp-edged smile. If the hyena clan can't rein in their greed and chooses to interfere here, that will be our best opportunity. We just need to use these people's strength to grind down the enemy's momentum, weaken them, and secure an advantage for the decisive battle to come. His cold analysis sent a brief tremor through my heart, but reason told me he was right. Forcing our way in would only increase our losses, yet it wouldn't change the overall situation. Right now, our responsibility was to fight for more bargaining chips for ourselves, not become a pointless sacrificial piece on the battlefield. Things had long since veered off the original track, it was time to make a choice. Taking a deep breath, I gave the order, in that case, we withdraw from here. This area has already become meaningless, staying will only add danger. While we still have time, go and adjust your condition. When the Xuanwu instance opens tomorrow, we'll have enough strength to seize the initiative. Most of my companions nodded and accepted in silence, though a few couldn't quite hide their dissatisfied looks. But they understood better than anyone, my words were not only an order, but also a rational choice that refused to accept needless sacrifice. However, just at that moment, Lu Shanshan suddenly spoke up. Her cool voice, laced with a hint of stubbornness, echoed through the air, "You all go on ahead. I still have something to take care of. See you tomorrow at the entrance to the Xuanwu instance." I turned and studied her expression, already able to guess most of it. "Shanshan, are you still waiting for that friend of yours?" She nodded calmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "Yes. He should be here soon." Her obstinacy left me helpless, yet also impressed. Lu Shanshan's choice meant she was clear about her own position. At this moment, I didn't try to dissuade her. Among a group of geniuses traveling together, who would be willing to submit completely? Only when their goals align can they travel together. Since that's the case, see you tomorrow. I replied calmly, without saying more. But before the words had even finished, Lin Haitao, standing off to the side, suddenly furrowed his brow, his tone involuntarily tinged with jealousy. "A friend? Shanshan, what friend do you have that's worth you sacrificing your precious time like this?" His challenge was even more unpleasant than the words themselves. His family background was on par with Lu Shanshan's, and he had long, implicitly regarded her as a future match for an arranged marriage. Now, this friend of unknown identity had clearly touched a nerve. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. The others either avoided eye contact or showed subtle expressions. I noticed Lu Shanshan's expression turn cold abruptly, her gaze was like a blade, sharp enough that even Lin Haitao hesitated, his voice faltering slightly. Then she moved. Holy light, judgment. She wasted no words and didn't hesitate in the slightest. A dazzling holy light shot from her hand, instantly engulfing the completely unguarded Lin Haitao. His shield wavered in the radiance, and his HP bar plunged like a receding tide. Are you out of your mind? Lin Haitao was both shocked and furious. He clearly hadn't expected Lu Shanshan's reaction to be so resolute. She even proactively activated a life-saving skill and fled the beam of light in a panic. However, he still failed to evade Lu Shanshan's second strike. The staff tapped lightly, and the spear of light stabbed in like a ghost, shooting straight for his chest. The attack's trajectory showed no mercy, hiding a determined intent. Stop! I stood between the two of them and felt the shield's tremor pressing in from all directions, my whole body tensing in an instant. The crushing force of the spear of light made my heart tighten. Lu Shanshan really wasn't holding back. As the one who had organized this operation, I couldn't let things deteriorate further, and I certainly couldn't let this team collapse because of infighting. Lu Shanshan. What do you mean by this? Lin Haitao's voice trembled as he spoke after escaping danger, his face deathly pale. Clearly, what he just felt was the same as mine. Her undisguised killing intent was enough to make one's blood run cold. Lu Shanshan stood there coldly, her staff lightly swaying in her hand as the light element around her grew restless. Her gaze was icy as a blade, fixed straight on Lin Haitao. When she spoke, her bone-chilling words seemed to freeze the air itself. First, I've said it many times, address me by my full name, Lu Shanshan. You're not worthy of using that nauseatingly intimate nickname. Without the slightest hesitation, she drove her tone to an even sharper edge. Second, her eyes were like a sword, stabbing straight at his vital point. You investigated me? Lin Haitao looked as if he'd been nailed to the spot, unable to force out a single word. He'd been stripped raw. Not only had he lost face, but the sheer pressure of her presence left him struggling to breathe. A flicker of regret and humiliated anger crossed his face. He'd been wrong, this should have been handled in private, yet he'd blurted it out in front of so many people. We can't afford to be negligent when it's time to speak up. I said in as steady a voice as I could manage, all right, Shanshan, Haitao, I won't take either side, but this isn't the place for you to settle personal matters. If you need to talk it out, you can do it later. I'm willing to be a witness for you. Lu Shanshan nodded. Her sharp, intimidating aura eased slightly, but her voice still carried a chill. Senior Qin, I'll do you a favor this time. But remember what I'm saying, if something like this happens again, I won't show any mercy. Lin Haitao's face was stormy, but he forced down his anger. He merely snorted coldly, then turned and hurried off with his team. His back looked dejected, but from the knuckles clenched so hard they were nearly white with blood, it was clear this wouldn't end so easily. As the organizer, the conflict gave me a splitting headache. Watching him leave, I lowered my voice and said gratefully to Lu Shanshan, thank you, Shanshan. Clearly, she'd spared me a bit of face. Lu Shanshan merely nodded lightly and said no more. It was Mu Xiaoqin at her side who leaned in, eyes shining, and, holding back her excitement, whispered, Sister Shanshan, you were so cool. Going head-to-head with a genius for a guy, TSK, you really are a role model among role models. I didn't respond, but inside, my feelings only grew more tangled. Mu Xiaoqin's words were full of admiration, yet the fallout from this conflict likely wouldn't end here. Behind us, Lin Haitao, already some distance away, walked as fast as the wind, his whole body like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. His gaze was practically brimming with venom and fury, bordering on madness. Huang Lu beside him seemed to sense what was coming, sighed, and spoke in a tone that carried an indescribable incitement. What? Feeling uncomfortable? Of course you are. No one would feel good. The woman you've set your sights on is risking everything for someone else, and she even came at you that hard. How could you possibly feel okay? Lin Haitao whirled and glared at him, his eyes filled with naked hatred. Huang Lu continued in a lowered voice, don't ask me how I know. You've seen it these past few days too, she's thrown herself completely into that guy called Sumu. Not only did she give up the Vermilion Bird dungeon run this morning, every time we're about to form a party she takes the initiative to find an excuse to avoid it. Who doesn't know? That name, Sumu, was suddenly ground out through Lin Haidao's clenched teeth. He looked at Huang Lu, his face growing ever more shadowed, but all at once he let out a cold laugh, the sarcastic tone taking even me by surprise. Huang Lu, you think this is a good way to sow discord? Just an ordinary professional, and you're actually going out of your way to stir up trouble at the first opportunity, how shameless can you get? The scolding made Huang Lu's face flush red and then pale. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Haitao to refute him so bluntly on the spot, and couldn't hide his embarrassment. He stood there, watching Lin Haitao leave with a cold laugh, evidently unprepared for the consequences of this little probe. Coward, Huang Lu muttered with a hint of shame and anger, but the sound did nothing to dispel his regret. He swept a contemptuous glance into the distance, the humiliation he wished he could fling hard at the empty air surged up, and he stood there, quietly clenching his fists. This scene likely had an even greater storm brewing behind it. That Sumu, is he really an ordinary class? Huang Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness that was hard to notice at the edge of the dim battlefield. I had once heard my name mentioned in whispers between Lu Shanshan and Mu Shaoqin. A subtle intuition told me he had set his sights on my existence. He wasn't truly enamored with Lu Shanshan, he was more interested in the immense power behind the Lu family, yet somehow, I seemed to have become one of the targets he weighed in his assessment of the situation. Lin Haidao's words can't be fully trusted, maybe he's deliberately belittling him. Huang Lu was clearly suspicious of me. After a moment's consideration, he turned and stepped into the chaotic battlefield, leaving a trace of meaning in his gaze. It seemed I had become a name on his chessboard. At this moment, I was still several miles away from the entrance to the Vermilion Bird instance, power surging within me after leveling up, sensing the cool, pristine spiritual aura of the sprites around me. Song Yuer and I walked forward side by side, each step steady and strong. I knew nothing of the dispute sparked by me, all my attention was fixed on the destination ahead. When, more than 10 minutes later, we reached the edge of the Crimson Wasteland, it was unimaginably chaotic compared with what I'd pictured. Countless flashes and explosions tore the ground apart, the air was thick with blood, scorching stench, and despairing roars. The aftershock of every skill made this battlefield feel like a searing meat grinder. This kind of infighting, I frowned deeply, disgust surging in my chest. Meaningless, pure barbarism. Let's find Lu Shanshan and the others first. After a quick assessment, I said to Song Yuer by my side. She didn't ask questions, her skill flowed, and an ice ring carved out a brief passage. We threaded our way through the chaos, dodging the rampaging attacks as we moved toward the coordinates Lu Shanshan had given. Rounding a massive boulder, my steps halted as my hearing caught a familiar voice, Lu Shanshan and Mu Shaoqin talking. Shanshan, you can't run an instance here at all. Mu Xiaoqin's tone carried a faint anger at her refusal to face reality. Even if we charge in, we won't last through the spillover from those attacks. Waiting for Su Mu has cost you how many chances already? If we keep dragging this out, what if we can't get the large-scale dungeon, Chaos Core? If you can't get into the God of War reserve camp then, will it have been worth it? Lu Shanshan's voice was calm, yet it carried an unshakable resolve. If I can't get into the special recruitment, I'll take the assessment. I promised him I'd form a team, so I won't go back on my word. This is my choice. Mu Shaoqin was clearly furious with her. She lowered her voice, her words laced with an urgent, teasing edge. You just like him, don't you? Otherwise why are you so stubborn about it? I stopped in my tracks, a tangle of emotions sweeping through me. Beside me, Song Yuer let out an almost imperceptible cold snort. It was soft, but in the hush of the moment it sounded especially clear. That snort immediately drew the attention of the two behind the boulder. Their eyes met. Lu Shanshan, looking slightly flustered, averted her gaze, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. You're here. Her tone was gentle, unable to hide a certain subtle emotion. Mu Xiaoqin arched a brow and smiled, clearly with a hint of slyness. Obviously, she had long since noticed our arrival and was only saying it deliberately for me to hear. That intentionality made me a little embarrassed, but even more so, I felt admiration for Lu Shanshan's persistence and trust. I adjusted my expression, stepped forward, and rubbed my nose. Sorry to keep you waiting. Something came up on the way. The words were sincere. But inside, I was truly unsettled. Lu Shanshan's sacrifice and perseverance weighed on me in a way I could hardly put into words. She was willing to take risks just to wait for me, and no matter what, I couldn't let down that expectation. Lu Shanshan quickly reined in her earlier emotions and returned to her usual composed demeanor. Now that you're here, there's no need to bring up that earlier matter again. Her voice grew clear and decisive. As you can see, the situation here is even trickier than we originally anticipated. At first it was just minor friction and a standoff, but an unexpected clash set off the whole situation. With someone pulling strings in the dark, it's turned into a complete mess. Lu Shanshan's voice was low. The group we assembled earlier, to preserve our strength and compete for the central Chaos Core, has decided to abandon the Vermilion Bird instance and instead set our sights on the Black Tortoise instance opening tomorrow. Keeping our strength intact is the most important thing right now. I silently scanned the chaotic battlefield in the distance, my gaze sweeping over those interwoven figures, then settling on the Vermilion Bird instance entrance that was right within reach yet felt as though it lay across a bottomless abyss. A moment later, I nodded and calmly uttered two words, "Clear the way." Those two words fell into the air, bringing a brief silence. Lu Shanshan froze, staring at me as if she hadn't heard clearly. Beside her, Mu Xiaoqin was even more direct, eyes widening as she shouted, "Hey! Su Mu, do you even understand what's going on? In a battlefield this chaotic, if you want to force a breakout, you'd need at least 20 top-tier professionals to form a spearhead formation before you'd have any chance of carving out a passage. You alone say clear the way? What a joke." Her voice rose, as if to snap me back to my senses. As she spoke, she subconsciously cast an appraisal on me. The next second, Mu Xiaoqin's expression changed. As if she'd seen something unbelievable, she cried out in shock, "Level 20? She was completely stunned. I knew that in this kind of long-distance party, level information wasn't shared in real time, only now, face to face, did the truth show. Compared to her and Lu Shanshan's level 17, I was a full 3 levels ahead. In this particular environment, that pace really was beyond their imagination. But her shock didn't stop, if anything, it shifted to a new point of astonishment. An E-rank elite class, with 13-star combat power. She repeated it, as if she couldn't believe what she'd heard. 13 stars, this combat power rating wasn't especially eye-catching, especially here. Even Mu Xiaoqin's S-rank support class was 14 stars, and Lu Shanshan's was 15. But me, an E-rank elite, the number looked astonishingly glaring. Her gaze shifted to Lu Shanshan with a faint hint of doubt, as if asking, "This is the person you admire?" Lu Shanshan looked at me with a complicated expression and finally asked, "Weren't you an F-rank common class before?" "Picked up a bit of luck in a cave," I said lightly. "Ate some fruit, and my class changed." Lu Shanshan's expression went from skeptical to understanding. She clearly knew that there were indeed rare items in the world that could raise a class's tier, but those were chance encounters meant for low-tier classes, useful, but exceedingly rare. I didn't waste time and asked evenly, "Can we go now?" Lu Shanshan stared at me as if searching for an answer. After a moment, she nodded. "Let's go. This is trust." I saw trust in her eyes, and that was what I needed. As for Mu Xiaoqin, her expression was complicated, and she was still chattering on, "Trying to force your way through with only 13 stars. Su Mu, you really haven't figured it out." She suddenly raised her voice, as if trying to call back reason one last time, pointing at the chaos on the front line. But arguing was meaningless. I had already stepped forward, Lu Shanshan followed, and Song Yuer stood at my side from start to finish, not saying a word, showing her support through her actions. She had witnessed many of my feats, there was no need for an explanation. Mu Xiaoqin stamped her feet in anxiety, and in the end could only follow helplessly, muttering, "Crazy, absolutely crazy." As we moved along, I briefly introduced Song Yuer, and the three of us also exchanged information. At this point, the makeup of the temporary team was clear: 3 S-rank professionals, and 1 E-rank elite. I tightened my grip on the hurricane strike in my hand. That calmness came from my grasp of the situation. Mu Xiaoqin's voice came again, laced with unease. "Do you have some kind of stealth skill, or a way to be immune to damage? Use it, now. If we charge in, even friendly fire could get us killed." I shook my head and didn't offer any further explanation, only replying, "We'll open a path." My tone was neither biased nor blunt, yet it carried its own weight. Lifting my bow slightly, my gaze locked onto the heart of that storm, and in my mind a narrow route, one that was almost impossible to pass through, took shape. She watched my movements, her expression complicated, doubt and irritation intertwining in her eyes. Was I crazy, or had she misjudged? In the end, as if sulking, she muttered under her breath, "You really dare to charge in with a bow and kill your way through? Crazy." I took the first step, natural and unhesitating. I headed straight for the core of the melee ahead, where skills ran rampant, the flames of battle blotting out sight like countless blades interwoven. I heard Mu Xiaoqin's slightly panicked shout, "Wait!" But before the words had even finished, our steps had already crossed into the edge of that chaos. In an instant, attention surged toward us like a tide, and everyone reflexively raised their hands. Attacks poured down from all directions. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, poisoned arrows, battle aura slashes. It was as if the entire battlefield had opened fire on us. Every path of evasion was completely sealed off, the pressure closing in until it was suffocating. I felt my teammates' reactions. Lu Shanshan instantly raised a holy light shield, Song Yuer's frost surged, and in a flash an ice wall condensed. Mu Xiaoqin even half closed her eyes. With danger closing in, everyone fought their own battle, while my move was simple to the extreme. I raised my bow, drew, and released, not one arrow, but a full 14 shafts tearing through the air. The power granted by double shot and extra arrows +6 made the moment the bowstring snapped open, the arrow shadows spread like a meteor shower, the enemies ahead, every possible threat, all fell within this fan-shaped zone of death. Immediately after, ricochet arrows +1 took effect, the arrows that hit tore through the air again, rebounding and splitting into dense afterimages, each trajectory precisely slicing into a new target. Death erupted in an instant. What filled my ears was the dull thrum of arrows biting into flesh, and the sound of shattering shields. -887. -921, critical. Damage numbers leapt like a fountain, blood sprayed. More than a dozen aliens, regardless of class or protection, were instantly reduced to white light beneath the rain of arrows. Their weapons and expressions froze together. Before they could resist, they vanished. And what about attacks aimed straight at me? Those arrogant fireballs and wind blades that came rushing in, trying to break through, all shattered the moment they touched the area around me. 7 starlit arrows spun at my side, the defensive form of stellar arrow array, ascended, stood like a solid barrier, dissolving every threat. The few lingering blade winds that fell in the aftermath were also easily swallowed by Lu Shanshan's shield and Song Yuer's ice wall. When the dust-choked flames of battle finally cleared, I still stood at the very front, my steps unbroken, my fate unchanged. On the party status bar, my HP remained completely unscathed. Mu Xiaoqin looked at me, her eyes filled with shock and confusion, murmuring, how is this possible?" I gripped my longbow tightly, 7 star-forged arrows circling like bodyguards. Under my stride, they rasped dully through the air, carrying an irresistible sharpness as they drove forward. I knew how many eyes were fixed on me at this moment, but those stares, mixed with shock or fear, could not shake my steps in the slightest. Mu Xiaoqin's expression stiffened. She seemed unable to believe that a class labeled E rank could possess power like this. But so what? Labels don't necessarily decide everything, and rules exist to be broken. In the distance, the other players buzzed with chatter, their voices coming in fragments, tinged with a frightened exhaustion, instantly wiped the field. That glow on the bow can block anything. This is definitely not a normal class. Yet I had no intention of stopping. I could feel the fear in their gazes spreading, but it still wasn't nearly enough. If some blind fool tried to block my path, then they couldn't blame my arrows for losing their last shred of mercy. Whoosh! The arrow loosed, its angle automatically adjusted with the skill, striking true. The enemy's broken remnants, and the consciousness that lingered, vanished moments later. Every shot I fired could trigger nature's call, enhanced. The empowered treants awakened by it were like a guard at my back, their branches lashed through, and the churning arena was left with nothing but chaos. The battlefield was purged with my every step, and behind me were 3 teammates close on my heels, silent, yet in this moment sharing a rare, unspoken accord.